Dominate beasts in an unscientific way. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Tyrannosaurus Rex and Platypus beating the baby. After copying the super alloy skills, Shiyu ran away. Principal Feng also ran away with him. Only Ding Hao and the Kamikaze exchange group were left to deal with it. Is that it? Seeing that Shiyu just watched the evolution of the two alloy monsters and ran away, Principal Feng wondered. Shiyu smiled and said, "They will definitely not simply tell you the core technology of super alloys. I have told Ding Hao what I want to know. Next, let him have in-depth exchanges with the other party. If you can get it for free from Kamikaze, then get it for free. If you can't get it for free, don't you still have Kideo? When you claim compensation, you can also take the super alloy technology, you kid," Principal Feng muttered. "Whether it is Kamikaze or Kideo, it's bad luck to run into you. By the way, what's going on at the ancient capital arena?" Principal Feng had a strange expression. "Lu Bai, isn't that your fake identity when you go to Kideo?" Principal Feng was a related person and was one of the few people who knew that Shiyu went to Kideo as Lu Bai to crack the Phoenix secret realm. Just now, after hearing that Lu Bai defeated the new generation genius of the Kamikaze exchange group in the ancient capital arena, he was also dumbfounded for a moment. He was not dumbfounded that the other genius was defeated in seconds, but that Lu Bai was Shiyu, right? But at that time, Shiyu was indeed next to them, so he was as confused as Zheng Hai for a while. It was a clone, but the pet with a clone was not a clone, so it was easier to win. Shiyu said, "Isn't it that the main body has to receive Dr. Aichi and others and can't leave?" Principal Feng opened his mouth slightly. He repeated his thoughts just now. "Whether it is Kamikaze or Kideo, it's bad luck to meet you. If the genius of the other side knew that it was only a clone that abused them, wouldn't they be mentally collapsed? By the way, Principal Feng, do you know where Senior Lu and Void Mantis are now?" After Shiyu smiled, he quickly forgot about the Kamikaze exchange group. Their value is gone for the time being. Principal Feng shook his head, sighed, and said, "It seems that Void Mantis is going to visit several old sites of the Void Emperor in Donghuang. What's going on? Are you looking for Changyi or Void Mantis?" "Nothing, I just plan to go out and play with them in a few days." "You still want to go out?" Principal Feng was furious. "Damn, you are now full of legendary resources, and the treasury of Bitmiao's totem country is more generous. If someone kills you on the road, the treasures dropped can probably be piled up to make a top-level totem. This time, the Phoenix secret realm can have a harvest. That's good luck. You are addicted." "It's okay, I will definitely call Teacher Mao Mao, and now I have eaten the undying fruit, and I am protected by the dragon god. How can there be so many dangers?" Shiyu smiled and said, "President Lin doesn't mind me wandering around. Your pattern is still small, Principal Feng." President Lin is indeed not like an elder like Principal Feng. For Shiyu's various ideas of going to various places for training and even participating in the World Championship, President Lin, the president of Donghuang, doesn't care much. "I don't know what he thinks." Principal Feng hated it. "I will stay here honestly during this period, but Principal Feng, there are really not many places for pets to train if I stay here honestly. My current relic space can no longer bear the tossing of the 11. Shiyu raised his head and showed Principal Feng the relic ring in his hand. "Speaking of this thing, it's time to update it. There should be a higher level relic space in our bureau. I want to change it." Principal Feng was silent for a while and looked at the relic ring in Shiyu's hand. "That's right. Shiyu's progress is too fast. In a short period of time, he has the combat power of the Overlord level. This ordinary relic space is indeed unable to support his pets for special training. I know, I'll help you get it. The legendary level like Changyi can't be found. The higher level relic space with higher strength should still have inventory," he said. "It should be able to ensure that the Overlord level can fight and train in it." Good. Shiyu was happy. Before finding the legendary relic space, he could only continue to rely on the 11th Bureau to supply equipment. At the same time, Lu Bai became popular, and so did Zuyun. As Lu Bai easily crushed the genius of the Kamikaze, Zuyun's comment on the live broadcast under the comment of Iris made Zuyun the second most searched. Zuyun, who is the one who overestimates his own abilities? Although the battle has not started yet, I have already anticipated the result. If nothing unexpected happens, this kamikaze mechanic will be killed by Lu Bai in seconds. P.S. Lu Bai and I are good friends, and his strength is much stronger than mine. Everyone is very unfamiliar with Lu Bai, and Zhu Xian Wang, because of this comment, directly became the only big man that everyone could find who knew Lu Bai. As Zhu Yun's God comment published before the two of them started fighting was dug out, Zhu Xian Wang also became a hot search along with the popularity of Lu Bai's instant killing of the kamikaze genius. In the Magic City, the Dark Club, Zhu Xian Wang looked at the rising popularity and fell into deep thought. It seems that he has found the code to wealth. Otherwise, don't work hard. Wouldn't it be easier for him to just follow people like Shi Yu and Lu Bai to get attention? Of course, facing all kinds of questions from fans, Zhu Yun did not reveal other information about Lu Bai. He stopped when he saw the good news. At this time, what most Beastmasters wanted to know was when Lu Bai and Shi Yu would fight, and whether Lu Bai would sign up for the sequence competition and enter the ranking. The sequence competition committee was also facing the same problem and wanted to bring Lu Bai in. But unfortunately, Director Zhang had already contacted President Yi and was gradually getting closer to the truth. Lu Bai, August. President Yi was embarrassed when he heard Director Zhang asking him the question. Lu Bai, isn't that Shi Yu's vest? When he was doing this fake identity, Principal Feng, President Yi and others made it up casually. This vest was only known to the senior officials related to the Seven Islands trip and the Phoenix Secret Realm. Director Zhang has been hosting the sequence competition in China and has nothing to do with this matter. It is normal that he doesn't know. But President Yi didn't know whether it was appropriate to reveal it now, so he could only kick the ball to President Lin. So Director Zhang contacted President Lin. Lu Bai, after listening to Director Zhang's statement, President Lin was silent for a while. Lu Bai challenges Shi Yu? Are you kidding, Director Zhang? Mr. Lin. What's the joke? What's wrong? I heard that Lu Bai's performance in the Seven Islands was very impressive, and his age is also suitable for participating in the sequence competition. But President Yi said that it was your arrangement not to let him sign up. President Lin said, Lu Bai is Shi Yu in disguise. If you don't mind the trouble, just play with him, Director Zhang. Director Zhang opened his mouth slightly, and now there are many question marks. Wait. Did Shanghai call Shi Yu when Lu Bai was fighting Lundi? You tell me, it was one person? Director Zhang's old brain suddenly didn't work well. Something was wrong. Among the four of Chairman Lin, Shanghai, Shi Yu, and Lu Bai, one must be a big liar. After Lu Bai finished beating Lundi, he left the ancient capital arena calmly. No one knew when he would challenge Shi Yu. At the same time, people also realized that Lu Bai did not participate in the sequence battle. Even if he challenged Shi Yu, no one would make the result public, not to mention the battle process, which would definitely not be seen. This made the Beastmaster who wanted to eat melons feel itchy in his heart, feeling that he had been interrupted and there was no follow-up. At this time, Shi Yu himself also received messages from various relatives and friends asking about the situation. Shi Yu's unified reply was that Lu Bai had not found him yet. Although Lu Bai may not exist in the future, with this wave of interruptions, the legend of Lu Bai will inevitably be circulated forever in the world. As for the real Shi Yu versus Lu Bai, Shi Yu thought about it and it was not impossible to fight. Let's talk about it in the second team meeting. At that time, in addition to individual battles, the whole group battle can also be fought. 11. Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao versus Chi Tong, Su Su, and Lin. The three brothers of the inner volume 5, the three sisters of plastic. Before that, Shi Yu decided to find a place to work overtime for 2 months. Try to upgrade the superclass skills of each pet to the mastery level. On the same day, Principal Feng's high-level relic space was delivered. He handed Shi Yu a black relic ring. This high-level relic space was cracked by Qing Yi. The owner is a female plant controller of the title level in the totem era, so this relic space has been transformed and is very suitable for the growth of plants. How many relics did senior sister Lu crack? Shi Yu's mouth twitched. If he remembered correctly, senior sister Lu's legendary relic space was also cracked by himself. Principal Feng laughed and said, it's definitely not as many as you, but the relics cracked by Qing Yi are well preserved and can gain control of the relics, while yours seem to be either broken or broken. It seems that you haven't handed in a few relic spaces until now. Shi Yu, can you blame him? The mechanism of the cracked relics is different. Shi Yu coughed dryly. took the new relic ring and said, "I'm going to give this one back after I move everything inside." Principal Fang said, "There's no rush for this. Just leave it with you. Aren't you doing an assessment for Fanglan? When she becomes a formal member of the 11th Bureau, you can give her the one you eliminated." "That's fine." Shiyu nodded and smiled. "Principal, please help me. With this, I can practice hard for a while." Principal Fang snorted and said, "I hope so." Perfect. After getting the new relic space, Shiyu chose to return to the paradise of Binglong Snow Mountain outside Pingchang to practice hard. But first, it's the moving operation. On the ice field, Shiyu opened the transmission channel connecting the relic ring to reality. After opening the transmission channel connecting the relic ring to reality, 11 and the others began to move. 11 smashed the ground and ran to the new space with his training room and bedroom raised in both hands. Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, and Shaitan transplanted Yang Gai and Hu with difficulty. The one who had it easier was Su Su, as it had its own independent space and not much clutter. Lin was also okay. Although it had a huge research institute, it had a mechanical space, so it was easier to move. Moreover, its huge computing power also allowed it to move everything without leaving any omissions. The most miserable one was Shen Bao Bao. Most of the spiritual plants in the original ruined space had to be transplanted there. In addition, there were a lot of bottles and jars of seeds and medicines in its research institute. In order to make it more convenient and less noisy, it could only ask the tool worms to help move. It took about an hour for Shiyu and his team to complete the move. During this time, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and the platypus were still fighting in the dragon circle. Shiyu and his team finally dealt with these two guys. "Don't fight anymore," Shiyu sighed and pulled the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and the platypus out. The two guys stared at each other, neither of them was convinced. Shiyu smiled and said, "I asked Chong Chong to create a training ground for you. Now you can't tell who's the winner. You can fight after you become stronger. It's a good place for you to practice your strength." Roar. "What?" The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex turned its head curiously. "It urgently needs strength now." Now, the perfect victory over the duck that threatened its status as the king of the earth has become the primary motivation of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Duck, where?" The platypus also showed a sharp look. "It also urgently needs strength now. No matter what, it wants to let this guy who is trying to expand the land and conquer the sea realize who is the real father." Here, Shiyu pointed to the teleportation array over there and said, "I asked Chong Chong to create an illusion in the new space. There are 10 gatekeepers there, which are 10 phantoms from the extraordinary level to the commander level created by Chong Chong through Shii's hardened material, his own silk, Shen Bao Bao's whiskers, Chi Tong's feathers, and Su Su's water drops. It is considered to be the baby form of Shii. Next, you have to pass 10 levels and defeat the baby form phantoms of your predecessors. There are resource rewards for each level you pass. Believe me, after passing the level, your strength will change dramatically." The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and the platypus were stunned. 11. Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Chi Tong, Su Su's extraordinary and commander level phantoms? The two of them showed indifferent expressions. When the opponent does not have the strength of the king, that unattainable figure may not be beyond their reach. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and the platypus quickly entered the new space and ran to the training area prepared by Shiyu for them. As soon as they stepped in, they saw the gatekeeper of the first level. It was a sleeping, palm-sized green worm. Seeing this, both the huge mechanical Tyrannosaurus and the platypus, who had eaten many worms, smiled. "Hey," the Tyrannosaurus was like a silly husky. "Gah." The platypus also smiled and entered the voice change period. "That's it? Roar, I'll go first." The Tyrannosaurus roared, took a step forward, stepped on the ground, and with a rumble, a huge earthquake wave swept towards the green worm sleeping on the grass on the ground. Seeing this, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus thought it had won, but the next moment, the phantom of the green worm opened its eyes tiredly, looked at the sweeping shock wave, and yawned. The body gradually became invisible. Mastery level, invisible. Boom. The earthquake swept across directly, and did not attack the phantom of the green worm at all. Then, the green worm turned over and changed its posture, which surprised the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Zhazha. The next moment, the green cotton worm phantom locked onto the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex with its mastery level supervision, and accumulated power in its mouth. The silkworm silk, which was close to the Deo level, formed a white sharp spear and penetrated a mechanical Tyrannosaurus rex. Swish! The white thread spit out of its mouth was fired at high speed like a bow and arrow. Its destructive power was so strong that it seemed to be able to penetrate steel with one blow. The speed was so fast that only a residual image could be seen, which made the mechanical Tyrannosaurus rex stunned again. Bang! The silkworm's sharp spear penetrated the mechanical Tyrannosaurus rex, causing the mechanical Tyrannosaurus rex's body to dent directly, making it open its eyes wide, and with a vomit sound, it almost vomited out the oil it had eaten at noon. It felt that the bones of its whole body were about to be shattered in an instant. There were even shocking wounds on its body. Then, its body was smashed out like a cannonball. Boom! It fell to the ground in the distance. Gee, the green cottonworm phantom glanced at the platypus, yawned again, and continued to sleep. Platypus? The platypus looked at the mechanical Tyrannosaurus rex that flew backwards and was extremely miserable, and then looked at the phantom of the green cottonworm in front of him, opened his duckbill and looked at Shiyu next to him. As if to say, is this guy extraordinary? Shiyu said, extraordinary is extraordinary, and the energy value is not necessarily higher than your normal state in after the burst, but the combination of moves and skill proficiency is a bit unscientific. Next, try to overcome the pressure brought by their baby form first. By fighting with them, you will understand that you still have a long way to go. The world is big, don't focus on the present. No matter how long you two fight, you can't make much progress. Expand your horizons first. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus rex and the platypus that fell to the ground fell into deep thought. The Tyrannosaurus rex is worthy of being the dominant race, and it is still durable. It took a hit from the silkworm and was not killed instantly. However, I still doubt the dragon life. This is the first level? What is the next? They suspected that Shiyu was lying to them. Is this the strength of a green cottonworm? This is the combat power of your senior worm when he was at the extraordinary level. And there is even a video record at that time. By the way, there is a time limit for clearing each level. If you can't clear it within the specified time, the food will be halved in the future. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus rex and platypus? However, to challenge the phantom, it doesn't have to be 1 versus 1. If you really can't beat it, you two can also team up and work together, which also counts, Shiyu said with a smile. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus rex and the platypus looked at each other, then turned their heads. Who the hell wants to cooperate with it? Take your time, I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything. After arranging the road to godhood for the two team members, Shiyu left. To be honest, it's a bit difficult to defeat the members of the first team with add points of power without cheating. However, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus rex can rely on Lin's research ability to continuously improve the race and upgrade it, and the platypus can rely on Susu and Shenbeo's research to gradually regain the power of the abyss demon duck. Maybe, even without adding points, it can slowly defeat the 11 of the same level. Probably. Shiyu nodded. If he can't beat them, he can still cooperate. It's not a big problem. Compared with the baby-beating training method of the second team members, the first team members are about to start the super-level skill point-adding training that tortures each other and enjoys. Shiyu took a deep breath and walked towards Chong Chong and the others calmly. Working overtime. Time flies. 2 months later. Chapter 377, The Results of 2 months of training. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed since Shiyu returned from the 7 islands. During these 2 months, Shiyu has been in Pingchang and worked overtime in Binghaton City. He practiced hard without distraction. However, he did not interrupt the reception of information from the outside world. During this period, Shiyu was most concerned about the situation on the 7 islands. At the beginning, the balance of the negotiations between the two sides was that Longgong City and Donghuang had an absolute advantage. The two parties still claimed compensation from the 7 islands, according to the number of resources mentioned at the beginning. 20 legends, or 2 myths, plus the right to explore the ruins and secrets, until the legendary Valkyrie of the 7 islands came out of retreat, and the two sides had a small-scale battle conflict. After a collision, Longgong City and Donghuang were relieved. After all, they still had to give the legendary a face. According to Shiyu's understanding, at that time, the Valkyrie of the 7 islands faced several totem dragons alone and did not lose momentum or even had the upper hand. In order to avoid escalation of the conflict, Longgong City and Donghuang were relieved. After all, the purpose of both parties is only resources, not really wanting to go to war. The conditions were so high, originally waiting for Kideo to bargain. However, after all, Kideo did something wrong, and the compensation should be paid. But the specific compensation has been negotiated for 2 months, which makes Shiyu glad that he did not stay there for too long, otherwise he would have to wait too long. This kind of thing is indeed not something that can be negotiated in a short period of time. It is as troublesome as when he applied for legendary resources. The reason why it is still under negotiation is that Donghong, Kideo, and Longgong City are currently focusing on investigating the Qiyun Consortium and the totem forces behind it. At present, Kideo can basically confirm that it is the core senior executives of the Qiyun Consortium who betrayed the country and defected to the Totem Kingdom. The reason is very simple. The core assets of the Qiyun Consortium have long been secretly transferred. This is not good news for the Seven Kingdoms Alliance. Although the Totem Kingdom has been plotting the technological system of the Seven Kingdoms for a long time, and this is not the first case of treason, the Qiyun Consortium is still a super consortium in the Seven Kingdoms that started with technology. The betrayal of the alliance by a large consortium of this scale is a wake-up call for the other 6 countries, and it makes the 7 countries more strictly supervise the domestic forces. At the same time, Donghong understands that this time it is not that simple, because it involves the demigod Union. Of course, these are not what Shiyu has the energy and strength to intervene for the time being. His primary task now is to improve his strength and wait for the start of the world competition. Now, there are almost more than 6 months before the start of the world competition. In Shiyu's opinion, time is still sufficient, because in these 2 months, his strength and the strength of his pets have undergone earth-shaking changes. According to the current progress, in another half a year, he will definitely be invincible. Of course, in addition to him, the ranking of the sequence battle has also undergone some changes, which makes Shiyu feel very surprised. The top 10 and the top 8 of the sequence have not changed. The top 4 are still those legends, the 5th is still him, the 6th is still Lu Zuji, the 7th is still Ji Feng, and the 8th is Zhang Hai, but the 9th and 10th have changed a lot. Ning Xianming, a human ghost hybrid, and Tong Yan, the poison doctor of the medical bureau, were directly killed. 9th, he became Zhu Yunshian Wang. He didn't know what he did, maybe he attracted investment, or maybe he had an adventure, but the strength of each pet was greatly increased. 10th, it became a guy that surprised Shiyu very much, the 4th game, Gao Zhuan. Since Gao Zhuan lost in the national competition, he has not been active in the sequence war, just like before, and after the blow of the mechanical conference, he has even less interest. He didn't even show up during the Kamikaze Exchange Group's visit to Donghong, but in the past month, Gao Zhuan has made a high-profile comeback. Originally, according to his strength, not counting the authority to use small forbidden weapons, he was not enough to enter the top 10 of the sequence. However, during this period, Gao Zhuan might have been in seclusion. After coming out of seclusion, his beast level broke through from level 5 to level 6, the strength of his awakening talent increased, his research ability increased, and he even completed a new round of strengthening for his ultimate holy dragon beast. This time, he played in the ranking, and he made a big splash and directly entered the top 10 of the sequence. As for strength, he is praised by the beast masters on the internet as not much worse than Lundy, the first person under the new generation of Kamikaze legend. It is estimated that he could withstand a shot from Lu Bai. This made Gao Zhuan, who had just returned, fall into silence and dive again. During this period, what made people most upset was Lu Bai. Lu Bai still did not sign up for the sequence battle, which undoubtedly made the majority of Beastmasters on the Donghong side feel sorry. They have been looking forward to Lu Bai versus Shiyu for 2 months, and there is no news. What they don't know is that at this moment, today, Shiyu and Lu Bai are finally going to have a showdown, in the ruined space, on the huge grass. Shiyu yawned, looking at the pets that became stronger after a round of points, and smiled. 11. Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, Su Su, and Lin also looked at Shiyu with full energy. Okay, this round of bonus points is over. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and more than half a year has passed since the last team meeting. After 2 months of bonus points, you are almost on the same level. Why don't we hold another team meeting? You should have remembered that, except for 11, you all owe yourselves a championship because you enjoyed the legendary resources in advance. 6 pets. 11 clenched his fist with full fighting spirit, and waved and turned his right arm like a windmill. It doesn't exist. With it, no one can think of taking the first place in the team. Wait a minute, Chong, Shinbeo, Chidan, and Susu all showed different expressions, while Lin said excitedly, "Why did you call me here too? You didn't want me to participate, did you?" Shiyu was stunned, looked at Lin, and said, "What else?" Name. Lin. High-level skills, changeable, skills advanced to the Tao, advanced intelligence, skills advanced to the Tao, mechanical space, skills advanced to the Tao, loading, skills advanced to the Tao, super-level skills, wind element control, mastery, godnet, mastery, turn danger into fortune, mastery, energy value. 4 million plus in Lin's case, Shiyu finally taught it godnet and turning danger into fortune. However, this is not Lin's biggest gain. Its biggest gain is that it has completed its evolution through its own upgrade. During this period, the teaching skills such as godnet, mechanical space and loading were transformed into racial skills. In other words, at this time, Lin's racial level has also been upgraded to the dominant race because of its 2 super-level racial skills. Among them, because of the particularity of the skill Divine Net, the strength is comparable to that of space skills, and it is no problem to say that Lin is a medium-level dominant mechanical race. This is due to the powerful intelligent research and self-upgrade capabilities of the Divine Net skill. It is because of the acquisition of the Divine Net that Lin can be busy with various research projects at this time. Otherwise, it has to study combined mecha, kill and revival, and super alloy iron-eating beast. Even if it has full-level advanced intelligence, it can't be busy. At this time, although Lin has not successfully integrated a kill and fossil and learned the myth revival, Lin's mecha form has already taken shape. It is just that it cannot integrate the power of the whole team. At most, it is the same as the sniper form at that time, perfectly integrating the power of the 3 parties. However, with the help of mechanical space and various equipment, in Shiyu's view, it has already begun to have combat power. No. In the magic cube, the white-haired lolly Avidar shook her head frantically, resisting. Although its strength has greatly improved in the past 2 months, it looked at 11, Chong, Shinbeo, Chidan, and Susu, and fell into silence. After analyzing its top-level intelligent and master divine network skills, it found that the winning rate of playing against a 5 of them was less than 0.1% no matter which one it was. Normally, Lin was the team coach, and she seriously supervised the training of each pet, just like a big sister. If she came in last at the team meeting, she might not be able to hold it. Her personality would collapse directly. Lin thought about it and decided not to fight. A good trainer is not strong, which is also very scientific. I will be the referee, Lin blushed and said quickly. Contestants, 11, Chong, Shinbeo, Chidan, Susu, it's not that I don't dare, but it's boring. Lin turned her head and was very nervous. Its mecha's complete body, the Killen form, has not been developed yet, so it doesn't make much sense to participate in this kind of competition. Let's talk about it later. Bing, Yi, me, Ning, don't you want to participate? The other 5 pets all looked at Lin with burning eyes, which made it feel uneasy. Then let's do it next time, Shiyu smiled. Shiyu and the others did not point out Lin's little thoughts. Indeed, compared with the other 5 pets, Lin's training level is not very high. Shiyu thought about it and decided to let it be a referee with him this time. If you don't participate in the individual battle, you must participate in the team battle later. Shiyu did not allow Lin to refuse and added. Lin. Also, the second team meeting will have certain updates compared to the first team meeting. In addition to the team battle after the individual battle, I also plan to add a new system this time. Among the 6 pets, 11 showed an invincible expression. It is still very confident. No matter what, it is still very stable. Name, 11 super skills, Inner Edge, Mastery +1, Lightning Rod, Mastery, Shocking the Sky, Mastery, Condensing Beans into Soldiers, Mastery, Unstoppable, Mastery +1, Immortal Golden Body, Mastery +1, White Thunder, Mastery, Normal Energy Value. 9 million plus in the past 2 months, 11 successfully awakened the White Thunder skill through Aurora Magnetic Gold. And after Shiyu added points, it was increased to the Mastery level, which greatly increased the power of its lightning skills. Principal Feng initially judged that 11, who was friendly to the Dark System, had little hope of awakening White Thunder, but he underestimated 11's proficiency in other lightning skills. driven by the high proficiency of other basic lightning skills and the electromagnetic control power of electromagnetic suspension that was close to the Deo level. 11 absorbed the power of Aurora Magnetic Gold very smoothly. Not only did he learn new skills, but his physique also increased greatly due to the use of the legendary resource Aurora Magnetic Gold, which led to a huge increase in energy value. Of course, the rapid strengthening is also inseparable from his 2 months of self-harm devil training. The only pity is that the super alloy skills copied by Shi Yu are not compatible with the Iron Eater beast, so they cannot be taught directly. However, it is not a big problem. Shi Yu has asked Lin to study how to improve the compatibility of the Iron Eater beast with the super alloy skills. Even if it has not evolved through the super alloy, with such an excellent combination of moves and the will of the Overlord, 11 is also very confident. How can he lose? Seeing 11's confident look, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Chi Tong, and Su Su also have heavy expressions. This guy is really not easy to beat. Shi Yu smiled and said, "This time, I decided to add an equipment system, so, in this team meeting battle, you can use external forces. After all, weapons and equipment are also part of strength. Your future enemies will not fight you fairly without any preparation. We Dong Hoang also rely on external forces such as forbidden weapons to dominate until now. It is reasonable to have an equipment system." After Shi Yu finished speaking, 11's confident expression suddenly stagnated. Quickly looked at Shi Yu. Equipment system? Wow, the bugs next to him were extremely surprised. Equipment system? Really? You can bring equipment to battle? It won't kill randomly. There are 2 special beings in Shi Yu's team. One is Chong Chong and the other is Su Su. The latter can store a large amount of nutrients from food in the body space through the infinite swallowing skill, and temporarily transform it in battle. Through this technique, Su Su can use the time fruit of the ginseng baby at a low cost and high efficiency anytime and anywhere. And Chong Chong, because of the special skills of virtual and real phantom and fantasy dragon, can use dragon equipment to enhance its strength. If the utilization rate of equipment used by 11 is 10%, then Chong Chong is 100%, and its own compatibility with equipment is extremely high. This advantage is unique to Chong Chong in the team. Of course, Mirai Rin may also have it. So, when he heard that the equipment could be used in this team meeting, Chong Chong immediately became excited. And 11's face immediately fell. Because it doesn't have any available equipment. Aurora Magnetic Gold? It can't increase the combat power at all. And the worm, in its space pocket, has a legendary Dragon Ball. With the blessing of the legendary Dragon Ball, it is no problem for the worm to burst into the top Overlord, Invincible Overlord or even Totem level. It depends on the limit that the worm can bear. This is even more powerful than the time fruit. Wow, at this time, when Shi Yu said that he could use the equipment, the worm felt that he stood up. Name, Chong Chong's super skills, Fantasy Domain, Mastery +2, Fantasy Dragon, Mastery +8, Space Control, Mastery +2, Forbidden Magic Domain, Mastery, Ultimate Absorption, Mastery, Normal Energy Value. 5 million plus on Chong Chong's side. The super level skills, whether racial skills or professor skills, have also reached the mastery level or above. Among them, the Fantasy Dragon skill is almost close to the perfect level because Chong Chong is always training with the Space Legendary Dragon Ball, and almost no points are added. When Chong Chong uses dragon equipment to perform the Fantasy Dragon, it is also a process of training the skill proficiency of the Fantasy Dragon, so its improvement speed in this aspect is very fast. Even if Shi Yu clicks on the Fantasy Dragon 4 more times, Chong Chong can complete the evolution, transform from a bug into dragon, and break through to the Overlord level. For Fantasy Domain and Space Control, Shi Yu only clicked to the Mastery level and stopped. The subsequent proficiency was improved by Chong Chong himself through training and resources. Although there are not many skills, because of the equipment mechanism of this team meeting, Chong Chong feels that he can challenge the position of leader. Ying, come on, who is afraid of who? 11 is still very determined. This new system is most beneficial to Chong Chong. Shi Yu is not partial to anyone, but in a real life and death battle, who cares whether you use equipment or take supplements? Gemcat usually carries a bunch of life-saving equipment on his body, and absolute fairness does not exist at all. The rules of the world competition are still unknown. If you can bring equipment, the opponents of the Totem Kingdom will definitely be fully armed. Shi Yu must prepare in advance. Being able to perfectly use equipment is also the skill effect of Chong Chong. Before the world competition, I must go to Longang City more often. Yi. At this time, Shen Bao became nervous and asked Shi Yu. Then, self-destruction and resurrection, can it be used? 11. Chuang Chuang? Shi Yu? Do you want to kill Chong Chong or 11? Shi Yu asked with a twitch in his mouth. Shen Bao sighed. Sure enough, it can't be used, right? Shen Bao made the voice of 11 aggrieved. Chong Chong can rely on rules to enhance its strength, but its skills are restricted by rules. It suspects that there is a shady deal in a trick. After 2 months, Shen Bao successfully condensed a new time mark, name, Shen Bao's super skills, source of life, mastery plus 11, time mark, mastery, moon explosion, mastery, plant control, mastery plus 2, normal energy value. 9 million plus. After 2 months of adding points, Shen Bao, with the least superclass racial skills, has regained the highest normal energy value in the team, exceeding 11 again. The reason is very simple. Its source of life skill level, driven by the legendary resource life divine soil, has increased faster than Chong Chong's fantasy dragon. In addition, the biggest change of Shen Bao is that after Shi Yu's time mark was upgraded to the mastery level, it finally accelerated to condense a new time mark. In other words, at this time, Shen Bao has gained the ability to revive again. But unfortunately, this self-destruction plus resurrection combination skill was directly snapped away by Shi Yu in the team competition. Shen Bao thought about Shen. It suspected that it was targeted by the dog planner, and Chong Chong must have recharged money. Miao, Ning, Chideng and Susu also looked at each other. Although they were at the bottom of the last team meeting, this time, both Qitong and Susu wanted to move forward. Miao, Qitong looked at Shi Yu eagerly. The biggest problem now is that it hasn't found a suitable undead puppet, name, Qitong Superclass, Crossed Swords, Mastery plus 5, Yang Yan, Mastery plus 2, Spirit Solution, Mastery plus 5, Resurrection of the Dead, Mastery plus 2, Curse of the Demon Sword, Mastery, Normal Energy Value. 7 million plus. Qitong is actually the most nourished, because it is the only one in the team with 3 legendary resources to use. Here, Shi Yu still didn't add much, only teaching Curse of the Demon Sword and Resurrection of the Dead to the mastery level. However, because of the power of the 2 Yang Yan flowers and the bonus of the attachment in the bone sword, its Yang Yan proficiency and its Resurrection of the Dead proficiency have increased very quickly. This is the power of legendary resources. This is when it only attaches to the Yang Yan flower and absorbs power without heating it completely. If one is completely eaten, it will probably break through to the overlord level immediately. This made Shi Yu sigh that as long as the Beast Master is rich enough and has enough suitable legendary resources, the speed of skill proficiency improvement may not be slower than adding points. Unfortunately, although the fierce beasts on the snowy mountains have been used to test the power of the resurrection of the dead, Qitong has not found a suitable undead puppet. If there is an undead puppet with good combat power to assist, Qitong feels that his chances of winning can be greater. There is no way, Shi Yu shrugged and said, in China, it is basically impossible to find a suitable fierce beast for you to chop. Let's talk about it after we go abroad. At that time, we will upgrade the resurrection of the dead to the perfect level and directly accept the overlord undead as a younger brother. For now, just pretend that you don't have this skill, Qitong, Mikiak? Ning, Susu comforted Qitong. At this time, Susu was actually a little uneasy. The last time it was at the bottom, even if it had the will of the overlord, it still had some psychological shadows, and was very worried that it would be at the bottom this time. If Lin just slipped away and didn't participate, it would definitely not be at the bottom. At present, Qitong's sister has also been clicked with a skill. In Susu's view, it is a good thing. Susu feels that she is further away from the bottom, which is good. Now, Susu, who has learned the frost cold air, feels that she is still very strong. She has been reborn since the last team meeting, name, Susu's super skill, Holy Water Ring, Mastery, Water Ice Element Control, Mastery plus 2, Wave Cannon, Mastery, Infinite Devouring, Mastery, Frost Cold Air, Mastery, Normal Energy Value. 6 million plus. Compared with other pets, Susu's situation is still normal. Its legendary resource Frost Drop did not help it much in terms of skill proficiency, but it added some changes to its water element control. It allowed it to control the ice element as skillfully as the water element, thanks to the fact that ice and water are inseparable, both are a form of water. Because of the existence of the Overlord's will, Susu is also the easiest for Xiaoyu to add points. It basically took only a few days to solve it. Unlike when adding points to Chongchong and Shiden, you have to rest for 2 days after adding each time. Meow. After receiving Susu's comfort, Shiden stuck to Susu. Good sister. Come on, come on, Xiu smiled and said. A new team meeting, another 2 days later. In the ruined space, accompanied by the booming vibration and energy storm, Xiu sat calmly in the referee's seat, watching the pets in battle. Next to him, a Rubik's Cube floated with lingering fear. At this time, Xiu's physique was almost full. After 2 months of adding points and recovery, his physique has undoubtedly reached the limit of level 6. After using the phantom experiment of Chongchong, Xiu fought with the Overlord race, King-level dragon with his bare hands, and I'm afraid it would not be a problem. Xiu's physical strength has improved very quickly, and he can even PK with his bare hands against weaker masters like President Feng of Pingcheng and Captain He, who are fully powered. If he is allowed to retake the ordinary master's license, the bull-headed beast king of the misinterpreted master may not need to take action, or send out pets. Xiu can do it himself. But unfortunately, except for being able to withstand greater pressure when possessed by the dead spirit and mechanically armed, making the overall strength stronger and being more resistant to pressure when adding points, it seems to be useless. After all, his opponents now are no longer ordinary masters or kings, but are benchmarked legends and overlords. A skill of the overlord level, let alone him, even 11 and the others can't bear it. This improvement in physique is to give Xiu more comfort in his heart, which is icing on the cake. At least the chance of dying in the battle due to the aftermath is smaller. It is still unrealistic to rely on himself to solve the opponent he is about to face. At present, the team meeting has entered its end. On the field, with an unwilling and aggrieved roar, a huge panda fell down aggrievedly under the excited and tearful gaze of the blue dragon. In the second team meeting, after brutal battles and version updates, the strength ranking of the team has undergone some changes. First, Chongchong, second, 11, third, Shen Bao, fourth, Qitong, fifth, Susu. As the saying goes, each version has its own god. Because of the blessing of the equipment system, Chongchong has won every battle with absolute advantage. When it carries the legendary Dragon Ball and turns into Dragon to fight, its energy value is basically maintained at more than 50 million and it can continue to fight. Its physical strength is not inferior to 11. A dragon claw that is enough to tear the space is not enough for 11's mastery level immortal body or even 11's legion skills. The continuous bursts of 11, who is on the verge of despair, are also weakened a lot under Chongchong's forbidden magic field and cannot pose a fatal threat to Chongchong. What's more, Chongchong also has the ultimate absorption and is not much worse than 11 in terms of physical endurance. After a fierce battle, although 11 became the opponent that posed the greatest threat to Chongchong, Chongchong still narrowly defeated it, which made Chongchong extremely excited and made 11 deeply understand the dangers of the world. Roar, leader, thank you for giving in. In the sky, the bug transformed into Blue Dragon shouted with emotion. Although it had the help of external forces, it still won the leader once. As expected, it is invincible with equipment. Bing, 11 fell to the ground, looking unwilling, and wanted to fight again, because it just didn't want to use the power of the meteorite demon god, because it was an internal meeting, and it didn't want to use this almost disposable evolution resource. After all, it was still waiting to cooperate with the White Thunder and Super Alloy Super Evolution. It doesn't accept it. Bing. If you have the ability, wait until it evolves before fighting. Your la. Xiu looked at him with a smile. Did 11 finally kneel down once? 11 has worked hard enough. Next, the training will not become more brutal because of losing to Chongchong, right? Next to him, Lin looked at Xiu with a bad taste in his mouth and suspected that it was the dog planner who was in charge of the ranking of the team meeting. The second place, 11, although he lost to Chongchong by one move, the threat posed by other pets to 11 was relatively small, except for the baby Shen. At the beginning, the baby Shen hid underground and 11 flew into the sky. The classic reappeared. 11 and the baby Shen could not do anything to each other. But after 11 was forced into a corner, he directly self-harmed and entered a desperate situation. He exceeded the limit and exploded for multiple rounds. After each electromagnetic cannon touched the ground, it played an effect comparable to the perfect super-level skill earthquake, which directly confused the weak baby Shen underground and caused a concussion. The third place, the baby Shen, was not as good as the best but better than the worst. He was restricted by the time mark and was destined to be unable to play a brilliant blow. Fourth place, Akame. Akame won in a very dangerous way, because if it wanted to burst out with powerful strength, it could only rely on various buffs of 10,000 swords returning to 1, crossed swords, and curse of the demon sword, and these skills were extremely burdensome, and its 2 scapegoats were not enough. The time of the team meeting was tight, and Akame certainly had no time to gather new scapegoats during the period, and there were a total of 4 opponents, and there were not enough scapegoats. So Akame chose to fight against Chong Chong, 11, and Shen Bao Bao passively, leaving both scapegoats to Su Su. Only then, under the extreme burst of 10,000 swords returning to 1 and crossed swords, at the cost of the sudden death of 2 scapegoats and its own injuries, it successfully put Su Su at the bottom. Otherwise, facing the stronger Su Su, it would be really dangerous. Su Su, who was calculated by Plastic Sister again, was completely autistic, which made Lin next to him feel distressed. Fortunately, he did not participate. After this battle, it can be clearly seen that compared with the first team meeting, the strength of 11 has been greatly improved. Although they are still at the king level, now 11 and others have basically no problem in fighting against weaker overlords. But unfortunately, although Shiyu has raised the super level skills of the main pets to the mastery level or above in the past 2 months, whether it is Chong Chong, Qitong, Shen Bao Bao or Lin, they have not been able to upgrade their will like 11 in the painful process of adding points to super level skills. It seems that 11's talent is still unique. Shiyu still hopes that they can all have the Overlord will as soon as possible. After all, the biggest difference between the Intermediate will and the Overlord will is that after adding points to the Overlord will, with all kinds of supplements, he will recover in about a day, and the burden is lighter, while the Intermediate will needs about 2 days to recover. At this time, the strength of each main pet is already okay. While waiting for the pet to recover and waiting for the team battle, Shiyu is also thinking about whether it is time to get an Overlord level. After thinking about it, Shiyu decided to start from the beginning and add points to 11. Add all of 11's super level skills to the perfect level, and then, with the swallowing of the legendary resource Aurora Magnetic Gold and the will of the Overlord, let 11 break through to the perfect Overlord level. 2 months of silence made Shiyu lose a lot of weight. After all, he was either adding points or learning various foreign historical knowledge, which had pushed him to the limit. However, because the results of his efforts can be clearly reflected, and Su Su purifies his mind, Shiyu can still hold on. They are considered good here. The real miserable ones are the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and the platypus. 2 months have passed, and the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and the platypus have not been able to beat the extraordinary green cotton worm in the first level, even if they work together. Shiyu can testify that the worm really didn't bring any private goods, and that was really its strength when it was extraordinary. It's just that the extraordinary green cotton worm is ridiculously strong. Not only does it master space skills, but it can also materialize ice dragons. In Devils, who can't be the same? The overlord of the land, the overlord of the ocean, was destined to still be unable to defeat the green bugs. After resting for half a day, Shiyu was preparing for the team battle of Shiyu vs. Lu Bai. He planned to take a random photo and post it online to entertain himself and reduce the cooling time. However, a phone call interrupted his action. The caller was President Lin. During the video call, President Lin's young face appeared. Shiyu suspected that President Lin had also eaten some special legendary resources, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to look younger than himself at the age of more than 100. Shiyu, as soon as the call was connected, President Lin said, "Didn't you say before that you wanted to go to the Sky Fox country?" Shiyu was stunned, and immediately nodded and said, "Yes, what's the matter? The Starry Sky pet egg left by Senior Kongdi has a hatching point over there. Do you have time now? If you want to go there, you can consider performing an additional special task by the way," President Lin said. "What?" President Lin said, "A legendary relic has descended on the Sky Fox Kingdom. According to our intelligence personnel, the relic may have originated from the Emperor Wu era and is related to the iron-eating beast. The location of the relic is a remote village in the Sky Fox Kingdom, and there are a large number of iron-eating beasts living near this village. This is the first trace of an iron-eating beast found outside of Donghuang. The rest of the situation is still unclear. At present, the relic has been controlled by the Skyfox Kingdom and should not have been cracked yet. Next, we will send several people to sneak into the Skyfox Kingdom to receive the relic. You are an expert in the archaeology of iron-eating beasts. If you participate, maybe it will be a lot smoother. Also, a guardian god in the country has used his prophetic ability to determine that the relic may contain iron-eating beast evolution materials, but it is not certain whether it is the first or second stage evolution materials. Of course, in addition to receiving this relic, you also have to bring the iron-eating beast tribe that is stranded in the Skyfox country back to Donghuang. Shi Yu was stunned and said, "The Skyfox country has a group of iron-eating beasts. Is it possible that there are materials for the evolution of iron-eating beasts in the ruins?" "Yes, that's right." President Lin nodded and said, "Of course, as far as you are concerned, the priority is from the most important to the least important, which is your own safety, hatching the starry sky petigs, bringing back the iron-eating beast tribe, and cracking and bringing back the ruins. If there is no progress in the ruins, you can give up. After all, it has been strictly controlled by the totem country. Although the Skyfox country is not strong, their fox gods are equivalent to the guardian gods of Ying, but it is also an extremely dangerous place." Shi Yu fell into deep thought. It seems that he can continue to stay at home and add points. Hearing that there are ruins, or iron-eating beast ruins, Shi Yu's blood, which has been cooled for 2 months, suddenly burned up. Sure enough, exploring ruins is you thanks to Innocent, Hongba, Musha, Gu Nan Chang Wang and other big guys. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 Hunting Overlord. On the ice field, the cold wind blew like a blade, hitting Shi Yu. Shi Yu held the phone and asked President Lin, "President Lin, when will we set off? Who else will leave besides me?" On the other side, President Lin said, "Except you, the other candidates have not been determined yet." Shi Yu had a question mark on his face. "Because I just received the news, the first person I contacted was you," President Lin said. "However, I have almost come up with ideas for other candidates, like Ji Feng in the 10th round. Although he is weak, his universal affinity talent can not only be friendly to natural energy, but also to all things. In the game terms of you young people, it means that he has a built-in favorability with the enemy camp. He is very suitable for infiltration operations, which is why he can enter the intelligence bureau. Although he is not strong, Ji Feng has also had many experiences of infiltrating the Totem Kingdom to carry out missions, and he can definitely help you. Like K Yingzong in the 11th round, you have teamed up to explore the Phoenix Secret Realm together, and you may be a good match as a partner. He is also an experienced legend who has been to the Totem Kingdom many times to carry out archaeological missions. Of course, the most important thing is Ying, the guardian of the ancient capital university, who has a good relationship with you." Shi Yu, Is this lineup really okay? Don't we have any other guardians in Donghuang? Why are we plucking the fur of a cat? I'm not asking you to start a war, but to carry out a secret mission, so the number of people is not the key," President Lin said. "Don't reveal your identity for this mission. After all, we are in a special contract period now, and the Skyfox country has also signed the World Championship contract. In theory, we cannot infringe on the sovereignty of the Skyfox country." Shi Yu smiled awkwardly. "Of course, in order to ensure safety, in addition to the guardian god Ying, I will also ask another guardian god to go with us." Shi Yu said he understood. "2 guardian gods, that's fine. Keep a low profile. There will also be a member of the 10th Bureau in the Skyfox country who will be responsible for picking you up. I will send you her specific information later. After this mission, you must also bring her back safely. This is also her last mission." "The last mission? Why does it sound a bit wrong?" Shi Yu nodded. "I understand, it's not going to fight, it's to do something sneaky." President Lin said, "You and the Gem Cat will form a team and set off alone. Go and hatch the Starry Sky Pettig first. You can arrive at a destination in 7 days. Another infiltration team will set off alone and will arrive before you to collect intelligence. You and the Gem Cat will serve as their backup. They are in the light, and you and the Gem Cat are in the dark." After receiving the task from President Lin, Yu immediately received the information about the undercover agent of the 10th Bureau of Donghuang in the Sky Fox country, as well as the information about another guardian god that President Lin planned to send. Seeing this, Yu was silent. Chu Ling, a member of the 10th Bureau. Why does this name sound so familiar? This. Isn't it the daughter of Master Chuji? He had heard before that Master Chuji's daughter was a little genius and stayed in the 10th Bureau. Master Chuji was promoted because of his daughter's outstanding performance in performing tasks. Unexpectedly, they would meet in this way next. In addition, President Lin also sent Yu the information about the guardian god who was going to serve as a bodyguard for another infiltration team. Seeing this, Yu was silent again. Donghuang guardian god, divine feather swallowtail. Isn't this the butterfly god that helps insects evolve? One of the second team members of Lin Feng Chuan. This is the Butterfly Transformation Conference. It has not been long since he slept, and he is about to be woken up by President Lin. As the descendant of Lin Feng Chuan, President Lin seems to be able to rely on so many pets left by Lin Feng Chuan. The relationship between the Sea Dragon King and President Lin seems to have always been good. That's no problem, Yu nodded. In addition to the Gem Cat, there are 2 guardian gods in total. If we go to the weakest totem country, the Sky Fox country, and keep a low profile, there will be no problem. Yu called the Gem Cat and notified the cat to come over and travel together. The cat cursed and hung up the phone. In addition to the Gem Cat, Yu originally wanted to find the Void Mantis and Lu Zuji, because his original plan was to call them when he went to travel to places like the Sky Fox country. However, due to the sudden addition of a task, Yu thought about it and decided to forget it. He had to ask President Lin for permission, which was too troublesome. Women will only slow down his speed of cracking the ruins. Wait, senior sister Lu is also an archaeologist. It seems that she will not slow down the speed of cracking the ruins, and can also add bonuses. But it's still troublesome. It's a pity that I can't experience the speed of the mantis car. He was quite satisfied with the speed of the cat car and the bug car, and wondered how the mantis car of the Sky Emperor tasted. While waiting for the cat to come, Yu was not idle, and summoned all the contracted pets. Ying, Wu, A, Mi, Ning, 11 after they were summoned, except for Lin, they all looked at Yu expectantly. Does it mean that a group battle will be held? No, after Teacher Cat comes over, we have to go to Totem Country to perform a mission. There are other things to do during the period, so we can't waste too much energy, Yu said. Great Lin's originally melancholy face suddenly became happy. But it's idle anyway. Yu smiled slightly, and suddenly Lin had a bad premonition. Sure enough. Next, Yu let Qitong possess him and split into 2 clones. One was a blue-haired Lu Bai clone, and the other was a red-haired Yu clone. Yu looked at the 2 clones, nodded, and said with a chuckle, "Let's fight, 11, Lin, you all go split a clone and help them." The original body didn't have the energy to fight, so let Lu Bai's clone and Yu's clone fight for fun. 11, Lin? Lu Bai's clone, Yu's clone? Next, under the watchful eyes of Yu and his pets, a world with only injured clones appeared. The battle between Yu's clone plus 11's clone plus Chong's clone plus Shen Bao's clone plus Qitong's clone versus Lu Bai's clone plus Lin's clone plus Susu's clone plus Qitong's clone was about to break out. Since there was an extra clone on the left, in order to balance the combat power, Yu only let the left Qitong's clone have the power of awakening level 1, purely as a hair dye. The ending was also horrible. The clone of Shen Bao blew up and killed all the enemies and friends in both camps, forcing a draw. The original bodies shook their heads. Sure enough, it was right to ban Shen Bao's self-explosion in the team competition. Although both sides were killed, Yu's goal had been achieved. He held his mobile phone and looked at the photos of the battle between red-haired sword god Yu versus blue-haired gun god Lu Bai, and was very satisfied. In the picture, the red-haired sword god Yu held the flame sword spirit, and the blue-haired gun god Lu Bai held the sniper rifle. The scene of the sword light and the impact cannon bombardment was extremely spectacular. "Oh, it's boring," Yu directly asked Chong to post a dynamic through the account, Time Traveler, and posted the photo. On the account, Time Traveler, Yu and his friends only posted Muwei's audio and video and then Eunuch. This is the only account that netizens can find Yu, so many people use that to ask about the result of the battle between Yu and Lu Bai. The reason why the audience wanted to know so badly was because Lu Bai's record in the Seven Islands Challenge Champion Road had been exposed. It wasn't exposed by Dong Huang's own people. It was exposed by Lundy of the Kamikaze Exchange Group out of shame. Because he lost to Lu Bai, a bunch of people came to criticize him, so he investigated Lu Bai, and then exposed Lu Bai's record of instantly killing the first person under the legend of the new generation of the Seven Islands, Qianchuan Beishan, and the first person under the legend, Yaodao Shende, one by one, to show that it was not that he was weak, but that this guy was too perverted and inhuman. This directly raised the expectations of Shi Yu versus Lu Bai to an extreme. And now, people have finally waited for the result. This time, Chong Chong's update can be said to have shocked the whole Dong Huang. Because, in addition to a picture of Shi Yu versus Lu Bai, the account also attached 3 words, I won, damn. Shi Yu versus Lu Bai, Shi Yu won. Except for Director Zhang, Principal Feng, Legendary Nobleman, Legendary Xiao Shuang, Legendary K and others who all had black question marks on their faces, most people were shocked. Lu Bai's record was strong enough, but Shi Yu could still win. How strong is Shi Yu? And seeing the comments that praised him, Shi Yu was happy and in a good mood, and the calling time immediately decreased rapidly. What are you doing, Pingcheng, Shi Yu's big villa? The gem cat rushed over and said, going to the Sky Fox country, just the 2 of us. It looked at Shi Yu who was playing with his mobile phone and said, should ask for a few more bodyguards. Shi Yu's mouth twitched and said, why are you more cowardly than me? It's just the 2 of us, and there is a guardian god. Shi Yu quickly repeated what President Lin had said to him to the gem cat. Hearing that there was also the butterfly god, the gem cat immediately nodded with satisfaction. That's okay. You don't understand, it's very dangerous outside, the jewel cat said seriously. For example, if we want to go to the Sky Fox Kingdom, the road will be very dangerous. Look at the map. If we want to go to the Sky Fox Kingdom, we first have to pass through a maze-like restricted area of an unknown size. There are many overlords who rule one side and occupy the mountains as kings. It is a chaotic area. Some overlords are not necessarily weaker than the whale. Then immediately after leaving the maze-like restricted area, we have to pass through one of the Divine Tree Kingdom or the Divine Elephant Kingdom to reach the Sky Fox Kingdom. The ruler of the Divine Tree Kingdom is a divine tree with top-level totem strength. Plants everywhere in the country may be its eyes, and no one knows where its body is, and the ruler of the Divine Elephant Kingdom, the prison-suppressing Divine Elephant, is also a top-level totem. He masters the superb level of immortal golden body, and it is difficult for a demigod to kill it. I know, Shi Yu nodded. Naturally, he understood all this. So let's go from Divine Elephant Country to Sky Fox Country. It's safer this way. I'll hide in the ruin space, and you'll teleport me there. I'll arrive at my destination in a blink of an eye, Shi Yu said with a grin. I guess the butterfly god and the others should have sneaked in this way as well, Gem Cat. Let bugs come, Gem Cat said. I have to be alert all the time to protect your safety. It's too energy consuming to rush, Shi Yu said. Then let bugs come. What does it mean to be the first in the team? The more capable you are, the more work you get. Do you really think it's so easy to be the first in the team, Bugs? Okay then Gem Cat suddenly became much gentler. When are we leaving? Gem Cat couldn't wait. Legendary ruins. Shi Yu just said that this is a legendary ruins. If there are gems inside, they will be given priority. Even if there are no gems, the salary will be a lot, at least not less than that of the Divine Feather Butterfly. As soon as possible, but President Lin asked us to go later, so that others can investigate the situation first. Safety first, Shi Yu said. What do you think? Gem Cat said. Safety first, let's prepare first. First change our appearance in the restricted area of the maze, add some trump cards, then hatch the pet eggs, and finally meet up with the main force. How to prepare? Of course, it's still a simple disguise, and also change the pet to enhance the combat power, Gem Cat. What other pets do you have to exchange? Don't tell me about that duck. Yes, have you forgotten Chi Tong's skill of resurrecting the dead? It has learned this skill through the bone sword, although Chi Tong's resurrection of the dead has not reached the perfect level and cannot control the overlord level undead puppet, but there are still legendary resources. As long as Chi Tong is attached to the bone sword and kills the overlord level creatures through the bone sword, the effect will be the same, and the overlord undead can be controlled. Let's hunt 2 or 3 overlord level creatures in the forbidden area of the maze first, turn them into undead puppets and control them in the bone sword. By then, My new identity will be revealed. Legendary psychic. Undead scourge? Necromancer. An evil necromancer is exploring the ruins in the Sky Fox country. What does it have to do with me, Shiyu and Lu Bai, the forbidden area of the maze? It is regarded as the intersection and buffer zone between the ancient country of Donghuang and the Totem country. This place is also the hometown of Shenbeobeo. The environment is very dangerous, and the fierce beasts inside are far more powerful than those in Donghuang. Of course, the strongest is only the Overlord. With a gem cat leading the team, it is easy to cross. In addition, this is also the place where the most beast tides are generated in Donghuang. There must be a dead spirit puppet suitable for Qitong. Qitong has always hated why he did not prepare enough before the second team meeting. Otherwise, if he let it possess the bone sword to kill a few overlords first, this equipment system would also be beneficial to it, and Chong Chong might not be able to get first place. Gemcat fell into deep thought. After a little thought, he came to a conclusion and looked at Shiyu with burning eyes. You don't want me to be a thug to help you fight the Overlord? Shiyu smiled and said, how could that be? Let's try it ourselves first, just as a practice before the world game. If we can't beat it, you come again, Gemcat. Don't you still have to let it come? Gemcat's face fell. Let's make it clear first. Before you fight an Overlord, you need to let me confirm it first. No way, even a totem has to choose an Overlord. What do you know? Donghuang, a border town, Beishan town. Like Bingyan City, this place is located on the land border of Donghuang, but Bingyan City is next to the ocean, while this place is next to a huge mountain range. This mountain range contains many forbidden areas of the Maze realm, which is a natural dangerous place that separates Donghuang from the totem areas, such as the God Tree Kingdom and the God Elephant Kingdom. It is very difficult to cross. Even the legendary Beastmasters are unwilling to go deep into it. Of course, due to the rich resources in the forbidden area of the Maze realm, there are still Beastmasters who take risks from time to time and enter the interior to hunt and explore treasures. Like Ranmali, she came here to explore a fossil secret realm and was able to catch the baby ginseng. They are about to go home. In Shiyu's team, the baby ginseng is as excited as Qitong. Qitong was excited because he would soon have a dominant undead puppet, and Shenbeobeo excitedly suggested that they first hunt the monsters that he remembered. It would not be too late for Shenbeobeo to take revenge, and he, Emperor Shengon, was back again. Chapter 379 Immortal Sun Ginseng. Shiyu and his team did not stay in Beishan town, but teleported directly into the restricted area of the maze and smuggled out of the country. The complex natural environment here is just like a maze, and the interior is extremely dangerous. Even legends have a chance of death if they set foot in it, so it is called this. Now the place where Shiyu and his team are is a dark forest that is difficult to penetrate light. The giant trees are all dozens of meters high. The atmosphere is extremely depressing, and the roar of fierce beasts can be heard from time to time. At present, all 6 of the pets of 11 are outside, hanging on Shiyu's body in bits and pieces, and it is difficult to find them without careful observation. For example, 11 is lying in the pocket, and Qitong is like a sword-shaped trinket hanging on the chest. Among them, Lin has turned into a pair of glasses through the transformation skills at this time, and is worn on Shiyu's face to cooperate with him to observe the situation in all directions. Due to the particularity of the mechanical system, the glasses that Lin turned into are the first in reconnaissance ability in Shiyu's team. Shiyu can clearly see the changes in all directions with himself as the center by equipping glasses with supervision skills. By using this method, they can also avoid getting lost to the greatest extent, avoiding some meaningless battle consumption. Baby Shin, haven't we arrived yet? Shiyu asked. I don't know, we seem to be lost. Baby Shin poked his head out. Sure enough. It forgot the way home. Shiyu slapped his forehead. It was unrealistic to expect Baby Shin to lead the way. It was just an extraordinary supplement at the time, and then it was brought out by Grandmali. How could it know the way inside? In the process of shuttling through the restricted area of the maze, Shiyu and his friends also wanted to pass by Baby Shen's hometown. One is to let Baby Shen return home in glory, and the other is to find a dead puppet for Qitong. Regarding the dead puppet, Shiyu and his friends' first target is the overlord of Baby Shen's hometown, the King Linjiao. Baby Shen still remembers this guy clearly. Although it has never met King Linjiao directly, Baby Shen has often heard of the fierce reputation of King Linjiao. The green scale dragon likes to have his subordinates collect various spiritual herbs and fruits for their enjoyment. Many of the supplements that Shen Bao knows were captured for this reason. If it wasn't for the fact that it was so weak at the time and had to be fattened up before being slaughtered, it would probably have become a meal on the plate. Shen Bao said, it was really a childhood shadow. Me, 11, Chong, Chi Tong and the others all told Shen Bao to stay calm. When the time comes, they will attack together, and the green scale dragon and the black scale dragon will all become undead. I'll try it myself first, and then I'll attack you if I can't beat you, Shen Bao smiled. If he could self-destruct, Shen Bao had some confidence, but if he couldn't self-destruct, he felt it was still a bit uncertain. And the trump card of self-destruction naturally couldn't be left to the green scale dragon. Shiyu and the others already had an idea of where to use this resurrection. Look for it again, see your luck. Wait, Shiyu walked, and suddenly frowned. And found the mess in the distance. It seemed that there had been a great battle not long ago, and it had become a ruin. They rushed over, and then they saw a place with corpses everywhere and dark red blood. There were both human corpses and pet corpses here. Of course they were in tatters, and they should have been eaten almost. It should be the Beastmaster who came here from Donghuang to adventure, Shiyu said. He died in the past 2 days. It was not done by wild beasts, but by human Beastmasters. At this time, the yawning gem cat in the space appeared, and the gem-eye seemed to be able to see the past and the future. It said, we are now deep in the forbidden area of the maze. This is the junction of Donghuang and the totem area. These Beastmasters who come here to explore may die at the hands of beasts, or they may die at the hands of Beastmasters in the totem area. After all, entering here is a matter of life and death. No one will come to investigate if you die. I have found that person, and the other party is not far away. The gem cat looked into the distance. Shiyu said, what level? How should I put it? The gem cat said, the Beastmaster should be level 6, but the pet is at the overlord level. Shiyu was stunned and said, a cross-level contract. Yes, I understand. Shiyu nodded. The pet relies on squeezing the life potential of the Beastmaster to grow. It is an old tradition in the Totem Kingdom. Then let's go over there and take a look. Shiyu showed an expectant expression. What for? The gem cat said, want to avenge these people? Shiyu grinned and said, that's not the case. Whether it's here or there, you should have a sense of death before entering such a place. I just want to check their Beastmaster talents. You have reminded me. When I arrive at a totem area, I can also find a suitable Beastmaster talent. Shiyu is quite open-minded about this kind of thing. Humans hunt beasts, beasts hunt humans, and the 7 countries in the Totem Kingdom compete for resources and territory. In his opinion, it is quite normal. He is not a young man with great ideals. Everything is based on the interests of himself, the people related to him, the pets, and the forces. Things like pursuing world peace and equality of life, such things simply cannot exist. You kid, the gem cat remembered that Shiyu had told it that in addition to the awakening mirror, he also obtained a talent bead made by his mother-in-law from Enchang that could copy the talent of beast control. Therefore, Shiyu also asked the gem cat to protect Enchang in the ancient capital university. The talent of the Beastmaster has been plundered. Do you have to turn the pet into a dead spirit and snatch it away? The gem cat curled its lips. Shiyu said, that depends on the strength of the pet. If the strength is too weak, it is not worth occupying the space of the bone sword. Damn it, you still look down on the overlord. In the dim forest, a Beastmaster wearing dark green ancient costume, hidden in the intricate plants, sat cross-legged on a tree, meditating with his eyes closed. Not enough, not enough, not enough. In the mind of this Beastmaster, a tyrannical, bloodthirsty, and low voice kept coming. High-level Beastmasters are rare individuals. We will definitely not encounter the next batch in a short time. Let me rest for a while, and then we will hunt in another place. The Beastmaster looked pale and very weak. From time to time, he took out a pill from his clothes and put it into his mouth. You recover too slowly, the voice said impatiently, but suddenly, its tone changed. Huh? Is there any movement? This breath is nourishing life, the tyrannical, bloodthirsty, and low voice sounded, which made the Beastmaster stunned. She opened her eyes, and the next moment, there was also a fragrance slowly coming to her. In an instant, she only felt that her overconsumed body had improved a lot. This was incredible, because she had contracted a hegemon-level creature with a level 6 leapfrog. and her body had been dragged down to less than 5 years of life. Her body was always on the verge of collapse. In order to maintain her life, she didn't know how many drugs she tried, but the effect was minimal. But just a breath just now, she actually made her feel like her body was revitalized? What on earth? However, she still said cautiously, "Something is wrong. This is the territory of the green scale dragon. It has always loved to eat nourishing spiritual fruits. How could there be a nourishing life running here? Stop talking nonsense. It looks like it is of high grade. Let's catch it and divide it up." The tyrannical voice came, making the Beastmaster silent for a moment, and said, "If you continue to mess around with your overlord level strength, we will all die. This is the border of Donghuang. The Beastmasters you ate are all Donghuang people. There are countless people over there who can get rid of us. You are too careful. Are you underestimating my overlord level strength?" The voice fell, and the figure of life that made them sense something was wrong slowly appeared. It was a ginseng baby about 0.3 meters tall, wearing a white coat, a doctoral hat, and a green leaf scarf. The appearance of this ginseng baby made the Beastmaster and the mysterious voice who sensed its figure silent for a moment. King level, ginseng baby. The mysterious voice was greatly shocked, and it was completely unprecedented. Something is wrong. This is not a wild ginseng baby. Its clothes are from Donghuang, but at the same time, the female Beastmaster's alert voice resounded instantly. The next moment, the ground collapsed and cracked, and countless wooden spikes shot up into the sky, bending and piercing the ginseng baby. Rumble. Under the ground, a huge tree demon rose from the ground, revealing a deep red single pupil, waving its blood-stained branches. Name, Earth Abyss Demon Tree. Attributes, Wood, Earth. Racial level, High King. Growth level, Overlord. Energy value, 30.6 million. The Earth Abyss Demon Tree and the female Beastmaster stared at the ginseng baby that was pierced into hedgehog by the ground spikes, but soon, their faces changed drastically, because with a burst of turbulence, the ground spikes that formed a cage were immediately torn into pieces, turning into messy fragments, and accompanied by a gust of wind pressure, they flew in all directions. Inside the ground spikes, the ginseng baby that was attacked just now was not affected at all, and there was not even a speck of dust on it. At this moment, it was holding a sword-shaped leaf, like a sword fairy, suave and elegant. The movement just now was caused by it swinging the sword leaf. Boom! The terrifying overlord level might burst out from the ginseng baby. The power of the time fruit was activated, and the ginseng baby, which was originally a king level in the eyes of the opponent, was instantly upgraded to the overlord level, and the energy fluctuation was at least twice that of the Earth Abyss Demon Tree. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the Earth Abyss Demon Tree and the female Beastmaster changed wildly again. Overlord level ginseng baby, how is it possible? Retreat. They instantly had the same thought, because everything was too outrageous. However, the ginseng baby didn't seem to want to give them this opportunity. Yee, everything is possible. The ginseng baby had a calm expression, and the sword leaf made by planned control was shaking wildly in its hand, and from time to time, the sword chant of the sky was heard. The next moment, it was like the sword light that broke through the darkness at dawn. The breath of the ginseng baby was like a sharp sword that was unsheathed, revealing its sharp edge. As the ginseng baby hooked his finger, the sword leaf was accompanied by a ray of light, turning into a sword light, and slashed towards the Earth Abyss Demon Tree. The Emperor of Heaven, the sword control technique. Why is the ginseng baby attacking? The Earth Abyss Demon Tree was surprised. Swish! The deadly breath made the Earth Abyss Demon Tree feel cold all over. At this time, it still didn't understand what was going on. However, with the addition of the wood-type strengthening talent, it didn't care about anything and directly hardened its whole body to resist this attack. With a bang, the sword leaf slashed at the Earth Abyss Demon Tree, leaving a concave wound on its belly, and this sword leaf, because of the hardening, was directly stuck in the body of the Earth Abyss Demon Tree, unable to go any further. It was just a minor injury. The attack failed to completely break the defense. Seeing this, the Earth Abyss Demon Tree breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly felt that it was nothing more than that. Yes, why should I be afraid of a mere ginseng baby? Even if it is a hegemon. Not good. However, at this moment, the contractor of the Earth Abyss Demon Tree felt a life and death crisis. The half-sword leaf pierced into the body of the Earth Abyss Demon Tree, flashed an orange-red light. It exuded a heat. That was the light of an explosion. On the opposite side, Shen Baobao shook his head. Sure enough, It was still not suitable to be a sword fairy. Blast was the eternal art. Nuclear bomb sword fairy. As the light became stronger and stronger, the pupils of the earth abyss demon tree shrank. Boom, the dazzling red light came out, accompanied by a loud earth-shaking sound, and the rolling heat waves rose into the sky like a volcanic eruption. The red smoke that rolled up suddenly swept the energy fluctuations, like a bunch of Yangayan flowers, blooming in the sky in an instant. The fierce hot wind and shock wave uprooted countless giant trees and burned them. At this moment, with a strong wind and strong light blowing, the female beastmaster on the tree instantly felt the death message of the earth abyss demon tree. She herself also became weaker because of the backlash of the pet beast, making her already fragile life breath even weaker. Then, the figure disappeared in the explosion just like the earth abyss demon tree, completely dead, and even the enemy's beastmasters failed to notice. Until everything calmed down. Did they kill it directly? Shiyu and his figures slowly walked over. And the gem cat asked. The wood-type strengthening talent is boring, and I waited in vain. I mean, that tree, won't it become a dead spirit? No, although it is a hegemon, it is a monarch race, hegemon level, too weak. It has no value to become a dead spirit puppet, Shiyu muttered. It was completely in vain. The gem cat had an energy value of more than 50 million when it was at the hegemon level. The two hegemons that Shenbao had killed before also had an energy value of about 50 million. This 30 million is too weak, equivalent to the weakest hegemon, and has no collection value at all. Moreover, as a beastmaster, it is also a professional ethics not to throw the ball at other beastmasters' pets. In the scorching ruins, Shenbao straightened his hat, took root in place with a weak face, and used the earth chain to recover. Just now, the explosion of the time fruit directly made it reach the bottom. Although it is just a leaf, it has overdrawn most of its energy. The secret lies in the last explosion. You have changed, the gem cat also muttered. It is no longer the little brat who has to hug thighs to hunt king-level undead in the battlefield of the undead. The couple just now should be people from the kingdom of the divine tree, Shiyu asked. Well, both the pet and the beastmaster, the gem cat analyzed, and that overlord should have been given special powers by the controller of the god tree country. Otherwise, how could that guy break through to the overlord level? General earth abyss demon trees don't have the habit of sucking blood, but this one seems to like sucking blood very much, and it likes sucking human blood very much. I guess that's how it breaks through to the overlord level, the gem cat said. Also, it's very cruel to its contractors. The beastmaster's own life fluctuations are like a candle that is about to go out. It's completely through evil means, using the beastmaster as a breakthrough resource to transcend the racial restrictions. Most of the high-level pets in the totem country have mastered this technique. Shiyu fell into silence and said, You said that if I contracted an overlord-level pet in advance, I wouldn't become as weak as that woman, right? The gem cat grinned. That's not the case. Even if I didn't contract in advance, you look pretty weak, Tisk. Shiyu shrugged. His physique should not be comparable to others, probably. Shiyu came to the side of the ginseng baby and handed it a 7th-level energy crystal to speed up its recovery. At this time, the gem cat said again, Speaking of that move just now, what happened? Even if the overlord is weak, under normal circumstances, it will not be directly blown to pieces. It's the Yangayan flower, and the ginseng baby has added the power of the Yangayan flower, Shiyu said. Yi, the ginseng baby nodded with the energy crystal. There are 10 ginseng leaves and a ginseng flower on the top of the ginseng baby's head. There is a lot of knowledge in it, storing the mutant power it collected through the mutant skills. For example, the 10 ginseng leaves all store the power of space, which is an important source of power for the anti-insect energy fruit in battle. And in the ginseng flower, the ginseng baby currently stores the legendary solar power from the Yangayan flower. Yangayan flower, the gem cat was startled and said, Isn't that the resource of Qitong? Meow. The sword spirit pendant hanging on Shiyu's neck shook. There are 2 flowers, and it's okay to give one to the ginseng baby. As long as the baby ginseng has more chances to revive, just let it peck. Baby ginseng. Shiyu said, My new idea is to let the baby ginseng evolve again through the Yangayan flower. Moon explosion is a means of making plants explode with the help of moonlight radiation, and moonlight comes from sunlight. If the baby ginseng can also mutate again through solar resources, maybe the power of self-explosion can be stronger. When the explosion occurs, the sun and the moon shine together. The explosion of the sun is definitely more powerful than the explosion of the moon, right? If the baby ginseng can master the nuclear fusion ability of the sun. However, Yangayan flower is a legendary fire resource after all, and the baby ginseng is a wood resource. Such reverse attribute mutation must be very dangerous, so at present, Shiyu is letting the baby ginseng experience and adapt through this method. Now it has actually adapted almost, but it was not prepared before, but now, the baby ginseng's resurrection skill has cooled down. When I find an opportunity, maybe I can let the baby ginseng try the Yangayan flower as a mutation resource. If successful, it will be the immortal sun ginseng. Even if it fails, it can be resurrected. The time mark can not only be used for self-explosion, but also for gambling mutation. Is it reliable? The eyelids of the gem cat twitched. It was unreliable enough that you asked the baby to absorb the power of death last time. This time you want the baby to absorb the legendary sun power to evolve? Are you really not afraid that the baby will die? Oh, it can be resurrected, then it's okay. Yet, baby Shen wiped his tears. If it wasn't for the first place in the team, which wood plant would be willing to absorb the power of fire? Next, Shiyu and his team searched, and finally, the gem cat found the trace of the green scale dragon. The place where they fought just now was actually the edge of the green scale dragon's sphere of influence. As Shiyu and his team sneaked in, they found a lot of green scale snakes and realized that they had entered the opponent's sphere of influence. The green scale snake is a creature that leads the race, and the green scale dragon is a creature of the low-level overlord race. They are the overlords of this forbidden area of the maze. They are at the top of the food chain in the form of a tribe and lead other weak races. After returning home, the baby Shen was very excited. Yes, it was this group of guys. However, although Shen Bao was excited, the gem cat looked a little troubled, and asked, "Are you sure you want to mess with this guy?" It and Shiyu were standing on a hill, looking towards another hill. It said, "Although I can only sense it from a distance, I can be roughly sure that this guy and that earth abyss demon tree and that sky cloud tiger are not on the same level at all. It is very likely that he is a top overlord." In the view of the gem cat, even if Shiyu and the others wanted to fight together, it would be very difficult, and at that time, they would most likely need its help. Top overlord, Shiyu was stunned and said, "Are you sure? Anyway, the aura is very strong," the gem cat said. "The places where the overlords live all year round will leave their deterrents, reflecting their strength, and are also a warning to the enemy." Shiyu smiled and said, "Top overlords are good. It's boring to fight with ordinary overlords. It's better to use top overlords to test their strength. Anyway, there's you, Gem Cat, @ I haven't finished yet," Gem Cat said, "and, judging from the situation over there, there should be more than one overlord, but 3, Gem Cat said, "I sense the aura of 3 overlords from over there. The other 2 should not be as strong as the Kinglan Jiao, but they are definitely not weak. They will not be weaker than the Xian Qingdai Unhu, 3. It's good that these overlords don't fight for territory. Why are they getting together? Are they playing landlord, Kinglan Mountain? In the territory of the Green Scale Dragon, besides the Green Scale Dragon, there are indeed 2 overlords. One of these overlords is the Ice-Eyed White Tiger, and the other is the Mountain-Carrying Turtle." The huge Green Scale Dragon hovered on the rock, staring at the 2 overlords below, and said, "Have you 2 decided?" "I have decided. Since there is not much life left, why not give it a try?" the Mountain-Carrying Turtle and the Ice-Eyed White Tiger roared. During this period, the overlords of the Maze Forbidden Zone were often wooed by the totem countries. The conditions for joining the totem country promised to be higher and higher. In addition to the 8th level resources, there will also be humans as blood food and nutrients for growth. Compared with the totem country and the human country, the wild overlords without power are originally the weaker party. They do not rely on any power because they are used to freedom, but this time, it is unusual. This time, the World Tree allows the totem country to participate in the World Championship. Most of the totem countries have been invited to the World Championship. If they join the totem country, they will have the opportunity to obtain high-level resources, human blood food, and participate in the world war to change their fate. For some wild overlords, it is a big temptation. After all, it is no secret that the World Tree's hybrid that contains a large number of myths and legendary relics that can change one's fate. In the eyes of humans, this is a world competition, but for the Totem Nation, this is a battle for the secrets of the relics. Haha, Then the three of us brothers will fight together." The green-scaled dragon laughed. The mountain-carrying turtle said, "Ha ha ha, well, it's a pity. If there was one more bird brother, it would be great. Then, we can form a combination of azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and black tortoise." Chapter 380 Shiyu's Mecha Form. Green-scale mountain cave. The three brothers, green-scale Jiao, icy white tiger, and mountain turtle, have decided to go to the largest totem country nearby, the Dragon Empire. The humans in the Dragon Empire are all mixed blood, and can withstand their oppression, and can provide them with more nutrients for growth. The beast control contract is a two-way thing. When the beast master is strong enough, the beast master will take the dominant position and can force the beast master to control the pet. When the beast master is not strong enough, the pet will take the dominant position and use the beast master as nutrients for growth. Of course, in the human kingdom, in most cases, the beastmaster and the pet are equal. In short, they are all overlords, and no matter which totem country they go to, they will be guests of honor. No, enemy attack. The green-scale Jiao was smiling, but suddenly, its smile stopped, its expression changed drastically, and it felt a spatial fluctuation accompanied by a fatal threat. Boom. The smiles of the other two overlords also stopped. Boom. Endless strong light gathered inwards, and the mountain cave collapsed and destroyed in an instant. At this time, the pupils of the three overlords were still filled with incomprehensible expressions. With the arrival of the shock wave, they quickly used defensive skills to protect themselves. Roar, damn it, the icy white tiger roared in anger. Because in just a moment, it had a premonition that it would be the worst of the three overlords in this enemy attack. First, shoot them. Although the gem cat said there were three overlords, Shiyu couldn't help but take action. Three overlords are three overlords. No matter how strong the overlord is, unless it is like the giant Kun of the hegemony legend, who has a family, it is definitely not the opponent of the gem cat. Since there are bodyguards, why not go crazy for once? As long as they are all killed, Chi-Tong will have three overlord level undead. Such a configuration can even make legends like Huazayajin legend, who only has one overlord, cry. Of course, it was rare that under the concealment of the gem cat, they touched the opponent's nest without disturbing any life, and Shiyu did not visit and challenge them with martial ethics. Instead, he directly used the energy fruit stored in the Shinbei laboratory for experiments, and asked Chong Chong to pack them and teleport over to detonate them. These energy fruits have explosive fruits of various attributes, such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, space, and poison. When mixed together, they are quite powerful. Of course, they are definitely not as strong as the full-strength attack of Shenbei after eating the time fruit. In the relic space, Shenbei did not dare to experiment with the overlord-level energy fruit, because if he was not careful, he would blow himself up. It is also not as powerful as Shenbei's self-explosion. However, it is enough to say hello and knock on the door to call out the enemy. Boom. The colorful black smoke and white light enveloped Kinglan Mountain, and the angry roars of the three overlords came from inside. As the fierce wind blew, a huge and unmatched Kinglan dragon was the first to rush out of the explosion area and flew into the sky. The clouds rolled, and bursts of whistling came from the clouds, as if a roaring dragon was tumbling in the clouds. On its huge body that was several dozen meters long, the huge dragon eyes of the green-scaled flood dragon instantly locked onto Shiyu and his group on another hilltop. At this time, the gem cat had already run away, and Shiyu, a human, naturally became the most conspicuous enemy in its sight. Name, green-scaled flood dragon. Attributes, dragon. Racial level, low-level overlord. Growth level, overlord. Energy value, 70.86 million. At the same time, Shiyu also sighed and took a breath of cold air on the spot, which accelerated the speed of global warming. This energy value is indeed a top-level overlord. Although it is a little short of the 87 million energy value of the whale general of the Dragon Palace City, and a little short of the nearly 100 million energy value of the mutant giant Kun of the legend of the Overlord of the Sea, this energy value is already higher than the energy of most of the overlords of the Dragon Palace City. The small forbidden area of the maze actually raised such a real dragon. If it was just a simple high energy value, it would be fine, but looking at the age of this dragon, I'm afraid its skill proficiency is also ridiculously high. Moreover, Chong Chong could feel that there was a dragon vein underground, which was an environment with strong dragon energy. I am afraid that this dragon could also use the power of the earth vein. After all, this was its territory. The power that a dominant creature could exert in its own territory was multiplied, which was equivalent to using the power of nature. Just as Mao said, it was not easy to fight, very difficult to fight. Moreover, Shiyu also discovered that this guy actually had the will of a dominant. With the addition of the other two dominants, it would be even more difficult to fight. The next moment after the dragon broke through the mountain, a figure suddenly grew larger. In the ruins, a giant turtle that was more than 10 meters tall, with a rocky texture all over its body, as if it was carrying several small peaks, appeared with an angry voice. Name: mountain-carrying turtle. Attribute: earth. Race level: low-level overlord. Growth level: overlord level. Energy value: 61.22 million. This giant turtle is equally powerful. In the explosion just now, neither it nor the green scale dragon had any obvious serious injuries, only slight scars, which also made Shiyu on the opposite hill excited. If these two overlords can be transformed into undead spirits, even if their strength will be weakened after the transformation, they will definitely have the strength of the overlord race and overlord level. Unlike the broken tree with an energy value of 30 million before, it was not strong to begin with, and it broke through by relying on evil and heretical ways. If it is transformed into undead spirit, it is likely that there will not be much combat power left, and even Ji-Feng's pet may not be able to beat it, which will only waste the power of the bone sword. But for these two, it is completely worth it. Of course, their combat power is probably several times that of the Earth Abyss demon tree of the king race. Roar. At the same time, there was also a huge white tiger with ice blue lines and ice blue eyes. It was nearly 10 meters long, and its deterrent strength was second only to the dragon power of the green scale dragon. However, it had the most serious injuries among the three overlords. Name: ice-eyed white tiger. Attribute: ice. Racial level: low-level overlord. Growth level: overlord. Energy value: 62.74 million. At this time, the ice-eyed white tiger was extremely angry and felt extremely aggrieved. Because, facing the sudden attack just now, the green scale dragon was strong enough and could mobilize the power of the dragon veins here to strengthen itself, so it could naturally bear it at a relatively low price. And the mountain-carrying turtle, between these mountains and rivers, it is not difficult to mobilize the power of the earth to strengthen itself in an instant. In addition, the mountain-carrying turtle itself is famous for its defense, so only the world where the ice-eyed white tiger was injured appeared. Its territory is the snowy land, and fighting here will undoubtedly weaken a lot of combat power. The wild overlords abroad are indeed stronger than the wild overlords in the Seven Kingdoms. Seeing these three overlords, Shiyu has confirmed that he is comparing them with the Enkuroku of the Seven Islands and the precognitive owl of the Imperial Capital University. These three are undoubtedly much stronger than they look. Among them, relying on a lower race, the white tiger has even more strength than the Enkuroku. Although this big cat is still lame. Roar. Human, you are looking for death. In the distant sky, the green scale dragon roared first in anger, and immediately condensed a green light in its mouth, and a harsh sonic boom appeared around the green light. With a boom, a huge dragon-like dragon breathed out, and instantly opened its huge claws and attacked Shiyu and his team. At this moment, Shiyu has already issued a battle arrangement to every pet around him, and the transmission of telepathy was completed in just a moment. Rin, Qitong, Su, the three of you, come with me to deal with the white tiger. 11. Shen Bao, the two of you, go and deal with the big turtle Chong. This giant long is for you. Let's see who can defeat the opponent first. Chong. Didn't we agree to let Shen Bao fight the hometown overlord? Shen Bao? Oh, I changed my mind. This guy is stronger than I thought. He is worthy of being my childhood shadow. Come on, Chong. When you defeat it, I will defeat you later, which means I have defeated it. Chong. Shiyu, believe in yourself. You are the first in the team. This time, you can mobilize the power of the legendary Dragon Ball to a greater extent. In the battle between the same race, the opponent also has the will of the overlord. This is a good opportunity for you to exercise yourself. If you can't beat it, you don't have to defeat it. Just delay it until we deal with the other two overlords. If there is still strength left, we will help you. If you don't have any more energy, let the Jewel Cat teacher help you. Chong sighed, but then, with a high will to fight, Shiyu, his own beast master, handed the strongest enemy to it. Even 11 had to go with a teammate to fight, but he could stand alone and deal with the strongest opponent. Legendary Dragon Ball. This is the key to Shiyu letting Chong Chong fight the green-scaled Jiao alone. The legendary Dragon Ball is more useful to Chong Chong than the Time Fruit. The current Time Fruit can only raise Chong Chong to the ordinary Overlord level at most, and the side effects are huge. Chong Chong will fall down after a few battles. However, with the legendary Dragon Ball and the illusionary dragon skill, Chong Chong can raise the energy value to 100 million at most. At the same time, with the corresponding strength of the dragon body, it is not difficult to play a totem attack. Of course, this is a one-time thing. It's not that the Dragon Ball can't stand it, but it exceeds this limit. Chong Chong can't stand it at the moment. The more conventional way of using it is the way Chong Chong uses the legendary Dragon Ball for daily training. It only raises the energy value to about 50 million. This way, it can maintain the combat state for a long time without affecting anything. Chong Chong usually relies on this state to train the proficiency of the fantasy dragon skills and defeat 11 in the team meeting. Of course, to deal with this green-scale dragon, the conventional state is definitely not enough. Even if the green-scale dragon does not mobilize the dragon vein power, Chong Chong will be in trouble. Therefore, its only way out is to overload with the help of the Dragon Ball, raise its energy level and physical level to the same level as the green-scale dragon, and then, through powerful combination of moves, deal with it. Although it is still difficult for it to bear it at its current level, at least it has the qualification to fight. Roar. When the dragon breath of the green-scale dragon condensed, Chong Chong, who fell on Shiyu's shoulder, also moved, and directly turned into a huge green dragon phantom, with a whole body wrapped in the tyrannical dragon's might, and flew into the sky. The light on its dragon claws became stronger and stronger, and in the blink of an eye, its power and speed suddenly burst out. Driven by its telekinesis, its huge body tore straight towards the attacking dragon breath. Space control, space claws. Boom. The green-scale dragon, the mountain-bearing turtle, and the ice-eyed white tiger were all shocked. They only felt a flash of white light in front of their eyes, and then their pupils shrank even more. They saw that under this giant claw that could cut through space, the dragon breath fluctuations instantly split into two, and a violent impact broke out. Under the surge of energy, the green dragon transformed by the insect continued to fight towards the green-scale dragon. Roar, purebred overlord dragon, superb dragon power, wish you good luck. The green-scale dragon almost instantly judged the difficulty of this green dragon, and it actually had the same superb dragon power as it. Moreover, its aura was not much weaker than its, which made Kinglan Jiao feel like it was facing a formidable enemy. It entered into a fighting state directly, and had no time to care about what Fu Shengui and Bing Jingbei were thinking at the moment. Almost instantly, Chong Chong's giant claws that split the sky, a super strong special attack that even Shibai could not bear, tore through the dragon's breath and swung it in front of Kinglan Jiao. And Kinglan Jiao also swung its dragon claws. Roar, little ghost, who are you looking down on? However, it did not collide with Chong Chong directly, but staggered its position and directly endured this attack, and also let Chong Chong directly endure its attack. Injury for injury. Boom. Under the collision of two terrifying dragon powers, the sky split open. Just one blow, Chong Chong's mind was shocked, and he felt that this guy was harder than Shiai. The moment the attack touched the opponent's scales, the terrifying dragon scale defense actually reversed with a strong impact force, almost causing the fantasy dragon to collapse. This is a super-level reverse scale with perfect proficiency. Moreover, it is definitely not as simple as the perfect level just now. It must be the result of practicing hard for a long time at this proficiency. At this time, the eyes of the green-scale dragon were already bloodshot, and it entered a crazy reverse scale state. Being attacked in its nest, it was the most angry. With the addition of the reverse scale power, it allowed Chong Chong to use the legendary equipment to burst out with power far beyond that of ordinary overlords. However, in a confrontation, Chong Chang's huge body, which had been materialized, could not withstand the opponent's attack. It was torn apart by the opponent's giant claws and smashed into the distance. Even though the phantom bore most of the power and the main body was well hidden, the violent shock still made Chong Chong scream like a child. Can't beat it. In just a moment, Chong Chong realized that even if he used the legendary Dragon Ball to burst out a totem attack, he would definitely not be able to kill this guy in the opponent's territory. A top overlord, or a dragon overlord, this should be the most difficult opponent that Shiyu and his team have encountered except for the weak vortex monster. After all, Tong Shinwei, who is also a top overlord, can even entangle with a weak totem-level monster. Thinking of this, Chong's eyes were filled with tears, and he realized that Shiyu sent it to get beaten. From the beginning, Shiyu was thinking that everyone would deal with the Kinglan Jiao together, and he didn't expect it to win alone. Chong, who has the space system, is indeed the guy who can deal with the opponent the most. Roar, when Chong started the battle, Shiai and Shen Bao also attacked together. Their target was the Fushun Turtle. The Fushun Turtle didn't care about the Kinglan Jiao at this time, and didn't even want to help Kinglan Jiao. The enemy was obviously well prepared and was also a powerful overlord. It didn't want to fight at all. For this old turtle, this useless battle was avoided as much as possible. It chose to escape directly and fled. However, there was also an earth escape expert on their side. With the huge vines growing underground, it entangled and bound the Fushun Turtle. Its earth escape was directly interrupted and bound by countless tree thorns. At this moment, the ginseng baby who stimulated the power of the time fruit once again reached the overlord level and used planned control to restrict the opponent's actions. At the same time, countless trees that entangled and bound the Fushun Turtle produced large and small energy fruits. On the ground in the distance, the ginseng baby pulled off the green leaf scarf and threw it down, and the ginseng flowers and leaves fluttered in the wind. Green eyes, full of fighting spirit. Tree sea burial. Plant control plus energy fruit plus moon explosion. In this energy fruit, Shenbao only added pure wood energy, and did not use Yangayan power. Although the energy fruit with Yangayan power is more powerful, all the legendary Yangayan power stored just now has been used to kill the Earth Abyss Demon Tree in seconds, and Shenbao has no more at this time. In addition, because the opponent is pure earth, using pure wood moves, with the help of attribute restrained, the effect may not be worse than before. Boom boom. The fruits flash white and green light. I have no grudges against you, the mountain-carrying turtle roared. At the same time, because it was bound by thorns and could not break free in a short time, it simply gave up breaking free and directly retracted its limbs and head into its body. Its body was tightly packed and immediately airtight. Come on. TMD. Its defense is stronger than that of the green snake, come on. The mountain-carrying turtle chose to play badly, and directly entered a full-strength defense posture. It also activated a superclass defense skill with perfect proficiency, and at the same time mobilized the natural power of the earth to strengthen itself. Under the dazzling light, the mountain-carrying turtle was buried in the sea of trees. Not far away in the sky, 11, with countless bean bears standing on his body, looked dissatisfied. With a baby ginseng fighting like this, it couldn't intervene at all. Do you know how to cooperate? Is it going to grab a kill? 11 wanted the baby ginseng to cooperate with him, not to eat the time fruit. This thing, as it gradually becomes stronger and the combo is perfected, it is getting more and more difficult to use. It is better to use its specific burst plus immortal golden body plus unstoppable to be more durable and burst more smoothly. After all, the overlord's will combined with the unstoppable burst is not necessarily weaker than the bonus of the time fruit. After using the time fruit, the load is easy to overflow, and the immortal golden body cannot be circulated, which is easy to be interrupted. In 11's view, the biggest role of the baby ginseng fruit at this time is to follow behind him, and every time it bursts around, it cooperates with the immortal golden body to replenish its status. Let it explode infinitely. 11 was muttering, but suddenly, Shen Baobao's voice of shock came, because after a round of attribute restraint bombardment, the mountain-carrying turtle still maintained a strong defensive posture and failed to completely break the defense. The powerful life breath was still vigorous as a mountain, and the breath was still rising, obviously relying on the power of the earth to sustain itself. Shen Baobao immediately judged that this guy's defense might be stronger than that of the earth demon ape. Although its current moon explosion proficiency is no longer the entry-level of that time, but the mastery level, the power is stronger, but even if it explodes, can it kill this guy in seconds? Shen Baobao is a little hesitant. Unless this guy is willing to eat himself, or he can drill into the other side's tortoise shell and explode. Of course, if it can't kill instantly, it is definitely possible to severely injure the opponent and make him lose his fighting ability. The only problem is that the baby ginseng can't explode on his own at present. What makes the baby ginseng feel the terrifying physical strength of this guy the most is that when it was fighting against the Earth Abyss Demon Tree before, it absorbed the power of the Earth Abyss Demon Tree through the Nutrient Plunder skill, but it didn't absorb much, but this guy's power is endless. Originally, the previous blow was enough to cause the baby ginseng to consume a lot of energy, but this absorption allowed the baby ginseng to successfully sustain some of its energy. On the ground, the rooted baby ginseng was about to launch the next round of attack and use the space fruit to explode, but was immediately blocked by 11. Roar! 11 showed an excited expression and roared, indicating that the baby ginseng would assist it and it would fight. At this time, seeing that the energy fruit of the Time Overlord, baby ginseng was ineffective against this turtle, 11 was also a little hesitant whether his multiple rounds of explosions could break the defense, but compared to the baby ginseng, it had an advantage. That is to master the full level of deterrence, which can make the attack accompanied by mental attack. This turtle can't have amazing defense in physics, elements, spirit, and soul. Boom! In the scream of Shin Bao Bao, a white lightning flashed across, and the giant 11, which was 100 meters high, landed in front of the mountain-carrying turtle, making the mountain-carrying turtle in the shell slightly silent. Come on. Wait until the enemy is tired, then it will slip away. However, this time the mountain-carrying turtle did not sit and wait for death. The mountain on its back gradually grew stronger. Although its body was still defending, the mountains on its back directly grew into mountain giants several meters high. Superclass summoning skills. Although the physique is very small compared to the 11, each of them is a veritable overlord in strength. Judging from the aura of each summoned creature, it is stronger than the Earth Abyss Demon Tree just now. The battles on the three fronts were carried out simultaneously. At this time, Shiyu had the most people and chose the weakest opponent, or in other words, an opponent with relatively average attributes in all aspects. Roar, he had the same idea as Fushengui. Because it was not a home battle, Bingjing Behu did not want to fight at all, and did not want to get entangled with this group of people who attacked the King Lin Jiao's territory. Its speed was not slow, but what shocked Bingjing Behu is that it found that this space had been completely locked. They were already in a huge space cage at this time, and the strength of this space wall made Bingjing Behu know that it would be very difficult to break it after just a moment of contact. Among the three of them, I am afraid that only King Lin Jiao alone, who relied on the power of the dragon vein, would have some hope of breaking it. Although the gem cat did not join the battle, it still played a supporting role to prevent these overlords from escaping. Otherwise, if these overlords wanted to escape, Shiyu and his team would not necessarily be able to stay. There is no escape. Realizing this, Bingjing Behu looked at his enemy fiercely. Mechanical Department is from the Seven Nations Alliance. It clearly saw that the human turned into a mechanical life in front of it. The white-haired young man wearing glasses, who was originally standing on the top of the mountain, followed the other pets to attack the green scale dragon and the mountain-carrying turtle. His whole body was also wrapped in the white cubes and disappeared from its sight. Instead, the white cubes continued to split and multiply. Under the entanglement of the materialized green hurricane, a giant humanoid mecha with a height of 20 meters gradually formed. The giant mecha is white as the base, with red and blue as the auxiliary colors. The limbs, head, and body, every part, have a full sense of layering mechanical devices. Behind it, there are 16 pairs of green light wings with 3 pairs of huge light wings as the main body. Under the flashing of the light wings, the entire mountain was shattered and disappeared in the strong wind. The huge body flew in the sky, and the eyes on the head were completely locked on the icy white tiger. Although the body is a humanoid body, the head has the characteristics of the sheep. With the white unicorn horns, the whole face looks like a white devil. Come on, little cat. In the cockpit of the mecha, Shiyu smiled slightly, and Lin merged with it through the full level loading skill. At this moment, Shiyu was like this huge mecha, feeling the powerful force and the broad vision very happily. This feeling of being one with the wind is another novel feeling different from being possessed by the red pupil. Now, this is the prototype of Lin's mecha form. At present, it is not perfect, because it is not possible to perfectly integrate the power of 11, Chong Chong, Shinbao Bao, and Susu. It's not that it can't be forced to merge, but the fusion is imperfect and the bonus is too small. For an intelligent life like Lin, a little imperfection is not considered a success. But now, it can be used. Chi Tong, possess, Su Su, enter full power. As Shiyu gave the order, Su Su, who was connected to the mechanical equipment in the energy room of the mecha, opened her blue eyes. At the same time, in the weapon room, Chi-Tong took the initiative to open the door and merge into it. With a boom, the blue and red lines on the huge white body flashed at the same time. The white giant sword held by one arm of the white body instantly lingered with the cold air and water flow that froze time. The white sword held by the other arm revealed its original appearance. It was a bone sword, a legendary dead soul resource bone sword after being enlarged. The bone sword was also instantly filled with the hot power of Yang Yan. At the same time, the mecha's red and blue eyes also lit up. At this time, the formation of this super body undoubtedly put great pressure on the Ice White Tiger. Although it did not participate in the Totem War 200 years ago, it also heard from its elders how the human mechanical system drove those arrogant totem overlords out of the most fertile resource areas at that time. At this moment, feeling the strong pressure of this machine, the Ice White Tiger regretted coming to this place to discuss joining the Dragon Empire with the Blue Scale Dragon and the Mountain Turtle. If they joined the Dragon Empire, they would inevitably face the humans of the Seven Kingdoms in Inatina. If the opponents of the Seven Kingdoms were all such humans, then the chances of them achieving their goals would probably be very slim. This guy, not to mention the Ice White Tiger who had never seen the world, even the Gem Cat who had seen the world was completely stunned when he saw Shiyu, Chi-Tong, Lin, and Susu turn into this form. What did Shiyu and the others do in the past 2 months? Originally, the Gem Cat thought that even if Shiyu and the others all came together, they would not be able to beat the Blue Scale Dragon. But as Shiyu appeared in the super machine, the Gem Cat was silent for a moment. As a totem level, it could clearly feel that the potential that this super machine could explode was a greater threat to it than the bug that used the legendary Dragon Ball. Perhaps, there is no need for my help. At this time, Shiyu is already qualified to fight with the top overlords. Even this outrageous act of using the strength of a top master to control 6 king-level pets to challenge 3 overlords, can it really succeed? The Gem Cat was startled. If it succeeded, this guy would be a real monster. When he thought that he might be able to slack off, the Gem Cat was particularly happy. Roar! At the same time, realizing that he could not leave, the Ice-Eyed White Tiger had no choice but to fight. The sky blew a fierce blizzard. In this place without snow, its strength was undoubtedly severely limited. However, after all, it was also a powerful overlord. By changing the weather, it still revealed its fangs as the king of beasts. In the blizzard, the white machine driven by Shiyu had already had its first collision with the Ice White Tiger, 454. As the driver, Shiyu could clearly see the stability time of their machines in the state estimated by Lin with top intelligence. Normally, it would only last for 5 minutes. If Susu activated the power of time and Chi-Tong used the cross sword to overload the burst, this time would be shortened. I am afraid that the actual limit time would only be 1 or 2 minutes. But, it was enough. At this moment, with Shiyu and Lin as the carriers, Chi-Tong and Susu, who were combined into the double sword flow secret burst, could have no worries and burst out their combined sword skills to the maximum extent. Skill, cross sword, introduction, it can absorb and infuse external forces. The more this force conflicts with the power of fire, the greater the increase in the power of the sword. Under the sword skills of the double sword flow that blends water and fire, Chi-Tong's 10,000 swords return to 1, and Susu's transformation of time power, Shiyu and Lin share a certain load. At this time, the super machine is also a well-deserved top overlord in terms of combat power. Roar! The fierce red and blue sword light is enough to split mountains and crush the huge white tiger. The blizzard in the sky also turned into an ice crystal storm, attacking the huge machine from 3 sides. The Ice-Eyed White Tiger uses a large-scale skill, which is difficult for the mecha to dodge and can only be taken hard. Fortunately, the full-level blizzard of Susu and Lin has seriously weakened the blizzard controlled by the Ice-Eyed White Tiger. Although as an overlord, it is extremely sensitive to the control of natural forces, but its opponent is a freak who has mastered the full-level blizzard skill and is also extremely sensitive to natural forces. Most of the power of the ice crystal storm was offset, but the perfect level proficiency super level skill had a strong destructive power, and the ice crystals still devoured the body like sharp blades. Boom! At this moment, the huge body was burning with Yang Yan, and Yang Yan wrapped the entire body under the entanglement of the blue whirlwind. The ice crystals rolled over and were first melted by Yang Yan. Then, They came into contact with Lin's protection mechanism, turning danger into fortune skill, and directly absorbed the frost power into the body. Under the load that the body could bear, it did not activate the skill effect to counterattack, but Susu and the mecha controlled the water element and transformed and received this power for its own use. At the same time, the Ice White Tiger was also facing the fatal threat of the cross-staggered sword pressure. The ice crystal storm in front was directly shattered by the cross slash. This force was not something it could resist head-on. Roar, the Ice White Tiger roared, trying to move its body, but found that it was already entangled in a lot of threats. It was extremely angry that as the king of beasts, it would be shocked by the enemy's threats. As the lines on its body appeared, dazzling light bloomed from its eyes. At this point, the Ice White Tiger directly used its trump card skill, Absolute Zero. Skill, Absolute Zero, Introduction, Ice and Spirit Dual System Superclass Skill, creates an ice-sealed field, freezes energy flow and spiritual activities. If this move is used to the maximum extent, it will consume its life, but now it can't care about anything. The amazing cold light burst out in the Ice White Tiger's eyes. At this moment, the interlaced sword light that attacked the Ice White Tiger before seemed to stop moving and entered a huge ice-sealed field. At the same time, the super mecha driven by Shiyu was also pulled into the frozen field. In this field, all objects were instantly frozen. Even on the super mecha driven by Shiyu, layers of frost instantly appeared. This skill was like a sure hit, and it quickly reversed the situation. Swish! The interlaced sword light slowly moved forward, and the figure of the Ice White Tiger had already appeared in front of Shiyu, successfully avoiding the fatal attack, and the frost claws slapped the head of the mecha, with a violent expression on the tiger's head. In its opinion, this should be the fatal weakness of this life. The Ice White Tiger's eyes were cruel, but the next moment, its violent expression stopped abruptly. Are you underestimating the mental reaction speed of the top intelligence? Just now, whether it was Shiyu, Chitong, or Susu, their thinking seemed to slow down. However, Lin was not affected. Its top intelligence brought a computing reaction ability that surpassed supercomputers, allowing it to have the top combat awareness at all times. In the frozen field, any action of the Ice White Tiger was within its calculation. Bang! The bone sword wrapped with Yang slashed across and slashed directly at the Ice-eyed White Tiger. Under the sharpness of the legendary weapon, its body was directly split into two. Roar! At this moment, the Ice-eyed White Tiger, both in body and soul, let out a heart-wrenching roar with a horrified look. Seeing this, the gem cat interrupted its outstretched cat claws and looked at the Ice-eyed White Tiger's soul with burning eyes. It was absorbed by the huge bone sword. It was a spirit that was exactly the same as the Ice-eyed White Tiger, but it exuded a faint blue cold air all over its body. Absolute Zero. This is also a super trick of the ice system. Although it is not as powerful as the Sky Frost cold air, it is not bad. It's a pity that Shiyu doesn't have enough skill space. At present, he has collected a lot of super-level skills. Even the Earth domain of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he didn't dare to copy it to teach the reference baby. He only copied the critical height of Yaya and taught it to each main pet. Next, before there is a breakthrough, a contract with a new pet beast, or the superclass skills can be deleted, Shiyu should be very strict and very selective in the inclusion of superclass skills. The remaining positions should be left for the world competition stage. At least a position should be left for the blessing of the world tree. No more skills can be added. Also, why are you aiming at the head? Shiyu knew that the fierce beast would definitely like to hit the head and heart of the mecha. He laughed. Sure enough, it was right to let Lin build the cockpit at the buttocks to avoid core impact. Even if they are shot in the head, they will be fine. After Shiyu solved the Ice-eyed White Tiger, he immediately looked at the other two battlefields. On the side of Shen Baobao and 11, Shen Baobao finally chose to assist 11, but this turtle was a little too hard. First, he broke out manually, forcing himself to enter the extreme state. After solving the mountain giant created by the mountain-carrying turtle, 11 began to attack the old turtle body with the unstoppable plus overlord will. Roar! But under the earth-shaking hammer of Bami 11, although the turtle shell was full of cracks, it was still as solid as a rock, and the cracks were still being repaired. 11 was extremely furious. With the help of the ginseng baby, it had already exploded for 4 rounds in a row. Its condition was getting worse and worse, but this guy, how could it be so hard? Ugh! In the turtle shell, the Fushun turtle was also extremely shocked. How could this guy's attack power be stronger and stronger? Why hasn't it been exhausted yet? And why is this guy's deterrence so strong? With a special vibration, the deterrence directly passed through the turtle shell, shaking the Fushun turtle dizzy. If it weren't for its high deterrence level and mental defense skills, it would have had a mental breakdown at this moment. At this moment, seeing this scene, Shiyu suddenly knew why Emperor Wu's Changsun hated the iron-eating beast so much. Of course, maybe Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast also hated Changsun. If 11 and Shen Bao were tortured by this overlord turtle with amazing defense, then Changchang was simply abused by the green scale dragon. The green scale dragon in its original reverse scale state could suppress Changchang with the same energy and physical level by virtue of its skill proficiency. As the green scale dragon mobilized the power of the dragon veins in its territory, it suppressed Changchang even more. Changchang found that its mastery level proficiency in the forbidden magic field was not enough to completely restrict this guy from mobilizing the power of the dragon veins. The top overlord was more difficult to deal with than it had imagined. At this moment, the phantom of the dragon that Changchang materialized was already in tatters. The butterfly body with the physique of the dragon inside also had scars of various sizes. It was constantly recovering by high-speed healing and ultimate absorption. In order to recover itself, it even had no time to care about the phantom of the dragon. The green scale dragon on the opposite side also had scars of various sizes on its body, but it had not yet suffered any serious fatal injuries. Ugh, damn, if I had two legendary equipments, Changchang wanted a healing dragon equipment, then. Seeing this, Shiyu directly chose to join the two battles, first to help 11 and the others. Can it defend against mental attacks? Can it defend against soul attacks? With Shiyu's reminder, 11 and Shen Bao directly avoided it, and the gray light-filled slash fell from the sky on the Fushun turtle, directly slashing into the turtle shell. As soon as Shiyu joined, he directly reversed the situation. The legendary weapon Bone Sword of the Dead Spirit system, combined with Akame's Zanpakutsu skill, directly penetrated all the defenses of the Fushun turtle, and directly injured its soul and pulled it out of the body. Ugh, inside the huge turtle shell, the Fushun turtle thought that if it held on a little longer, it could run away, but the next moment, its round eyes were directly absent-minded and revealed an unbelievable expression. In front of it, the soul was instantly covered by gray light. Attack. Its only shortcoming. Ugh, the brown turtle spirit, with a panicked and terrified expression, was directly absorbed by the bone sword in the sky. At this time, it still retained some consciousness, and was endlessly terrified. Who exactly is the enemy? How could they have such evil means? It is not enough to kill them, but also to transform their souls. At this time, Fushun turtle can clearly feel that his soul consciousness is losing control of it. Seeing this, 11 and the baby Kang next to him showed dissatisfaction. Damn it, after fighting for such a long time, they were still intercepted by the Beastmaster. 4 people formed a team together, and brought a legendary weapon, and even brought a fruit of time. It was simply cheating. Let's go help Changchang, Shiyu smiled and called out, but there was no response from 11 and Kang. At this time, 11 and Kang were panting on the spot, and they didn't have much strength. 11 and Kang looked at Changchang. Although they wanted to help, they were powerless at this time. Shiyu really picked up a loophole. Before arriving, 11 and Kang had already beaten the mountain-carrying tortoise to the lowest state. At this time, they said, let Teacher Cat help. Okay, Shiyu glanced at the time in the mecha, 051. According to Lin's calculation, the mecha form will not last for less than a minute. At this stage, Shiyu and Lin felt a huge sense of fatigue. Although they could still go to the green-scaled dragon to explode for another round, after thinking about it, it seemed unnecessary. If they were in too bad a state, it would be difficult to cause trouble in the Totem Kingdom. Through the battle just now and the situation on Changchang's side, Shiyu or Lin could already make a preliminary analysis of what would happen if they encountered a top overlord. If it was a top overlord like the green scale dragon, fighting in the green scale dragon's territory, then if all of them work together, 7 versus 1, the chance of winning should be more than 50%. If they were not fighting in the green scale dragon's territory, but fighting in an environment that was favorable to them, the winning rate against a top overlord like the green scale dragon should be more than 75%. But no matter what, they themselves would probably have to pay a considerable price and could not easily win. Because this green scale dragon, Who controls the will of the Overlord? If it explodes on the verge of death, it may not be something that Shiyu and his team could bear. But their strength is not weak, and even among the legendary beast masters, it should be of medium strength. Chong Chong, do you need help? Shiyu looked at Chong Chong, who is a kilometer away. Chong Chong, A. A huge space vortex suddenly appeared above the Kingland Jiao and Chong Chong. In the vortex, white, blue, red, black, purple, green, gold, pink, all kinds of different lights bloomed. A huge spiral light ball with 9 colors of light, like a galaxy, boomed like a falling meteor, descended from the sky on the Kingland Jiao. In less than 1 second, a 9-color light mark was left in the air, connecting the vortex and the Kingland Jiao. Boom. The next moment, the Kingland Jiao was swallowed by the light ball and continued to fall with the light mark. At the moment when the light ball was close to the ground, the light disappeared, and with a boom, the aftermath of this skill directly drove the huge body of the Kingland Jiao to the ground. The terrifying energy fluctuations ravaged the earth. After a loud bang, a huge pit with a diameter of dozens of meters and a depth of more than 10 meters appeared directly on the ground. The edge of the giant pit was full of traces of various attribute powers: frost, fire, lightning, wind marks, curses. Only the aftermath was used, otherwise the nearby mountains would have been gone. Generally, except for eating, I don't like to kill, the gem cat said disdainfully. It's not dead yet, go and chop it, it's much weaker than that whale. In the sky, 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Chidan, Su Su, and Lin looked at the power of the gem cat's move and fell into deep silence. It was agreed that the totem that broke through with resources would be the weakest totem. How come the top overlord was killed with one move? Shiyu's mouth twitched. This power seemed to be much stronger than the skill power of the gem cat when it just broke through to fight the vortex monster. Is the gem cat really just slacking off, instead of secretly making up lessons? Speaking of which, the green scale dragon, the ice-eyed white tiger, the mountain turtle undead, plus the Chidan who controls them, it seems that this can form the 4 sacred undead beasts. Shiyu suddenly realized something. In the weakest sky fox country, if the fox god doesn't come out, can he run rampant? At this moment, the gem cat didn't want to listen to Shiyu's jokes. It looked at the huge amount of energy crystals consumed by the previous move in its own space, and its heart was bleeding. This Krypton gold fighting method was specially researched by it for showing off, and the price was very high. I hope that from now on, Shiyu can respect it a little. Chapter 381 6 Overlord level puppets obtained. In the giant pit, the green-scaled dragon was already dying. The gem cat's power was well controlled. It not only ensured that the green-scaled dragon lost its combat capability, but also did not let it die completely. If it died completely, Shiyu and the others would not be able to transform the green-scaled dragon into a dead spirit puppet. It must be killed with a bone sword or the resurrection of the dead. The power of resources and skills will change the structure of its soul at the moment of killing the extraordinary life, allowing it to inherit the power of its body before death to a certain extent and become a new race of dead spirits. At first glance, the effect of the bone sword is actually similar to that of the undead fruit. However, there are still some differences between one as a legendary resource and the other as a mythical resource. That is, the bone sword is only effective for life below the totem level, while the mythical resource undead fruit has an effect on demigod level life in the known data. As for whether it is effective for mythical creatures, I don't know. Of course, if Qitong's resurrection of the dead skill reaches the superb level and the skills are near the Dao level, it is not impossible for the skill effect to exceed the bone sword, a legendary resource. Buzz, the huge mecha chopped down with a sword, and the green-scaled dragon in the giant pit also died completely like the ice-eyed white tiger and the mountain-carrying turtle. Although they were dead, their spirits had been imprisoned by the bone sword. At this moment, they were already puppets of the bone sword. And Qitong, who had already controlled a bone sword through full-level possession, immediately used the power of the bone sword to wipe out the remaining consciousness of the 3 undead spirits. In this way, it would be easier to control. Whether it was the bone sword or Qitong's resurrection of the dead, after beheading the enemy's undead spirit could still retain some of its consciousness before death. Of course, if it was to control it as an undead puppet, it would be best to erase its consciousness as well. Qitong could also choose to let them retain some consciousness, but these 3 overlords looked very boring, so there was no need for that. With their death experience, if they retained some consciousness, they would definitely cry, make a fuss and be fierce in the bone sword. Roar. At this time, Shiyu and the others had already exited the mecha form. After all, this form consumed too much energy. Chi-Tong also returned to the form of a sword spirit, and possessed a bone sword that had returned to the size of a fruit knife. He began to summon the undead puppets that they had just hunted together. Roar. In the gray fog, a green scale dragon in the form of an illusory spirit, a white tiger with ice eyes in the form of an illusory spirit, and the mountain-carrying turtle were all summoned by Chi-Tong again. Roar. The three undead overlords still looked majestic, but they made a gesture of submission to the bone sword and Chi-Tong. Name: green scale dragon spirit. Attributes: undead, dragon, energy value 53.15 million. Name: ice-eyed tiger spirit. Attributes: undead, ice, energy value 47.06 million. Name: mountain-carrying turtle spirit. Attributes: undead, earth, energy value 45.92 million. The moment they appeared, Shiyu detected their approximate energy fluctuations through the illustrations. What a pity. Seeing this, Shiyu couldn't help but say with regret, they have become much weaker. Beside him, the gem cat also landed and looked at the three huge undead spirits that surrendered to the bone sword in front of him. Well, it's the same as the results of the previous experiments with the commander level and king level beasts. It's much weaker than when it was alive, but fortunately, most of the skills have been inherited, and the skill experience has been engraved in the soul without losing much, so it can still exert the combat power of the overlord level, Shiyu said. Although the legendary bone sword is magical, the process of reviving the undead spirit still inevitably causes it to lose most of its power. However, to this extent, Shiyu is already very satisfied. For example, the perfect super level skill reverse scale of the green scale dragon and the perfect super level skill absolute zero of the ice-eye tiger spirit, these skills and experiences are well preserved. It can be said that at present, any one of the three undead spirits can kill the Earth Abyss demon tree they encountered before. And that Earth Abyss demon tree was defeated by Shen Bao with all his strength. Chi-Tong controls a total of 3 such undead spirits. Coupled with the power of Akato, if there is another team meeting, even if Chong Chong can use the legendary Dragon Ball, the first place will not belong to Chong Chong, but to Akato. Even if 11 bursts out the power of the devil, it is hard to say whether he can beat the current Akato. After all, for each of these 3 overlord undead, 11 has to burst to the limit to have a hope of defeating them, and without the assistance of the baby, it is difficult for 11 to burst for so long. As long as Akato controls the undead from behind and plays a round-robin battle, it will be enough for 11 to eat a pot. How long is the shelf life? Gemcat asked again. At present, these 3 undead are all residual souls created by the bone sword. It is impossible for them to have such a long lifespan like the complete overlord undead. Less than a year, but if they are nurtured in the bone sword, they can exist until the energy of the bone sword is exhausted, and they can also be strengthened by the bone sword. If the opportunity arises, they may be able to transform from a residual soul into a complete spirit body. There is no need to worry about this, but, Shiyu pondered. Why does it feel that after a year, they should look down on this level of overlord undead? But the problem is not big. When the overlord undead is eliminated, it is not useless. Just let Chi-Tong cut it off and absorb it through the spirit solution, and convert it into nutrients for Chi-Tong's own growth. In the end, neither the power of the overlord undead nor the power of the legendary resources will be wasted. That's great, the gem cat couldn't help but envy. This looks much cooler than the clone. Meow. In the sky, Chi-Tong was also excited and happy to ask. So, when will the next team meeting be held? Otherwise, it's better to do it now. Bing. 11. Chong Chong, Shen Bao, Su and others all looked at the sky eagerly. Damn it 11. Chong Chong and Shen Bao are the most envious. Now, not only Su and Ling have followers, but Chiden also has one. Moreover, they are 3 overlord level followers. Which is too strong. Before, it was very difficult for Xiao and his team to take down these 3 overlords, but with the help of the gem cat, now they have all become Chiden's puppets. A long time ago, Chiden could rely on the big guys to lead the team to kill spirits and brush experience to upgrade. Why is it that now, there are more postures of being led? Damn. Meow Chiden laughed secretly. Of course, for Chiden, it felt that it was a flaw. Although it can form the 4 sacred beasts of the dead with him, but from its aesthetic point of view, these 3 overlords are not the most perfect. It didn't regard them as mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and Platypus at all, otherwise, it would not be so happy to wipe out the other party's mind. In Chitin's view, these three guys are impossible to be accepted by Shiyu as members of the second team. Only the undead puppets that can become members of the second team can be considered qualified undead puppets. From Chitong's point of view, it wants a dominant frost dragon undead, with an energy value of more than 80 million before death, so that it can reproduce General Mu Huan's lineup. Of course, it refers to other frost dragons, and it has absolutely no intention of offending the dragon mother. Moreover, a follower without mind always feels a little bit lacking. Of course, if there is a better choice, it will also accept it with pleasure. For example, the ginseng baby undead. Clean up the battlefield, let's go. It's delayed for a day, it's time to set off. Shiyu looked at the messy battlefield, took a deep breath, and said, "Let's go." It's a pity for these corpses. The gem cat looked at the bodies of the three dominants. Most of their power was taken away by the bone sword and given to the corresponding spirits, so they can no longer search for high-level resources on them, which is a pity. However, although it can't be sold for much money, it can still recover blood. The gem cat plans to collect these resources and go back to sell them. However, Shiyu said, "It's not a pity, it's not a pity. Chong Chong, you collect them quickly, gem cat." Chong Chong. Shiyu said, "The corpses of the three overlords are also good things. Although they can't be sold for money, the corresponding physical strength is still preserved. That tiger may be a little bit lame, but the mountain-carrying turtle and the green-scaled dragon can beat the General King level with their physical strength alone, and the overlord-level body should still retain a trace of affinity with the power of nature. Let Chong Chong use the insect silk and parasitic thread to repair it with the ginseng baby." Just relying on the physical strength plus natural power, the combat power of the three flesh puppets may be on par with that of the Earth Abyss Demon Tree. It's worth collecting. Evil Necromancer and Evil Poison Master, both are available. Chong Chong was ecstatic. Can it be given to it? Right. In this battle, it didn't have any credit, but it also worked hard. 11. Shen Bao, Su Su, and Lin cried. "Can you afford to play? It's too much to bring a legendary equipment, and they are all equipped with 3 overlord-level puppets?" The gem cat was also furious. "What level of capitalist are you? It's fine to extract the soul, but you have to repair the body and make it into a puppet. Isn't that 6 overlord-level puppets?" Shiyu was excited. Although it was delayed for a day, it was still worth it. With 6 overlord puppets, this trip to Xianhu Kingdom, there is a new vest to play. There is no need to worry about causing trouble to Donghuang. Under the totem, invincible. After Shiyu and his team cleaned up the battlefield, they collectively went into the ruins space to rest. The gem cat took the ruins ring to hurry on the road. Although before the departure, the gem cat and Shiyu discussed letting Chong Chong be the driver, but after this flight, Chong Chong would not be able to recover without 2 days of care. This made the gem cat curse. If it had known earlier, it would have helped Chong Chong in advance. If it had taken action directly at the beginning, at least it would not have to be a driver. It is not as if it has taken action again and has to be a driver again. Moreover, the few spoils of war were also intercepted by the original driver. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine to buy. There is another lonely road cat in this world. Because they have to pass through the totem country, for the sake of safety, they must be alert at all times to avoid being noticed by the enemy country's totem. The gem cat dare not use the weaker clone, so it can only come by itself. At this time, in the advanced ruin space, after a day of rest, Shiyu and his team have almost adjusted. After all, Shiyu prepared a lot of supplements and resources in advance. Under the Krypton Gold tactics, there is no need to slowly heal the wounds. Even the wounded Chong Chong regained his vitality with various supplements and the treatment after the recovery of the ginseng baby. After recovery, 11 and Shenbao began to get anxious. This battle exposed many problems. Chong Chong relied on legendary equipment. Although he was beaten throughout the whole process, he could deal with the top overlord for so long. If they were to fight the King Linjiao alone, I am afraid that they would be defeated by the King Linjiao within 3 rounds. If only Chong Chong was so strong, 11 and Shenbao could still accept it, but now, after the first battle, Chitong's strength may even surpass such Chong Chong. 11 and Shenbao only feel that it may be more and more difficult to get the first place in the team. 3 overlord puppets. Damn, no, it's 6, Chong Chong also has 1. After that, Su still has the evolution inheritance of the Kanghai spirit waiting, and Lin's mechanical intelligence advantage is gradually showing up. If it is integrated with a mythical creature killing fossil, it may become so strong. It's too difficult. 11 found Lin. There must be a teacher among 3 people, and Coach Lin can help 11. At this time, in Lin's laboratory, several Dao Dao bears and Jiuli warbeast clones are all experimental subjects placed on the experimental table. The purpose is to study the matching method of the iron-eating beast and the super alloy skills. From the kamikaze, Shiyu and his team failed to get the core technology of super alloys, but from the perspective of claims from Kideo, they still successfully got the core technology of super alloys and alloy monsters. The reason is very simple. Kyun Consortium has mastered such technology. Longgong City, Kideo, and Donghuang directly raided Kyun Consortium. It is undoubtedly very simple to divide some spoils. Now, 11 can't wait for the next round of evolution. He ran to ask Lin about the research progress again. Well, Lin said, don't worry. Lin already has a specific idea, which is to carry out biological transformation on 11, so that a certain organ in its body can be close to the alloy monster. The risk of biological transformation is undoubtedly very high. Even it has to be careful to ensure that the success rate is 100% before it can help 11 to execute it. Ao, 11 is excited, and his big eyes are full of hope. When it merges the power of light and darkness and evolves again, it will be invincible in the world. One punch, one overlord puppet. In another part of the ruined space, Shenbao was not idle either. 11 was waiting for the opportunity to evolve. It was also studying itself and had been guarding the Yangayan flower that Shiden gave it. The power of Yangayan flower and the power of Shenbao are undoubtedly in conflict. If the ginseng baby eats it directly, there is only one result, that is, being burned to death. It will not happen that it eats the Yangayan flower and then is directly strengthened to the overlord level. If you want to break through the overlord with legendary resources, there are 2 conditions for the resources. One is that the resources are of the strengthening type, and the other is that the resources and the user must have a mutual fit in terms of strength and attributes. However, it is precisely because of the mismatch that the ginseng baby's mutants have a place to use. If the strength is matched, its mutants cannot absorb the power of the Yangayan flower. The so-called mutants are to let the body come into contact with a power that is not compatible with itself, and then mutate in response to the unsuitable environment and power to gradually adapt to their physique. The power of the Yangayan flower is very violent. It is a delicacy for Chidan, but for the ginseng baby, it is a fierce plant that affects life activities. It only takes a lot of effort to store 1% of the power of the Yangayan flower in its body, and its body is on the verge of limit. If you want to absorb the legendary Yangayan power to mutate perfectly, relying on the superb level mutants may not be enough, and it will be very dangerous. Unless it grows to the totem level and then uses the legendary Yangayan flower to mutate. But that is meaningless, because at the totem level, it has the ability to optimize its own race. Although Shenbao currently has a chance to revive, it can absorb it without thinking and force mutation to take a gamble, but Shenbao is still unwilling to act rashly. First, it will waste too much power of Yangayan flower, and second, it will waste the chance of revival. It must study thoroughly how to maintain a success rate of more than 100% before mutating. And this time, it must awaken a skill that has a meaningful bonus to its combat power. Mutation is not good just because it succeeds. For example, if Shenbao mutates a Yangayan skill or a Sunshine Flame skill through Yangayan flower, although it is also a successful mutation, the enhancement of combat power is very rare. The mutated skills must be useful to oneself. Different racial skills have different bonuses to strength. It is not every time that there is a chance to gamble on the best skills. Because of this, and the high cost of this failure, Shenbao must seize this mutation opportunity by himself and can no longer be a gambler. Although it is still a gamble in essence, if some preparations are made during the mutation process, it can be considered a psychological comfort. At this time, Shenbao sat next to Yang Guianhua, thinking about the content of his chat with Shiyu. Shiyu, the direction of this mutation is best to be one that can improve the attributes in all aspects. Your advantage lies in the huge life energy. You can start from this aspect. The life force hides infinite life potential. The power that is far beyond the limit when the overlords will burst out is squeezed from the life force, and the risk of doing so is that the life force will be overconsumed and it is easy to die young. If 11 does not have an immortal body, if you are not on the team, if we do not have a huge number of life supplements, we will not be able to let 11 recover quickly after the outbreak. We definitely don't dare to let 11 and the others frequently squeeze their life potential, but even so, 11, Su, and YAYA's bursts are only one time after another. This is the self-protection mechanism of life. Your advantage is that the proficiency of the source of life skill may be very high in the future, and the life force will recover quickly. Even if the burst is not appropriate and you die, you can be resurrected. Therefore, the battle method of infinitely squeezing life potential may be very suitable for you. The time fruit will be eliminated sooner or later. Next, we have to find and study skills in this area, skills to squeeze life potential. At present, Shen Bao can maintain the leading advantage in the team, and the time fruit is indispensable. However, the upper limit of the time fruit is the overlord level. As everyone enters the overlord level, the time fruit has no huge advantage. Although at that time, the side effects of the time fruit have been reduced to the lowest level as Shen Bao's level increases, it is no longer possible for them to fight across levels. At that time, not only Susa but also Shen Bao will abandon the time fruit and will not use it as the core of tactics. Therefore, after reaching the overlord level, Shen Bao must have a new skill that can replace the time fruit and increase his combat power. Only in this way can he still maintain his advantage. Therefore, the direction of this mutation is best to have an explosive skill that can squeeze the potential of life. I want to plant a fire seed in my body. This fire seed can burst out huge energy by burning life energy and stimulating potential when necessary. Burning life force is one way. Another way is to establish the relationship between Yangian power and moonlight radiation during the mutation process. Moonlight radiation comes from moonlight, which comes from sunlight. If it can absorb sunlight and convert sunlight into moonlight radiation during the moon explosion, then the power of the moon explosion can be greater. Of course, this may be achieved in the future when the proficiency of the moon explosion is improved. It is not the best choice. The best choice is to burn life. After all, after the potential of life is burst out, its own power will increase dramatically, and then self-explosion can also increase the power of self-explosion. Although Shen Bao understood Shiyu's meaning, it was still not mentally prepared at this time. After all, the price of failure is a legendary resource. Death is nothing, but it will be very sad to waste a resource. After all, it was kindly sent by Chitin. Moreover, Shen Bao cried as he thought about it. What kind of capitalists are they? It is a wood-type tonic plant. Its skills are either burning life or self-explosion. Can it still have fun? Chapter 382, Wind Rises Sky Fox. After entering the forbidden area of the maze from the border of Donghuang and spending 2 days shuttling between the forbidden area of the maze and the kingdom of the godly elephant, Shiyu and his team finally arrived at the kingdom of the Sky Fox. The kingdom of the Sky Fox is very special. It is the only country among the 11 totem countries around Donghuang whose controller is not a top totem. In the kingdom of the godly tree and the kingdom of the godly elephant around Donghuang, the controllers are all top totems. Even the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the ruler of a huge totem country like the Dragon Empire, has a combat power limit close to the semigod level and is expected to become the new totem king of the eastern land. We're here, in the relic space. Shiyu was meditating with his eyes closed, studying his telepathic talent. After eating the immortal fruit, his telepathic talent actually changed a little. As time went by, the change became more and more obvious, and Shiyu couldn't help but take the energy to study it carefully. At this time, with a slight vibration in the relic space, Shiyu opened his eyes and realized that it was the gem cat knocking on the door, meaning to call them out. Shiyu stood up, ate a blueberry-sized time fruit, and began to disguise himself. The Fox Kingdom and even the surrounding totem kingdoms are similar to the ancient Donghuang. There is no technology here, and the clothing is mainly ancient costumes. If Shiyu wears a modern panda suit to wander around the streets, he will definitely be exposed in seconds. Shiyu put on the gray robe he prepared in advance and held a wooden cane in his hand. In fact, it is a prop to seal the energy fluctuations of the bone sword. As the time fruit he ate took effect, Shiyu's hair turned gray and silver. At the same time, his face also aged rapidly, becoming exactly the same as when his life energy was sucked dry after adding some super-level skills. Wow! The gray robe trembled, and the old Shiyu with gray and silver hair and beard exuded a breath of twilight. At this moment, He was no longer Shiyu, but the evil beast master who traveled in the totem countries, Lin Ying. Lin Lamo. The name was taken from the panda senior and the gem cat. Although the appearance has become old, it is still very temperament. If Lu Bai and Shiyu are still similar, then Lin Laomo and Shiyu are completely unrelated. What's wrong? Shiyu emerged from the relic space with a cane. At this time, he appeared in an alley in an ancient city. The gem cat hid in the different space and said, "We are now in the Sky Fox country. This seems to be the moon city of the Sky Fox country. One of the hatching locations marked on the map given by the Void Mantis is in this city. I looked for it briefly, but couldn't find it. It should be in some secret place, or it is purely nothing. It depends on you to find out next. Oh, by the way, Moon City should be a larger city-state in the Sky Fox country. The ruler seems to be a hegemonic little fox. Although it is not very strong, you should be careful and don't invite the fox god. I absolutely don't want to fight with a totem. Anyway, I'm lying down." Shiyu was silent for a while, indicating that he understood. At the same time, he just felt extremely troubled. How can the second hatching location of the Starry Sky Pedig be in such a big city? If it was still a small village like the Seven Islands, it would be very easy to find and use, but this site is obviously like a dragon's den in a tiger's lair. Shiyu sighed and walked out of the remote and dark street, just like an old beggar, and entered the street. There were people coming and going on the street of Yucheng. Although it was a totem country, this country was still dominated by humans, and even the status of human beast masters was not low. Of course, the Fox clan had a more supreme status. Before Shiyu came, he naturally had access to sufficient information. In the Sky Fox country, the highest leader was the Fox God. Under normal circumstances, the Fox God did not appear in the world. The human female beast masters named Sky Fox Saint managed the country on behalf of the Fox God. They passed down from generation to generation and had legendary strength. They were the spokespersons of the Fox God. Under the command of the Fox God, there were 7 overlords who managed the 7 largest city-states in the Sky Fox country. At present, Yucheng, where Shiyu was the city of the moon god Fox under the command of the Fox God. Of course, in normal times, the moon god Fox did not show up, but was just the guardian overlord of Yucheng. On the surface, Yucheng was still managed by the Moonlight family. They are a family of human beast masters who specialize in helping the moon god foxes train their people, and their status is supreme in Moon City. Beastmasters who can contract the moon god foxes are superior in Moon City. It can be said that in the Sky Fox country, they are basically the boss of the Fox clan, and the humans who serve the Fox clan are the second, and other life races are ranked below. The Sky Fox country is a totem country with a relatively high status for humans. Because the welfare is relatively good, it is below the Fox clan and above all other clans, and it may be more comfortable than in the 7 kingdoms. This is also the reason why some humans are unwilling to join the 7 kingdoms after the Totem War, just like joining the 7 kingdoms dominated by humans can make you a superior person. Generally speaking, beastmasters who betray the 7 kingdoms alliance want to join this kind of totem country, rather than the country that takes humans as blood food and pets. Of course, if the beastmaster is strong enough and reaches the legendary level, no matter which totem country he joins, he can also become a guest of honor like the overlord-level creatures. According to different national systems, the status of all races in the totem country is also different. The reason why Dong Huang arranged Chu Ling as an undercover agent in Xianhu Kingdom is because the ordinary humans in Xianhu Kingdom have a relatively high status and are not easy to be discovered. If it is a place like the Dragon Empire, although humans are below the dragon race and above all other races, they are limited to the human race of human-dragon hybrids. If you go there as an undercover agent, the pressure will be great. If I didn't travel to Donghuang when I traveled, I don't know what would happen if I traveled here, Shiyu muttered in his heart after coming out. His clothes were also prepared for the national conditions of Xianhu Kingdom. He appeared on the busy streets and did not attract much attention. When he first came to Totem Kingdom, Shiyu was still quite fresh. While walking, he looked around. On the street, there were hawking and shouting. The candied haws that Shiyu was familiar with were also sold here. He even saw adults holding children to buy them. Judging from the thriving scene on the street, it is impossible to tell that this is the brutal and tyrannical totem kingdom described in the textbooks. Shiyu thought about it. This is normal. After all, even in the totem era before the beast control era, there are good totems and evil totems. For example, in the totem era, some Donghuang people survived under the protection of the dragon clan. They all believed in the dragon. Even in the ancient Donghuang country, although humans dominate, there are still a large number of people who believe in the dragon. According to historical records, the Xianhu kingdom is relatively good. It has not directly participated in the totem war with Donghuang. The fox god just hugged thighs everywhere throughout the whole process to prevent the Xianhu kingdom from being destroyed. However, this does not affect the fact that Xianhu kingdom and Donghuang are hostile forces today, because the biggest backer of Xianhu kingdom is a mortal enemy of Donghuang. The friend of the enemy is the enemy. The heavenly ranking has been announced. Shi Yu didn't walk a few steps, and he heard a sudden noise on the street. A large number of people gathered towards a wall. Shi Yu took a look and gave up squeezing the crowd. He flicked his finger, and countless dream-stealing insects of Chongchong began to fly to various parts of the city. After a while, Shi Yu understood what the heavenly ranking was and learned a lot of local information. The World Championship was launched, and the Sky Fox Kingdom was also invited. However, except for the Sky Fox Saint, there were no powerful Beastmasters in the Sky Fox Kingdom, let alone powerful Beastmasters under the age of 30. The Sky Fox Kingdom could not find any legendary Beastmasters under the age of 30. Even those at level 6 were few and far between. And if you want to participate in the World Championship, you need to have a dominant level combat power, which is the threshold. Therefore, if the Sky Fox Kingdom wants to participate in the war, it can only choose an extreme method, that is, to settle for the second best and select level 5 and level 6 Beastmasters who are willing to participate in the war. The selected candidates have a chance to be selected by the 7 Overlord Fox tribes under the Fox God as temporary contractors to fight in the World Championship. Overstepping contract. At that time, the Overlord Fox tribe will definitely be the main force, and those human Beastmasters who want to cross-level contracts will definitely have to pay a heavy price, just like the Beastmaster of the God Tree Kingdom that Shi Yu met before. However, judging from the dream memories of the people here, the young Beastmasters of the Sky Fox Kingdom do not seem to reject it. Most of them are willing to sacrifice themselves and sign contracts with the Overlord Fox tribe at a huge cost to compete in the world competition, as if this is the supreme honor. Shi Yu also found an interesting point. In the 7 kingdoms, people call the competition held by the World Tree the World Competition, while in the Totem Kingdom, it seems that more people call it the War of Nations, which is an opportunity for their own country to rise. The power of faith is very strong. Shi Yu did not feel strange. If these humans could not provide a huge power of faith for the Fox God of the Sky Fox Kingdom, they would not have such a high status. Miss Yue is indeed on the heavenly ranking. Yes, it's not surprising at all. After all, she is the pride of our Moon City. Lord Yu has not been looking for a contractor for almost 20 years. I wonder if Miss Yue can be selected by Lord Yu. On the street, there was a lot of discussion. The discussion about beast control was not low. Even ordinary people participated in the discussion with great interest. However, Shi Yu didn't care about this. In his opinion, if this kind of overlord who jumped the contract to participate in the world competition was not cannon fodder, what else could it be? Unless the Moon Lord Moon God Fox has the strength of a top overlord that is not inferior to the green scale dragon. But even in Dragon Palace City, there are not many such top overlords, not to mention the Sky Fox country. Shi Yu leaned on his crutches and continued to look for the hatching altar. Soon after, Shi Yu used a similar method to let Chongchong fly to various parts of Moon City through the Dream Stealer, collect information, and determine where the Starry Sky altar might be. Are you sure? In the different space, the gem cat muttered. Shi Yu thought to himself, I have collected the memories of many people, and even let Chongchong sneak into the city lord's mansion of the Moonlight family, so it should be correct. The gem cat was surprised. You are quite efficient. It felt that it might not be faster and more stable than Shi Yu when it came to investigate. Shi Yu laughed and thought, isn't this all thanks to Chongchong's dream stealing and phantom skills? The combination of virtual and real phantoms plus full-level dream stealing makes Shi Yu more suitable to be a spy to steal intelligence than most Beastmasters. Shi Yu feels that the 10th Bureau, Intelligence Bureau, should have a place for him in Chongchong. Of course, Shi Yu is so bold now, and it is also related to the overall strength of Xianhu country and Yucheng. There is no legend in the whole city, only one overlord, and Chongchong can fight a city alone and steal at will. If it were other objects, Shi Yu would definitely not dare to be so bold, such as the kamikaze exchange group at that time. Shiyu would definitely not dare to let Chong Chong invade the dream of Dr. Aichi to find some mechanical knowledge. After the Beastmaster reaches the legendary level, there are too many means. In addition to beast strengthening, there are also virtualization, space transformation, sealing, and even some legendary Beastmasters can teleport, soul out of the body, and mental deterrence, which is already another level of life. Even though there aren't many overlords like Huaziajin Legend, in a true life and death battle, legends versus non-legends, especially experienced legends versus non-legends, have a huge advantage. Jewel Cat said, "So what's the situation?" Shiyu said, "This is about the rise of Moon City's overlord, Moonfox. It was originally an ordinary white fox, and it didn't have much presence in the Fox clan of the Sky Fox country. But one day, it accidentally discovered an altar. There was nothing special about the altar at first, and the white fox fell asleep directly on the altar. Who knew that at night, the starlight power was particularly strong at the altar, and by chance, the white fox caught up with a special astronomical phenomenon, and it was directly lucky enough to be born. It mutated and became a star fox. However, this was just an accident. Except for special astronomical phenomena, this was just an ordinary altar. However, the mutated star fox still believed that the altar was hiding a big secret. Because of this incident, the star fox began to rise, and finally, under the blessing of the fox god, it evolved into the moon god fox, and then became the overlord. So it began to build a city-state in Moon City, and the moon god fox itself lived near the altar, probably waiting for the altar to mutate again. In the past 100 years, in order to study the altar, the moon god fox more than once, we invited various talented people to crack it together, and even invited the fox god to study it, but there was no result. I guess that the altar that caused the moon god fox to mutate is the altar left by the Sky Emperor to hatch the eggs of the starry sky pets. Of course, the moon god fox mutated. It was purely a blind cat catching a dead mouse. The altar had some credit, but it was not big. It was mainly due to the special astronomical phenomenon. The altar is at most a coordinate, the coordinate that is most suitable for absorbing the power of starlight, so it looks like the altar is showing its power. The gem cat said, "The investigation is very good, but next time, don't use the metaphor of a blind cat meets a dead mouse. In addition, if it is really as you investigated, you mean that we should go to the habitat of the moon fox and compete with it for the altar." Shiyu fell into deep thought and said, "If the moon fox stays in its hometown, it can't just do this. The most troublesome thing is that it takes 1-2 days for the pet egg to absorb starlight. Teacher Ying, do you have a way to kill it in an instant without anyone noticing it and causing any noise? Wouldn't it be easy to track the fox god if we engage in direct combat and let the outside world notice it, Gem Cat?" "How is it possible?" Gem Cat said, "If you can't kill it in an instant, do it yourself." "No way. Its habitat is in the city, with layers of barriers. It is impossible to kill it in an instant without anyone noticing, and it will definitely attract the attention of many people," Gem Cat said angrily. "Besides, the Totem Kingdom is not backward. Who knows if they have any means of long-distance communication, Shiyu. Forget it. Wait, as long as the action is quick enough, then let Chong Chong materialize the phantom of the moon god fox to fool the people outside and pretend that nothing happened. Just say that you are experimenting with skills," Shiyu said. The gem cat said, "Do you want to gamble? There's only one chance. Moreover, if there is any spiritual connection between the moon god fox and the fox god will also sense it if it dies, and it will be over. Generally speaking, there is a close belief connection between the totem and the overlord of the Totem Kingdom. If the fox god is brought out and the hatching of the pet egg is interrupted, it will not be possible to hatch successfully unless the fox god is killed." Shiyu was like a little shark who had lost his dream. "Then lure the moon fox out for 2 days, Shiyu said. "Moon City and Fox God City, as well as the place where the legendary secret realm descends, are quite far apart. As for the fox god, he should be in his own Fox God City or the legendary secret realm. As long as we don't make a big noise, it shouldn't attract his attention. After all, we can't have the moon fox contact him for every little thing that happens. How to lure him out? Can we use the secret realm?" The gem cat was stunned and said, "What do you mean?" Shiyu said, "Use the power of space to open up a small secret realm nearby, and we use the energy fruit made by ginseng baby that is filled with the scent of the moon to track the moon fox clan over there, so that the moon fox will be obsessed with cracking the secret realm and will have no intention of paying attention to its hometown. If it wants to leave, seal it in time. Gem Cat said. What do you mean? The cat grinned and said, generally. There must be mechanisms in the habitats of the overlords. When others go there, they will sense it. Maybe the Moonlight family will also guard outside the altar. And what if the fox god has a good spatial perception ability and I am sensed when I open up the space? This movement is much more than instant movement, and there are statues of it everywhere in the Sky Fox country. Don't underestimate this statue. Shiyu rolled his eyes and said, it is connected to the spirit of the totem fox god, and there are mechanisms in the hometown. You are blocked. Don't worry about it. Just do it. You are too steady. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will be straight. When I was studying archaeology, I never considered the risks. Fuck, the gem cat muttered, and felt that it was troublesome to think too much. The fox god might not be so idle. They had just finished communicating, and suddenly, a terrifying breath came from the core of Moon City. The deterrence of the air rushed to the sky, hovering in the sky, tearing a huge moon mark in the sky. In Yucheng, most of the beastmasters and fox tribes suddenly looked over there, because that was the sacred place of the moon god fox overlord. Under the changing wind and clouds, a giant fox with a body length of more than 10 meters, with light golden hair all over its body and lingering starlight, stepped on the air and flew away, leaving Yucheng. Lord Moon God, seeing this giant fox appear, many mortals and beastmasters in Yucheng all bowed. Name, Moon God Fox. Attributes, light, racial level, medium overlord, growth level, overlord, energy value. 61.11 million. Shiyu was stunned for a moment, looking at the moon god fox whose figure was getting farther and farther away, and he murmured slightly. Although he didn't know what happened, but the moon god fox seemed to have left his hometown. See, the boat will naturally straighten itself out when it reaches the bridgehead. The moon fox left on its own, Shiyu thought to himself, there's no one to watch the house now. Teacher Ying, are you sure we can sneak into the altar without causing any noise? The gem cat was silent for a moment and said, let's try. At the same time, in Yuchang City Lord's mansion, in a hall, a middle-aged man wearing ancient clothes with a moonlight logo was pacing around. After a while, a beautiful woman in the same clothes entered the hall, and when she saw the middle-aged man, she bowed slightly and said, Father, you are looking for me. Yue, you saw Lord Yu leaving the city just now. Yue, the genius beast master of the Moonlight family, nodded and said, Father, is there something wrong? The head of the Moonlight family said, Lord Yu said that there was a problem with the secret realm that descended in the south. In order to compete for the ownership of the secret realm, other forces entered Xianhu. At present, the ruined secret realm seems to be in a stalemate stage. Lord Yu was summoned by Lord Fox God to help, who, Yue's expression changed. Not sure, however, with Lord Fox and the saint in charge, there shouldn't be any problems, the head of the Moonlight family said. Yue, before Lord Moon left, he said that you can enter the Holy Land for cultivation in one day. This shows that Lord Moon must have chosen you. Really? Yue's expression showed joy. The so-called Holy Land is the habitat of the Moon Fox. The moonlight energy there is rich and the space fluctuations are strong. It is not only suitable for the growth of the Fox clan, but also very suitable for meditation. If she can go there for cultivation, her strength will definitely improve. Yes, this is a rare opportunity, the head of the Moonlight family also said excitedly. This is the token left by Lord Moon that can remove the Holy Land's barrier. Shiyu is very happy now. Although Teacher Gemcat always looks reluctant and difficult before doing anything, but every time he does it, it seems to be very smooth. With the help of the Gemcat, they successfully entered the sacred place where the Moon Fox lived. Although there were layers of barriers and prohibitions outside the sacred place, with the powerful special attainments of Teacher Mao Mao, it was as smooth as picking the lock and they entered very smoothly. After entering, the Gemcat was already sweating profusely. It wiped the sweat with its cat claws and said, Fortunately, I didn't neglect my special control training, otherwise it would be a bit difficult. That's it. At the same time, Shiyu had already arrived at the most conspicuous altar in the sacred place, which was exactly the same as the Starry Sky altar in the countryside of Kidao. Shiyu quickly took out the Starry Sky pet egg. After absorbing the power of starlight here, The hatching progress was 2/4, south of the Sky Fox country. Outside the legendary secret realm that descended not long ago. Kachwanki and his group who have arrived and sneaked into the vicinity have already contacted Chu Ling, and learned about a change from Chu Ling who is currently in the Sky Fox Guard. They just feel extremely troubled, especially Kachwanki himself. Unexpectedly, besides Dong Huang, there are others who are interested in this iron-eating beast relic. What shocked Kachwanki the most was that the leader of the foreign forces who took the lead in negotiating with the Sky Fox country was actually the controller of the Kidao Kyun Consortium. Dong Huang, Longong City, and Kidao have been looking for a long time but have not found the Kidao legendary Beastmaster who used the power of the meteorite to conduct biological experiments. Why do they care about this relic? Could it be that this relic is not only related to the iron-eating beast, but also to the meteorite? Chapter 383 Shi Yu vs. Fox God. Moonfox Holy Land. At this time, the pet egg on the starry sky altar was absorbing the light of pale gold. Under the light of pale gold, the pet egg with purple patterns on a white background continued to emit a halo. Shi Yu remembered that the last time he was in the Seven Islands, the starlight connecting the altar and the starry sky seemed to be white. This time, it turned into light gold. What's the point? Both Shi Yu and the gem cat were very curious. But unfortunately, they didn't know much about the power of the starry sky. Even Su Su, who mastered the skills of the Sea of Stars, couldn't analyze what was going on with the starlight. No matter, just follow the inheritance left by the Sky Emperor. Shi Yu gave up the research. Instead of wasting time on this, he might as well continue to study telepathy. In the 2 months of hard training in Bingayan City, the improvement of physical fitness was not what Shi Yu cared about most in the past 2 months. What he cared about most was the other changes in his body after he ate the immortal fruit and his soul power was enhanced. After the soul power was enhanced, his telepathic talent felt a little better. According to the description of Shen Bao and Lin, Shi Yu's previous conversations with them through telepathy were just ordinary conversations. But recently, when Shi Yu talked to them through telepathy, it was as if the power of the mind could touch their hearts like invisible hands. It was as if Shi Yu's spiritual power had materialized. This discovery surprised Shi Yu. At present, the highest level of Beastmasters with telepathic talent in the world is level 8. There are quite comprehensive records about level 7 and level 8 telepathy after level 6. They are just the expansion of the telepathic range, and there are no other special changes. The situation that Shi Yu's pets sensed does not exist at all. Shi Yu tried it with the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and the platypus, but unfortunately, they did not experience the same feeling as Shen Bao and the others. This made Shi Yu sure that only the 6 pets he contracted could feel the changes in his telepathic talent. This particularity is like a Beastmaster with a fire enhancement talent, whose enhancement power can only be added to his contracted pets. After the soul power is enhanced, the telepathic talent can produce some special changes. Of course, this kind of enhancement is probably not something that can be achieved by simple pet feedback enhancement. Otherwise, the telepathic Beastmasters who have contracted many undead spirits would have discovered this change long ago. Obviously, the immortal fruit has a huge impact on Shi Yu's soul power enhancement. Then, the enhanced soul power and telepathy have produced some unknown changes. For Shi Yu, this novel thing is completely worth spending time to explore. Anyway, while waiting for the culling time and the pet eggs to hatch, he is free anyway. Shi Yu sat in the sacred land of the moon god Fox and meditated, daydreaming. You can try to develop your telepathic talent. Ordinary fusion talents can only merge with one pet, and ordinary telepathic talents can only communicate with life, but the Martial Emperor's fusion talent can merge with multiple pets, and the archaeologists of the 11th Bureau can not only talk to living things, but also listen to the sounds of all things. Every beast taming talent must be more than just the surface. With the difference of individuals and the in-depth development of the Beastmaster, it is possible to develop new uses and even produce mutations. I ate mythical resources, and after death I can even become a totem level undead. That's it. So when I was alive, it was impossible for nothing to change. The undying fruit was slowly strengthening my soul power. And this kind of strengthening, obviously, caused some changes in my telepathic talent. According to the description of the ginseng babies, it was an ordinary conversation before, but now, it is using both mouth and hands. There is a real touch. Just from this description, Shi Yu had a lot of ideas. Although this feeling, Except for the pets contracted by himself, other pets like Tyrannosaurus rex and platypus can't experience it. But as I develop telepathy, is it possible for them and even other people's pets to experience it? Generally speaking, telepathy is not mandatory. Only when life opens its mind can it communicate. For example, when some beastmasters fight against beastmasters with telepathic talents, even no matter what opponent they fight, they will close their own and pets' minds to avoid interference from the outside world. Only retain the telepathic authority of yourself and your pet, and strive to be the most focused. Therefore, Shiyu was thinking, if his telepathy is the same as materialization, is it possible to ignore the other party's mental closure, force his way into the room, and impose his thoughts on the other party? Even imitate the telepathy of the beastmaster of the other party's pet and issue the wrong fatal command to the pet? If this is possible, Shiyu feels that it will be very frustrating. In high-level battles, a moment of distraction is almost fatal. Of course, Shiyu feels that this kind of dirty routine trash talk fighting method is meaningless and does not fit his handsome style at all. He is still thinking, in addition to this method, are there other ideas to train telepathy into combat talent? Since ancient times, there has not been a very powerful beastmaster with telepathic talent, because the telepathic talent has not made much progress in the direction of combat. If the function of telepathic talent in combat can be developed more, Shiyu feels that his combat effectiveness can be taken to the next level. His idea is also very simple. Most of the strengthening talents are to strengthen the power of the pet by consuming the power of the beastmaster. Because of this, many beastmasters will be very weak after fighting. In this strengthening process, there is a special connection between the beastmaster and the pet. If Shiyu wants to use telepathy to strengthen the pet, he must also build this connection. This kind of connection is closer to substantiated connection. If it was before this, telepathy could only be used as an ordinary conversation ability, and it would definitely not be able to achieve a deep connection. However, now that telepathy has mutated, Shiyu thinks he can give it a try. However, he has been experimenting for a long time, and so far, there has been no good effect. And because it is not a big deal, he did not bother Lin to start a separate research project. After all, Lin is busy enough at the moment, and every project is crucial. At present, Lin is trying to study a skill alloy in new inscription. In Lin's research, the armor of the Jiuli war beast is inextricably linked to its body structure. By eating different metals and engraving special regular symbols on the armor, the body structure of the Jiuli war beast can be changed in combination with the metal eaten, allowing it to complete its evolution. The evolution of the Jiuli war beast to the first inscription, the second inscription, and even the demon god iron-eating beast is all through this mechanism. Therefore, Lin has been using this racial mechanism to create a special alloy food based on superalloy technology, intending to change the compatibility of the 11 pairs of superalloy skills with a method of engraving inscriptions. The 10th inscription. Since the ancients were able to research 9 inscription evolution routes and figure out the evolution path of the iron-eating beast without any scientific research conditions, then Lin believed that he could do it too. Shiyu let Lin do the research. As for the development of telepathy, he could only rely on himself to figure it out before Lin got busy. Telepathy is a mutation that is produced by the strengthening of the soul. Perhaps, I can enhance the pet through the spiritual body. What is the most common way to strengthen the spirit? Obviously, possession. If I can use the soul power as the shell, telepathy as the connecting bridge, and the mental and physical energy as the energy source, condense a substitute and attach it to the pet, maybe the power of the pet can also be strengthened. It seems that there is no such talent for taming beasts. Concentrate the energy of the body and transform it into a pure energy body, that is, a smaller version of yourself, and attach it to the pet, so that you and the pet become one. Then the question is, how to do it? Shiyu muttered. He couldn't mobilize his soul, spirit, and physical energy, let alone condense the nascent soul. But as far as he knows, mixed blood beast masters can mobilize some extraordinary powers. For example, some mixed blood beast masters can awaken mental deterrence after reaching the legendary level. Even some beast masters who are mixed with humans and ghosts can try to leave their bodies after reaching the legendary level. But these have nothing to do with pure-blooded human beast masters. Do I really have to be a non-human to have fun? No. No. Now, Shiyu has a new idea every day, and today he even wants to condense a nascent soul. Beast taming and immortality. Don't dream. When Shiyu was immersed in YYN experiments, a day passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, The starry sky pet egg had not yet absorbed all the energy. The gem cat kicked Shiyu awake and said, "Don't dream, the barrier has been opened, and someone came in." Damn, Shiyu suddenly woke up and said, "Why did the moon god fox come back so soon?" He took a quick look at the egg and then breathed a sigh of relief. But it's not a big problem, the egg will be absorbed in a while. This wave, even if the fox god comes, we have to hold on. Now, the light of the egg has gradually dimmed. According to the last experience, it will be less than half an hour. Don't worry, it's not a moon fox. It looks like a person, not very strong. You can handle it yourself. Ha! As soon as the gem cat finished speaking, the power of the surrounding space floated, and a woman in white ancient clothes and a king-level star moon fox were teleported to the moon fox holy land, not far from Shiyu and the others. At this time, Yue, the eldest lady of Yucheng, who had just arrived, was full of joy, and next to her, the star moon fox was also full of joy. After all, the opportunity to enter such a holy land for cultivation is too rare. But suddenly, their expressions froze, and they saw Shiyu, who was disguised as a gloomy old man, sitting beside the moon fox's altar, looking at them with empty eyes. "Who are you?" Seeing Shiyu, Yue was immediately shocked. There shouldn't be other people in the Moon Lord Holy Land. She was chosen by the moon fox to come in for cultivation, but she had never heard of anyone else being here. Name, Star Moon Fox. Attributes, Light, Racial Level, High King, Growth Level, King Level, Energy Value. 1.66 million. When Shiyu saw the other party, he instantly determined the other party's identity. He and Chong investigated a lot of memories and recognized the other party at a glance as the eldest lady of Yucheng, and the only beastmaster in Yucheng who reached the 6th level under the age of 30. A little weak, not to mention compared with the top 100 beastmasters in the Donghuang sequence, even compared with those guys in the national competition, this guy is not strong. According to the information collected by Shiyu, the elite beastmasters of the Sky Fox Kingdom basically only cultivate space strength and environment, do not strengthen the scale, and only contract one fox in their lifetime, and do not contract a second pet. From a certain perspective, they are also dedicated. But this is normal. The Fox clan is supreme in the Sky Fox Kingdom. How could it be possible for their shit shovelers to serve other foxes at the same time? Hey, since you have discovered me, then stay here, Shiyu made a hoarse voice. As the other party looked panicked, a cloud of gray fog appeared above them. In the gray fog, the blue eyes lit up, and with a terrifying deterrent, a huge tiger spirit emitting an evil aura emerged. Overlord level, Ice Eye Tiger Spirit. At this moment, the gem cat couldn't help but complain in the alien space. "Fuck, you are still addicted to Cos, right? And you are still high, you evil necromancer." It gives full marks. Don't kill them, their status is not low. Search their souls first to see if there is any valuable information. Shiyu gave instructions to Qitong in his heart. The tiger spirit was controlled by the bone sword, the bone sword was controlled by Qitong, and Qitong was controlled by him. These layers of nesting dolls made Shiyu feel very troublesome. Qitong, searching dream memories is just searching dream memories. What does it mean to change to searching souls? Based on the experience of shooting a few movies, Qitong also gives Shiyu full marks. Next time when the Legend of Muhuan starts filming, it will invite Shiyu to be the villain. The person who came was just a weak chicken, and Shiyu and the gem cat didn't care, but the little genius of Yucheng and the Xingaiyu fox were terrified at this time. Overlord level dead spirits. Legendary psychic. Damn. Yucheng, the holy land of the Moon Master, has invaders. Unfortunately, everything is too late. Under the perfect deterrence of the Overlord level, the consciousness of the man and the fox is on the verge of fainting, and a huge crisis lingers on them. However, just when Yue and Xingaiyu fox thought they were about to die, suddenly, a huge fox statue in the center of Yucheng suddenly lit up, and also burst out with a huge power. Buzz! This force directly acted on Yue and Xingaiyu fox. The powerful force was even stronger than that of Bingjing Tiger Spirit. In just a moment, Bingjing Tiger Spirit was blown away. At this moment, Shiyu and the gem cat in the dark suddenly changed their colors. They felt a dominant force, which was even stronger than that of Bingjing White Tiger and Fushin Turtle in his lifetime. Xingaiyu fox and Yue, who were saved by the mysterious force, were pale and sweating. Wu Xingaiyu fox made a shrill cry. It's the blessing of Lord Fox God. At this time, Yue immediately understood what was going on. She escaped from death and was still frightened. Half a month ago, the Battle of Xianhu Country's Xianjiao list ended. Every genius of Xianhu Country accepted the blessing of Fox God. Lady Saint said that this blessing could allow them to get protection when they encounter any form of threat in Xianhu Country. Geniuses in Xianhu Country are extremely rare. Even a 6th-level Beastmaster has been taken seriously by Fox God. The Moon God Fox Holy Land, along with the Moon City Fox God statue emitting a light that shocked the whole city, a huge fox phantom condensed above the Holy Land, which made Shi Yu's balls slightly painful and also made the gem cat very upset. This was a 9-tailed fox phantom that was more than 10 meters long. It was covered with white fur, had a pair of golden eyes, and a well-proportioned body, which looked noble and elegant. Its 9 tails were fluffy and elegant, and every shake seemed to move people's hearts. What a beautiful girl. Although the gem cat had a stomachache, when he saw this phantom, he was immediately very excited as if he saw delicious food. Shi Yu telepathically communicated, "First of all, you are a cat, and it is a dog. Secondly, you are a female cat, what do you know, you are vulgar. Besides, the problem is that your bad words have come true. The fox god is really here. What should we do? It doesn't matter. It's just the fox god's spiritual clone. It should be the amulet of that woman and the fox. It seems that it is not as strong as the green scale dragon. I will deal with it. There is less than half an hour left. Hold on, don't make a move. If you want to kill it in seconds, the fox god will come. We must pretend to be weak and let it think that it can solve us with a clone. Hold it." In an instant, Shi Yu and the gem cat communicated a lot through telepathy and reached a unified view. They couldn't kill this guy in seconds, otherwise it would easily provoke the fox god himself. Show weakness, hold it, and run away after half an hour when the egg is hatched. This is the fox god's spiritual clone used to receive the power of faith. In the fox god statues all over the Sky Fox country, there is an avatar. The strength of the clone is overlord level. In addition to being a piggy bank for receiving the power of faith, these clones are also the patron saints of the Sky Fox country. At this moment, as the fox god statue changed, the whole Moon City was shaken, and they understood that there was an enemy invasion. At the same time, the fox god clone had locked the invader through Yue and Xingyu Fox, and was watching the evil gray-robed old man from high in the sky. The size and length of its 9 tails suddenly doubled, and each of them turned into a giant tail several dozen meters long, filled with white light, and slapped towards the ice-eyed tiger spirit. Boom! The sound of breaking through the air was strong, and the power of the super-level skill 9-tail dance was devastating. Master Fox God, Ru. At this moment, Yue and Xingyu Fox were completely relieved, and they only felt that they had saved their lives. At the same time, the power of faith in the fox god became stronger. In their opinion, if the fox god took action, this evil beastmaster who invaded the Moon Lord Holy Land would be powerless to save the situation. Hey, little fox, if you want to defeat me with your clone, you have to practice hard for another 100 years. As soon as the words fell, the gray mist condensed. Another more powerful green-scale dragon spirit and mountain-carrying turtle spirit appeared beside the ice-eyed tiger spirit. The 3 overlord undead spirits roared together and attacked together. The green-scale dragon spirit swung its mighty dragon claws, and the mountain carried by the mountain-carrying turtle spirit materialized and flew away. The ice-eyed tiger spirit also roared and rolled up the snow. Boom! In the dust and fog of the 9-tailed fox and the 3 moves, Yue and Xingyu Fox's pupils shrank. 3 overlords. Who is the other party? Such strength is the top existence in any totem country. The legend of the iron-eating beast's secret realm. The fox god, the saint girl and even the overlords of some city-states in the Sky Fox country are still confronting these mysterious forces that have come to the Sky Fox country. The confrontation is because the opponent's power is also very strong, and there is a totem coming. This is a dark totem, shaped like a black goat, exuding an ominous breath. The spokesperson for the black goat totem was a beastmaster dressed in black. He had an extremely calm expression and said, "Your Excellency the Fox God, we come here with great sincerity. This relic is undoubtedly a sealed relic, and it contains the breath of our meteorite tribe. We just want to help our tribe members unseal it, that's all. We are willing to take a level 8 resource in exchange for the control of the relic." The huge fox god said nothing. It was only a level 8 resource, so who would look down on it? This is a legendary relic. Without two legendary resources, it is impossible for others to explore it. Fox, don't refuse a toast. After a day of negotiation, the black goat totem was already extremely irritable. It said, "Don't think that you can raise the price just because you have the protection of the Heavenly Wolf Country. I'll give you a chance to surrender to my lord, otherwise, what do you want?" The fox god smiled at the black goat. The black goat totem also sneered and said, "Of course, I'll show you some color." The fox god laughed. A mere lamb dared to threaten it? Did you really think that the Heavenly Fox Country could only exist until now because of the protection of the Heavenly Wolf Country? The fox god was not afraid of the threat of the black goat at all, but suddenly, it showed annoyance and said, "Is this the power you want to give us?" Boom. The fierce momentum of the fox god burst out directly, making the black goat totem and the others a little confused. Your city-state has been invaded," the fox god said, his eyes locked on the invader in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, the moon god fox behind the fox god also became angry and looked at the group of people. At the same time, the other overlord foxes, as well as the beast masters led by the sky fox saint, who gathered here, also suddenly exuded murderous aura. Black goat totem, Batron legend of Kiun Consortium? Throwing dirty water? When did they invade U City? Boom. Violent energy fluctuations were set off from this place. In the distance, the butterfly god, K legend, Ji Feng, and others who were still hiding themselves had tried to pass the situation here back to Donghuang. With the people from the Kiun Consortium here, they must be kept. However, they looked at the fluctuations of the totem war in the distance and fell into deep thought. How could they talk so well and then fight? Chapter 384, Target of Plundering Talent. Moon City. Violent explosions sounded in the Holy Land. The fox statue also appeared. At this moment, the Beastmasters in Moon City have already figured out what happened. The head of the Moonlight family called out his king fox with red eyes, and rode it to fly towards the Moon Lord Holy Land. At the same time, the city guards in Moon City and the Beastmasters of many Beastmasters in Moon City also rushed to the Moon Lord Holy Land, one by one. In Moon City, the fox statue is supreme, and then the Moon Lord Holy Land is inviolable. Now, the Moon Lord Holy Land has a battle wave that resounds through the sky. Obviously, a huge change has occurred. Soon, the head of the Moonlight family arrived outside the Holy Land. The city guards nearby were one step faster than him, but the hundreds of city guard beastmasters gathered around did not dare to approach the Holy Land at this time. The pets of these ordinary city guards are not the Fox clan, but pets of various races. At this time, the pets are also terrified and completely intimidated. The battle of the overlords is not something that these commanders and extraordinary pets can intervene in. That is, after the Moonlight Patriarch arrived, he looked at the sky of the Holy Land with his eyes wide open. A huge white nine-tailed fox was fighting with three undead spirits. The nine-tailed fox was extremely powerful. Its three opponents, the Jiao spirit, the tiger spirit, and the turtle spirit, each had an unparalleled terrifying deterrence, but after a battle, the nine tails swept away, and the three undead spirits that attacked it retreated immediately. However, after all, there were three opponents, and they were all overlords. The Moonlight Patriarch could also see that the fox god was unable to let go. The nine-tailed sky fox had to protect the city-state, so it was difficult for it to go all out to fight. The battle of the overlords could destroy the city. The battle of the totems could even destroy the country. In order to protect his people, the fox god was controlling the aftermath of the battle. Fox god projection, Overlord Undead, how is Yue? After the Moonlight Patriarch arrived, he immediately cared about his daughter. His daughter had just entered the Moon Lord Holy Land. He wanted to enter in a panic, but the Star Moon Fox beside him immediately stopped him. Calm down, the Overlord War is not something we can interfere with. Whether it was the deterrence emitted by the Fox God projection or the deterrence emitted by the three undead overlords, ordinary kings could not move an inch. But Yue, first notify Lord Moon to return to the city, Star Moon Fox said. In the Holy Land, Shi Yu quietly guarded the altar, and also controlled the three overlord undeads not to spread the aftermath of the battle to the side. He was a little regretful now. Why did he want to cost the villain and end up provoking the Fox God projection? If he could start over, he wanted to be a good person, be friends with the lady in front of him, coax the little girl, and leave here quietly. It's not fun to play the villain. It's easy to kick the tough guy with a template of the protagonist. Normal level 6 Beastmasters have totem clones to protect them? At this time, the female Beastmaster and her star Moonfox, who entered the Holy Land at the beginning, were directly shocked and fainted in the battle between the four overlords. The bug in Shiyu's pocket moved instantly and teleported her over. The dream-stealing bug of the bug still successfully entered her dream, allowing Shiyu to understand what was going on. It turned out that the Fox God gave a protective blessing to every Xianjiao of the Xianhu Kingdom. With this blessing, the projection clones of hundreds of Fox God statues in Xianhu Kingdom can be transformed into bodyguards for these Xianjiao. The Moon God Fox actually went to the secret realm of the ruins, the Fox God, the Sky Fox Saint, and most of the main combat forces of the Sky Fox Kingdom have gone there. Is there a mysterious force confronting the Sky Fox Kingdom outside the ruins? Wait, this mysterious force, it can't be the Butterfly God and them, they won't be exposed, then I will trick them now. Shiyu really gained a lot of useful information from this Moon City lady. His expression kept changing. He didn't want to delay here too much, and he also wanted to rush to the ruins with a gem cat to see the situation. He felt guilty. Although he was using the identity of Lin Lao Mo now, it was still easy to cause misunderstandings. Meow, meow. At this time, Qitong reminded Shiyu that if this continued, the three overlord undead spirits might be blown up by this Fox God projection. The power of this Fox God projection seemed to be continuously increasing. In the sky, the Fox God Nine-Tail slapped down and directly slapped the Fushun turtle spirit into the earth. If it weren't for the strong defense of this turtle, it would have lost its combat ability. The absolute zero of the Eye-Side Tiger spirit was originally extremely restrained against energy moves, and even more so against this kind of spiritual clone. However, the reaction speed of this Fox God clone was not inferior to that of Lin, who had top-level intelligence. It directly crossed the wind and snow and knocked the tiger spirit away. Only the Jiao spirit was a little stronger, and with a superb dragon power and reverse scale, it could contain the Fox God projection. Meow, Qitong suggested based on the plot of the movie he had watched, using this Totem Kingdom Beastmaster as a hostage to force the Fox God to surrender and strive to go further and further on the road of villains. That projection is obviously not very intelligent. Shiyu directly refuted Qitong's suggestion. Although this projection is not weak in combat power, it seems to have no consciousness at all. It protected the genius in vain. How could it let the protected object be stunned by the deterrence of battle and then be picked up by the enemy? It's almost done. At this time, the gem cat was hiding and protecting the starry sky altar and the egg in the battle of the overlords next to it. It stared at the egg with burning eyes and said to Shiyu, "Hold on for another 2 minutes, that's good." Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, something strange happened. The Fox God projection, which seemed to have no wisdom just now, became stronger again with a clearer vision. The 9 giant tails boomed and directly knocked the Jiaoling away, forcing Qitong to control the Jiaoling to retreat. "Who are you?" The Fox God projection showed an angry look. Its golden pupils looked at the gray-robed old man who was holding the genius of the Sky Fox country hostage, and its anger went up a level. It said, "Let her go, otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Shiyu was stunned. Is he conscious again? Moreover, Shiyu looked at the other party. He actually cared about this little genius. But it was just right. The performance had to be played in full. He would never do it again after this wave. He didn't want to kill this one like he blew up the female Beastmaster of the God Tree country. Judging from the dream memories of the Beastmaster they searched, if we don't consider the country's position, this person is really a good person. She helps the poor in various ways, punishes evil and promotes good. She hates the totem kingdom that feeds on humans and exploits humans, but she is very yearning for Donghuang and is very curious about Donghuang and other human kingdoms, which makes Shiyu feel that it is not appropriate to kill her. Even if this guy may become an enemy of Donghuang in the future, at least not now. He is still fundamentally different from the Beastmaster of the Shenshu Kingdom, who hunts the Beastmaster of Donghuang. In addition, Shiyu doesn't know the situation of the Butterfly God and his friends, and he can't expand the conflict if he doesn't confront the Fox God himself. Good deeds will still be rewarded. The Beastmaster in Shiyu's hand directly saved his life. Shiyu laughed and said, "Do you want her to live?" The 3 dead overlords retreated to Shiyu. Shiyu held the Beastmaster hostage and confronted the projection of the Fox God. At the same time, as the battle temporarily stopped, a large number of Yuchang Beastmasters, led by the head of the Moonlight family, entered the Holy Land one after another. Rumble. Hundreds of troops entered together. Among them, the head of the Moonlight family looked at the gray-robed old man holding the hostage, his eyes full of bloodshot, and said, "Let her go, your master has surrendered. Do you still want to resist fearlessly?" The fox god stared at Shiyu. Shiyu was confused. "I always felt that something was wrong. Even if the butterfly god and the fox god were to fight, they wouldn't fall so fast. After all, they are the second team of Lin Feng legend. If they hadn't been born with the wrong gender, they might even be in the first team. The strength is close to the top totem, and it must be stronger than the cat. It is a century-old totem. It's not that he can't even beat the weakest fox in the totem kingdom. Could it be that it wasn't the butterfly god and the others? The egg has been absorbed, so we can run away." Hearing this, Shiyu felt relieved and said that he understood. He gave instructions to Chong Chong and Chi-Tong, and at the same time, he looked at the fox god and the others. "Master," the gray-robed Shiyu chuckled and said, "it seems that you have misunderstood something, but it doesn't matter. My goal has been achieved. I'll give her to you, and you let me go. Otherwise, a big fight will not be good for anyone, and the city may become a ruin." Shiyu was also unwilling to have a big fight in Yucheng. After all, there are still millions of ordinary people in the city who are not even beastmasters. If a conflict really occurs, these people will die. Judging from the attitude of the fox god to protect Yucheng, it is estimated that he will not want to have a conflict here. After saying this, Shiyu did not wait for the other party to answer, and directly threw Yue and Zingayu Fox to them. "Don't go to the world competition, otherwise you will still die with this little strength." Shiyu thought to himself that by then, other enemies would not be as kind-hearted as him. Totem nations are also hostile to each other. If it weren't for the fact that many totems were restraining each other and being wary of each other, the Seven Nations Alliance would not be so stable. This made Shiyu feel that when he had the strength, he could conquer a few totem nations for fun. Like the Sky Fox Nation, doesn't it like to cling to thighs? It's okay to cling to his. Moreover, the Sky Emperor actually built the altar here. Maybe the Sky Fox Nation has been the territory of Donghuang since ancient times. Throw the hostages. At the same time, they disappeared collectively. The fox gods quickly took over Yue and Zingayu Fox. At the same time, the fox god projection flew directly into the sky and sensed the enemy's traces. But the fox god projection's expression sank, and the breath and energy fluctuations completely disappeared? How could it be possible? A mere legendary beastmaster. Hu. Above the super high clouds where the starry sky can be seen, a gem cat opened its star-like eyes and sat on the cloud and flew leisurely. It said that its escape was first class. "Do you want to come out and see the scenery?" The gem cat knocked on the ruined space. When Shiyu came out, he was startled and grabbed the cloud nervously as if he had lost half his life. "Damn, how can you summon the somersault cloud?" "Somersault cloud, what is that?" The gem cat was stunned. Shiyu said, "Well, it's nothing." Shiyu felt that he was now protected in a telekinetic shield. The cloud was flying very fast, but it made Shiyu feel very good. He said, "Did you hear what the fox god projected just now? According to the memories I have investigated, the fox god seems to have had a conflict with some forces." "Don't worry, it's not the butterfly god," the gem cat yawned and said, "the props that President Lin gave me to contact the butterfly god are still intact. If something happens over there, I will know." Shiyu grinned and said, "That's fine, then we'll go now. The iron-eating beast ruins, I can't wait." The corner of the gem cat's mouth twitched and said, "You just finished one thing, and now you are going to cause trouble to the next set. The fox god's real body is over there. I think we should just take the iron-eating beast and leave. Don't think about the secret realm. This thing is too risky. How can this be done? Did the prophecy say that there are iron-eating beast evolution materials in it? If it doesn't work, even if Donghuang sends an envoy to trade with the Sky Fox Kingdom with resources, the iron-eating beast evolution materials can be obtained." Shiyu still felt that the iron-eating beast evolution materials could not be given up. Even if they were bought, if they were useful evolution materials, they had to get them from the fox. "Then I'll contact the butterfly god and the others," the gem cat muttered. "Let's see what they have investigated there first." At the foot of a mountain in the Sky Fox Kingdom, the legendary secret realm. Just now, a short battle that could not be any shorter ended quickly. The black goat totem and the white river legend were extremely frightened, and the black goat was covered with scars, looking at the fox god in shock. After only 2 rounds of collision, The black goat totem understood that this fox was not as bad as the rumors said. Top totem. Definitely top totem combat power. Did it advance later, or was it hiding its strength from the beginning to the end? Wait, I don't understand what you are talking about. Although you are strong, don't bully the sheep too much, otherwise, your heavenly fox country will surely suffer. The huge black goat stood in the ruins. It looked at the white nine-tailed celestial fox standing on the top of the mountain under the moonlight and starlight, and wanted to retreat. Are you underestimating my purification power? Although it was stronger than the opponent, it only collided for a moment, and the earth shook. The fox god gave up the attack. It felt that there was an energy amplitude on the black goat totem that it was difficult to expel. The fox god was unhappy and didn't want to be contaminated by such dirty things. Can you purify a little? Can you purify the radiation after my death? The black goat said the most cowardly words in the hardest tone. The fox god said nothing. Even if he could deal with the black goat, it would be very unlucky. At the same time, the entire Sky Fox Kingdom would probably become a radiation land. We came here with sincerity, one by one legendary resource. After seeing the strength of the fox god, the black goat and his men also relaxed. Invading our city-state, taking our relics, and wanting to get rid of us with one legendary resource. Before the fox god spoke, the huge moon god fox behind him glared at the enemy. The black goat just thought what the hell this group of foxes was. When did they invade the city-state? There were only 2 of them this time. How could they have the time to invade the city-state? What city-states in your Sky Fox Kingdom can you invade? Are there any valuable resources? It's not us. A legendary resource. You can take it or not. There are no valuable resources in the ruins. It's just that our general is sealed. As long as you can rescue it, a legendary resource will be offered immediately. Invading your city-state is nonsense. The Sky Fox Kingdom and the meteorite forces are still in a stalemate. The nine-tailed fox god is dismissive of the black goat's statement. This black goat is difficult enough. If another monster of the same kind is released, will the other party be willing to hand over the legendary resources? Moreover, the nine-tailed fox god always feels that the other party's forces are not that simple. This black goat is probably not the strongest among them. It's a troubled time. The nine-tailed fox god is very melancholy. This legendary relic has descended on the Sky Fox Kingdom. It has a hunch that it may not be a good thing. But fortunately, it still has a top-level totem-licking dog, and it itself will not be afraid of any force. It doesn't matter whether it's you or not, the fox god said. It seems that the arrival of the legendary ruins has attracted many forces to come. This group of forces was able to discover the legendary ruins that had descended on the Sky Fox country so quickly. One possibility was that, as they said, they had discovered through some means that the ruins that had descended sealed their people. Another possibility was that there were spies from other forces undercover in the Sky Fox country. No matter which one it was unacceptable to the fox god. Gather the beastmasters of all the legions around the ruins. I want to check their identities, the fox god said to the saint. The Sky Fox saint, with black knee-length hair and wearing a thin, gold-rimmed, translucent cloth that could show her skin, was a legendary beastmaster with a very beautiful appearance. After hearing the order from the fox god, she nodded slightly, yes, at the same time. In the distance of the legendary ruins, on a green hill, a white butterfly the size of a palm was stunned. Senior Butterfly God, what's wrong? Next to it, there were 2 old men in cloth clothes, 1 man and 1 woman, and in addition to them, there was a young man. Reinforcements have arrived, the Butterfly God said. So soon? Kachwanki was stunned. But I just passed a message back not long ago, the old woman said strangely. The Butterfly God said, they were reinforcements that had been confirmed before the mission was carried out. They were not newly sent. They contacted me after they finished other tasks. Who are they? Ji Feng said. Here they are, the Butterfly God landed, and the space next to him rippled. An old man with a walking stick appeared next to them. Senior Butterfly God, long time no see. Shiyu had just been sent over by the gem cat, and he greeted the Butterfly God who he hadn't seen for a long time. Yes, long time no see. The Butterfly God looked at the old man strangely. It naturally knew the identities of the other 2 reinforcements. One was the gem cat, the new guardian of Donghuang, and the other was Shiyu, the Minister of Environmental Protection of Longgoing City and the archaeologist of the 11th Bureau, the first person under the legend. When he woke up, the butterfly god was also surprised that the newcomer he blessed had become the most outstanding super genius in Donghuang. Shi Yu's sudden arrival scared the other three people. The gem cat's transmission was so subtle that even the butterfly god didn't sense it, let alone Ke Chuanqi and Ji Feng and others. Seeing this gloomy old man, Ke Chuanqi said subconsciously. I don't know him. Is he in disguise? It's normal to disguise, and the three of them also disguised themselves. It's me. Shi Yu restored his original voice, smiled and looked at the three people, his wrinkles trembling. Although the other party also disguised themselves, he knew the list and could roughly determine their identities. Fuck, hearing Shi Yu's voice, Ke Chuanqi and Zhang Chuanqi were stunned, and Ji Feng, who was originally taciturn, burst out directly, very unbelievable. He was extremely stunned and said, why are you here, and you look like this, why does it feel like you are better than them in disguise? You know, they asked a best disguise master in the 10th Bureau to help them disguise and change their appearance. It turned out to be you, kid. Ke Chuanqi was also dumbfounded. Fuck, why did President Lin let Shi Yu come here too? It seems normal. After all, it is said that this is the remains of the iron-eating beast. I want to know the specific situation now, Shi Yu said. He frowned and looked at the changing world in the distance. Ke Chuanqi said, let me tell you, the situation has changed. A group of forces has also set their sights on the ruins. Moreover, the two people from the force are suspected to be the totems of the legendary Beichuan, the helmsman of the Qiyun Consortium, and the remaining forces of the meteorites. After Ke Chuanqi finished speaking, Shi Yu's face changed and he said, are you sure? What's the situation? Could it be that? He looked in the direction of the ruins. Could it be that the so-called iron-eating beast evolution materials in the ruins are fragments of the meteorites? Otherwise, is there anything worth attracting the meteorites to come over? But no matter what, this is a good thing. Whether it is the Qiyun Consortium or the meteorites, they are the enemies that Donghuang is currently looking for. It's basically confirmed. Although Beichuan from the Qiyun Consortium has also changed his clothes, it's basically confirmed that he is the real person through his contracted pet, Ms. Chuling has already informed us of the specific information there. Chuling didn't know the information that the legendary ruins might be the place where the general of the meteorite clan was sealed. She had already informed Ke Chuanqi and others of the other information through her position. Then what should we do? Shi Yu asked. We have passed the message back to request support, Ke Chuanqi said. When necessary, let's focus on subduing Beichuan, but the situation has changed a lot. Just now, the fox god and the other party had a certain conflict. The butterfly god judged that the fox god's strength may be more than the ordinary totem level, and its strength may not be inferior to it. Now the two totems are silent again. In any case, we alone will definitely not be able to perform the mission perfectly, so it's better to wait for reinforcements when it's not necessary. Is the fox god so strong? Shi Yu was stunned. However, the fox god and the meteorite clan had a conflict? Shi Yu looked strange again. It should have nothing to do with me, right? He quickly looked at the old woman among the three people and realized that it was the message she had delivered. This old woman, also a member of the 10th Bureau, was surnamed Zhang and was a legendary level. Her beast-controlling talent was very special, which was teleportation. She could teleport her contracted pet to a location where a teleportation array had been set up in advance. The maximum teleportation distance could span the forbidden area of the maze plus 3 totem countries. She was an important member of the infiltration team who kept in touch with Donghuang. Not long ago, she had asked her pet to transmit the news here back to Donghuang at the fastest speed. If nothing unexpected happened, Donghuang would immediately send enough strong reinforcements after receiving the news. Even if it was because Xianhu country lured the legend of the Seven Nations Alliance to betray the country was used as an excuse, it was possible to directly send a large army to put pressure on Xianhu. What about the iron-eating beast? Isn't it said that there is a group of iron-eating beasts around the ruins? Shi Yu asked. The main task this time was to bring this group of iron-eating beasts back. According to intelligence, there are at least hundreds of iron-eating beasts. The iron-eating beast tribe is currently being guarded by a hegemon of the Sky Fox country. Since there are a lot of traces of iron-eating beasts and traces of the Emperor Wukor at the side of the ruins, this ruins is judged to be related to iron-eating beasts. They are keeping a close eye on the iron-eating beasts and believe that this group of iron-eating beasts is the key to cracking the ruins, Ke Chuanqi said. Although the guards are very tight, it is not difficult to take them away by force. Dai Shen said, "It depends on when to do it. Although that fox is more difficult than expected, its speed should not be as fast as mine, and I have rich experience in dealing with fox spirits." Dai Shen sent out an indignant voice. Shi Yu was silent, suspecting that there must be a female fox in Lin Feng Chuanqi's team. Next, Shi Yu and Ke Chuanqi kept exchanging information, including the distribution of combat power in the legend's secret realm, the information that the Black Code is a dark system, and the specific combat power information of Beichuan Chuanqi. In order to carry out the next mission more smoothly, they shared them with Shi Yu one by one. You should know the information about Shirakawa from Kidao. Having shared this, Ke Chuanqi wanted to be lazy because Shi Yu also went to Kidao at that time. Shirakawa was an important clue to the Qiyun group, the Poison Dragon Totem, and the Meteorite Forces. Ke Chuanqi thought that Shi Yu, the Minister of Environmental Protection, should know his information very well, so he wanted to skip it. However, Shi Yu said, "Well, tell me about it." Ke Chuanqi's mouth twitched, and he said, "Beichuan from the Qiyun group, the 7th level of beast control, and the beast control talent is body control. Because of his beast control talent, he has been learning the knowledge of biological transformation from a mechanic since he was a child. His body control talent can assist the pet beast to control the various organs of his body and even a hair very delicately, so he has a strong attainment in biological transformation, and the pet beast is also very strong in the control of body energy. Therefore, the 7 pet beasts it contracted are all biological transformation pet beasts. In addition, it is said that after reaching the legendary level, his body control talent can also allow him to do it. He controls the changes of every organ and every hair of his body, and has a high level of control over his body. Because of this talent, he has a very strong physical fitness, and can even mobilize the power of spirit and soul through body control, and even develop mental telekinesis. However, due to the weak physique of humans, Kidao said that his special abilities are equivalent to those of the commander-level pets, but you should also be careful that he has hidden means. In addition, his pets are. Ke Chuanqi quickly introduced the information of Beichuan Chuanqi to Shi Yu. Shi Yu was originally listening quietly, but as Ke Chuanqi introduced the beast-controlling talent of Beichuan Chuanqi, Shi Yu was stunned. He first thought, no wonder the Qiyun Consortium can create the poisonous dragon totem and can use the power of the meteorite to transform organisms. It turns out that the beast-controlling talent of Beichuan Chuanqi is specialized in this aspect. Then, after hearing that Beichuan Chuanqi can even use the body control talent to control his physical, mental, and soul energy, Shi Yu's brain suddenly roared. In an instant, he felt that his thoughts were extremely smooth. When he was studying the telepathy talent and wanted to develop telepathy into an enhanced ability, what was the most lacking? What was lacking was the means to control various energies of his own. Due to the problem of human qualifications, except for the skill of the beast control talent, it was very difficult for humans to control their own energy. Even if Qi Tong possessed Shi Yu, it would only directly consume Shi Yu's power. Although Shi Yu's mental power was not necessarily inferior to that of the king-level beast at this time, he could not materialize his mental power and condense telekinesis. But telekinesis, if replaced by an awakened spiritual pet, can do it. There is only one way for humans to control energy other than the ability to control beasts, which is to become a hybrid and obtain the qualifications of other races. Therefore, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven for Shi Yu to control other energies and develop telepathy. However, the body control talent of Beichuan legend made Shi Yu stunned, and suddenly thought of a key question. If he plundered the body control talent with a talent bead, and then with the help of the talent bead, he could control his own physical, mental, and soul energy, does that mean that he can try to integrate other energies and develop telepathy talents? The talent of plundering is ultimately dependent on the external force attached to the props, just like the awakening mirror, it cannot grow. However, if you can plunder this control talent, and then develop your telepathic talent through the body control talent, so that the telepathy becomes very strong, then as you grow, the telepathy can continue to evolve infinitely, and everything will be your own power, instead of relying on other people's talents. It is better to use other people's talents to develop your own talents. In this way, the value can be maximized. In addition, the functionality of body control sounds good, maybe it will help Lin study the 10th inscription and kill an phantom. Thinking of this, Shi Yu seemed to have suddenly found the best person to use the talent beads obtained from An Chang. This Beichuan legend who defected to the forces of the meteorites, his talent, is the best choice. What's wrong with you? Chuanqi found that while he was talking, Shiyu's eyes were green. This cross-dresser also has a flash effect? This Beichuan, we must keep him, Shiyu said. This kid is too important, we can't let him run away, and we must keep him alive. We can't kill him. If he is killed, we can't plunder his talent. Of course I know this, Chuanqi nodded. How could he let Beichuan Chuanqi die easily without squeezing out enough information from him? After everyone exchanged information, they waited. Not only were they waiting for reinforcements from Donghuang, they were also waiting for updated information from Chu Ling, who was currently in the legend ruins. The butterfly god used its skills to turn everyone's breath fluctuations into wind. Here, they could observe the changes in the situation and react at the fastest speed. News is coming. Before everyone had to wait for long, the old woman Zhang Chuanqi held a piece of jade and said, "It's the news from Chu Ling, Shiyu, the butterfly god, Chuanqi, Ji Feng, and the gem cats in the different space all looked at the old woman. Under the gaze of the crowd, the jade gradually turned black. This scene made the old woman's expression change immediately. She said, "Oh no, it's not good. Chu Ling's identity is at risk of being discovered. She is in a very dangerous situation now." As the old woman finished speaking, many people's faces changed. "What should we do?" Ji Feng immediately spoke solemnly. Although the intelligence officers of the 10th Bureau have the means to destroy all their memories in times of crisis, to ensure that their identities are not revealed, to ensure that other companions are not revealed, and to continue to perform their tasks, they will definitely be in great danger. Chu Ling, although he is not familiar with this companion of the 10th Bureau, it is now obvious that the other party is in an extremely dangerous situation. Shiyu's expression also changed, and he said, This person is the daughter of Master Chu Ji. I'll go save her. This is also part of the mission," Shiyu said. "You wait for news here, don't worry, you won't be exposed." Shiyu almost didn't hesitate to call the gem cat to go to the legendary ruins together. These tasks can be interrupted, but Master Chu Ji's daughter must not be in trouble in Xianhu country, outside the legendary ruins. The Sky Fox army, which numbered over 10,000 people, stood in a neat line. Among them, a woman was extremely panicked and realized that something was going to go wrong. Since she came to the Sky Fox country, she had never joined the official forces because the risk of being exposed was too great. This time, because the legendary ruins of the Emperor Wu were of great importance, she had to take the risk and use various relationships to enter the Sky Fox Guard to find out more information. Although she had expected this moment, Chu Ling was still a little scared. Her heart was beating fast. Although she had a good psychological quality, the totem-level fox god stood high in the sky, looking down at them, and after that, there were one overlord fox after another. Under this sense of oppression, Chu Ling, as a top master, really couldn't breathe. Ho-ha, are you looking for spies? On the side, the black goat totem that followed him looked at this group of cute humans and laughed. Next to him, Beichuan Legend had a blank expression on his face, and his eyes were more focused on the door of the illusory legendary ruins connecting heaven and earth. How to crack this relic was what he was most concerned about. Unfortunately, after so many days, the Sky Fox Kingdom still has not been able to crack this legendary seal relic. What's more regrettable is that they have not found a good way to crack the seal relic for the time being. Under the gaze of the fox god, I don't know how. His eyes were fixed on a middle-aged beast master in the legion. Under his gaze, the middle-aged man was sweating profusely, and his pupils were full of fear. No, spare me, Lord Fox God, spare me. The middle-aged man screamed miserably and was dragged to a high altitude by a spiritual force. Then, with a shrill scream, he fainted and was thrown to the ground by the fox god. An undercover agent from the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom, the fox god had a bad expression. He rarely woke up once, but he didn't expect it to be all bad things. His licking dog actually dared to plant people in his territory? His eyes looked at a woman who was followed by a fox. After looking at her, the middle-aged woman was also shocked instantly. The same ending as the previous middle-aged man, the middle-aged woman was also pulled out in an instant, her memory extracted, and thrown out. The next moment, another pale young man was pulled out and thrown out. Seeing this, the corners of the mouths of the Black Goat Totem and Beichuan Legend next to him twitched. How many undercovers do you have in your Sky Fox country? After the Fox God's repeated searches, 6 undercovers were soon found out, which also made the Sky Fox Saint and the Overlord Foxes show unfriendly expressions. MMP. After a while, the fox god's eyes were fixed on a captain of the Sky Fox Guard, a woman in her 20s. She had a normal expression and was frank and self-confident. She looked at the fox god with piety. "You are pretending very much," the fox god said coldly, looking at Chu Ling. This sentence made Chu Ling almost cry. The fox god's telekinetic fluctuations enveloped him. And Chu Ling seemed to have accepted his fate, and his expression was full of despair, but fortunately, Chu Ling knew that his memory had the ability to self-destruct and knew that his identity would not be leaked. However, he was about to die, and Chu Ling was still very desperate. Buzz! The telekinesis enveloped him. At this moment, a space crack opened behind Chu Ling, and a powerful telekinesis came out, which bounced the telekinesis of the fox god, causing the fox god's face to change. Then, the space crack stretched out a hand and pulled Chu Ling into the different space. At this moment, the fox god, the heavenly fox saint, the black goat totem, and even a group of overlords were all shocked. Especially the fox god, who was immediately furious. Space totem, the black goat's eyes were full of fear, and he felt that this heavenly fox country was simply a den of dragons and tigers. Since you are here, don't even think about leaving. At the totem level, extraordinary life can optimize the race and create its own skills. Every totem level has more or less cultivated means against the space system, and the fox god is no exception. Although he felt that his space attainments were not as good as the guy who rescued the spy, the fox god still immediately burst out with the greatest strength to stop the rescuer. In the alien space, Shiyu and the gym cat, who pulled Chu Ling into the alien space, both looked very panicked, but not particularly panicked. "Mao Mao, don't worry, I have the dragon god to protect you, I will protect you, we can't die anyway." Shiyu kept comforting Mao Mao to let her drive with peace of mind. The gem cat cursed, and at this time, Chu Ling was the most shocked. She looked at the wide alien space she was inexplicably dragged into, the gray-robed old man who was pulling her, and the gem cat of the extraordinary race, and was very confused. Boom. Oh my god, the gem cat didn't want to pay attention to Shiyu now. As the space vibrated, the gem cat's scalp numbed, and said, "Sit tight, drive." Boom. Cracks appeared in the alien space, and the huge impact force made the people and animals in the alien space spin around. After a while, the gem cat laughed. "Ho ha ho ha, little fox, you're still a little immature to fight with your cat sister. How about my skills?" After the gem cat left the legendary ruins in an instant, it laughed triumphantly. It looked at Shiyu and Chu Ling and decided to take credit. However, it looked at Chu Ling, who was shocked, in silence and said, "Little girl, where is the old man?" Chu Ling was at a loss. "Yes, where's he, gem cat?" Cat's eyes exploded. "Such a big person, you told me, is gone? Where is the person?" the gem cat screamed in surprise. Then, it suddenly became silent. Danger, danger is impossible. Even if it was killed in an instant, Shiyu would not be in trouble. He thought that the protection of the dragon god was for nothing. The gem cat suddenly had a bad premonition. At this time, the fox gods also had a bad premonition. They didn't have the mind to pay attention to the space totem and the spy who was rescued. Buzz! At that moment, the violent vibration of the legendary ruin space attracted many people's attention. Inside the legendary sealed ruins, a figure descended inside. Now, the most confused person is obviously Shiyu. He originally wanted to go over to escort a gem cat. After all, although the gem cat's attack power is not weak, its defense power is not as good as 11. In order to prevent the gem cat from getting into trouble, he went over and used himself as a shield for the gem cat to block possible threats. The danger did not happen. It successfully escaped from the hands of the fox god again. Shiyu was convinced by the name of cat running. However, the moment Chu Ling was pulled in, Shiyu was also depressed. Because the moment the space crack opened, he heard a voice, "What is your relationship with that turtle?" Then he was directly sucked here by the space vortex born with the space crack. "Dragon god guardian, you are not smart. Don't you block it." After Shiyu came to this new space, his expression changed immediately, because he instantly felt an energy fluctuation similar to that of the meteorite. But the next moment, what shocked Shiyu even more was the woman who appeared in front of him. This was a phantom-like spirit body. She was wearing the Wu Emperor Dynasty armor from the Wu Emperor Dynasty period. Her face was calm, and what shocked Shiyu the most was that this guy was too similar to Panda Senior sister Lin Xiaozu. It can be said that they were carved from the same mold, except that they were older. Shiyu had a feeling that if Panda Senior's sister was 30 or 40 years old at this time, she might look like the woman in front of him. Thanks to the silver leader named Wang Leoji. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, Shiyu Totem First Kill. Shiyu saw this woman and initially judged that the other party was a friendly army. Reason 1, wearing the standard armor of the Wudi dynasty. Reason 2, mature female version of Senior Panda. Reason 3, the Dragon God Guardian did not respond. Reason 4, could the turtle the other party mentioned be Chuangxun? Now think about it, maybe the Dragon God Guardian is not necessarily unintelligent, but too intelligent. Unless there's a life and death crisis, I am afraid that the guard will not be triggered. At the same time, Shiyu was a little sad. Next time I go to Longgong City, I must ask the Dragon God carefully. After he ate the immortal fruit, the Dragon God Guardian insisted that he show up in the form of a dead spirit when there is a life and death crisis? That would be a pit. What is your relationship with that turtle? The woman who is 90% similar to Senior Panda still said the same thing. Shiyu asked back, what is the purpose of pulling me in here? Shiyu was silent. Although he knew Chuangxun, he really wanted to know how this woman sensed his connection with Chuangxun. If Chuangxun was his contracted pet, it would be fine, but he had a few words with Chuangxun. Can you detect this? Don't be nervous, old man, the woman smiled and said, I have no ill intentions, I just wanted to clear up my confusion after sensing the spatial fluctuations in you. Spatial fluctuations, don't you know that when a relic space contacts and overlaps with another relic space for a long time, the weaker space will be affected by the stronger space and similar spatial fluctuations will appear? You should have carried a certain spatial prop and stayed in a certain relic for a long time. The woman looked at Shiyu and said, can you tell me about it? Shiyu was slightly startled and immediately understood that the relic ring. He did carry the relic ring and stayed in the Emperor Wu ruins for more than 2 months. I want to know if you have seen a turtle in that relic, she said. The spatial fluctuations of the special equipment you carry are very special, and you have also been exposed to a deeper level of spatial fluctuations. I will not be wrong, you must have been in contact with that turtle. How do you know? Shiyu asked doubtfully. I am afraid that even the gem cat will find it difficult to detect such subtle similarities in spatial fluctuations. This woman can sense it through a layer of space? The mature version of Senior Panda said, of course I know, because I have also participated in the transformation of the ruined space you have been to. Now, you can also talk about it, participated in the transformation of the Emperor Wu ruins? Shiyu was silent for a moment, and he was more certain about the other party's identity. The other party is most likely a beastmaster of the iron-eating beast tribe under the Emperor Wu. Chuangxun said that the ruins were used to breed iron-eating beasts, and it was guarded by it and the breeders of the iron-eating beast tribe. Since this person has participated in the transformation of the ruins, he must be a core figure in the Emperor Wu dynasty. Forget it, let's show our cards, don't waste time, the gem cats should be worried about themselves, we have to figure out the cause and effect as soon as possible, and then get out. Senior Chuangxun. I have indeed seen it, Shiyu looked at her. It has a favor to me to cultivate it. The woman showed a happy expression and said, so it is still alive? No. Senior Chuangxun has been reincarnated, Shiyu said. Reincarnation? You still can't find a way to recover? She was stunned for a moment, with a regretful expression, and said, reincarnation is a method. So Senior, who are you? Shiyu asked. I am Ji Mengzhu, a legendary trainer of the iron-eating beast corps under Emperor Wu. Ji Mengzhu looked at Shiyu. Although she didn't know whether what Shiyu said was true or not, she was still quite happy to meet someone who had entered the ruins. Not the last name Lin. Shiyu felt strange, and that was right, it had been so long. He could now be sure that this person was most likely an ancestor of Senior Panda's sister, and Senior Panda's sister's ancestors were indeed related to the iron-eating beast tribe. You said that Chuangxun had the grace of knowing and training you, what's the matter? Ji Mengzhu looked at Shiyu, wanting to confirm further. Shiyu said, I have a contract with an iron-eating beast. After entering the ruins, I accidentally refreshed a trial record and awakened Senior Chuangxun. I learned from it what happened at the end of the Wu Emperor dynasty. Then Senior Chongsun told me how to evolve the iron-eating beast and how to cultivate it. You have a contract with an iron-eating beast. Ji Mengzhu looked surprised and believed Shi Yu's words even more. Can you summon it out for me to see? Shi Yu thought about it and nodded. He was sure that this Ji Mengzhu was an ancient person from 2,000 years ago. I don't know what method she used to survive as a spirit body. It seems that she can control this legendary ruins. Is she transformed into a spirit? After entering the ruins for a while, Shi Yu was sure that this ruins, like the Ice Dragon ruins, was sealed and suppressed something fierce. Judging from the energy fluctuations and historical trends, it is very likely to be a totem that suppresses the forces related to the meteorite, and this Ji Mengzhu is guarding here. Since they are friendly forces, there is no problem. Thinking of the prophecy of the domestic guardian god, there may even be materials for the evolution of iron-eating beasts here. In addition, Ji Mengzhu is the chief breeder of the iron-eating beasts of the Wudi dynasty. She may have many rare metals. Shi Yu was excited. This is a super-rich woman who is suspected to be able to strengthen 11 to the legendary level. 11, a purple summoning array condensed in front of Shi Yu. Under the gaze of Ji Mengzhu, a chubby panda with a height of more than 1 meter showed a surprised expression. Such a strong dark radiation. 11, who had absorbed the fragments of the meteorite, sensed it in an instant. There must be other fragments of the meteorite in this place. Ying, 11 looked around, and then saw Ji Mengzhu, and immediately opened his mouth wide, shocked. Lin Xiaozu? No, but it seems. Like Shi Yu, 11 was also stunned when he saw the senior Ji Mengzhu. Introverted form, and it's a royal family. Ji Mengzhu was also slightly startled when she saw the iron-eating beast summoned by Shi Yu, and then she showed an incredible expression. In her sight, the small iron-eating beast was not all she saw. Her eyes seemed to see the Jiuli form that was 100 meters high behind 11. The terrifying black and white thunder intertwined and entangled the shocking body of the full-level royal family to Terrence. This power instantly caused an unparalleled impact on Ji Mengzhu. It's the king level, but what's going on with this potential? As a legendary breeder of the iron-eating beast core, she has seen many iron-eating beasts. She knows more about iron-eating beasts than Shi Yu. Even when Emperor Wu was cultivating iron-eating beasts, she provided a lot of help and knew the iron-eating beast clan very well. However, Ji Mengzhu looked at 11 in shock and saw through its infinite potential at a glance. I'm afraid the foundation is even stronger than that of Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast when it was at the king level. She looked at the gray-robed old man in front of her in shock. Just now, she didn't care much about Shi Yu, who was only a 6th-level beast master at his age. However, after discovering the specialness of 11, Ji Mengzhu was extremely shocked. She didn't expect that the old man's training of the iron-eating beast had reached such an incredible level. How did you do it? Even with the help of Chongsun, it would be impossible to reach such a level. How did you do it? Shi Yu pretended to be confused. Ji Mengzhu was silent, and then asked, can you tell me what the outside world has experienced in the past 2,000 years? Shi Yu nodded and said, after Emperor Wu and Yunnan died together, the ancient country of Donghuang fell into the Totem War. Emperor Wu's dynasty was destroyed, and it experienced hundreds of years of warlord separatist era. During this period, although the Donghuang human race also had many powerful beastmasters who could rival totems, they failed to complete the unification of the country. It was not until hundreds of years later that an empress ascended to the legend and completed the unification of Donghuang again. She expelled many totems from the east and suppressed the universe. However, after that, Donghuang experienced 3 more totem wars until 180 years ago, when the totem war was once again ended by the legend of the new human race. Ji Mengzhu was silent. Although he had expected that many things would happen in the past 2,000 years, he did not expect that the ancient country of Donghuang would experience so many wars. So, this place shouldn't be in the ancient country of Donghuang. If it was in the unified ancient country, it shouldn't have allowed the meteorite tribe to invade. She looked outside the void and said, I can sense the totem-level meteorite tribe in the outside world. Indeed, this is a totem country called the Sky Fox country outside the ancient country of Donghuang. Then are you a human from the ancient country of Donghuang? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have been recognized by Senior Chongsun. I came here because the advent of this relic is related to the iron-eating beast, so the ancient country of Donghuang attaches great importance to it. Then Senior Ji, can you tell me what's going on here now? Ji Mengzhu looked at Shi Yu and said, Yes, you should know that after Emperor Wu and the meteorite died together, the ancient country of Donghuang was in chaos. The meteorite tribe and the totem tribes invaded Donghuang, and a new round of totem wars broke out. Among them, the meteorite tribe was afraid of the iron-eating beast and the iron-eating beast legion, so they issued an order to exterminate the iron-eating beast tribe. Forced by the situation, except for the iron-eating beasts that could still fight, we took many iron-eating beasts that had not yet formed combat effectiveness and dispersed and hid. In order to make a comeback, the iron-eating beasts cannot be exterminated. I led one of the teams, but because our whereabouts were exposed, we were surrounded and killed by the totem generals of the meteorite tribe, and the escorter army fought a great battle with the general of the meteorite clan. After a battle, we were defeated and had to sacrifice our lives to seal the general of the meteorite clan here using an ancient seal relic. We also sealed the iron-eating beast cubs here. This is a time-related relic inherited from ancient times. The seal is powerful and can seal the top totem at most. Unfortunately, the sealed object will not die with the passage of time. We can restrict its actions, but we cannot completely kill it. After that, I turned into a relic array spirit and suppressed the general of the meteorite clan. During the seal, time stopped passing. Until recent years, the seal loosened and the general of the meteorite clan was killed. I woke up only after the power leaked out. You saw it too. She looked into the ruins and said, the interior of the ruins has been eroded by these powers. As the spirit of the ruins, I teleported the young iron-eating beasts out to ensure that they would not be eroded by these powers. However, if this continues, it will only be a matter of time before the general of the meteorite clan breaks the seal. After all, it is only a temporary solution, and this ruins no longer has the extra power to reinforce the seal again. When Shiyu heard this, his expression changed. So, the inheritance of the iron-eating beast clan was cut off because a race was afraid of the powerful potential of the iron-eating beasts and almost exterminated them. Shiyu looked into the depths of the ruins. 11 also looked angrily into the depths of the ruins. Jimengzu saw the expressions of Shiyu and the others and said, so I want to ask, the iron-eating beast clan is now, Shiyu said, Senior G, the iron-eating beast clan has not been completely exterminated. Although there are not many of them, there are still a small number of them living in various places in Donghuang. It's just a pity that their inheritance has been cut off during the war and they have become an ordinary extraordinary race. Of course, since a genius archaeologist appeared in Donghuang and found the evolution method of the iron-eating beast clan, the iron-eating beasts now have a good status in Donghuang, and the iron-eating beast cubs you sent out have not had any problems and are living normally nearby. Is that so? Jimengzu breathed a sigh of relief. This was a blessing in disguise. At least their mission did not fail, and the iron-eating beast clan did not completely perish in the extermination order of the totems. However, Jimengzu looked at Shiyu and 11 and still didn't understand. Did they say that the inheritance of the iron-eating beasts was cut off? This one doesn't look like the inheritance has been cut off. This iron-eating beast is even more powerful than any other iron-eating beast of the same level during the peak period of the iron-eating beast's development. Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. She said, thank you very much for letting me hear such good news at the last moment of my life. You just said that you came to investigate this relic, right? Shiyu nodded and said, yes, this relic, as I said just now, is nothing special. However, when we fled, we brought a lot of iron-eating beast cultivation resources. You should take these resources back to China. From the current situation, the outside world is a totem country, which may be very dangerous. You are not strong. I will try my best to activate the power of the sealed ruins to trap the totems and overlords outside for a while, and you can use this time to escape. If possible, it is best to take away the iron-eating beasts that I teleported to the outside world. Moreover, it seems that the meteorite tribe has not been completely cut off. You should be careful of the meteorite tribe along the way with these iron-eating beasts and those meteorite fragments. From my perception just now, you should have a totem-level companion, right? It should be the patron saint of Donghuang. With its help, you don't have to worry too much. Shiyu's expression was happy. Sure enough, there were iron-eating beast evolution materials. Wait, Senior G, what do you mean by the last moment of life? Shiyu was stunned and said. Jimengzu smiled and said, the general of the meteor clan may break free from the seal at any time and be reborn. I naturally cannot let it escape. It will continue to lose power in the process of breaking free from the seal. I will try to detonate the entire sealed ruins when the opponent is at his weakest moment after breaking free from the seal. Legend has it that the power of the sealed ruins after detonation can definitely kill the opponent completely. It is because of this that I chose to become the formation spirit of the sealed ruins. You don't have to worry about me. I am already a dead person. I can avenge my dead companions at the last moment, and I also ask you for revenge. I have heard good news, and I have no regrets. Shiyu opened his mouth slightly and said, "Wait, Senior G, if you don't detonate the ruins, do you not have to die, and can still exist as a formation spirit?" Ji Mengzhu said, "What do you want? I mean, if the general of the Meteor clan breaks free from the seal, just let him break free from the seal, and don't worry about it. If you have the Green Mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. After it breaks the seal, we will kill it with other methods, isn't it the same? We don't have to sacrifice you in the ruins, a legendary iron-eating beast breeder plus a legendary relic. What a pity to detonate it. If you don't want this relic, you can give it to him. Even if it has lost its sealing function, it is still a relic of ancient legends after all." Ji Mengzhu shook his head and said, "After it breaks the seal, it will definitely choose to destroy the relic from inside. Although it has no ability to destroy the relic, as the spirit of the relic, I will definitely not be able to escape its attack. Besides, even if you can take me away, this general of the Meteorite clan is not so easy to kill. Since you know the Meteorite, you should know its terrifying power, and these Meteorite clan are totems that have been given power by the Meteorite clan. They also master that terrifying dark system. Even if they can defeat them, facing their horrific self-explosion before death is absolutely fatal. Even the top totems are unwilling to face an ordinary Meteorite totem that has been given power by the Meteorite, so, in order to reduce casualties and for it to escape and avenge the outside world and Donghuang, it is the best choice for me to send it off for the last time," Ji Mengzhu said. "If it is allowed to recover to its heyday, it will definitely be a disaster for the ancient Donghuang country. There is a way," Shiyu said. "There should be enough reinforcements coming next. They may even be carrying forbidden weapons. If they have forbidden weapons, then killing this general of the Meteor clan won't cause too many casualties." "Forbidden weapons?" Ji Mengzhu was startled and asked, "What is that?" "A super killing weapon that can instantly kill ordinary totems, top-level totems, and even totem demigods. The ancient Donghuang kingdom now relies on this weapon to end the totem war. The current Donghuang is very powerful. In the most recent totem war, the seven-nation human alliance used forbidden weapons to kill 3 demigods, so not only it is the East, and the worldwide totem wars have come to an end. So, as long as you wait for this weapon to arrive, you don't have to worry about a Meteorite general causing too much damage. As far as I know, there should be a purification-type forbidden weapon in the country, and it is not difficult to purify this level of radiation. When the time comes, the Meteorite general will break the seal, you will evacuate with the ruins, and the Meteorite general will be left to the current Donghuang to solve." Shiyu looked at the radiation on the ground. This level of radiation should be far worse than the Meteorite. At most it is stronger than the poisonous dragon totem, so there is no need to worry. There is no need to let the gem cat and the butterfly god take risks. They can wait for weapons. If possible, he doesn't want this old senior who is similar to the panda sister to sacrifice himself. There is such a thing. Ji Mengzhu showed a surprised expression. Yes, it shouldn't take long for the reinforcements to arrive. Even if they don't carry the forbidden weapons now, it shouldn't take long to go back to get them. 2 days are enough, Shiyu said. Ji Mengzhu suddenly felt that the future of 2000 was extremely unfamiliar to him. Taboo weapons that destroyed 3 demigods? What has Donghuang become after 2000 years? Ji Mengzhu was somewhat moved by Shiyu's words. If she could survive, she would naturally want to see the current iron-eating beast and Donghuang. 11 felt extremely sorry. I hate that I am too weak. Otherwise, it would be great if it could deal with the general of the Meteor clan and even the Black Goat outside. If it is really like what you said, Ji Mengzhu said. Shiyu smiled and said, there is absolutely no problem. At present, the ancient country of Donghuang has even reorganized the iron-eating beast core, which is also cultivated by a female breeder. She obtained some of the breeding methods of the iron-eating beast from Senior Chongxun. When you see her, you will be surprised. This is a powerful breeder who cultivated the iron-eating beast for Emperor Wu 2000 years ago, and it is suspected to be the ancestor of Senior Panda. Shiyu thinks that if the two meet, Senior Panda should be able to take off. It is best to become her apprentice. Don't let her commit suicide. Ji Mengzhu listened to Shiyu's words and smiled slightly. But at this moment, with a boom, a huge dark energy burst out from a distance. The entire sealed space rumbled and vibrated. The radiation of the entire relic space became stronger. The occurrence of this scene made Ji Mengzhu smile and shake his head with regret, saying, "Thank you, but it may be too late. It will break free from the seal soon. I am afraid it will not take 2 minutes. This is the relic stone containing the evolutionary resources of the iron-eating beast. Next, I will teleport you away from here, and leave it to me to deal with it. It can't have any chance to escape. I don't know whether the meteorite has been completely killed by the Emperor Wu. The meteorite has the ability to revive. The power of these meteorites is a very good nutrient for resurrection for the meteorite, so you can understand it. I have a reason why I can't let it escape from here anyway," Ji Mengzhu said. A relic stone appeared in Shiyu's hand, and his expression suddenly changed. How could it be so fast? Let alone the forbidden weapons, I am afraid that the first batch of reinforcements will not be able to arrive in time. And according to Ji Mengzhu, it is unrealistic to rely on the gem cat and the butterfly god, because there are companions of the general of the meteorite outside. If the battle starts, the casualties will definitely be huge. Leave it to me. Looking at Ji Mengzhu's resolute attitude, she was determined to sacrifice herself and kill this general of the meteorite clan here. Shiyu could not understand. Since Ji Mengzhu grew up in the era of Emperor Wu, she knew the strength of the meteorite and the threat to the meteorite clan better than anyone else, so she was unwilling to let this general of the meteorite clan have any chance to escape. In her view, if the meteorite clan forces make a comeback because of the breaking of the seal of this totem, it will be a huge threat to the entire human race and the entire East. She did not understand the power of the forbidden weapon, but she was very clear about the power of the meteorite clan. After all, her home was destroyed by them. 11 also looked at this ant who looked similar to Lin Xiaozu. Was she going to sacrifice herself to destroy the sealed monster? It also looked anxious. No, wait until it grows to the totem level, and then it can defeat it. Senior G, where's the prop to seal the ruins? Leave it to me. I'll take you away first. Don't worry about this guy, Ji Mengzhu smiled and said, it's okay. After that, she was about to teleport Shiyu and Shai. Shiyu was really upset with such a woman who refused to listen to reason. Seeing that the transmission wave had already enveloped Shiyu, Shiyu suddenly shouted, wait, he used the relic ring to enter the virtual state to block the transmission, and said at the same time, Senior G, the inside of this legendary relic should be able to withstand the power that can kill the totem, the legendary relic space, as far as I know, unless it is self-detonated, only the power of the demigod level can destroy it. You just said that the general of the meteorite tribe cannot destroy the ruins, and can only get rid of you and leave, then as long as I kill this general of the meteorite tribe inside the ruins, there will be no problem. Shiyu's inexplicable words made Ji Mengzhu stunned. Yi, leave it to me. The voice of Shen Bao Bao echoed in the minds of Shiyu and Shai. It's just a totem. With the power of the Yangayan flower, I can self-destruct to exert power comparable to that of a forbidden weapon. The power of Yangayan can instantly purify these radiation curses. At the same time, I can use this opportunity to try to evolve. Even if I fail, it's not completely worthless. At least I can replace a meteorite totem. After that, I can be resurrected again in the beast control space. According to its and Lin's calculations, there is no problem. The voice of the baby ginseng came, first making Shiyu and Shai stunned, and then, they were extremely surprised. Baby ginseng. I almost forgot that there is also a baby ginseng. After using the time fruit, the overlord level baby ginseng self-destructs, and the energy value can instantly exceed 100 million. If the power of the Yangayan flower is added, it is a blood counter to the curse radiation power. To deal with a weak totem, maybe you can try. As expected, in this desperate situation, you still have to rely on the baby ginseng. At this moment, Shiyu was very helpless and said, Senior G, can you trust me for once? Let me kill this totem. What crazy talk are you talking about? Ji Mengzhu looked at the old man who was a level 6 beastmaster in great confusion. A level 6 beastmaster threatened to kill a meteorite totem? She didn't have time to deal with Shiyu, but at this moment, Shiyu summoned a pet again. A ginseng baby that was less than half a meter long. Seeing this ginseng baby, Ji Mengzhu was completely stunned and didn't understand what Shiyu was going to do. At the same time, This ginseng baby was holding a resource that Ji Mengzhu was completely puzzled about. That was, containing solar energy, at least a legendary resource. Believe me, Shi Yu said. Please believe in the ginseng baby too. After thinking for a long time, Shen Bao decided to fight. At present, Shi, Chong Chong, and Shading are all stronger than him. If Susu and Lin come later, when everyone is at the overlord level, Shen Bao can already foresee that he will definitely be at the bottom of the team. This won't do. Evolve as soon as possible. If he fails now, he can still have more time to condense the time mark and replace a totem, and his record will increase by 1. If he hesitates for a long time and then fails, it will take longer, and the failure is worthless. Make a prompt decision. Besides, it may not fail. Shen Bao held the Yangayan flower and looked at Shi. His eyes were firm, meaning that I will deal with the enemy of the iron-eating beast clan. Don't underestimate the third in the team. This mutation is different from the last time. It should be very painful. Whether he can withstand the mutation power of Yangayan flower is the key to whether Shen Bao can succeed. It has survived the impact on its will by adding points to the super-level skills, and it will definitely be able to do so this time. Moreover, since there was a reason to succeed this time, Shen Bao felt that it was okay. It was the first pet in the team to kill the overlord, and it would also be the first pet in the team to kill the totem. It was the first in the team. Ying 11 was stunned. Shen Bao turned his head. He took a deep breath. Under Ji Mengzhu's shocked expression, he stuffed the Yangayan flower into his mouth. Shen Bao ate the resource containing the legendary sun power. Buzz! At this moment, the legendary resource Yangayan flower in Shen Bao's body directly bloomed with a blazing light. Then, Shen Bao began to absorb the power of Yangayan flower through the mutant. Fire suddenly appeared on Shen Bao's body. The white and tender skin suddenly seemed to be roasted red. An alluring and burning aroma came out. This time, Shen Bao directly absorbed the power of Yangayan flower to the maximum extent, holding the mentality of dying if he failed, and was not as timid as before. At the same time, he activated the power of the time fruit, allowing himself to enter the peak state. The manifestation was that his body became redder and redder, and his expression became more and more solidified. Then, with a boom, the whole body of the baby ginseng was wrapped in the Yangayan flame. The raging flames that rushed to the sky engulfed the baby ginseng, making Ji Mengzhu open his mouth wide. The baby ginseng is on fire. But the key is that the baby ginseng is a wood-type pet, and it is not good at burning. Moreover, as he sensed the rising breath of this baby ginseng, Ji Mengzhu became more and more shocked. Overlord level. No, the breath is even beyond the top overlord. It's okay, Shi Yu said solemnly. Although the baby ginseng was on fire, the mutant was still holding on, and the flames did not cause fatal damage to the baby ginseng. In the flames, the baby ginseng closed his eyes and looked painful. 11 was already in great pain when he used the skill of tempering steel and training his body through Yangayan. And now, through the mutant, the ginseng baby, who has transformed his body with a legendary Yangayan power, is in even more pain than 11. However, this is only the initial stage. If it goes on like this, even if it succeeds, it is equivalent to gambling, and no one knows the direction of the mutation. Therefore, the ginseng baby must consciously control the direction of the mutation. Of course, the price of doing so is that the risk of failure will be higher. Now that the mutation fails, it may not die, but if it makes that attempt and the mutation fails, there is only one way to die. However, it didn't want to live this time. The ginseng baby shouted, and the flames on its body became more and more vigorous. At this time, the ginseng baby's body began to emit red and green energy, and a large amount of juice came out of its body. Then, the flames of the body, like a qualitative change, instantly evaporated the sweat shed by the ginseng baby. It has begun to control the Yangayan power through the mutant to burn its own life energy during the mutation process. I hope to use this to burst out greater evolutionary potential. Boom. In just a moment, although it has not mutated successfully, the baby ginseng can already feel the huge potential gained from burning life energy. At the same time, the severe pain makes the baby ginseng almost unconscious. The Yangayan flames that spread more than 10 meters high outside its body, with the light and heat dissipated by the burning process of life force, burst out with such power that the 11 people next to it were shocked. The one who experienced it most directly was Shi Yu. At this time, although the baby ginseng has not mutated successfully, its energy value has begun to increase dramatically because of the burning of life energy. 99.99 million, doubled, it will exceed 100 million soon. This is not the energy value of the ginseng baby after it evolves and uses the burst skill, but the energy it bursts out by burning life energy. Although it is not as high as the rate of improvement of the time fruit, it is a completely different improvement. The time fruit, when the ginseng baby reaches the overlord level, it will not increase much strength after eating it, but through the burning of life force by Yangayan, it is still effective even if it reaches the overlord level, totem level, and myth level. Moreover, as it grows, advances, and evolves, the improvement will become higher and higher. The maintenance time will also become longer and longer. It is not comparable to the one-time burst. Moreover, it can be multiplied by the increase of the moon explosion. At present, it can also be multiplied by the power of time. Shiyu thought about it. If the ginseng baby has a normal energy value of 50 million after advancing to the overlord, then after burning the life burst, the energy value can instantly exceed 100 million, and then, through the mastery level moon explosion, it will be a self-explosion of 300 million. It is not inferior to ordinary forbidden weapons at all. The entry-level moon explosion can double the energy of the ginseng baby when it self-explodes. Times. At the master level, triple it. An energy explosion of 300 million levels is enough to rival forbidden weapons, severely damage totem, and even kill weaker totems. If the moon explosion reaches the superb level, it can enhance the energy value by more than 10 times like the 7-island giant ape totem, which means a self-explosion of more than 1 billion levels. Of course, whether this kind of multiplication of power tactics can succeed depends on the next mutation of the baby ginseng. This time, it just relies on the power of legendary resources to forcibly burn life. Shiyu and the others looked at the baby ginseng, and all of them became nervous. Especially Shiyu, who had a contractual connection with the baby ginseng, also felt the heat all over his body, the heat of his brain, and the heat of his soul. This load is even stronger than when the red pupil possessed him. Ning, Susu's water flow could not help the baby ginseng, and could only float to Shiyu's side to help him cool down. At this time, the baby ginseng has also reached a most critical moment. It is like a plant thrown into the sun, and its life has almost become ashes. It must succeed. At this moment, as long as Shiyu had a telepathic conversation with Shen Baobao, his soul and spirit would be extremely hot and extremely painful. However, during the process of Shen Baobao's mutation, Shiyu was still talking to Shen Baobao all the time, because he could feel that if Shen Baobao could not perceive the situation in the outside world, then its consciousness would probably have fainted. At this moment, Shen Baobao's consciousness was scattered, and he was just relying on instinct to transform his body and integrate the power of Yangayan that was burning his life. Success? Failure? Shen Baobao now has no perception at all, because under the burning of Yangayan power, its life seems to have come to an end. Shen Baobao is very familiar with this feeling, that is the feeling of death. It had experienced it when it blew itself up for the first time. It also knows very well what will happen next. With his own death, his consciousness will be reborn on the mark of time and resurrected, but at this moment, Shen Baobao thought a lot. If he fails, it doesn't matter, he can still be resurrected. However, he has completely missed the opportunity to become stronger. The opportunity also wastes a legendary resource. At the same time, I don't know when I will wait until the next mutation evolution. But if you succeed, you can destroy the totem, become the idol of the 11th, and become the strongest combat power in the team. It has settled this honor. Boom. The baby ginseng with flames flashing all over his body burst out with a terrifying speed, turning into a fiery red flash, and rushing towards the sealed location of the general of the Moon Clan with instinct. At this time, it was like the 11th Thunder armor was turned on, with an extremely fast speed, and what it was wearing was sun armor, like lightning, and the radiation power around it was burned clean by the sun flames almost instantly and was purified. Seeing this scene, Ji Mengzu was completely stunned. She couldn't turn her mind now. I don't understand why a level 6 beast master, a contracted ginseng baby, explodes to the overlord level. After breaking to the overlord level, it can also burst out with power comparable to totems. And now, what is this baby with sun ginseng going to do? Senior G, it's not the time to be stunned. Next, listen to my instructions, take me to the edge of the ruins, Jimengzhu stared blankly at an old man in a gray robe. The other party's series of behaviors made her, a legendary beastmaster, a little confused. Will all future beastmasters be like this, outside world? It has been a while since the ruins mutated. The fox god, the black goat and others were all shocked to see the rippling ruins. At this moment, cracks appeared on the door of the ruins, and the dark radiation power emanating from it became stronger and stronger, making the fox god's expression extremely solemn. I'm afraid that the sealed creature inside is really going to break the seal. At this moment, the fox god had a bad expression, while the black goat of the meteorite clan had an ecstatic expression. Senior, break the seal, then, we will go to resurrect the king together. Follow my orders, everyone retreat. At this time, with the changes in the ruins, the radiation force became stronger and stronger. The fox god immediately ordered all his men to retreat, otherwise, this radiation force would cause indelible damage to those weak sky fox beastmasters. Woo-woo under the command of the fox god, the overlord foxes, one by one, rolled up the sky fox legion below and retreated quickly. Even the fox god took the sky fox saint away from here. Now, it has anticipated that the situation is not good. If the monsters inside break the seal, the sky fox kingdom may be in danger. Let alone obtaining legendary resources, it would be good if they don't lose resources. It is necessary to call its own dogs to help as soon as possible. Only Black Goat and Beichuan stayed. Will there be fragments of meteorite in here? The Beichuan legend of Qiyun had a burning gaze and was very much expectant. But at this moment, the most annoying thing was the gem cat in the different space. It did not leave, but turned back and began to look for Shiyu's trace, but no matter how hard it looked, it could not find it. The only possibility was that Shiyu, the unlucky thing, had fallen into the ruins. Now, with the mutation of the ruins, the gem cat was even more certain. You unlucky thing. But, you have 2 guards, so it should be fine, inside the sealed ruins. In a huge sealed crystal connected to the ruins, a huge black yak constantly exudes a dark breath. The huge crystal over 100 meters long that seals it is now surrounded by traces of darkness. Countless dark forces permeate from it, and 99% of the originally transparent crystal has been stained black. Crack. Countless cracks cracked from the sealed crystal, and inside, the huge black yak over 100 meters long opened its eyes with difficulty. So tired, so sleepy, so hungry, so fragrant. What on earth is going on with this fragrance? The body is extremely repulsive, but it is also very tempting. Finally, the seal is finally broken. Human, I will not forgive you, roar. Accompanied by a terrifying vibration, the entire sealed crystal completely cracked. At the same time, the huge black yak opened his eyes directly, and in an instant, all the causes and consequences were recalled. While chasing the iron-eating beast tribe, he was sealed by a human using a legendary sealed space. However, what made the black meteorite yak more painful than the huge anger at this time was that it was so hungry, so hungry. Although the time had almost stopped flowing after being sealed for 2,000 years, the power it consumed to break free from the seal was also extremely huge. At this time, it was even hungrier and crazier than the vortex monster that broke the seal in the chaotic sea. At this time, a wave of energy that made it extremely disgusted but extremely excited came to its side. What disgusted it was Yangain's power, and what excited it was the pure life energy of Shen Baobao's body. At this moment, the crazy black meteorite yak could no longer care about anything, but in the case of extreme hunger, it could only accept it. Eat it, and you can immediately restore some strength. You are dead. At this time, Shen Baobao, who was close to the limit of the black meteorite yak, had a look of indifference to life and death. The next one was the meteorite. If 11 was unable to solve it, it could only be Shen Xiandi who took action. The original idea of Shen Bao was to absorb the power of Yangain. If the evolution failed and he could not bear it, he would directly explode, detonate his own power and the power of Yangain flower, kill the black meteorite yak, and then revive. If the evolution was successful, he would also directly explode, kill the black meteorite yak, and then revive. Regardless of whether the evolution was successful or not, he would explode next to the black meteorite yak and then revive. Originally, when Shenbao arrived, he had realized that the evolution might fail. However, at the most critical moment, its will level was promoted to the Overlord will under the burning of Yangain. Under the stimulation of the Overlord will's potential, It successfully controlled the power of mutation. Evolution, success. Time mark, automatically update the current status. Of course, waiting for the black meteorite yak is still the same ending. With a boom, Shenbao fell like the sun, and the sky seemed to change drastically. The entire sky first darkened, and with a loud bang, a world belonging to the night was created. The dark sky and the bright night moon made everything silent. Then, a dazzling sun slowly rose, lingering with the bright moon. Under the alternation of the sun and the moon. Boom! Endless strong light spread to the surroundings. At this moment, the black meteorite yak was instantly awakened from its madness, and there was an unspeakable shock in its pupils. The next moment, its whole body was directly swallowed by the strong light and fire. The terrifying energy fluctuations shook the sky and the earth, forming a diffuse explosion. Everything within the explosion range would be directly sublimated. What the hell? The black meteorite yak had just awakened and broken the seal. At this time, it had no idea what was going on. Its eyes were full of fear. It only felt that a force that threatened its origin was eroding its weak body. Its body, bit by bit, slowly turned into dust and floated away under the fire. The explosion spread very quickly. It directly caused a strong shock in the space. If it were not for the legend that the ruins could withstand the attacks of the demigod level, I am afraid that the entire ruined space would have collapsed at this time. But even so, the terrifying power of the self-explosion was also extremely frightening. For example, the current ruined spirit Princess Mengzhu. The strong wind of the explosion spread wildly, at a speed of several hundred meters per second, and spread rapidly for more than 10 kilometers before gradually slowing down. Although the destructive power caused continued to weaken, the entire legendary ruins was in ruins in an instant. Of course, in this process, the power of Yangayan unexpectedly burned and purified most of the dark radiation inside the ruins. At this time, Ji Mengzhu, who ran to the edge of the ruins with Shi Yu at Shi Yu's suggestion, still had an incomparable shock in his pupils. He looked at the gray-robed old man with eyes like a monster. Tisk, it's not easy to absorb moonlight here, can't it reach the maximum power? Next to Ji Mengzhu, Shi Yu curled his lips and laughed, causing this woman 2,000 years ago to have some cognitive collapse. What happened just now? At this time, as the spirit of the ruins, she could clearly feel that the life breath of both the ginseng baby and the sealed black meteorite yak had disappeared. Self-explosion? However, although the self-explosion did not reach its maximum power, due to the restraint of the power of Yangayan on the dark power, and the extremely weak black meteorite yak, the ginseng baby seemed to have succeeded. However, although the black meteorite yak's life breath disappeared, it was not so miserable that it was blown into nothing but slag. Of course, only a small part of its body was left, which was inevitable. At the same time, a mini ginseng baby was reuniting in Shi Yu's beast control space. After the time mark reached the mastery level, it was much more convenient than before. The body can be reunited directly in the contractor's beast control space without breaking the contract. At this time, the newborn ginseng baby is still not much different from before, but if you have to say it, it is its ginseng flower, which exudes the brilliance of the sun and is extremely hot. It is as if a sunflower is blooming on the ginseng body. Name, Undead Sun Ginseng. Racial level, High Overlord. Quasi-mythology, Growth level, King level. Super skills, Source of life, Mastery +11. Time mark, Mastery. Moon explosion, Mastery. Plant control, Mastery +2. Life spark, Entry level, Life spark. Super wood and fire dual skills, Burning life energy, Stimulating potential, Energy value. 14.88 million. Outside. The huge door of the ruins was completely cracked. Black Goat Totem and Beichuan legend looked at this place expectantly. As the cracks got bigger and bigger, a huge body fell from the ruins. It was a roasted cow that seemed to be roasted by flames. Its body had become charcoal and there was no sign of life. Even the radiation on its body was burned clean by an inexplicable force. Judging from the energy fluctuations, it seemed as if it had just been burned to death. The terrifying fluctuations that permeated the cracks could be clearly felt even in the outside world by Black Goat Totem and the others. With a boom, it fell directly from the ruins. The pupils of the Black Goat Totem and the White River legend both shrank, somewhat puzzled. Their expressions were horrified. What happened? In the distance, the fox god, the gem cat, and the butterfly god looked at the roasted totem body that fell from the legendary ruins, all in shock, not understanding what happened. At this moment, Two dead spirits suddenly appeared from the cracks in the ruins, a Geo spirit and a tiger spirit. They roared out, and in front of everyone's shocked eyes, they quickly dragged the huge totem corpse back into the ruins. Then, the cracks in the ruins were repaired rapidly, which made everyone even more confused. Chapter 386 Evolution of the Immortal Sun Ginseng. The ruins were extremely hot. When Shenbao blew up the Snake Lord and the Earth Demon Ape, it was pure wood and light damage. This time, in addition to wood and light damage, it also had some fire damage because it had eaten the Yangayan flower and burned its life. Since the power of the Yangayan flower had not been completely digested at that time, it was not pure fire damage, but fire damage similar to that of the Yangayan of the Red Eye. The fire of the sun has a fatal restraining effect on curses, plagues, darkness, and toxins. In addition, the black meteorite yak was in a very poor state when it broke the seal, and it was completely unable to resist. It was annihilated by Shenbao's unprecedented explosion in an instant. Life spark plus moon explosion plus Yangayan flower plus time fruit plus weakness of the opponent, none of which can be missing. The first totem kill. Ji Mengzhu, a legendary breeder in the Wu Emperor era, looked at the scene in the ruins in shock. As the spirit of the ruins, she was very clear about the power of the previous attack. That was something that a 6th level Beastmaster's pet could exert? What a joke. A totem attack is nothing more than that. Although the black meteorite yak has been sealed for 2,000 years and its power has dropped to a very low level, it is still one of the 12 totem warriors under the command of meteorite, with top strength. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how bad its condition is, it is still a totem level life. There is a gap in the level of life. How could it be killed instantly by a king level pet summoned by a level 6 Beastmaster? And that pet is an extremely outrageous ginseng baby. The race of ginseng babies was also very common in ancient times. During the Wu Emperor dynasty, Beastmasters were martial, so tonic and recovery pets were also mainstream. Ji Mengzhu was naturally very familiar with ginseng babies. But now, 2,000 years later, she is not familiar with ginseng babies. Is it a mutant species? After being shocked, Ji Mengzhu reacted, and the life breath of the ginseng baby also completely disappeared. She carefully recalled the scene just now. The ginseng baby ate the legendary resources, and then it burst out with great power, creating a big explosion. Then, the enemy in its own life force completely disappeared. No matter how Ji Mengzhu thought about this situation, it looked like a self-explosion. If it was a self-explosion. Although it is still very difficult to understand that a 6th level Beastmaster's pet can solve a totem by self-explosion, but if a legendary resource is added, maybe it is possible? But she looked at Shiyu next to her and said, "Where's the ginseng baby? You might as well let me detonate the ruins." That's your pet. A contracted pet is more important than her. Is this old man in front of her crazy? He can leave directly. Wait. She looked at Shiyu in silence. She didn't care much before, but now it seems that this old man's temperament and style. Why doesn't he look like a good person? Senior Ji, don't think too much. I only do things within my ability. Shiyu smiled, and the purple summoning diagram appeared again in front of him. As the light and shadows were drawn, Ji Mengzhu's eyes widened, because the figure that appeared on the summoning diagram was the ginseng baby that had just eaten the Yangayan fruit and rammed to the side of the black meteorite yak to self-destruct. At this time, the ginseng baby had an expression of its lonely at the top, and the ginseng flower was still burning with a faint flame. It raised its hand and wanted to give Shiyu a thumbs up, meaning that it lived up to everyone's expectations, but unfortunately, it had no fingers. How is this possible? At that moment, the appearance of the ginseng baby once again pierced the three views of this old man from 2,000 years ago. She was stunned and couldn't understand why the ginseng baby, who seemed to have made an extremely huge sacrifice just now and suspected of skipping 2 levels to kill the totem, was still alive and well now, as if he had no injuries at all. No, it even looked stronger than the first time it appeared. Is this really reasonable? Why did she feel that this kind of thing in front of her was even more outrageous than the incurable injury caused by the embryonic divine skill of the meteorite? Senior Ji, the times have changed. Shiyu smiled faintly. Ji Mengzhu's expression was confused. Has the times really changed? A Beastmaster 2,000 years later can actually kill a totem at level 6? Although I don't know what's going on, but it seems I don't have to die. Ji Mengzhu was silent. In this way, wouldn't he be able to go and see Dong Huang 2,000 years later? However, by then, He must not be timid, and must not be as inexperienced as he is now. A level 6 Beastmaster in 2000 can kill a totem. Remember, at the same time, Shiyu looked at the baby Jinsen, name, baby Jinsen, race, undead sun Jinsen, attributes, wood, time, light, fire, race level, high overlord, quasi-mythology, growth level, king level. This time, the race of the baby ginseng is undoubtedly stronger. Fortunately, the Yangayan flower this time acts as a mutation evolution resource, not a strengthening resource, otherwise the baby ginseng may directly break through to the overlord level during the evolution process, and Shiyu is not ready at all. Judging from the changes in the body of the ginseng baby at this moment contains 4 attribute changes at the same time, which is very rare. Of course, in nature, the more attributes of extraordinary creatures, the better. The more attributes, the easier it is for the body to go wrong. At the same time, the term miscellaneous but not refined is more applicable to them. Why is the dragon system so powerful and can be taken out as a separate system? Because the dragon attribute is very special. One attribute contains 2 or more attribute powers. For example, the dragon system of the Eastern Shenlong basically contains the properties of wind and water attributes, and some also have thunder attributes, while the dragon system of the Western Giant Dragon basically contains the properties of thunder and fire attributes, and has a probability of wind attributes. This is also one of the reasons why the dragon clan is so powerful. A dragon system can be used as multiple systems, and because of their racial talents, they can perfectly control this system. Therefore, if you have the ability to fully control these powers, you will definitely be able to play more tricks than a single attribute. Shiyu can add some points, so he doesn't have to worry about the ginseng baby's skills being too mixed, causing the tonic effect to deteriorate. Just add it hard to the source of life. At present, the main attribute of Shenbao is wood and the secondary attribute is time. While light and fire are the third and fourth attributes, which can actually be ignored. The reason why the attribute changes in Shenbao's body are a bit complicated at this time is not only because the power of Yang Guianhu has too much influence on the king level Shenbao, but also related to the 3 newly awakened racial skills. This time, Shenbao has awakened 3 racial skills again. Life Spark, a super level burst skill of wood and fire, is one of them. This is also the most critical ability that Shenbao has obtained in this mutation and evolution. It is the skill that Shenbao actively strives for by burning his life through the mutation process. At the king level, just like the totem level, he tried to actively develop skills, and it was a great success. However, the other 2 skills are very common. The second one is the energy beam. This mid-level light skill, Shenbao originally knew it, but it was a teaching skill before, but after this mutation, the bottleneck of the skill was naturally broken on Shenbao and became a racial skill. The third one is the high-level light and fire dual system skill, clearing up. This is a kind of weather skill, similar to weather skills such as praying for rain, which can strengthen the strength of the sun's power, thereby increasing the power of the corresponding attribute moves of all fire and light pets in the field. Qitong, the reincarnation of the Sun Phoenix bloodline, didn't know how to clear the sky, but Shenbao knew it first. These 2 skills are the icing on the cake for Shiyu and his team, and they are more important than the fire of life. After the totem level, all the skills are super level skills. In addition, Shenbao's normal energy value has reached 14.88 million, which is not surprising. Although the Yangayan flower does not play the role of enhanced resources for Shenbao's mutation this time, it is at least a legendary resource. After pulling up the clearing and energy beams, Shenbao's normal energy value can reach more than 15 million without any accident, which is absolutely rare in the monarch level. Once again, he has an overwhelming energy advantage in the team. And this time, there is another thing that makes Shiyu excited, that is, Shenbao's will level has reached a high level. In this way, there are 3 overlord wills in the team, and it is easier to add points. With the help of Shiyu's telepathy, Shenbao started the team voice chat, asking when the new team meeting would be held. Time fruit plus life spark, double brilliant explosion, even if there is no self-destruction, legendary equipment, overlord puppet. It broke it with 1 punch. 11, Chong, Qitong, Su, Beastmaster, look at it. Shiyu laughed. However, 11, Chong and the others were not in a hurry. Damn, let Shenbao be arrogant for 2 days. When everyone reaches the overlord level, Shen Baobao's advantage will be gone. 11 has already calculated it. At that time, let Shi Yu add some Dao Dao Bear and undead golden body to himself first. At that time, the 10,000 Bears Legion skills will cooperate with the immortal golden body of the superb level to resist the taboo weapons. Let Shen Baobao self-destruct at will. And Chong Chong has also calculated it. Let Shi Yu add some forbidden magic field to himself first. At that time, even if the rules do not prohibit Shen Baobao's self-destruction, it can also use the forbidden magic field to prohibit Shen Baobao from the moon explosion. In the forbidden magic area, without the amplification of the moonlight radiation power, the self-explosion of the baby ginseng, Chong Chong felt that he could resist it with the dragon of fantasy. Everyone wait and see. Chi Tong and Su Su also began to study the skills to counter the self-explosion of the baby ginseng. Otherwise, if the self-explosion is banned, even if they win the baby ginseng in the future, it will feel unfair. The whole team directly used the self-explosion of the baby ginseng as an imaginary enemy. A new round of crazy rolling began. Boom boom boom. When the baby ginseng was immersed in joy, the sealed place was also the center of the explosion. Because of the strong energy fluctuations, the space of the ruins was directly torn apart. The huge yak of 100 meters in size was lucky to have half of its body left at this time, and its body was sucked away by the space cracks like charcoal. This time, the self-explosion of the baby ginseng was undoubtedly more powerful than the last time, but unfortunately, because the black meteorite yak was too strong, the space and field strength of the legendary ruins were too high, and the damage caused was not as strong as the first self-explosion. This was the only thing that made Shen Baobao feel uncomfortable. Otherwise, he thought that it would be no problem for him to blow up the Moon City in an instant with his self-explosion. However, there was also a benefit, that is, the black meteorite yak still had a large part of its body left. Whether it was repaired by Chong Chong and made into half-puppet, or purified by Su Su and made into grilled steak, it was a good choice. Although these meteorite creatures also had the power of dark radiation, it was given by the meteorite after all, and they were not as overbearing as the meteorite itself, so they were not impossible to purify. Their life essence was also different from that of the meteorite gold life form, the meteorite, and they were still animals. Therefore, Shi Yu felt that they should be edible after purification, right? To be honest, he preferred to eat Niu to grilled octopus. Can't fall out, there are still enemies outside. At this time, seeing that the black meteorite yak was about to fall out of the ruins, Shi Yu was immediately anxious, and immediately waved his cane. Under Ji Mengzu's shocked expression again, 3 overlord-level undead flew out together. The Jiaerling and Digerlings moved very fast. However, the Fushun turtle spirit was summoned in vain. The huge totem corpse fell out of the crack. It was thrown away before it could catch up with the Jiaerling and Digerlings. Even if it used Earth Escape, it could not catch up with the other two. Fortunately, the Fushun turtle spirit had lost consciousness. Otherwise, Qitong would understand its feelings. Cursing, why is this ground so hot and so hard? The corpse of the black meteorite yak fell out of the ruins and came out of the cracks in the ruins. The Jiaerling and Digerlings followed closely behind. After a while, boom, the huge totem corpse that fell out was brought back by the Jiaerling and Digerlings again. The turtle was so slow that it could only stick its head out. At this moment, Shi Yu said to Senior Ji Mengzu, who was stunned and couldn't understand why a 6th-level beastmaster had 3 overlord undead spirits. Senior, quickly repair the ruins and don't let the guys from the outside in, otherwise, it will be a bit tricky to face the totems in good condition. Ji Mengzu, a bit tricky, the outside world. All the forces were very surprised to see the half-broken roasted yak falling. Black Goat and Legend Beichuan did not react for a while. According to the statement left by the Meteorite clan, the predecessor of the Black Meteorite yak was sealed by a legendary relic with weak lethality. If the seal relic has strong lethality, then the sealing effect must be poor, and if the sealing effect is strong, then the lethality must be poor. This is a very difficult thing to be perfect. At that time, the Meteorite clan could not break the seal of this relic, and it was time for a totem war, so they simply gave up the Black Meteorite yak because of the death of Meteorite. The Meteorite clan was almost exterminated by other totems. No one liked these Meteorite clan who were given power by Meteorite, and the Meteorite clan disappeared like the Iron-Eating Beast clan. Until 2,000 years later, when Meteorite was about to be resurrected, the Meteorite clan was reborn. In order to speed up the resurrection of the king, they tried all kinds of ways. As Ji Mengzhu said, the creatures of the meteorite clan that were given power by the meteorite, their dark power can accelerate the resurrection of the meteorite, so this is why Ji Mengzhu is unwilling to let the black meteorite yak go. At the same time, it is also the reason why the meteorite clan immediately locked onto the seal ruins when they were on the verge of failure. The purpose is to find the black meteorite yak and revive the meteorite together. But now, looking at the black meteorite yak that had been blown up without any dark aura, the black goat was dumbfounded. This is not scientific. Obviously, at the beginning, the ruins still exuded a strong breath of the meteorite clan. My lord, what should I do next? Beichuan was also at a loss. What was happening in front of him was really beyond his expectations. He asked the black goat if they wanted to go over and take a look. Judging from the speed of repairing the cracks in the ruins, it should take some time before they can enter. Okay, send a pet to take a look first. The black goat saw the miserable state of the black meteorite yak and was a little frightened. He was a little afraid of this legendary seal ruins. Even if there was a crack channel, he didn't dare to act rashly at this time. I knew it. Beichuan's expression darkened. He knew that he would be sent. He had just seen the 3 overlord undead spirits. He knew exactly how dangerous this exploration was. However, he was also curious about the ruins. In that case, he would send a pet to take a look. Is this the general of the meteorite clan that the goat mentioned? The fox god, who originally thought that the black goat was coming to help, also had a subtle expression and was immediately relieved. Otherwise, it would really be disgusted to face 2 dirty things. However, the fox god's expression froze. Where had he seen the Jiao spirit and the tiger spirit just now? A wave of anger rose from the fox god. Old thing, you want to invade the city-state of the Sky Fox Kingdom, and you are also invading the secret realm of the ruins, right? Now, the fox god is completely confused. It was not long after the incident in Moon City. How could the trace of the gray-robed old man appear in the ruins? Obviously, they have been guarding the ruins all the time. How did he get in? Little girl, can you tell me what's going on? In another different space, the gem cat opened the video permission for Chu Ling, the undercover of the 10th Bureau. Through the different space, Chu Ling stared blankly at the scene that just happened, and was a little confused for a while. At the moment, the gem cat was relieved because it just saw the Jiao Ling and the tiger spirit. It realized that this kid, really fell into the ruins. Sending the Jiao Ling and the tiger spirit was to report safety to itself. However, it didn't understand what happened afterwards. What's the matter with a half-crippled, half-black yak that looks like it has been roasted to 180% maturity? Now, the one who might know as Chu Ling, who is an undercover here. The gem cat looked at Chu Ling with big, puzzled eyes. Chu Ling didn't know where to start, and said, as far as I know, it should be an ancient totem sealed in this relic. But, is it a dead totem? The gem cat turned its head silently and looked at the scene in front of it. It understood that the dead totem was sealed, not necessarily, but it should be dead now. As for what happened in the relic, it didn't dare to guess or think. This kid. Anyway, don't worry about him. He should have fallen into the relic, the gem cat muttered. Ah. If Shiyu has the ability to kill the totem, wouldn't its status plummet? At this time, Chu Ling finally recovered from the life and death crisis. She said, Senior, thank you for saving me. The senior just now, is he really okay? Chu Ling knew that someone from Donghuang had come, but she was still very surprised that the other party could save her from the hands of the fox god. She felt like she had survived a disaster and was very grateful to these seniors. Moreover, that old man actually managed to enter the ruins that even the fox god could not enter. This cat senior and that old man, she did not know before she came to the Sky Fox country as an undercover agent. Now, Chu Ling only wants to know their identities. If she can go back, she must thank them well after returning, and bring her whole family with her to thank them for saving her life, inside the ruins. Shiyu also found that the cracks were repairing a little slowly. Forget it, it's slow. Gem Cat should be able to judge that he is inside the ruins from the Jiao spirit and the tiger spirit. If there is danger entering, then Gem Cat, you must come to save me. Shiyu recognized the Gem Cat's special attainments. Although it didn't have super-level skills at the level of perfection, its proficiency in super-level space moves was definitely close to perfection, otherwise, the fox would not be able to do anything to it. I'm afraid that only creatures that truly rely on space skills to cultivate totems can cure this cat. which makes it feel safe. Jimengzu was nervously repairing the cracks in the ruins, while Shiyu looked at the half-bull body guarded by the 3 overlord undead spirits with burning eyes. Good stuff. Shen Baobao was silent for a while, and suddenly realized a problem. This corpse is so broken, can't Chong Chong also make a puppet? A totem-level flesh puppet, even if it is only half, is as high as several floors. It must be better than the 3 overlord corpses before. Moreover, Shen Baobao also looked at the ruined stone held by Shiyu. Why does it feel that he has just evolved, and Shiai and Chong Chong are also going to be epic level strengthened? Let me see what's here. At that moment, Shiyu no longer cared about the yak, because there was something more attractive to him, that is, the relic stone that Jimengzu gave him. Obviously, this is also a space prop. Inside, there are the evolutionary resources of the iron-eating beast that the other party mentioned. This relic stone is not the controller of this legendary sealed relic, but an independent new relic. From this point of view, Shiyu should have finally harvested a complete relic space this time. At that moment, with the help of the relic stone, Shiyu checked the evolutionary resources inside the relic with ease. After seeing this, Shiyu was ecstatic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 10 pieces of meteorite fragments. Although in terms of quality, it is a little worse than the one that Chong Tsung gave them, but 10 pieces of meteorite fragments. They are all shot down from the semigod level meteorite. Now, if it can eat all of them, it is inevitable that 11 will evolve into a demon panda. Even if its foundation is very strong now, 10 pieces of meteorite fragments will definitely be enough. Of course, the super alloy research has been done, and Shiyu now has a new ambition. He feels that it is not enough to evolve into a demon panda. It is meaningless to imitate the path of Emperor Wu and even the predecessors. Let's wait and see the results of Lin's research. If it succeeds, combine the thunder of darkness and the thunder of light to take a new evolutionary route. If the research is unsuccessful, then use the spare tire, pure dark system. These are, in addition, Shiyu also found a large number of low-level metals. Level 5 metals, gold jade, and blue heart sand. Level 6 metal mineral resources, black purple copper concentrate, sky silver iron, blue gray gold. Even level 7 metal mineral resources, meteorite iron. They are all materials for the first stage of the evolution of the iron-eating beast. And the number, 1 pile, 2 piles, 3 piles, a lot, really a lot. Shiyu looked at this scale of low-level evolutionary resources and took a deep breath. With so many resources, it is no problem to evolve 100 iron-eating beasts into the Jiuli war beasts of the king race. Of course, it is a low-level king. Imagine evolving after doubling like 11, this amount of resources will definitely not support 100. Shiyu finally understood why there are so few materials for the evolution of iron-eating beasts in the country, whether it is the first or second stage. It must be that you, the breeders of the Wudi dynasty, have monopolized and hidden them. Seeing these resources, Shiyu was undoubtedly very excited. The ancient country of Donghuang had taken advantage of the 7-country trade to acquire a large number of iron-eating beast evolution resources from other countries. With these, a panda army of hundreds of Jiuli war beasts of the king race will be possible. If the Jiuli army of this scale collectively mastered the impregnable and invincible totem above the mastery level, the overlord would be able to cross the level and push forward. Senior G. Is there no high-level metal for the iron-eating beast to engrave inscriptions in this relic stone? However, although it is a surprise to have so many low-level evolutionary resources, Shiyu also discovered that in the relic stone, except for the meteorite fragments, there is no other 8th-level metal that can be engraved with inscriptions. A single one. Jimengzu said while repairing the relic, these first-stage evolutionary materials are all prepared for the iron-eating beast cubs brought here, and those high-level metals that can be used for the second-stage evolution are all left for the army. Only the meteorite fragments are sufficient in number, and we have been allocated some. Shiyu was silent. That's right. However, how many fragments of the meteorite were knocked off by the Emperor Wu? Shiyu sighed. Forget it. Be content. With the meteorite fragments, it is perfect enough. At least no matter what, 11 can complete a new round of evolution. Shiyu was full of joy, and then, even happier. Because he saw a pet beast, which also entered the relic from the outside world through the cracks in the relic. This is a dominant pet beast. It was 3 or 4 meters tall, with a black lower body like a horse, a black upper body like an ape, and black wings that looked like the wings of an eagle. In both hands of the upper body, there were weapons like black lightsabers. No, the repair speed can't keep up. At this time, seeing a dominant beast, and a strong dominant beast coming in, Ji Mengzhu took a deep breath and frowned. She didn't forget what Shiyu said. This is the Totem Kingdom. Shiyu is here to perform a mission. If the dominants and totems of other totem kingdoms are allowed to come in, it will end up as badly as the black meteorite yak breaking the seal. However, what Ji Mengzhu didn't expect was that after seeing this black-winged horse ape, Shiyu was not worried, but his eyes glowed green. Isn't this one of the dominant beasts of Shirakawa legend of the Kidao Kyun Consortium? K-legend mentioned it before. Why did you come in alone? Where is your beast master? Shiyu's eyes turned greener and greener. He suddenly remembered that he had not finished yet. He still had to plunder the beastmaster talent of the legendary Beichuan. According to his rich experience, totems like the fox god and the black goat would not rush into the ruins directly after seeing the scene just now, but would let their subordinates act as the vanguard. It would be best to let Beichuan come in alone. Now, Shiyu really wanted to have a fight with the real legend in the ruins. Regarding the talent of body control, he had several bold ideas at this moment. Thanks to Yulighten and the ordinary Taoist leader for being the leader. Chapter 387 The Strongest Villain Shiyu. In the legendary ruins, the black-winged horse ape was stunned by the scene in front of him after entering. The ground, which seemed to have been swept by a forbidden weapon, the blazing sky, and the totem corpse, undoubtedly indicated that a brutal battle had just occurred here. However, after entering, the black-winged horse ape did not find any threatening creatures. The three overlord-level undead spirits that locked on it, the black-winged horse ape intuitively thought that they were not very strong. The changes here could not have been caused by them, so what was going on? Before the black-winged horse ape had time to investigate, the three brothers, the green-scaled dragon spirit, the ice-eyed tiger spirit, and the mountain-carrying turtle spirit, moved again. Dragon breath. Ice light. Flying rocks. Booming. At the same time, there was an old man in a gray robe flying in the sky in the distance, with a green gaze coming towards this side. The black-winged horse ape was startled and realized that he could not stay for long. Although it looked nothing, judging from the miserable state of the Niu, there was definitely great danger inside. Is that all? Of course, facing the enemy's attack, the black-winged horse ape still showed a trace of disdain on his face. It waved its black lightsaber with both hands, and the phantom-like sword light instantly blocked the dragon breath, ice light, and flying rocks that attacked from all directions. The strength of this black-winged horse ape is indeed good, and Shiyu also recognizes it very much. After all, its beastmaster is ranked among the legends of the Seven Islands. Beichuan, a 7th-level beastmaster, has 7 overlord-level pets under contract. The number of overlord-level pets contracted by one person is almost comparable to the number of overlords in the Sky Fox Kingdom. This is normal. In terms of financial resources, if the private fox property of the totem fox god is not counted, the entire Sky Fox Kingdom will be beaten by the Kyun Consortium. Boom. The phantom-like sword light of the wind offset the dragon breath, ice light, and flying rocks in the smoke explosion. During this period, the 3 undead overlords continued to approach the black-winged horse ape, and Shiyu also rushed over here as if he was looking at prey. Following beside him, Ji Mengzhu was silent. What was he going to do again? Shiyu licked his lips. What else could he do? Of course, he would use this big horse monkey to attract its beastmaster in. The light in Shiyu's eyes was still green. But soon, his expression came to an abrupt end, because after the big horse monkey curled its lips in disdain, it turned around and ran, flying towards a space crack not far away, trying to return to the outside world. Wu the black-winged horse ape had almost understood the situation inside. The order given to it by its beastmaster was to take a look and go back to confirm whether the black meteorite yak was really dead. Now that the mission is completed, there is no need to fight. Seeing this, Shiyu's mouth twitched, and he quickly telepathically said, "Senior Ji, is there no way to seal it here?" Ji Mengzhu said, "No. This space wants to have the power of sealing again. I'm afraid it won't be possible for thousands of years, even if it is teleported inside and outside, and the ruins are sealed. I'm afraid we have to wait until the ruins are almost repaired. The attack just now has completely disrupted the stability of the space. Of course, if you only make equipment that enhances space sealing moves, the ruins can do it, but if it is based on other lives, it can only play a supporting role." Shiyu sighed. It seems that he can't use this big monkey to lure the opponent in. The opponent is too fast and he can't catch up at all. The opponent is hiding very well. But at this moment, something strange happened. Jimengzu's pupils shrank next to him. Two voices appeared in Shiyu's ears at the same time. Oh no, a totem is coming in. Hey, it's walking pretty fast, kid, are you okay? Hearing this, Shiyu, who was flying in the air, grinned and said, one of us. Next to Shiyu, Jimengzu and others, new space fluctuations appeared. A woman wearing the battle robe of the Sky Fox country and a big cat appeared. The moment they appeared, Jimengzu immediately realized that this cat was the totem-level life that she had sensed with Shiyu before. Jimengzu didn't expect that this Donghuang guardian looked so harmless. Senior, at this time, seeing Shiyu and seeing that the gray-robed old man who saved her was fine, Chuling also looked happy. But soon, she and the gem cat, like the black-winged horse ape just now, noticed the messy scene of this sealed space. The gem cat twitched at the corner of its mouth. This mark looks like it just appeared. Moreover, why does it feel so similar to the self-explosion mark of Shen Baobao? At this time, Shen Baobao and 11 had been taken back by Shiyu, leaving only Qitong possessed in the bone sword. The spirit that followed Shiyu also shocked the gem cat. Seeing this spirit, the gem cat wanted to rub its eyes with its cat paws. What a special situation. Isn't this the little girl who raised pandas in Pingsheng? Wait. Look carefully, there is still a big difference. At least she is much more mature than that little girl. At this time, the gem cat could not think too much. After seeing the gem cat, Shiyu immediately showed a hearty smile. He said, you came at the right time. Do me a favor. If the Black Goat and the Beastmaster want to come in later, we will kill them before they come in. If they don't come in, just wait outside and we will wait. If they want to run, take the initiative and kill them, gem cat. Shiyu talked to the gem cat, and the gem cat's face fell. It regretted coming in a little. Knowing that Shiyu was inside the ruins, it was not as timid as the Black Goat and the others and did not dare to come in. Seeing that an overlord had come in, it might pose a threat to Shiyu and the others, so it went straight in. But it didn't expect that the big monkey ran away as soon as it came in. Moreover, Shiyu wanted to order it around as soon as they met. He even asked it to fight against a totem as dangerous as the Black Goat totem. Even the fox god wouldn't want to get too entangled with the Black Goat. Why are you in such a hurry? The gem cat was a little scared. It didn't want to confront the Black Goat head-on. I'm afraid that the Beastmaster will run away, Shiyu said. Don't forget, he is the core figure of this mission change. Of course, that guy's talent looks good, gem cat, no problem, the space will be repaired soon. When the time comes, we will directly carry out the decapitation tactic, and then hold on for a while and hide in this space. A mere totem can't do anything to us. At least, the strength of this space is still online. Senior G, didn't you just say that this legendary seal relic can be used as equipment to enhance the effect of space moves? Hey, now the user is here. Shiyu's words made the corners of Gem Cat's mouth twitch. What's going on? Jimengzu was also silent. Wait a minute. Is it really okay? However, facing Shiyu's green eyes, she quickly took out a relic controller. This is the core of this relic. At this time, Jimengzu finally handed the legendary relic control equipment to Shiyu. This is something like a black stone card. Shiyu tentatively called it a relic card. Okay, after taking the card, Shiyu nodded. With this, he can hide back in this relic instantly. As long as the relic is repaired, they can hide in it instantly. Even if it is a totem-level relic, they can't do anything to them. This is a legendary relic after all. Even if it doesn't have the ability to seal, the strength is still there. If it is an ordinary relic like Shiyu's relic ring, he wants to use it to avoid being hunted down. Without a doubt, it will be dismantled by the Black Goat in an instant, causing the entire relic to collapse and nowhere to escape. But this is a legendary relic, and it can even seal the top totem. It's no problem to hide for a while. At that time, just wait for Donghuang reinforcements in the relic. Even if Donghuang's reinforcements don't arrive, find a chance to let the gem cat take the relic card away, and you can get rid of this guy. In short, he is sure to eat Beichuan. If he lets the other party run away this time, there will be no chance next time. The other party must stay, at the same time, outside. Swish. Just a look, the black-winged horse ape immediately came out of the crack. Beichuan also learned about the situation inside the ruins through it. He said with a gloomy face, "No, there are beastmasters, many overlord-level undead enemies, and large-scale killing weapons in the ruins. The black meteorite yak was just killed. I can be sure that there is no sign of life." After he finished speaking, the black goat next to him was also shocked, and his mood kept changing. "Give up, let's retreat first. The fox may have called for help, and the black meteorite yak is gone. It's not good for us to stay. Besides, there are still some dangers inside the ruins. We don't know what cards the other party has." Although Beichuan felt it was a pity, the black meteorite yak, the key life to revive the meteorite yak, had died. He felt that for the sake of safety, he should give up this mission. Damn it, although the black goat was unhappy, he didn't refute it. The mission this time was to bring back the black meteorite yak. If even the target was dead, there was really no need to stay here and take risks. "Let's go." The black goat was silent for a moment, then turned around and planned to leave. Beichuan took a deep breath and planned to leave. Seeing this, the two groups of people who were watching the black goat and Beichuan in the distance had a flash of eyes. The heavenly fox saint stood on the side of the fox god and said, "Lord Fox God, it seems that they don't plan to explore this ruins. What should we do next? Should we keep these people who entered the Sky Fox Kingdom, or let them go? If they don't explore the ruins, should the Sky Fox Kingdom continue to explore?" All these require the fox god to make a decision. The fox god waved his 9 giant tails, looked unkind, and said, "Let them go." Just as the black goat said, "If a war breaks out, the Sky Fox Kingdom will definitely pay a huge price." The fox god is obviously unwilling to make such a sacrifice. Although it seems that the legendary ruins have been taken by someone first, the fox god has decided to suffer a loss. At this time, the fox god still suspected that the gray-robed old man was in the same group as the black goat. After all, the target of the black goat and his friends is the legendary ruins, and the gray-robed old man is also in the legendary ruins. Everything is too suspicious. Although from the current development, Black Goat and his group have not achieved their goal, but what if the so-called goal was to deceive them from the beginning? Maybe one of them, the gray-robed old man, has already achieved his goal in the legendary ruins. At present, it is all a show for the Sky Fox country. However, no matter what the truth is, the fox god really doesn't want to pursue it, because in the dark, there is at least one space totem, which is the totem that just rescued the undercover. Regardless of whether this totem is in the same group as Black Goat and his group, if there is a conflict with Black Goat now, it will be extremely disadvantageous to the Sky Fox country. It is easy for the snipe and the clown to fight, and the fisherman will benefit. The Sky Fox country was not a strong totem country. Since there was no big loss this time, the fox god decided not to pay attention to it. It is better to let the licking dogs deal with these guys later to avoid making the Sky Fox country the main battlefield. Farther away, the Donghuang group, K Chuanqi, Zhang Chuanqi, Ji Feng, Dai Shen and others, saw the changes happening one after another, and saw that Black Goat and Beichuan Chuanqi were leaving, and they also began to get anxious. Now, the task level of catching Beichuan must be higher than bringing back the iron-eating beast and finding out the truth about the ruins. They couldn't just watch the Black Goat and the legend of Beichuan leave. Follow, when necessary, we have to take action, the butterfly god sighed, hoping that when it and the gem can't fight against the Black Goat together, the fox god will not come to help the Black Goat. All parties aimed at the Black Goat and Beichuan who were about to leave. At this time, the first ones who couldn't help but choose to take action were Shi Yu and his team. Because the ruined space has been almost repaired. Boom. The Black Goat and Beichuan who flew away were ready for the possibility that the Sky Fox country might stop them. However, what they didn't expect was that it was not the fox god who took action. It seemed to be the power from the legendary sealed space. Boom. The superb blue deterrent appeared out of thin air. The Black Goat turned away and frowned, and also burst out with a shocking momentum. The blue deterrent and the black deterrent swept and collided in the sky, instantly changing the color of the sky. Boom. Boom. In just a blink of an eye, a large hole of black and blue appeared in the sky. Through this hole, you can see the starry sky and the thousands of stars shining. The occurrence of this scene made the Sky Fox country's heart tremble instantly. It also made the butterfly god and others in the distance change their expressions, realizing that it was Shi Yu and the gem cat who took the lead. Under the deterrent, Beichuan's expression also sank instantly. The 7 overlord pets all appeared around him, cooperating with the Black Goat to release the deterrent. However, This deterrent was just a show of strength. The real killer move was the subsequent remobilization. Buzz! Buzz! In an instant, including Black Goat, Beichuan, and Beichuan's 7 Overlord-level pets, all felt that they were fixed by a special force. This force had just emerged, and Beichuan and the 7 Overlord pets' faces changed wildly, because with their strength, it seemed that they could not break free from this bondage. Black Goat's face also changed wildly, feeling the difficulty of this binding force. This fluctuation, the fox god in the distance immediately judged that this fluctuation not only had the fluctuation of the ruined space, but also the power fluctuation of the special totem that had just robbed the undercover from his hands. At this moment, the fox god was confused. What did it mean? That totem, at this time, blocked Black Goat and the others from leaving? Aren't they in the same group? Wow, so fierce. In the distance, the butterfly god was also shocked. Even from a long distance, it could feel the strength of this special fixation. Even it might take a few seconds to break free. Is this the move of the Gemcat sister? Did President Lynch say that the Gemcat sister is a new totem? But the strength of this move doesn't look like a new totem. It instantly freezes an ordinary totem plus 7 overlords plus a legendary beastmaster. Judging from the expression of the Black Goat, this move is absolutely powerful. At this time, in the legendary ruin space, the Gemcat holding the legendary ruins black card was also shocked. This relic card has a strong bonus for space-based seal-type moves. It feels that the effect of its skills has been amplified by at least 50%. No wonder the spirit of the ruins was able to drag Shiyu away without its knowledge. Although it couldn't be distracted at that time and had to fight against a fox god, it is obvious that this relic space is a good thing. Damn. I want it so much. Anyway, it's worthy of me. The Gemcat looked at the totem and overlord that it had frozen, and its heart was rippling. However, the most critical thing at this time is not it, but Shiyu. The outside world. The space ripple surge. Under the gaze of the fox god, Saintis, and many overlords of the Sky Fox Kingdom, the butterfly god, Keichuanqi, and Ji Feng, an old man in a gray robe emerged from the ripples of space. He stood on a green dragon, and his figure arrived in an instant, heading towards Beichuan. Seeing this old man in a gray robe, the fox god's expression changed, and Ji Feng's and the others' expressions also changed. They naturally had different perceptions of the identity of the old man in a gray robe. However, the actions of the old man in a gray robe at this time made the pupils of all the lives present, including Black Goat and Beichuan, shrink at the same time. Kid, you want to run away after sending your pet to spy on us? How can it be so good? Leave some interest. Shiyu smiled evilly as he flew over, looking more like a villain than Black Goat and Beichuan Chuanqi, exuding an evil aura. Everyone looked solemn and serious. Under the immobilization of an unknown force, the gray-robed old man riding a dead dragon appeared next to Beichuan Chuanqi in an instant. Then, he stretched out his old black hand with a gifted bead bracelet and pierced Beichuan Chuanqi's heart. Because the fingers were given hardening substances and air-shaking substances, coupled with Shiyu's king-level dragon physique, this blow, as expected, made Beichuan, who was immobilized, pale and severely injured. He was full of disbelief and could not accept it. Sensing the severe damage to his body, Beichuan Chuanqi only felt that the speed of life passing away was accelerated. Each of his contracted pets felt that the Beastmaster was in a very dangerous state of dying. Roar, roar. Their eyes were red and their expressions were ferocious, but they were restricted by the immobilization and could not move. On the side of the Sky Fox country, the Black Goat was shocked by the actions of the gray-robed old man. He fixed a totem and 7 overlords in the air, and came directly to the legendary Beastmaster and completed the beheading. Who is this guy? The Fox God, who originally suspected that the gray-robed old man and the Black Goat were in the same group, was dumbfounded. This is not the same group at all. This gray-robed old man now looks like a more evil villain than the Black Goat. Just because he was looked at, he wanted to kill the Beastmaster? Wait, the Butterfly God was also shocked. Did he say that he would leave a living person and explore the memory of this 7-island legend? What is Shiyu going to do? At this time, the one who knows Shiyu best is none other than Beichuan Legend himself. His pupils are full of gray. He feels that not only is the life energy passing away, but his talent for beast control and his talent for controlling his own body are also beginning to disappear. This feeling makes Beichuan very scared. He feels that all this is related to the gray-robed old man in front of him. Plunder after hitting Beichuan Legend to the point of near death, Shiyu's expression was calm. The talent beads on his bracelet directly activated their power and plundered Beichuan Legend's body control talent. At this moment, as the power of the beast control talent was plundered, Beichuan Legend's beast control space also collapsed. In an instant, the contractual relationship between him and the 7 pets was completely broken. At this moment, Beichuan still had his last breath left. Seeing this, the one who was most angry was not Beichuan's 7 pets, but the black goat that was fixed on the side. Its anger at this time was even greater than when it saw the death of the black meteorite yak. The meteorite tribe cultivated a legendary beastmaster, especially a legendary beastmaster who was proficient in biological transformation. I don't know how much effort it took. Now, someone actually killed it under its nose. This scene, huge anger, directly helped the black goat break free from the space restraints of the gem cat. Roar, the terrifying black deterrence wave came from the black goat. Not good. In the legendary ruin space, the jewel cat's face changed, and he immediately wanted to send Shiyu and the others back to the space. At this time, Shiyu was already satisfied and had completely achieved his goal. Talent beads, body control talent, plunder success. Really successful. Not only that. Buzz. At the same time, in the crutch, Qitong, who was possessed by the bone sword, also directly killed the legend Beichuan through the air, and imprisoned its undead in the bone sword. In this way, he could directly control its undead and better explore its memory through the undead. In an instant, the super legend who is worthy of being ranked in the 7 islands died with the cooperation of the jewel cat and Shiyu. However, at this time, although both plundering talent and capturing Beichuan were very smooth, the threat of the black goat also followed. Roar, the black goat's pupils seemed to have turned into black holes, and its giant hooves like a mountain swept directly towards Shiyu. Having just obtained the 3rd talent, Shiyu was about to face a totem attack. Chapter 388, Reinforcements arrive and escape. The giant hoof swept over, and facing the totem attack, Shiyu was extremely nervous, waiting for the gem cat to teleport. At the very least, there should be the protection of the dragon god, but at this moment, it was not the teleportation or the protection that helped him resist this attack. The gem cat just wanted to use the power of the ruins to teleport Shiyu, but nervously found that the spatial fluctuations here were instantly disturbed, causing its teleportation to fail. Rich experience in space made the gem cat understand that a powerful life form had teleported here. The special attainments were still above it, even if it used the power of the ruins, it could not match it. With the emergence of a spatial ripple, a young man in gorgeous clothes stepped into the air and appeared between the black goat and Shiyu. After he appeared, the black goat's attack directly stopped in midair, and then a huge impact blasted the black goat away. Boom! Under the changing wind and clouds, and the shaking space, the black goat, with a horrified expression, was knocked over and hit the mountain below, causing the mountain to collapse in an instant. Its body was swept up in the smoke and completely buried. The young man in gorgeous clothes looked at the black goat, then at the fox god in the distance, and also at the gray-robed old man who was digging Beichuan's heart not far away, and fell into silence. At this time, the most shocked were the black goat and the fox god in the distance. When they saw the young man in gorgeous clothes, their expressions were instantly terrified to the extreme. President Lin, of course, the most surprised were the butterfly god, Chuling and others. Seeing the president of the Donghuang Association in person, the butterfly god instantly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this mission was stable, and there was nothing more reliable than this reinforcement. It's stable, this guy, although he is young, he is over 100 years old. He is the strongest beastmaster alive in Donghuang and is a legendary. Moreover, he must have a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Inside the ruins, the gem cat was extremely excited and said to the stunned Ji Mengzhu, "Okay, we can slack off now." Lin Xiao, however, compared to the calmness of the butterfly god and the others, the 9-tailed sky fox of the Sky Fox Kingdom had a very unfriendly expression. "What do you mean? Anyone would be nervous when seeing the boss of the hostile force coming directly to their own territory. Don't be nervous, Your Excellency Fox God." President Lin smiled and looked at the 9-tailed sky fox and said, "I didn't come here to destroy the Sky Fox Kingdom this time, I just came to clean up the mess." He looked at Beichuan and said, "That man is a traitor of the 7 kingdoms, and this sheep is the totem that tempted him to betray his country." After that, they also openly attacked the Donghuang allies. "Your Excellency Sky Fox, you understand. Do you want to protect them, or are you involved in this?" The fox god's expression changed and he stopped talking. You have already prepared yourself mentally to tempt the human race of the Seven Kingdoms to betray their country and openly attack the Donghuang allies, right? President Lin laughed and said the following words to the black goat among the peaks. Damn it, the black goat looked terrified. Of course, Beichuan was no longer alive at this time. And the black goat had only one thought, to escape. President Lin ignored the black goat and the fox god, but looked at the gray-robed old man disguised by Shi Yu. He said, Old man, can you hand that man over to me? At this time, watching the confrontation between President Donghuang and the gray-robed old man, Fox God and the black goat were completely confused. Fox God only felt that the situation in his territory was chaotic to a certain extent. He couldn't tell who was who and who was in the same group with whom. At this time, President Lin certainly knew that the gray-robed old man was Shi Yu, but he still had to do some superficial work regardless of whether others believed it or not. Shi Yu's expression changed, and he threw Beichuan's body down directly, turned around and ran away on Jiao Ling. Donghuang, I'll give you a face. At the same time, he left a harsh word. At the same time, the most terrifying thing for Fox God and the black goat came. Do you Donghuang want to start a war? Fox God looked at the flash in the sky and said with a drastic change of expression. As the black goat looked at the flash in the sky, the desire to escape became stronger. It turned over with a rumble and jumped 1,000 meters, but the speed of this strong light was completely beyond the black goat's understanding. It was launched from the edge of the Sky Fox country and landed here in an instant. The black goat was indeed difficult to deal with. Even a group of top totems would be damaged by its radiation power. In order to reduce the damage, the best solution is to use a purification-type forbidden weapon. This is the Sky Fox country. Donghuang has no burden in using forbidden weapons. Don't worry, I won't let you die. President Lin looked at the black goat with a calm expression. It's a forbidden weapon. Is it a small one, a normal one, or a modified one? Ji Feng and his team saw that even the forbidden weapons were coming, and they instantly understood that it was not just President Lin Xiao who came. I'm afraid there is a legendary mechanic of the title level sitting in the back. Is that the forbidden weapon? At this time, in the legendary ruins, Ji Mengzhu also felt a huge energy fluctuation suddenly coming from the sky. This energy fluctuation was stronger and more concentrated than the self-explosion of the ginseng baby just now. Yes, in the distance, Shi Yu, who was constantly running away, couldn't help but look back, knowing that this trip to the Sky Fox Kingdom was over. This is the forbidden weapon, but I don't know where it was launched from, but it shouldn't be Donghuang, otherwise it would probably cause unrest in other totem countries. In the ruins, Ji Mengzhu said, You mean, the attack range of the forbidden weapon is very long. Of course, if there is no interception in the middle, it is completely no problem to hit from one end of the blue star to the other end. Ji Mengzhu opened his mouth slightly, unable to understand, and had never heard of a skill with such a long attack range. Shi Yu turned his head. Alice, although the self-explosion of the baby ginseng is useful, its flexibility is still a little lacking. It seems that Lin has to develop ultra-long-distance transmission. At that time, even if they are in Donghuang, they can instantly teleport the baby ginseng to the totem kingdom and accurately self-explode it. Then, the baby ginseng will be resurrected in the beast control space. Range is the truth. No, at the same time, the forbidden weapon fired from half a country away accurately hit the black goat that wanted to escape madly, and the black goat with horrified pupils was swallowed up in the endless strong light. This forbidden weapon did not cause large-scale lethality. After accurately hitting the black goat, it directly wrapped its entire body in a huge ball of light. Immediately afterwards, a sound resounding through the sky came from the inside of the light ball, which caused changes in the atmosphere and made the ground shake violently, causing a super earthquake. As the purifying forbidden weapon exploded on the black goat, the space here continued to vibrate, and space cracks emerged one after another. The Sea Dragon King, the Azure Dragon King, the Divine Feathered Swallowtail Butterfly, one after another, the Donghuang Guardian Gods appeared from the space cracks and descended on the Sky Fox country. His eyes locked on Beichuan's overlord-level pets and the black goat hit by the forbidden weapon. Just leave it to them. These are Donghuang's reinforcements, Shi Yu smiled. The things in the Sky Fox country were not what Shi Yu was willing to deal with. After all, his identity as a gray-robed old man had caused too many things in the Sky Fox country, and they were not justified. On the contrary, now that the Donghuang army had arrived, there was a legitimate reason. Shi Yu ran madly, and soon, They came to the distance and met Ke Chuanqi, Zhang Chuanqi, Ji Feng and others. Come up. Looking at the three people, Shi Yu and the gem cat pulled the three people into the relic space without saying a word. At the same time, they did not forget another task, which was to bring back the iron-eating beast tribe. This task was relatively simple. With a change just now, the overlord who was guarding the group of iron-eating beasts had already rushed over, leaving only a group of iron-eating beasts trembling in place, crawling on the ground and not daring to move. During the process of slipping away, Shi Yu successfully rolled these iron-eating beasts back into the ruins. At the same time, after pulling them in, he directly let the insects hypnotize them to sleep to relieve the pressure. This mission can be said to be completed very smoothly, and there is an unexpected surprise. That is the third talent, and the clues of the meteorite tribe. At this time, in the legendary ruin space, Ji Mengzhu looked at the group of iron-eating beasts that were found back, and she was delighted. At the same time, she looked at the two old men and a young man who were brought in, and she was also relieved. These are the beast masters of Donghuang now. I'm tired to death. In the ruin space, the gem cat cursed. I'm sorry for making you suffer, and Zhang Chuanqi, the senior of the 10th game, looked at Chu Ling with emotion. It's not easy for this little girl. She came to Totem Country in her 20s and lurked for several years. How long has it been since she went home? And just now, she almost died. Is it Senior Zhang? Chu Ling said excitedly. It's me, Xiao Ling. You can go home after this. Your father misses you very much. Ji Feng also smiled at this companion in the 10th game. Chu Ling rubbed her red eyes and said, it's not bitter. Thank you all for saving me. By the way, she looked at Shi Yu and said, I don't know your identity yet. Well, Ji Mengzhu, the spirit of the ruins, also discovered the blind spot at this time. Although she has experienced so much, she still doesn't seem to know the name of this gray-robed old man. At the same time, the identities of these Donghuang beast masters after 2000 are not too clear. And this one is, not only Shi Yu, at this time, Chu Ling, Ke Chuanqi, Zhang Chuanqi, Ji Feng and others are also puzzled by the identity of Ji Mengzhu's spirit of the ruins. But it seems that it is a friendly army, and it is related to the legendary ruins. Let me introduce them one by one. Shi Yu was also relaxed at this time. He smiled and said, this is Ji Mengzhu, a senior from the Wu Emperor era. She is a legendary breeder of the Wu Emperor's iron-eating beast army. In order to seal the totem of the meteorite tribe, she transformed into the spirit of the ruins and has been guarding the seal until now. I just entered the legendary ruins and met this senior. After Shi Yu finished speaking, Chu Ling, Ke Chuanqi, Ji Feng and others suddenly widened their eyes and looked at this spiritual female general in surprise. Ji Mengzhu also smiled slightly, nodded, and said, I am just an ancient person from the old times. If it weren't for your help, I might have died. She looked at Shi Yu, but she still didn't know Shi Yu's name at this time. Old man, tell me your name first. Among this group of people, Ji Mengzhu was most grateful to Shi Yu. Yes, Chu Ling was also very grateful to Shi Yu and the gem cat. Old man? At this time, listening to their address to Shi Yu, Ji Feng and others had strange expressions. Although Shi Yu's current appearance is indeed that of an old man, he is indeed not an old man. Shi Yu also smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, Senior Ji, you are an old senior from 2000 years ago, so don't call me an old man. This is just a disguise. I am actually quite young, not even 21 years old. At this time, the gem cat has taken the relic space and has left the battlefield to the extreme. They are about to leave the Sky Fox country and are returning to Donghuang. The matters here are left to President Lin and the others. At the moment, Shi Yu no longer needs to hide his identity. As the power of the time fruit disappears, Shi Yu's hair color slowly turns black, and the wrinkles on his face gradually disappear. His age suddenly changes from 60 or 70 years old to early 20s. This change completely shocked Ji Mengzhu and Chu Ling. Especially Ji Mengzhu, who was so shocked that she couldn't speak at this time, and looked at Shi Yu who had recovered to his 20-year-old appearance in front of her in silence. This. My name is Shi Yu. After Shi Yu finished speaking, Ji Mengzhu was completely speechless. She had seen all of Shi Yu's performance just now. He was a level 6 totem killer, controlled the Overlord Undead, commanded totem level life, and shuttled between totems and overlords to behead legends. If all these actions were done by an experienced level 6 beastmaster, she would be shocked but admitted it. But now someone told her that the culprit of all this was a 20-year-old youth? How could it be possible? Even the martial emperor didn't have such a terrifying record at this age. You. At that moment, Chuling also looked at Shi Yu in great surprise. Originally, she also thought that Shi Yu was an old senior. After all, he came to such a dangerous place and was able to team up with a totem. How could it be possible without some experience and reputation? But seeing Shi Yu recover to look younger than himself, saying that he was only 20 years old, Chuling was a little confused for a while. Shi Yu's performance just now. She also saw it. This guy is a freak, Ji Feng said with a sneer. He felt that he had not done anything for this mission, but Shi Yu solved it all by himself. I can't believe it. At this time, Ji Mengzhu still didn't react. She looked at Kei Chuanqi and others and said, "You are not, these old people, they are not all very young, so her worldview will be further impacted." Kei Chuanqi laughed and said, "How could it be? Shi Yu is an exception, don't treat him as a normal person, he is the first person under Donghuang legend, the most talented archaeologist in Donghuang, don't be surprised, the first person under Donghuang legend." Chuling stared at Shi Yu with wide eyes. You know, before she went abroad, Donghuang didn't have such a title. No, before she went abroad, Shi Yu's age was probably not even high school graduates. During this period, what happened in Donghuang? Chuling in Totem Country had no idea. At this time, Shi Yu also looked at Chuling with a smile and said something that made Chuling look puzzled. "Master Chuji, he is your father, right? He looks exactly like me. In fact, my professional assessment, intermediate assessment, advanced assessment and even master assessment were all done with the help of Master Chuji. After you go back, Miss Chuling, please say hello to Master Chuji for me." Chuling? Chapter 389 Lin Ziazu's portable grandmother. At this time, Chuling was a little confused. The young man who looked very strong and was the first person under the Donghuang legend in front of her was actually tested by her father? Is her father so powerful? Chuling was very surprised, and at the same time, she became more curious about Shi Yu. Really, however, she was too embarrassed to ask Shi Yu more at this time, and secretly decided in her heart that she must ask her father for more information about Shi Yu when she returned. For such a super genius, her father must have discovered the other party's shining points during the test. Otherwise, he would not have tested him several times in a row. Yet, Shi Yu sighed slightly. Speaking of which, Master Chuji seemed to be the beast master who had fought with him the most times, right? Shi Yu couldn't remember clearly. Who is? Shi Yu then quickly introduced Kei Chuanqi and others to Ji Mengzhu, and then said, "Everyone chat first, I just imprisoned the soul of that beast master, and now I'm going to search its memory to see if there is any important information." Everyone was silent. It turned out that he didn't kill him completely. The gem cat was also silent. Killing people, taking talents, and imprisoning souls, this scared the cat. Shi Yu is looking less and less like a good guy. Oh, it's an accomplice, that's fine. So he still has a trick up his sleeve. Kei Chuanqi was surprised. He thought Shi Yu had killed Bai Chuanqi directly. Hearing that they could still extract information from Bai Chuan, both Kei Chuanqi and Zhang Chuanqi breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Shi Yu is more prepared than they thought. But this kid. The two legends looked weird, and they felt that Shi Yu was not a pushover. "Do you need our help?" Zhang Chuanqi said. No, Shi Yu smiled, and Shi Tong and Chong Chong had already started searching. "Go quickly," Ji Mengzhu also nodded. "Don't worry about her. At the moment, Shi Yu and his mission is the most important." The trip to Xianhu country was like a dream for everyone. Kei Chuanqi and Ji Feng felt that they had not done anything yet. They were just here to make a cameo appearance. Zhang Chuanqi played a key role and called for reinforcements through his teleportation talent. And Chuling was also very important and provided a lot of important information. If the rewards are distributed according to merit after returning this time, it should be Shi Yu who is greater than Chuling and Zhang Chuanqi. After Shi Yu introduced these later Donghuang people to Ji Mengzhu one by one, he quickly came to Chong Chong and Chi Tong and received Bai Chuan's memory. His memory is very important. Whether it is the information of the meteorite tribe or the experience of using the talent of body control, it is what Shi Yu needs. Shirakawa Shinasuke, this is the full name of Bai Chuan Chuanqi. His family is very ordinary. He comes from a small town. His parents are not beastmasters. The whole family has to scrape together so that Bai Chuanqi can go to the Beastmaster school. However, due to his small origin and his cowardly childhood character, Bai Chuan often encounters bullying in school. The bullying of his peers and the indifference of adults make Bai Chuan very resentful of this society. The turning point is that in the year when Bai Chuanqi awakened his talent was spotted by a passing mechanic and he was taken in as a student for training. If this mechanic was a normal person, nothing would happen naturally, but fortunately, this Beastmaster was a mechanic trained by the Meteorite tribe. Since the meteorites were wiped out in Donghuang land and only a small number of forces were left, they have been in seclusion until the outside world forgot about the meteorites, and then they reappeared. The meteorites are very smart and know how to learn advanced power. They spent many years successfully taking root in the Kidao area and planted many undercovers. It is hard to say whether Beichuan was chosen by them. Because in Beichuan's cognition, everything he has, all his achievements today, are given by the meteorites. The meteorites treat him better than most human beings. Compared with the teachers in school, he trusts his master more. Slowly, his ideal has become to strengthen the meteorites, revive the king of the meteorites, and change this decadent world. It turns out that it is not the helmsman of the Qiyun Consortium who betrayed the country, but the meteorites cultivated at Qiyun Consortium in Kidao. Shiyu was speechless. He said, "How could a legendary Beastmaster who is in charge of a super consortium think of surrendering to the Totem Alien clan?" It turns out that he was originally cultivated by the Totem Alien clan, so it's okay. In the final analysis, it was still the fault of the Seven Islands school. What the meteorites saw in their eyes was undoubtedly Beichuan's talent. For a life form like a demigod, it was not difficult to change the qualifications of their subordinates and create subordinates. Shidi could tailor skills for the Frost Dragon, and Meteorite could use his own power to transform the Meteorite clan. Even Chong, Shen Bao, and Lin and Shibai's team had created mechanical fantasy beasts. In Beichuan's memory, Meteorite's power was very overbearing. Not all races were qualified to become meteorites. Therefore, the purpose of the meteorites to cultivate Beichuan was also obvious. They hoped that he could learn biological transformation technology to increase the success rate of ordinary organisms being transformed into meteorites and to strengthen the power of the meteorites. The talent for controlling the body was undoubtedly born for this. And Beichuan was also very talented. He was a professional, master, and legend. He grew up all the way, established a research team, and started a company. With the support of the meteorites, he became bigger and bigger. In the end, he lived up to expectations and achieved great technical success. Even the totem poisonous dragon that broke into the sea area of Ryugu City was transformed by Beichuan. Unfortunately, no one expected that an experimental accident would occur during this transformation, causing the sleeping poisonous dragon to escape. In the process of escaping, it mutated into a totem level, attracting the attention of Longgong City. It can be said that it was from this experimental accident that the Meteorite clan began to gradually withdraw their forces in the Seven Islands, fearing that they would be exposed and targeted by the high-level officials of the Seven Islands. Before the resurrection of the Meteorite, no matter how strong the Meteorite clan was, it could not be the opponent of the Seven Islands. It turned out to be an experimental accident. Shiyu was powerless to complain. Shiyu knew everything about what happened afterwards. Longgong City and Donghuang attacked the Seven Islands because of the poisonous dragon totem. The Qiyun Consortium was completely exposed as expected by the Meteorite clan, but fortunately, the Meteorite clan had completed the transfer of its core assets at this time. These memory materials are not too important. What Shiyu cares about most is that the memory of Beichuan legend provides two key clues. The king of the Meteorite clan, Meteorite, is about to be resurrected. At present, the base camp of the Meteorite clan is mainly in 3 secret realms. Now the Meteorite clan has a total of 3 totems, one of which is a top-level totem and 2 ordinary totems. The black goat is one of the ordinary totems. This top-level totem, like the black meteorite yak, is a totem from the Emperor Wu period, and was transformed by the meteorite himself. After training, Beichuan has become one of the most core members of the Meteorite clan under these 3 totems. At this time, Shiyu was both excited and nervous. If it was a Beastmaster from the Emperor Wu era, he would definitely be terrified when he heard that the meteorite was about to be resurrected. But now that the meteorite is regarded as a resource for the evolution of iron-eating beasts, does it mean that he can take the initiative to attack? Although he has already obtained 10 pieces of meteorite fragments from Senior Ji Mengzhu, who would complain about too much of this kind of thing? But the difficulty lies in that although Beichuan is already a core figure of the meteorite clan, he also knows the locations of the 3 secret realms of the meteorite clan, but he does not know where the meteorite will be resurrected. In Beichuan's impression, the only one who knows this is the top totem transformed by the meteorite. Shi Yu fell into silence, so the next strategic goal of Dong Huang should be determined, which is to use this information to plunder the 3 secret realms of the meteorite clan first. If possible, it is best to learn the resurrection location of the meteorite from the top totem. What I have to do next is to organize the memory of Beichuan's dead soul into memory crystals, then, I will hand over its dead soul and memory crystals to Dong Huang, and then wait for the state machine to start and wait for the resources to arrive at home. Shi Yu immediately understood his position in this link. As for going to the secret realm of the meteorite clan to plunder the house in person? Capture the meteorite? Forget it, even if there is a big boss leading the team, he is not interested, it feels a bit dangerous. It is already his limit to bully the weakest totem country, the Sky Fox country. No, who said that the fox god is weak? Who said that the fox god is equivalent to the gem cat? The fox god is clearly a top totem that plays the pig and eats the tiger. It is true that they are a little timid like the gem cat, but they are definitely not weak. If they face the fox god head-on, they may be dead now. It seems that President Lin said. While sorting out Beichuan's memory, Shi Yu was also sorting out his experience of using the body-controlled talent. This talent has many uses, such as assisting in the transformation of biological organisms, which is extremely effective. For example, it helps pets better control skills and special energy, which is also very effective. It can also exercise one's physique and mental strength through body control. Beichuan has developed various skills. Among them, the most attractive and useful to Shi Yu is to control his own physical strength through the body-controlled talent. Shi Yu was nervous. He only had one talent bead. It can be said that he bet all his family assets on this body-controlled talent. If it can't help him develop the telepathy talent to a very powerful level, then he will lose a lot. While Shi Yu was busy receiving information, Kei Chuanqi and the others also started chatting. Around Senior Ji Mengzhu. This is an ancient person from 2000 years ago, a living history. If you ask her, you will definitely know a lot about the Wudi dynasty. Even Shi Yu thought so. Although he didn't get other inscription medals from Ji Mengzhu, it should be okay to know what skills those medals can bring, right? However, Shi Yu didn't rush to ask. There was plenty of time later, so he let Ji Mengzhu and Kei Chuanqi talk freely, and he was responsible for more important intelligence work. After all, this was the key to his joining the 10th Bureau Intelligence Bureau. As they chatted, Chuling and Ji Mengzhu both had some understanding of the current situation of Dong Huang. They all learned about the current situation of Dong Huang through Shi Yu. At present, Dong Huang in the Seven Nations Alliance is preparing for the World Championship, and the players for the World Championship are selected through the sequence. Among them, Shi Yu is the 5th in sequence, the first person under the legend, and Ji Feng is the 7th in sequence. Ji Mengzhu and Chu Ling learned about Shi Yu's terrifying achievements. Born as a grassroots, he successfully cracked the ancient ruins in his first year as a beast master, and won the top prize in the ancient capital professional assessment, overpowering the son of legend. Later, he discovered the lost evolutionary path of the iron-eating beast, cultivated the dominant race pet, and developed the green worm cocoon evolution system that benefits the country and the people. National champion, mechanical fantasy beast, the second pet of the Emperor of War, and the first person under the legend, Shi Yu's achievements one by one made Ji Mengzhu and Chu Ling dumbfounded. After all this happened within 2 years. Chu Ling finally knew why she had never heard of Shi Yu before she came undercover, because Shi Yu's legendary road only took 2 years. Shi Yu, a genius archaeologist who discovered the lost evolutionary path of the iron-eating beast. At this time, Senior Ji Mengzhu had a strange expression. Shi Yu's growth experience undoubtedly shocked her. This kind of growth experience can be said to be legendary. However, what she cared about most at this time was whether Shi Yu was bragging when he used the grey robe old man vest to communicate with her. At this time, Chu Ling and others also learned more about Ji Mengzhu's identity. Ji Mengzhu's ancestors have been breeding iron-eating beasts. Among them, Ji Mengzhu's father is the first general under Emperor Wu and the strongest of the iron-eating beast tribe. Ji Mengzhu and her mother are both legendary breeders responsible for the breeding of Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast army. It can be said that Ji Mengzhu's father is like Emperor Wu's left and right arms, and is a brother and comrade in arms who have been through life and death together. Therefore, Ji Mengzhu knows a lot of information about Uncle Wu Emperor. Cat? How long will it take to get to Donghuang? While everyone was chatting, Shi Yu suddenly ran over and asked the gem cat clone who was eating melons in the ruins. The gem cat raised its head lazily and said, "It's almost done." Shi Yu nodded and said, "Speed up, there's important information. The meteorite is about to be resurrected, and the country must quickly prepare for war." What? As soon as Shi Yu finished speaking, the expression of Senior Ji Mengzhu next to him changed. She said, "The meteorite is so active, I know something is wrong. The elemental life forms at the demigod level are really not so easy to kill. Senior Ji, don't be so pessimistic. After the Wu Emperor dynasty, Donghuang has experienced too many hardships. Let the meteorite come. Now no matter what disaster we encounter, Donghuang will have enough confidence to deal with it," Shi Yu said. Almost every generation of legends has left a lot of things for Donghuang. Take the most recent two legends, the bunch of second-team pets left by the Lin Feng legend, each of which is totem level and is the guardian of Donghuang. The bunch of taboo weapons left by the mechanical legend is Donghuang's biggest capital at present. Going back to the past, in the era of the Dragon Emperor, the friendship between the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Palace City still affects Donghuang today, and is the key factor for Donghuang to be the strongest country in terms of comprehensive strength. Generation after generation of beastmasters have left behind a lot of things. Compared with the era of the Emperor Wu, the current Donghuang has accumulated 2,000 years of heritage. Even when facing a totem king like the meteorite, it will not be as desperate as in ancient times. If you want to make the current Donghuang turbulent, it may take the advent of myths. "Can I do something?" Ji Mengzhu said. "As the spirit of the ruins, in the awakened state, my spiritual body will be active for decades. Is there anything I can help with?" "That's easy. After you return to Donghuang, why don't you just do your old business and cultivate iron-eating beasts?" Shi Yu smiled slightly. Others nodded. Yes, Ji Mengzhu is a legendary breeder who cultivated the iron-eating beast core for the Emperor Wu, and the iron-eating beast core can now be confirmed to be the strongest core in the Emperor Wu dynasty. Even, Ji Mengzhu just told everyone that the iron-eating beast core led by her father even had a record of killing totems. If such a core is resurrected in the modern era, it will definitely greatly improve the strength of Donghuang. Okay, Ji Mengzhu nodded. Indeed, this is the most suitable for her. She said, "Let me cultivate the 108 iron-eating beasts just now." There were a total of 108 iron-eating beasts brought in by Gemcat and Shi Yu before. The number is not large, but it is not small. The batch that Ji Mengzhu and the others brought out to escape should all be elites. Each of them has reached the perfect level of hardening proficiency. They should have been carefully cultivated very early, and they are only one step away from evolving. If they continue to cultivate, they can raise a Jiuli core of 100 bears in a very short time. No problem, Shi Yu smiled. At that time, whether it is Senior Ji or this group of iron-eating beasts, they will be pulled into the iron-eating beast core under his command. Senior Ji, is Yunnan very strong? Have you seen Yunnan, at this time? Chu Ling looked at Ji Mengzhu. She was also very concerned about Yunnan. After all, since Shi Yu came out of the Emperor Wu ruins, Chu Ling had an additional mission, which was to investigate the information of Yunnan in the Totem Kingdom. Very strong, Ji Mengzhu looked at her. Yunnan has mastered the quasi-divine skills or prototype divine skills, and no one can defeat him. Lord Woody has contracted a total of 9 totem-level pets, some of which have even reached the top totem combat power, and Lord Woody's top-level fusion talent allows him to inherit the advantages of 9 pets and combine them into one. Even so, after several years of war, the first one to give up was Lord Woody. After many rounds of war, Yunnan relied on the racial advantage to survive, but Lord Woody was one step ahead of his pets and couldn't hold on. This is all because of the quasi-divine skills mastered by Yunnan. Ji Mengzhu told K. Chuanqi and others about the situation at the time in a disappointed manner. Well, I heard from Senior Chongsun, Shi Yu said. Senior Woody can't even merge with the 9 totems. Ji Feng's expression was solemn. Ji Mengzhu shook his head and said, although Lord Woody can mobilize the power of multiple totems to suppress the meteorite through his top-level combined talent, he will not get much advantage after fighting against the quasi-divine skills. Quasi-divine skills have already come into contact with the power of rules, and the damage caused by the power of rules is difficult to heal even with mythical drugs if the attributes do not match. The skills of the meteorite bring a kind of radiation injury that is difficult to eradicate, incurable, and purifiable. Quasi-divine skills. It's the saying that superclass skills are cultivated to the extreme, Kachwanki murmured. Even a legend like him has not actually come into contact with this level. After all, the only life that Donghuang can contact with that has mastered the prototype of divine skills is the Dragon God. And the only people in Donghuang who can contact the Dragon God, except Shiyu, are President Lin and Mechanical Legend. Even a strong man like Bahai Legend has difficulty. Unlike Ji Mengzhu, her father even participated in the battle with the meteorite, so he knows this aspect very well. Yes, however, according to Lord Wudi, there are 3 ways to achieve quasi-divine skills in the prototype of divine skills. Practicing super-level skills to the extreme is just one of them. Each of these 3 ways is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even a legendary beastmaster like Lord Wudi finds it difficult to achieve. This is just a quasi-divine skill, not to mention the unattainable mythical realm and complete divine skills. Thinking of the lonely look of the Emperor Wu at that time, Ji Mengzhu felt very uncomfortable. Let me tell you all about it. The first one is to cultivate superclass skills to the extreme. It is said that it is 10 times more difficult for an ordinary pet to cultivate itself to the totem level through superclass skills. Ji Feng, Chuling and others were speechless. When superclass skills reach perfection, it is the totem level. This difficulty has blocked most of the current beastmasters. There are no more than 10 legendary beastmasters who can personally cultivate a pet to the totem level in the entire Blue Star. And the difficulty of cultivating quasi-divine skills is 10 times this? Senior Ji. What are other methods? Ji Feng couldn't help asking. This is a good opportunity to broaden his horizons. This time, it was not in vain. Even the totem of the gem cat couldn't help but tilt his head to listen. Lord Wudi said that the second method is to rely on blood inheritance. If the parents of a pet are mythical races, then it has a chance to have a quasi-divine skills after birth, which is the prototype of divine skills. As it grows and exercises this skill, the skill will naturally become a complete divine skill, helping it to cross to the mythical level. So, mythical creature cubs may have a quasi-divine skills, but it is so difficult for overlords to reproduce, so mythical creatures should be even more difficult, Ji Mengzhu said. Has Lord Wudi seen mythical creatures and divine beast cubs? Chuling asked in surprise. Ji Mengzhu shook her head. I don't know either. But Lord Wudi said so. The third method is said to be combination. Since it is difficult to cultivate quasi-divine skills with just one skill, and there is not enough time to develop a skill to the extreme, then rely on 2, 3, 4 or even more super-level skills, more special powers, and even the power of the Beastmaster to combine into a powerful combination skill, a combination skill that is enough to touch the rules, and optimize it into a quasi-divine skill. But in the words of Lord Wudi, this is not necessarily simpler than the first method. It requires extraordinary talent, and it is relying on talent to smooth out time. If successful, then this life can already be called a mythical race. Like demigod level life and divine beast cubs, it has the foundation to grow to the mythical level. Shiyu said, can you be called a mythical race if you master quasi-divine skills? Without mastering divine skills, Ji Mengzhu said, quasi-divine skills are the prototype of divine skills. They have the potential to grow into complete divine skills. In addition to representing skill levels, divine skills also represent strength. Life that masters complete divine skills life, except for mythical races, can also be called mythical level, and creatures that master quasi-divine skills are just mythical races, not mythical level. Chuling said, wait a minute, the first method to cultivate quasi-divine skills must be at the demigod level, then the second and third methods, it seems that there is no requirement for strength? Can it be completed at any level? Ji Mengzhu smiled slightly and said, it should be. The second method requires a natural mythical race. Even if it is the offspring of a mythical beast, it should not make sense to be born at the mythical level. Maybe it has to go through the growth levels of the monarch level and the overlord level. And the third method, although it sounds like any level has the hope of developing and combining quasi-divine skills, it is not that simple. Only when it reaches the totem level, the extraordinary life can be regarded as a glimpse of the development of skills, and when a totem-level creature cultivates quasi-divine skills, then its strength is naturally at the demigod level. Ordinary totem, Top totem, totem demigod. These 3 levels are all totem level. The 3 are not realms, but divisions of combat power. Everyone instantly understood what Ji Mengzhu meant. Possessing quasi-divine skills basically means you have demigod level combat power. And if you want to have quasi-divine skills at the king level or overlord level, you may have to be a young mythical creature, which is difficult to achieve. However, young people like Ji Feng and Chu Ling still have wild imaginations. Although Ji Mengzhu said that only totem-level creatures have a chance to develop quasi-divine skills, it does not prevent them from imagining. If a king-level pet mastered quasi-divine skills, how strong would it be? Mythical race, king level, this should be the description. Can it jump 2 levels to fight weaker totems? If not, what about mythical race, overlord level? There should be no problem. After all, the giant Kun of the hegemony legend is not a mythical race, but it can fight against a totem level. Quasi-divine skills, mythical race. In an instant, Ji Feng had great expectations. However, he also understood that he could only think about it. After all, it is said that the evolution legend Lin Feng, none of his pets reach the mythical race. On the side, Shi Yu Iao seemed to be thinking about something. Of course, this is what Lord Wudi told my father, and then my father told me. I don't know how accurate this information is. After all, no one has truly experienced the realm of mythology, Ji Mengzhu said. Compared with the quasi-divine skills and super-level skills, is there anything special about them? Chu Ling asked. Of course there is. According to Lord Wudi, the most powerful part of divine skills is that they have mastered the rules and the power of origin. Among them, quasi-divine skills are the initial stage of touching the rules. Quasi-divine skills like meteorite are so-called incurable injuries because they have reached this level. If you don't master the corresponding abilities of the same level, you can't fight against them. In fact, my father once saw the battle between the Wudi and meteorite. He said that it was not a battle that other low-level lives could intervene in. During the battle, meteorite, which mastered the quasi-divine skills, was a world of its own, with strange phenomena on its body. Any power around it was completely suppressed. It can be said that once the quasi-divine skill is released, it can suppress all the non-equal forces around it. All the lives that see the quasi-divine skill, if they do not master the same power, will have their blood trembling, just like a transcendent iron-eating beast. Facing the deterrence of the king-level royal iron-eating beast, there will be a feeling of blood being suppressed. This is the gap between myth and non-myth, an insurmountable gap, so it is really amazing that the Emperor Wu can suppress such a meteorite and kill it, Ji Mengzhu said. Everyone listened quietly to the explanation of Ji Mengzhu, a person who personally experienced the totem battle. Once again, they understood the power of the demigod and the power of the legendary beastmaster. Even if it was such a meteorite, the Emperor Wu could suppress it? It's a pity that the Emperor Wu did not have the ability to remove the other party's rule power, otherwise the direction of history might be completely new. At the same time, Ji Feng, Chu Ling and other Donghuang geniuses also became curious. The contemporary dragon god, who has always been on good terms with Donghuang, is also a demigod. I wonder how his strength compares to that of Yunnan and what kind of power he possesses. According to the martial emperor, then demigods like the dragon god and Yunnan can be considered mythical races? Shi Yu thought that they were at most quasi-mythical races that have evolved to the extreme. Well, why do I feel that Ji Mengzhu's father is not very reliable? I'd better ask the dragon god another day, Shi Yu muttered in his heart. Oh, right, but the dragon god also seemed to have said that the world tree can be considered a mythical race, but it is not mythical, but only the strongest demigod. So, is it really possible that all demigods can be considered mythical races? But I think the demigods don't care about this kind of race title. What they care more about is probably when their growth level can break through to the mythical level, rather than what the race level represents potential. After a long time, Gemcat said, we've arrived at Donghuang. After arriving at Donghuang, everyone did not relax. Next, everyone had to continue to be busy with this mission. First, everyone went to the headquarters of the 10th Bureau together. It was about a demigod-level life that threatened Donghuang, so Shi Yu also ran around, not finding it troublesome, but with Cat driving, it was not too troublesome. Fortunately, President Lin and his team came back that day and took charge of the overall situation. The Black Goat totem was undoubtedly captured alive. Of course, the state of the Black Goat at this time was to be called captured alive in a nice way, and not dead yet in an unpleasant way. The black goat totem naturally could not be imprisoned in Donghuang, and was directly transported to the deep-sea prison of Longang City by the Sea Dragon King and others. Only here can the totem be suppressed. The poisonous dragon totem was also imprisoned here. Donghuang did not have to pay for the use of the Dragon Palace City undersea prison. As long as the immortal Dragon King was not killed after purification, the Dragon Kings could eat the lamb legs and lamb chops as they saw them. Anyway, the key was the information about a meteorite tribe in the sheep's brain. Regarding Shiyu, Ji Mengzhu, and the black meteorite yak, President Lin actually had a lot to say. He really wanted to ask Shiyu how he dared to blow up a top-level totem, even if it was weak. However, at this time, since there were many more important things to deal with, he had no time to deal with Shiyu. After just a while of nonsense, Shiyu was completely liberated and brought Senior Ji Mengzhu to Wuling City, where the remains of the Iron-Eating Beast Legion were located. "Aren't you going to deal with the meteorite?" Senior Ji Mengzhu said in the ruins when he saw Shiyu slipping away from the Donghuang Association headquarters without any nostalgia. Shiyu said, "Senior, I am only a 6th-level Beastmaster, not even a legendary one. Ji Mengzhu, do you still know that you are a 6th-level Beastmaster? The soul of the legendary Beastmaster you handed over, the totem corpse lying in the ruins doesn't think so. Really no time." Shiyu smiled bitterly. Although the meteorite is important, it is more important to add points seriously. Because he had heard Ji Mengzhu's words before, Shiyu was more concerned about the skill fusion function of the skill atlas. After Ji Mengzhu talked about the 3 ways to develop a prototype of a divine skill, Shiyu realized that training superclass skills to the point of being close to the truth was not the only condition for achieving the prototype of a divine skill. Can it be done by forming a perfect combination of multiple superclass skills? You should have said it earlier. Skill fusion can directly fuse 2 skills into 1 skill. Is there a more perfect combination method than this? In other words, through skill fusion, by continuously fusing superclass skills, quasi-divine skills can be developed, and pets that master quasi-divine skills are mythical races. In other words, the skill fusion function is the key to making 11 and the others become mythical races. In this case, it is even more necessary to obtain the first place in the world competition and the blessing of the world tree. Shiyu definitely couldn't click on the superclass race skills above the superb level. His beast control level was too low to support the 11 and the others to break through to the totem level. This required a level 9 beast control space. Even if they had a cross-level contract, they would have to be level 8, and he was only level 6. However, if he could allow the 11 to have a quasi-divine skills at the overlord level and become a mythical race, it would be good too. Maybe they could dominate the battle totem. Don't worry about the authenticity of the ancient data that Ji Mengzhu said. Anyway, he believed it for the time being and immediately became motivated. How to relieve the worry? Only add points. After dealing with Ji Mengzhu, Shiyu decided to go back and start a new round of adding points. In addition, the development of telepathy and the research of super alloys all took time. As for when to go to Tinxiang and Rongguang to unlock the last 2 quarters of the progress of the Starry Sky Pettig, it must be until Shenbao condenses another time mark and the situation in Donghuang stabilizes. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be only one bodyguard, the Gemcat, and no sense of security. The 2 countries of Tinxiang and Rongguang are a bit special. If we hold the worst plan, these 2 countries are even more dangerous than the 11 totem countries around Donghuang and the 7 islands. In the east, due to the powerful strength of Donghuang and Longang City, there are currently no demigod-level forces on land and in the ocean, but around other countries, there are actually demigod-level forces eyeing them. In the Dark Night Forest outside the ancient country of Tinxiang, there is a demigod-level Dark Elf Queen who has always been at odds with a half-blood Elf Queen of the ancient country of Tinxiang. The Demon Kingdom outside Rongguang is the biggest enemy of Rongguang. The 2 sides are in small-scale wars all year round, and the leader of the Demon Kingdom is also a demigod. The Dragon Empire in the west, the extreme North Snowfield in the north, all have demigod-level life, and even the Abyss Sea and the Endless Sea. It can be said that if there were not so many demigod-level forces outside the 7 countries, the 7 countries with the advantage of the mechanical system would have swept the world long ago. From this point of view, the 7 islands are actually quite lucky. The geographical location is good. Because of the existence of Dragon Palace City and Donghuang, There are no powerful demigod-level totem forces around. Senior, does this place feel familiar? Shiyu asked Ji Mengzhu while standing on a tall building. Ji Mengzhu said, it's no longer familiar. 2,000 years have passed. Everything has changed. I'm afraid it will take a long time for me to adapt to the current Donghuang, whether it's architecture, transportation, or culture. Shiyu smiled, there's plenty of time. The iron-eating beast ruins where Chongsun is located are here. By the way, I have another person to introduce to you. Huh? Hearing that Shiyu brought her to the iron-eating beast legion training ruins, Ji Mengzhu looked expectant. However, Ji Mengzhu was a little confused about the person Shiyu had been talking about introducing to her. I don't understand why this kid is so excited. Who? Could it be that Chongsun is not dead yet? Ji Mengzhu kept guessing. Wuling City ruins. At present, this place has been used as the training site for the iron-eating beast Corps, green worm cocoon Corps and mechanical fantasy beast Corps. As the new army competition approaches, these corps are training harder and harder in order to compete for military funds. You are, at the entrance of Wuling City ruins. The Beastmaster who is responsible for guarding the gate of the ruins changed his expression after seeing Shiyu. Shiyu smiled slightly, indicating that there was no need to make a fuss. After showing his ID, he entered the ruins directly. After he entered the ruins, Ji Mengzhu's figure immediately appeared beside him. Sure enough, it's still the same, Ji Mengzhu said happily. I have good news to tell you. Shiyu was stunned for a moment and said, what good news? Wait, Senior Ji, how did you get out of the sealed ruins? Shiyu was slightly stunned. Isn't Ji Mengzhu the ruin spirit of the legendary ruins? She used to sense the outside world in the ruins, but now. Ji Mengzhu said, the good news I want to tell you is this. Didn't I tell you before that I participated in the transformation of this ruins? Yeah, my ruins authority is still there. Give me some time, and I can also become the ruin spirit of this ruins. Didn't you say that the iron-eating beast legion is currently training here? After I become the ruin spirit of this ruins, I can do better. I'll be able to control those training facilities well. Ji Mengzhu looked at Shiyu and said, after the transfer is completed, I will give you the legendary ruins I am staying in now. Although it has no ceiling effect, it is still a good place for training as a space-based equipment. You will probably encounter a lot of dangers in the future. It will be safer to carry such a high-level relic. This is a treasure left to me by my father. I will give it to you in the future. It can also be regarded as a thank you for solving the black meteorite yak. Shiyu was stunned. Although he had always wanted a legendary relic, Ji Mengzhu's sealed relic as the spirit of the relic was obviously not suitable for carrying with him because of its spirit. But now the other party actually said that the other party could transfer. Moreover, the legendary relic could be given to him. This is not appropriate. However, Shiyu was still relatively shy. Such a valuable thing. But for a fear that Senior Ji would regret it, Shiyu said again, since it is the senior's kindness, I would rather obey your order respectfully. After all, the gem cat seemed to like this relic very much, and there would be more safety guarantees in the future. Ji Mengzhu. Shiyu was excited. Although the legendary ruins no longer had special sealing effects, they were obviously more useful than the advanced ruins that Senior Lu had cracked, which was the one he was using now. However, it was just less than 2 months after moving, and he had to move again. It was so tiring. No matter what, he would just move and it would be done. But in this case, he seemed to have 4 ruins, including the relic ring, the relic stone containing the resources for the evolution of the iron-eating beast, and the legendary relic card. It seemed a bit too much, so many were useless, so he would hand over 2 later and return the relic stone to Senior Ji. Okay, who do you want to take me to see? Shiyu said, don't worry, Chong, teleport, find the big sister of 11. Shiyu summoned Chong directly. Even if he was the first in the team, he could not escape the fate of a tool worm, the iron-eating beast legion camp. Chief breeder Lin Ziazu had not even left the ruins for a long time. If there was nothing else, her food, drink and shelter were basically completed in the ruins. Shiyu gave her so many resources, she couldn't live up to Shiyu's expectations anyway, and she must cultivate the iron-eating beast core into the strongest core. In the room, Lin Ziazu was making a cultivation plan for the iron-eating beast core. She had records of the data of the iron-eating beasts of each beastmaster of the iron-eating beast core. Dong. Come in. Lin Ziazu opened her mouth and looked out the door. At this look, her expression was slightly dull. She saw a woman who looked more like her than her mother. She walked in from the door and looked at her. To be honest, Lin Xiaozu had lived so long, and she was not so confused even when Shi Yu and 11 created miracles one after another. Similarly, Ji Mengzhu, who was instigated by Shi Yu to come in, also saw the girl and was slightly silent. Obviously, both of them found that the other was very similar to themselves. Haha, just when the two were very confused, Shi Yu laughed and Chong Chong came in with him. At this moment, seeing Shi Yu, Lin Xiaozu, who was wearing a black and white military uniform, was stunned. He looked between Shi Yu, Chong Chong, and the mature female version of himself, and finally found the problem. Then, he immediately showed an angry blush and said, Shi Yu, you are going too far. Let Chong Chong remove the illusion. Lin Xiaozu soon discovered that this mature version of himself did not look like a real person. After seeing Shi Yu and Chong Chong again, he directly determined that it was Shi Yu who asked Chong Chong to create his own phantom with virtual and real phantoms. Wait a minute, Shi Yu was also stunned, and realized that Senior Panda must have misunderstood something. He hurriedly said, what does it have to do with Chong Chong? Chong Chong also felt innocent. Ji Mengzhu looked at Lin Xiaozu, smiled slightly, and gradually understood. She said, little girl, does your family have a family tree, Lin Xiaozu? Shi Yu said, Senior Ji was a legendary breeder during the Wu Emperor dynasty 2,000 years ago. She was also responsible for the breeding work of the Wu Emperor's iron-eating beast core at that time. You think I look like this little girl, so you think she is a descendant of my same clan, right? Ji Mengzhu said, I do feel a blood connection. Interesting, Lin Xiaozu? At this moment, Lin Xiaozu was a little panicked. The pen in his hand was suspended in the air. What? Chapter 390, The Panda Senior with the potential to become a legend. That's what happened. After arriving at Senior Panda's office, Shi Yu pulled out a chair without hesitation, sat opposite her, and explained to her the experience of this mission. Things like fighting fox gods, exploding totems, and arresting legends, Shi Yu selectively omitted them, fearing that he would scare Senior Panda. He mainly explained to Senior Panda the origins of Senior Ji Mengzhu. After Shi Yu finished speaking, Lin Xiaozu's whole face was still dull, but Ji Mengzhu quickly accepted this setting. She looked at the various iron-eating beast-related models and ink paintings in the room and was very moved. Although 2,000 years have passed, the iron-eating beast tribe has not been separated from the iron-eating beast, which is great. It seems that other tribesmen who hid from the world to avoid war were very lucky to pass on. So, are you really my ancestor? At this time, Lin Xiaozu only felt that it was outrageous. She knew that Shi Yu was very powerful. Even if one day Shi Yu cracked some mythological relics, Lin Xiaozu would not be surprised at all. But now Shi Yu actually came over and said that he had found an ancestor for him. This kind of thing, anyone would be confused. Before Shi Yu explained, she almost thought that Shi Yu had gone to dig up the Lin family's ancestral grave. But speaking of it, her ancestor was actually the iron-eating beast general under the Wu Emperor. A powerful person with a legendary title? During the Wu Emperor's dynasty, the beast master whose strength was second only to the Wu Emperor? Senior Panda couldn't believe it. According to Lin Xiaozu's understanding of Shi Yu, the other party should not lie to her. In her imagination, Shi Yu asked Chong Chong to transform into a mature version of himself to tease himself, which might be wrong Shi Yu. Maybe. Ji Mengzhu was very happy at this time. She didn't expect that in addition to the iron-eating beast, she could see the descendants of the same clan again. She looked at Lin Xiaozu and said, but it doesn't matter anymore. I heard from Shi Yu that your name is Lin Xiaozu, right? Yes, Senior Ji. Lin Xiaozu nodded vigorously. How old are you? What's your beast control level? What's your iron-eating beast's level? Lin Xiaozu said embarrassedly. 25 years old, beast control level 5. Iron-eating beast, is still at the commander level. It's indeed a bit low. Thinking that her ancestor was the first general under the Emperor Wu, and now her family has fallen to this point, Senior Panda was a little uneasy. Alice, after hearing this, Ji Mengzhu sighed slightly. She had expected this situation just now. What she learned was that it was after Shi Yu discovered the evolutionary path of the iron-eating beast 2 years ago that the iron-eating beast was able to rise. During this period, the iron-eating beast was just an ordinary medium-level extraordinary race, and only mastered hardening. Although the iron-eating beast clan was not completely extinct, its inheritance was almost cut off. In this case, the descendants of the Beastmasters of the Iron-Eating Beast clan, guarding a pet of an extraordinary race, would not be too strong. She looked at Shiyu, and could imagine that Lin Xiaozu and even the Iron-Eating Beast could have such a status in Donghuang now, thanks to Shiyu. 25 years old, it's not too late, she looked at Lin Xiaozu and said, from today on, I will guide you in your practice and in cultivating the Iron-Eating Beast. In the next period of time, I will pass on all my experience to you. Lin Xiaozu was slightly startled. You want to guide me in my practice, but I'm very stupid. Shiyu was speechless. If you're stupid, how can others live? Senior Sister Panda is talented. If there is no Shiyu, Senior Sister Panda is the first genius in Pingcheng. Since becoming a Beastmaster, Senior Sister Panda has shown good talent, but she herself did not focus on improving her strength in order to study the evolution of the Iron-Eating Beast. However, even so, it is not bad to be a master at this age. Moreover, Lin Xiaozu's talent for cultivation is also full. Not only did he research the giant teaching secrets that allowed the Iron-Eating Beast to master the giantization before it evolved, but he also researched the nurturing techniques to improve the proficiency of the Iron-Eating Beast's hardening. It can be said that he is much better than the owner of the Lin Hongnian Pavilion. After all, the owner of the Lin Hongnian Pavilion only researched the Thunder Palm and the Cannon Fist. Can this be said to be untalented? No, you are very talented. Jimeng's, who didn't know when a training form written by Senior Panda appeared in her hand. She smiled and said, next, I will do my best to make you a legendary Beastmaster before the age of 30. Legend. Lin Xiaozu was shocked. Even Shiyu next to him showed a stunned expression. Wait, are you kidding me? It feels like this Senior G is more optimistic about Senior Panda than I am. Legends under the age of 30, even in Donghuang, can be counted on one hand. She can no longer be described as a genius. Jimengzu said, nothing is impossible, she said, although the person next to you is very good, don't underestimate me. I personally helped to select the Iron-Eating Beast of the Emperor Wu. I even made the growth plan for the Iron-Eating Beast to become the strongest pet of the Emperor Wu. Do you believe it? Lin Xiaozu's face flushed, and suddenly felt that this ancestor grandmother, no, the ancestor sister is a good person. If she can become stronger, who wouldn't be happy? Wait, Senior G, please teach me, what about Shiyu? Can you also help him develop a growth plan for his Iron-Eating Beast like you did for Emperor Wu? His 11th talent is also very good. Lin Xiaozu immediately thought of Shiyu and 11. Jimengzu was silent. Little girl, why are you talking about something else? If possible, wouldn't she want to? But the problem is, Shiyu's Iron-Eating Beast. She only took a glance and saw that the cultivation level of the Iron-Eating Beast was still higher than that of Emperor Wu's Iron-Eating Beast. How to teach this? Moreover, when she thought that Shiyu could cultivate a king-level ginseng baby to surpass 2 levels and destroy the totem, Jimengzu felt even more unqualified to teach Shiyu. She even suspected that the ginseng baby was a mythical race. After thinking about it, she still felt that it would be easier to pass on all her knowledge to Lin Xiaozu, a little girl who looked very similar to her. I can't teach him, his Iron-Eating Beast is already better than the Iron-Eating Beast of the same level of Emperor Wu. Jimengzu shook her head. Lin Xiaozu was startled, opened his mouth slightly, and turned to look at Shiyu. Because Shiyu was a pioneer in the field of Iron-Eating Beast breeding, although Lin Xiaozu and others knew that Shiyu's Iron-Eating Beast was strong, very strong, so strong that it evolved several times, but they still didn't have an accurate concept of how strong it was. According to Shiyu's archaeological discoveries, the Iron-Eating Beast was even the trump card of the legendary Beastmaster Wu Di. Then Lin Xiaozu and others naturally thought that Wu Di's Iron-Eating Beast should be the strongest Iron-Eating Beast. After all, he was a legendary Beastmaster. But it was the first time that Lin Xiaozu heard that 11 was stronger than the Emperor Wu's Iron-Eating Beast at the same level, and this was from the breeder who bred the Emperor Wu's Iron-Eating Beast. Suddenly, Senior Panda was quite shocked. Lin Xiaozu looked at Shiyu in a daze. Wait, it's stronger than the Emperor Wu's ace of the same level, isn't it a bit outrageous? It's fine to defeat the Emperor Kong's second pet, but why did he come to compete with a legendary Beastmaster's ace? Is that so? Shiyu scratched his cheek innocently. Is he so powerful? That's right. After all, even the Emperor Wu's Iron-Eating Beast can't have all the racial skills such as gigantism, deterrence, and impregnable at the monarch level. Of course, in addition to these, There are a lot of bodybuilding skills. Even the domineering armor and the immortal golden body. By the way, Senior Lin, your iron-eating beast hasn't evolved yet, so it's just right to let Senior G plan it, Shiyu said. Yet, Lin Xiaozu nodded. Ji Mengzhu also nodded and said, in that case, I will transfer first. It will take about a day. Ji Mengzhu has to transfer from the legendary ruins to the Wuling ruins. Shiyu naturally has to wait for this day. After all, he is still waiting to take over the legendary ruins. During this period, you can take me to see the iron-eating beast army in the ruins, and to receive a new batch of iron-eating beasts. Ji Mengzhu looked at Lin Xiaozu and smiled. Okay, Lin Xiaozu was full of motivation. At the same time, he said, Shiyu, you can come too. Forget it. Shiyu quickly refused. Rather than going to see how his 3 major legions are doing, he still wants to study the control of the talent beads as soon as possible. Faced with the invitation of Senior Panda, he decisively took the memory crystal of Beichuan Legend's experience in using the beast-controlling talent and Ram to develop the telepathic talent. In addition, Lin also took the memory crystal of Beichuan Legend's experience in using the biological transformation technology and continued to study the 10th inscription in depth. 11 naturally cooperated with Lin. The other pets were also busy. Shenbao had just evolved and was very proud of it, but was soon arranged by Shiyu to study the phoenix fruit. Now that Shenbao has the fire system, it should be easier to study the phoenix fruit. This is the key to joining the Mixed Blood Bureau. As for Chong, he was using worm silk and virtual and real phantoms to transform the corpses of the 3 overlords and the corpse of the black meteorite yak into puppets. However, looking at the totem-level corpses, Chong felt boring. I feel that even if it is repaired, it is just like that. After all, it was Shenbao who was killed. It is better to copy a dream phantom from Shenbao, and then copy it. Condense a Shenbao phantom every day, and store it in the space pocket. Although the self-explosion power of Shenbao's phantom is far inferior to that of Shenbao's body. However, if the equivalent is not enough, can we make up for it with quantity? It seems feasible to store 600 billion Shenbao phantoms and let them line up to self-explode? But the biggest problem is the maintenance of the forbidden ginseng baby weapon, which also requires a lot of energy. Chong has no time to maintain so many trump cards all the time. This is difficult to solve. After thinking about it, Chong could only look at the totem corpse again helplessly. Chi Tong was staring at his 3 overlord undeads. The more he looked at them, the more he disliked them. The record was too bad. Since it took control of these 3 undeads, they have never had a good record. In addition to pulling the corpses, it seems that there is no other use. Chi Tong is thinking about when to kill them and replace them with a powerful new undead. It's a pity that Shiyu will definitely not allow it. After all, if he kills them, the proficiency of the spirit solution skill will definitely reach the perfect level directly, allowing Chi Tong to break through to the overlord level. Obviously, Shiyu will definitely not let Chi Tong break through first. Skill proficiency, legendary resources, and overlord will, all 3 are available. This is the breakthrough threshold in Shiyu's team. In addition to the proficiency to be added, only 11, Shenbao, and Susu have the corresponding conditions to reach these thresholds. Among them, Shiyu was not in a hurry to let Shenbao and Susu break through, because they could use the time fruit to reach the overlord level at any time, and whether they broke through or not would not have a big impact. Therefore, the most suitable one to break through is undoubtedly 11, who is not very compatible with the time fruit. When 11 is at the king level, he can defeat Shenbao and Susu who use the time fruit. After breaking through to the overlord level, he will definitely be more powerful. In addition, it is also a care for the initial pet and the most hardworking 11 in the team. The pets are busy with their own things, even the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the platypus are also honing themselves madly. After 2 months, they still can't beat the extraordinary level of green cotton worms. It's hateful. Name, Green Cotton Bug Phantom, Growth Level, Extraordinary, Skills, Insect Silk, Skills nearly advanced to the Tau, Absolute Sleep, Mastery, Virtual and Real Phantom, Perfect, Deterrence, Proficient, Supervision, Mastery, High Speed Healing, Proficient, Space Shackles, Perfect, Instant Movement, Mastery, Void Invisibility, Mastery, Energy Value. 4,399 Of course, This is also related to the fact that the skill proficiency and skill combination of the extraordinary bugs are really too outrageous. Shiyu also closed his eyes and practiced hard. Holding the control talent pearl. Like the awakening mirror, Shiyu also consumed physical strength when using this control talent pearl. The difference is that the awakening talent level contained in the awakening mirror is very low, and it can only awaken creatures of the extraordinary race, so it does not consume much physical strength at all. As for the control talent pearl, Shiyu looted it from the legendary Beastmaster. And the other party has developed this talent to a very high level, so Shiyu consumed a lot of physical strength when using it. The level of talent plundered depends on the level of the Beastmaster and the degree of development. However, considering that Yu herself is only at the legendary level, the toys she made should not be able to plunder the talents of the legendary Beastmasters. It is estimated that she must do it herself. The talents of the 7th and 8th level Beastmasters may be the limit of the plunder of this speed. The 7th level Beastmaster talent, if used by other 6th level Beastmasters, it is estimated that they will be drained instantly. But Shiyu really didn't feel any pressure when using it, and soon, half an hour passed. Since there was no comparison object, Shiyu didn't know if he was a genius. He opened his eyes, and his pupils were filled with blue mental fluctuations. The next moment, a piece of stone in front of him was directly controlled by his mental power to float up, and then it was crushed with a bang. Stone chips flew everywhere. It only took him half an hour to refer to Bai Chuan's development experience and use the talent control bead to develop the skills of using mental power. In terms of power, it is not very strong, and it can only deal with commander-level pets. His mental power level is still far behind his physical level. Fighting Shiyu, Evolution, Fighting Shiyu, Mental Shiyu. Another icing on the cake, dispensable skill +1. It can be used to turn on and off lights, and get drinks. After learning mental telekinesis, Shiyu put down the talent bead again. Unfortunately, without the talent bead, he could no longer use telekinesis, and his control over his body was immediately much worse. However, Shiyu could feel that as long as he practiced diligently and constantly let his body become proficient in this use experience, sooner or later he would be able to easily use telekinesis without controlling the talent bead. Wait, now I have also learned telekinesis. Even if I can't use the skill atlas to add points, can I increase my experience in using telekinesis by memorizing water drops through telekinesis? Shiyu fell into deep thought. It feels like if I can master the skill of telekinesis, even if the development of telepathy is unsuccessful, it seems that it is not a loss. No. He is no longer a child, he should have it all. Then again, Shiyu looked at the control talent orb and was completely sure that this was a good thing. This talent was not wrong to plunder. This control talent orb can be passed down as a family heirloom or a treasure of the sect. What the Beastmaster lacks is the ability to control his own power, and the legendary control talent orb completely makes up for this shortcoming. If he successfully develops the telepathic talent through this control talent orb and makes it stronger, then is it possible for others, such as senior sister Lu, to imitate him and develop their own talents with the help of this control talent orb? The Emperor of Time can create a special time meditation method for others to learn, and the Iron-Eating Beast General can research the massage method of gold strengthening talent to help the Iron-Eating Beast become stronger. Then he, Shiyu, can definitely open up a new spiritual school. Create a new use of spiritual talent that is different from that of archaeologists. Shiyu suddenly had the idea of becoming a master of a school, which felt quite interesting. Just like creating the green worm cocoon system and the mechanical fantasy beast system, it is very interesting. If the telepathic beast masters of the Donghuang Kingdom have stronger combat power than the reinforcement beast masters in the future, that would be great. At that time, the telepathic talent can wash away the shame of the weakest talent in combat power. Perhaps, it is not limited to telepathic talent. For example, is it possible for senior sister Beast Ear Girl to use the control talent beads to develop the fusion talent, so that her body can also fuse multiple pets at the same time like the Emperor Wu? In that case, it would be amazing. Practice hard. Practice hard, however, the most urgent task is for him to successfully develop his talent as soon as possible to prove the feasibility of all this. Chapter 391, Creating a Superpower School. The next day, Ji Mengzi was successfully transferred and became the spirit of the ruins of the Iron-Eating Beast. After the transfer was successful, she gave the legendary ruins to Shiyu as agreed. and Shi Yu returned the other party's ruined stone to the other party. Having said that, it is estimated that Senior G will definitely leave it to Senior Panda. After all, she, a spirit of the ruins, can't use the space equipment. There are still a lot of resources for the first stage of the evolution of the iron-eating beast. Shi Yu has no use for it, but it is just right for cultivating the iron-eating beast army. As for the 10 pieces of meteorite fragments, Shi Yu took them first and put them in the balance, Yulingao, Bao to strengthen them, giving priority to 11 as evolution resources to avoid insufficient resources at that time. Shi Yu estimated that there would be some left in the end. If there were any left, he would send them back to the iron-eating beast army. He tried to leave 2 pieces for Senior. The best-case scenario is that Donghuang can catch the meteorite as soon as possible. Even if it can't be caught, blowing off one leg is enough for a bunch of iron-eating beasts to evolve in the second stage. However, for ordinary iron-eating beasts, if they are not at the overlord level and their will is not above the medium level, it is probably difficult to control the power of the demon god. After that, Shi Yu stayed in Wuling City for another 2 days. In these 2 days, the owner of the Lin Hongnian Pavilion, the beast-eared Senior Bai Zai and other members of the iron-eating beast corps gradually learned about Ji Mengzu's existence and were shocked beyond words. They were very confused about Shi Yu digging out an ancestor. But once they accepted this setting, no matter who it was, they liked this ancestor from 2,000 years ago very much and asked her about the Wudi dynasty in various ways. This was the case with the owner of the Lin Hongnian Pavilion, the beast-eared Senior, and of course, Shi Yu was no exception. He asked all the skills corresponding to the remaining inscriptions. Among them, the iron-eating beast evolved with the fragments of the meteorite can awaken a skill called Demon God Body. This skill is a dual system of gold and dark, and the skill effect is simpler than Shi Yu imagined. It is to transform the body into a demon body with a high affinity for the dark system. The iron-eating beast with the body of the demon can generate the power of the dark demon in its body, and can mobilize the power of the demon to perfectly integrate into any gold-based skills, and improve the skill effect in all aspects. For example, it can upgrade the gold and space dual systems Henkuan to the gold, space, and dark 3 system skills. It can let the gold and thunder dual system lightning rod introduce the lightning in the body and upgrade it to the special black lightning of the dark, gold, and thunder 3 systems. It is similar to the effect of the demon form that 11 entered with the help of the demon power in the source of physical strength. But if you use skills, it will definitely consume less and have less side effects, and the improvement will be greater. This skill is a key skill that can improve the strength of the iron-eating beast as a whole, allowing the iron-eating beast to obtain a perfect second or third system. In addition, the other 4 inscription skills also have their own characteristics. But unfortunately, there is no metal. Even if there is metal, Shi Yu has no skill slot. The iron-eating beast race is really hateful. 2 days later, Shi Yu decided to return to Pingcheng. "Won't you stay longer?" Seeing Shi Yu was about to leave, Lin Ziazu said. "No, there are other things to do." Shi Yu found that it was easy to be distracted if he stayed here. He stayed here and wanted to check on the situation of his 3 legions from time to time. Once he saw it, he found that the beast masters and pets in the 3 legions were practicing too slowly, which made Shi Yu anxious. When he was anxious, he wanted to help and provide some help, which delayed his energy. It's better to go back to the cold ice field and practice hard. Out of sight, out of mind. Although there are Senior Sisters Panda, Beast-Ear Girl, and Senior Ji Mengzu here to chat from time to time, there are too many external things that make it impossible for him to concentrate all his energy. Of course, there is another reason. That is, Shi Yu has almost learned about the history of the Wu Emperor dynasty from Senior Ji Mengzu through 2 days of chatting, so there is no need to stay any longer. "Okay," Lin Ziazu said, "Hey, I just don't know when this year's military performance will be held. Will it conflict with the world competition? Do you want to come and visit? I will definitely come. It doesn't matter. It's the same anytime." Shi Yu smiled. Seeing the panda army beating other arms, how could he not come? Of course, he will also cheer for the bug army and the fantasy beast army. "Okay," Lin Ziazu also smiled excitedly. He felt that with the help of Senior G, there would be no problem. What green worm cocoons, what mechanical fantasy beasts, they will all be defeated by the iron-eating beast army this time. Go with peace of mind. Senior Ji Mengzu was like Lin Ziazu's portable grandmother at this time, guiding Lin Ziazu with all her heart. She smiled and nodded at Shi Yu. I believe that the next time Shiyu comes, he will definitely be shocked by the changes in the Iron-Eating Beast Army, Icefield City, Pingcheng, Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. Maybe it was the bonus of his hometown, Shiyu still felt that it was the most interesting to practice hard here. There was only half a year left, and Shiyu was determined to be serious and not lazy. After returning to the ice field, just like 2 months ago, Shiyu called all his pets to move again. Then, he began a painful life of hard training. This time, Shiyu had 2 goals. First, let all of 11's superclass race skills reach the perfect level, with the help of aurora magnetism, break through to become a perfect overlord, and then work hard towards evolution. Shiyu thought the skill of the demon body was good, and decided to let 11 master it before the light and dark evolution. However, according to Senior Ji Mengzhu, the more meteorite fragments swallowed, the stronger the evolved demon body will be. Shiyu decided to let 11 swallow and evolve after the overlord level. After all, the overlord level must have a stronger swallowing and digestion tolerance than the king level. Anyway, now the meteorite fragments are abundant. There are 10 pieces, and I don't know how many fragments I can control at once. Finally, increase the super alloy and white thunder, and combine the power of the demon and the power of white thunder through the super alloy, and evolve light and dark. If conditions permit, it is best to find another light legendary resource. Second, give priority to adding points to Lin's top-level intelligent divine network to improve its research capabilities again. After all, this ability is related to the progress of multiple research projects such as super alloys, combined mechas, and killing fantasy beasts. As for adding points, Shiyu can be said to be familiar with it. Although it is still painful every time, practice makes perfect. It's a pity that I can't see my will level, otherwise Shiyu feels that he must have a dominant will. At the moment, Shiyu is happy and painful. The happy thing is that he can actually use the telekinetic memory water droplets made by Chong Chong and Su Su together. He can learn from Chong Chong's experience in using telekinesis, and his telekinesis experience is close to the Daon level. It belongs to exporting to domestic sales. From only being able to use telekinesis to turn off the lights and get water, to using telekinesis to create a mental barrier defense, controlling stones to launch cannonball-like attacks, and then to creating a perception field through telekinesis, Shiyu's development of mental power has improved rapidly. This makes his mental power level soon as terrifying as his physique. Now, Shiyu has a skill, although only one low-level skill, but with that physique, he can finally say come, singled out to the king-level pet. Of course, it is limited to ordinary kings at the national competition level. Let Shiyu single out kings like 11 and Shen Bao Bao, it must be pure trouble. In addition, there is another surprise. With the improvement of telekinesis proficiency, the burden of his adding points is also much smaller. He suffers less pain when adding points, and he recovers faster after adding points. The talent of body control is indeed not plundered. Even at the superb level of telekinesis, Shiyu can already break away from the talent beat and use telekinesis on his own. For the development of mental power, Shiyu is undoubtedly a great success. However, for the development of soul power and telepathic talent, Shiyu is defeated every time. In this regard, there is no experience to refer to. After all, Beichuan himself has only developed a supernatural ability of telekinesis. He followed his previous idea, using soul power as the body, telepathy as the connecting bridge, and mental and physical energy as the energy source to condense a substitute and attach it to the pet beast to condense the infant. He kept trying, but in the end, it undoubtedly ended in failure. It doesn't work at all. Sure enough, cultivating immortals is not that easy. Shiyu began to try other ideas again. But all of them ended in failure. Until, through the memory drop, Shiyu raised the proficiency of telekinesis to the level of skill almost Tao, and a new use of full-level telekinesis made up for Shiyu's pain. This new use is mental strengthening. Through the full-level proficiency of telekinesis, the mental power of other life forms can be strengthened. Chong Chong had already learned this trick, but it had little tactical significance and had no place to use it. After all, it was the only one in the team who played the mental system. However, when this skill appeared on Shiyu, the difference was different. Shiyu was a person who had not yet successfully developed the telepathic talent. First, through the body control talent and telepathic memory drop, he developed a low-profile version of the mental strengthening talent. This made Shiyu laugh and cry, not knowing whether to be happy or what to do. Because his idea of establishing a school seemed to be completed in just a short time? I have the experience method of using the control talent pearl to develop mental telekinesis, and I also have the full-level telekinesis memory drops. Through these three combinations, I now seem to be able to let a Beastmaster have the low-profile second talent, mental enhancement. Shiyu was silent, and took a small notebook to write it down. Call it the Superpower School. Not only can you get superpowers, but you can also use it to strengthen your pet. Control talent pearl, memory drops of telekinesis development method, memory drops of telekinesis full proficiency are indispensable. Get these three things together, and you can get the low-profile second talent. Just imagine, the already strong senior sister Lu learned the mental enhancement technique. It's so strong that it explodes. Shiyu was excited. Unfortunately, it's just a little limited. He needs to provide experience drops and talent beads. Moreover, not everyone can use the talent bead. Considering the consumption of this talent bead, Shiyu initially determined that at least a level 6 Beastmaster must be able to barely develop mental telekinesis. In addition, the mental strengthening skills of the telekinesis that are close to the Tao consume more and have a smaller improvement effect than the mental strengthening talents that Beastmasters of the same level have. This means that the superpower skull can only be used by Beastmasters with non-enhancement and non-combat talents, such as telepathy talents. And those Beastmasters who already have combat talents will definitely not choose not to use their main talents for a second talent. After all, Beastmasters have limited physical strength and cannot activate two strengthening skills at the same time. Even Beastmasters with telepathy talents are unlikely to be willing to use them, such as Shiyu. When Shitong possesses him, he needs to invest huge physical strength and energy to drive a mecha, and he has no spare energy to use mental strengthening. Unless he pursues an instant burst, or uses it when sending out bugs in 1 versus 1, the cost performance is not very high. But even so, Shiyu felt that he had accidentally combined an epic-making invention. It's better to have it than not to have it. Even a legendary Beastmaster would not refuse the opportunity to obtain superpowers. If he went to establish a school, he would probably beat Brother Zhanghai's Binhei Dojo in minutes and become the most popular Beastmaster school in Donghuang. After all, there are still a lot of Beastmasters with non-combat talents in the country, especially in the 13 bureaus of Donghuang. For example, all the members of the Breeding Bureau, all the members of the Archaeological Bureau, Gozhuan of the Mechanical Bureau, and even Yin Xuanqi and his son in the ancient capital. None of them are combat talents. They are already talented. If they have the opportunity to obtain a mental strengthening talent, even if it is a low-profile version, who would not want it? The combat effectiveness will undoubtedly increase greatly. Even Beastmasters with combat talents are probably very curious about superpowers. After all, they don't need to use them to strengthen pets. They can use them for fun. Susu, the Eternal God. Skill memory drops, the Eternal God. Speaking of which, I can have another vest with spiritual strengthening talent. This discovery made Shiyu's disappointment of not successfully developing telepathic talent disappear, and he had a stronger motivation to continue to develop telepathic talent. However, he felt that his thinking had to be flexible. His telepathic mutation was caused by the immortal fruit and the soul power. But it is obvious that his use of soul power is not as good as mental power. As for the control skills of the soul, Beichuan did not develop them successfully. He only developed mental power, mental telekinesis, physical strength, various health-preserving kicken, and physical force techniques. From this, we can see the specialness of soul power. So, Shiyu was thinking, since Beichuan did not get the experience of developing soul power here, could he refer to the experience of others? For example, directly take the soul skill memory drop such as possession of Qitong and practice with a talent pearl to increase his understanding of soul power. For example, go to the Mixed Blood Bureau, the human ghost mixed blood Ning family, and ask for a set of soul cultivation secrets. Then, find a way to improve the proficiency of the skill. All the previous failures were due to insufficient proficiency. With enough proficiency, even if he didn't want to develop the mental strengthening talent, the talent came out by itself. Memory drops are undoubtedly good things. It seems that he has successfully stuck to the bug. Using memory drops, he feels that he is one step closer to developing the strongest mental talent that combines mental, soul, and physical strength. Handsome people have good luck, and in most cases, it is double happiness. After Shiyu successfully developed the superpower school and had a clearer development route, not long after, Shen Baobao received good news again. It was shaking its leaves proudly at this time, and it didn't waste much energy at all, and successfully researched the cultivation method of phoenix fruit. Shiyu looked at the fiery red phoenix tree and the 2 fresh phoenix fruits on it, with a happy expression. Yi, in the words of Shen Baobao, the phoenix fruit that contains the characteristics of phoenix, flame, and plant and can transform human blood is indeed very difficult to cultivate, but unfortunately, it met Shen Baobao, who is talented in research. Shen Baobao just let Qitong use the full-level possession to possess himself, and personally experience the power of the phoenix through the mutant, and then directly use his own flame and plant characteristics to find a large number of ways to cultivate phoenix fruit. In addition, he made 2 phoenix fruits, proving his success. As for the first one, it must have been dissected. It's worthy of you, Miao, Yi. Qitong and Shen Baobao said that they didn't need to care, this is all basic operations. Go ahead, take the phoenix fruit to show off. Shiyu thanked Qitong and Shen Baobao for helping him join another bureau. Mastering the method of growing phoenix fruit means that Shiyu can also establish a phoenix shrine in the country and create a phoenix family. With this condition, it is easy to join the Mixed Blood Bureau. Shiyu was actually quite curious about what the benefits of the Mixed Blood Bureau were. I understand, Shiyu smiled cheerfully. And the next moment, his expression changed again. What is triple happiness? He quickly came to Lin's side again. On Lin's side, the 10th inscription was finally developed successfully. In the Mechanical Research Institute, Shiyu saw with his own eyes that 11 ate the super alloy made by Lin, and then used hardening to carve a new inscription on his body that was different from the previous 9 inscriptions, completing the evolution again. However, what made Shiyu upset was that this new inscription looked so much like the Chinese character, virtual. This evolution was very small. 11's body was only filled with the light of evolution for a moment, and then it was over. 11 did not awaken any new skills because of this, but the energy value increased to more than 10 million. However, this did not affect anything. Shiyu could clearly confirm through the skill illustrations that 11 could already learn super alloys through the skill illustrations at this time. 11 looked at Shiyu nervously and excitedly. And Lin had an expression that he was sure it would work. I can teach you, Shiyu nodded. Shiyu cheered excitedly. Evolution. Evolution. Back to the first place. Back to the first place. This is already the limit. The difference between the iron-eating beasts and the alloy monsters is still too big. We can only cooperate with a small evolution to change the physique and enhance the skill compatibility, and use your talent to learn super alloy, Lin sighed. In this way, it will be difficult for other iron-eating beasts to copy this path. Lin felt that this research was not perfect enough, but the top intelligence of the master level could only do this step. It's already okay, let's do it this way for now, Shiyu nodded, already completely satisfied. In this way, the basic conditions for evolution are almost all there. After Shiyu breaks through the overlord level, it can be executed. However, the super alloy skill must be upgraded first. Shiyu is considering whether to upgrade to the perfect level or to the upper limit, the superb level. If it is upgraded to the perfect level, it is hard to say whether it can fuse the magic gold and the light thunder gold at the same time to complete the evolution. After all, they are conflicting forces. If it is the superb level, the investment is too great, but in this case, the success rate and the level of the race after evolution will definitely be maxed out. Shiyu thought about it. It is still early for the world competition. At present, he will give 11 points. The cooldown of a super level skill will not take a day. With 64 super alloys, he still feels hopeful. Superb super alloy plus dark demon metal plus light white thunder metal, light and dark evolution. Is it possible to achieve a mythical race and awaken quasi-divine skills? Suddenly, Shiyu remembered what Senior Ji Mengzhu said. Relying on the fusion of multiple skills and special powers, it is possible to combine the prototype of divine skills. And the super level evolutionary skill super alloy is obviously a skill that integrates special powers. The superclass race skills of the superb level can all reach the totem level, and although 11 super alloy is not a race skill, it is normally more difficult to cultivate than those skills. Use it to fuse special powers. One of them comes from the demigod meteorite, and the other is the conflicting white thunder of light. What if? Shiyu smiled and stopped daydreaming. He felt that the probability was not high. If 11 could really achieve a mythical race at the Overlord level, then wouldn't he be more powerful than the legend of Lin Feng? However, if conditions permit, it is definitely better to max out the super alloy. Even if it cannot reach the mythical race, it must be the ultimate race below the myth, completely beating the iron-eating beast of the Emperor Wu. Keep adding some, Shiyu thought so, but the Dao Auction gatekeeper who is responsible for answering the phone outside the ruins suddenly ran in to inform Shiyu to answer the phone. Shiyu was stunned, and decisively left the ruins and came to a place with a signal. The caller. President Lin. Shiyu answered the phone in surprise and said, President Lin, what's going on? On the other side of the video, President Lin shook his head and said, of the 3 secret realms of the Meteorite clan, we only broke into the Black Oat's lair and the lair of another ordinary totem. We didn't find any trace of the secret realm of the top totem. One possibility is that it is a legendary or mythical secret realm that we can't crack, so it's hidden. Another possibility is that it's a mobile secret realm, and the totem knew of the danger in advance and escaped. Now we have locked on to the location of the secret realm of the ruins. Whether it's hiding or escaping, we will continue to keep an eye on this place. It's a pity that we couldn't take advantage of this opportunity to find the resurrection side of the meteorite. The 2 ordinary totems know nothing about the resurrection side of the meteorite. Shiyu was slightly stunned and said, then are we just going to wait? President Lin said, next, Dong Huang will. Members of Bureau 11 will be dispatched to investigate the secret realm of the ruins. However, there is no rush for this matter. You and Lu Qingyu will still focus on the World Championship first. This is more important. This place has been locked by Dong Huang's forbidden weapons. They can't make any waves. After the World Championship, if there is no progress, you may need to come here to investigate together. After all, you are one of the best archaeologists in Bureau 11, and you have a great relationship with the Meteorite clan. Shiyu had a headache. He thought Dong Huang could capture the meteorite alive, but why was it stuck in cracking the secret realm of the ruins again, and he had to go out? TNND, Shiyu suddenly remembered the duel between the demon god 11 and the mysterious dark totem predicted by the owl. Why does it feel like it is developing more and more in this direction? No. He has decided to let 11 evolve from light to dark, and it will definitely not come true, and nothing will happen. I understand, but Shiyu still replied to President Lin. Well, President Lin said, there are 2 more things. President Lin laughed and said, there is also good news. Although there are no legendary resources in the nests of the 2 totems of the Meteorite clan, there are many other resources. In addition, the 7 islands have also initially responded to the claims of Longgong City and Donghuang. Among them, thanks to the information you provided, are you still lacking any resources? Shiyu's eyes lit up and said, do you have any Aurora magnetic gold? Give me another piece. 11 evolutions, 11 pieces of meteorite fragments are prepared. All of which are legendary quality level 8 resources, and the corresponding resource Aurora magnetic gold, although it is a legendary quality legendary level 9 resource, but there is only 1 piece, and most of the power has been used. Shiyu thinks that another piece will balance the yin and yang. In this way, the proficiency requirements for Bai Lei's skills may be lower, and he doesn't have to work hard to order. President Lin nodded and said, yes, Shiyu said, then President Lin, can I join the Intelligence Bureau? President Lin? Did you say, the information provided this time is all very important? Shiyu coughed dryly. President Lin fell into deep thought. If he remembered correctly, Shiyu had already joined 4 bureaus. He established the 13th Bureau of Donghuang in order to gather elite talents from various fields, promote prosperity and development in various fields, and make Donghuang stronger together. Every beast master who is qualified to enter one of the bureaus is considered a pillar of the country. But why does Shiyu feel like he is playing the key national departments he established as a collection game? Moreover, Shiyu is not the first person to say this to him. The first person who thought that Shiyu should join the 10th Bureau Intelligence Bureau was Zhang Chuanqi of the 10th Bureau, who was accompanying the Sky Fox country. Although she was silent on the way, when she talked to President Lin afterwards, Grandma Zhang was very emotional. I have heard a lot about Shiyu's deeds. It seems that he is really a super genius. Mr. Lin, Shiyu is quite suitable to join the Intelligence Bureau. He has played an irreplaceable key role this time. This telepathic talent is simply born for intelligence. Not only can he communicate with foreign races who do not speak the same language, but he can also listen to history. In this era, the importance of intelligence is self-evident. If the intelligence is correct, it can be laid out in advance, and even demigods have to kneel. However, in the face of Zhang Chuanqi's praise for Shi Yu, President Lin did not care much, thinking that Shi Yu would find it troublesome. After all, he has joined so many bureaus. But now it seems that this guy not only does not find it troublesome, but also enjoys it? Yes, after thinking about it, President Lin nodded slightly. Joining the Intelligence Bureau, some special benefits of the Intelligence Bureau seem to help Shi Yu's safety when he is abroad. In this case, just do it casually. Shi Yu was excited. Okay, 5 bureaus. By the way, President Lin, do you know the Phoenix Shrine of Kidao? It is the Kidao force that was lucky enough to get the low-level resources of the Phoenix Secret Realm, President Lin said. Of course I know. Speaking of which, their legends seem to want to come to Donghuang to visit you and Lu Bai, but because of the tense relationship between Kidao and Donghuang, they couldn't come. But later, Donghuang and Kidao should let you go. Did your vest fall off? Shi Yu was stunned, but he didn't care. He said, probably not. Most of them are curious about the origin of the Phoenix Secret Realm, President Lin. What I want to say is that their legendary god has developed a kind of fruit called phoenix fruit that can transform humans with the right talents into phoenixes. Hybrid resources. I have also studied the cultivation method of this resource. With the resources in place, they can be produced in large quantities. Phoenix hybrids should be quite strong, especially since the Phoenix clan's base camp is Donghuang and the Empress is also a Phoenix hybrid. She can definitely find a group of female beast masters with special qualifications. I feel that we can look for them and create a Phoenix Legion. The strongest legion of the Empress's dynasty is a Phoenix Legion, isn't it? Now that we have the Iron-Eating Beast Legion, it wouldn't be bad to have another Phoenix Legion. The more Shi Yu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The Iron-Eating Beast Legion, the Green Worm Cocoon Legion, the Mechanical Fantasy Beast Legion, the Phoenix Legion. It seems that he has to add one more legion to his own. It's better to do it today than tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, he will let Chong Chong take him for a flight to see if he can find a beautiful girl with Phoenix qualifications and train her in advance. Chairman Ling heard this and fell silent again. You kid, don't you want to join the Hybrid Bureau? He remembered that when he established the 13 bureaus of Donghuang, he probably didn't say that as long as you collect all the certificates of the 13 bureaus, you can become the next president of Donghuang. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392. Legendary Senior Sister Lu and Overlord Void Mantis. President Lin was silent. However, the phoenix fruit of the Phoenix Shrine is indeed a good thing. The Donghuang people use the dragon and the phoenix as their totems. Among them, the Empress is a mixed-blood phoenix, which is of great symbolic significance. It can be said that the Empress is the idol of most female beast masters in Donghuang. Today, the dragon hybrid has been passed down, but the phoenix hybrid has been lost, which is a bit regrettable. If the phoenix fruit can be used to dig out those beast masters with hidden phoenix hybrid qualifications in the Donghuang people and help them awaken, Donghuang may be able to add several powerful legends. You arrange it, President Lin said, just don't make any problems. The World Championship is coming, and he has more important things to do. He has no time to take care of these things now, so he gave it to Shi Yu to handle. Hearing this, Shi Yu smiled and said, okay, when the Phoenix Legion is established, the Mixed Blood Bureau is estimated to be established. Others that are easier to join, such as the Medical Bureau, the Business Bureau, the Education Bureau. It doesn't feel very difficult. After hanging up the phone, Shi Yu immediately asked Chong Chong to take him to fly around Pingchang to find a beast master with Phoenix hybrid qualifications. Then after searching for a while, Shi Yu returned to the ice field and threw a task to Lin's clone. Take some time to make a Phoenix radar and Phoenix search compass, which is a detector that can automatically display the location of beast masters with Phoenix hybrid qualifications. It's really too troublesome to find it yourself. Lin, Shen Bao Bao and Qitong, time flies, and 2 months have passed since Shi Yu returned from the mission in Xianhu country. 2 months later, Dong Huang has a big news. Zheng Hai, the quasi-legend of the original 8th sequence, has his pet breakthrough to the Overlord level, and he himself has passed the legendary assessment and become the new legend of Dong Huang. This news can be said to have made Dong Huang drums and firecrackers ring. In this way, there are 5 legendary beastmasters in the top 10 of Dong Huang sequence. However, what makes people most curious is what number will Zheng Hai's sequence ranking be raised to after he officially becomes a legend. Is it to replace Shi Yu, the first person under the legend, in the 5th place, or to directly replace one of the first 4 legends? No matter which one, it is enough to be a topic. Because by then, Shi Yu will drop to 6th. But at this time, Zheng Hai himself had no idea of challenging Shi Yu. Others don't know how he became a legend so quickly, but he himself doesn't know it. He can't repay kindness with hatred. Zheng Hai used the mythical ruins of Kidao to make his pet beast break through to the Overlord. After the matter of the meteorite tribe surfaced and the relationship between Dong Huang and Kidao eased, Zheng Hai still successfully entered the mythical ruins. Then, let his trump cards on Kun break through to the Overlord. The right to use this relic was transferred to Zheng Hai by Shi Yu, so Zheng Hai naturally couldn't turn around and challenge Shi Yu. At this time, Zheng Hai had learned from his teacher Bahai Legend that Shi Yu and Lu Bai were the same person. When he learned about it, Zheng Hai could be said to be extremely confused. Because at that time, he was clearly watching the live broadcast of the battle between Lu Bai and the kamikaze mechanic, and making a video call with Shi Yu. Moreover, Shi Yu also fought against Lu Bai afterwards. The old man is still the best, and the legend of the Sea Tyrant revealed it in one sentence. What if one of them is a clone? Hearing this, Zheng Hai was shocked and realized his immaturity. At the same time, he felt that Shi Yu was outrageous. A vest could kill people in the 7 islands. Or a person. Brother Shi Yu, you have kept it from me so hard. On the phone, Zheng Hai smiled bitterly at Shi Yu. But thank you very much. I will prepare the resources we have agreed on as soon as possible and send them to you. Shi Yu smiled and said, no hurry, no hurry. Congratulations to Brother Zheng Hai for passing the legendary assessment. What are your plans next? Zheng Hai was stunned and said, do you mean the sequence ranking? I plan to challenge the 3rd Jiang Xianyang or the 4th Zhoming after consolidating my strength. The top 4 in the sequence are all legends. Among them, Jiang Xianyang was originally in 4th place, but he successfully challenged the original 3rd Zhoming and was promoted 1 place. Because these 2 people did not practice enough, they only contracted 1 Overlord level pet, so Zheng Hai decisively targeted them. We are all one, so who is afraid of whom? He can't challenge Shi Yu, who is ranked 5th and not yet a legend. That would be too mean. Win or lose, it's not good. And the 1st and 2nd in sequence both have more than 1 Overlord level pet, and it's hard to fight, so the best choice is still the 3rd and 4th. Then I wish you a good start, Brother Zheng Hai. Shi Yu blessed. Ahem. I always feel a little sorry. Zheng Hai felt awkward and said, if I enter the top 5, you, Brother Shi Yu, will be eliminated. Only the top 5 will have legendary resource rewards, and I can pass the legendary assessment so quickly because of your help. Zheng Hai is now in a dilemma. Alice, if he had known that Lu Bai was Shi Yu, he would never accept the right to use this mythical relic, so it is not suitable to fight up now, and it is not suitable not to fight. However, giving up is impossible. Zheng Hai is ready to compensate Shi Yu with more resources promised before. Don't worry about me. I have other tasks for this world competition. No matter what place I finish in the end, I will have legendary resources and participate in the competition. Just fight your way up, Shi Yu said with a smile. His legendary resources had already been taken away in advance. It doesn't matter if his ranking drops outside the top 100. If Zheng Hai has the ability to fight his way up and get another one, that's his luck instinct. Really? After Shi Yu finished speaking, Zheng Hai on the opposite side was stunned. Of course, Zheng Hai was overjoyed and said, thank you. If he could get the legendary resources of the top 5 in the sequence, he might be able to cultivate another Overlord before the start of the world competition. After confirming with Zheng Hai when the promised resources would arrive, Shi Yu smiled slightly. Fortunately, Zheng Hai did not plan to challenge him, the 5th place, otherwise, he would probably cry miserably. Because 11 is about to break through the Overlord level, and the other pets are also epic level enhanced. 2 months ago, he could barely fight against the 3 Overlords. Not to mention now, 2 months later. The newly promoted legend will definitely not be his opponent. 11 is about to break through the Overlord. Chong Chong has 4 body puppets including a half-totem corpse puppet. Shen Bao Bao has evolved again. Chi Tong has 3 Overlord dead spirit puppets. In addition, the combined mecha of Chi Tong, Su Su and Lin is more perfect. In addition, he has cultivated the full level of telekinesis, and his spirit and physical strength are more abundant, and he can withstand longer possession. He estimates that the only ones who can pose a threat to him in the current sequence ranking may be Yixing, who is the first, and Shen Ling, who is the second. One of them has a perverted beast-controlling talent related to the power of the stars, and the other is a descendant of the mechanical legend. Shi Yu can't figure out their strength. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, they are all his bodyguards in the end, the stronger the better. Moreover, Shi Yu estimates that the top 5 in the next sequence should be very competitive. Even if he doesn't participate in the competition, Zhang Hai can't say whether he can be in the top 5, because Lu Chengyi contacted Shi Yu before Zhang Hai. In the past 6 months, she has been practicing with the Void Mantis in the ruins of the Sky Emperor. Recently, she also successfully broke through to the legendary level. She and the Tinxiang elf, one person broke through to the 7th level, and the other elf reached the Overlord level. They were only one assessment away from the title of Legendary Beastmaster. As for strength, because the elf used the legendary dead resources issued by Gudu University to break through, it fully met the standard. Shi Yu smiled. For the legendary resources, senior sister Lu would definitely compete for the top 5. At that time, with so many legends competing for the top 5 positions, there would be a loser. And brother Zhang Hai felt like this loser. Shi Yu glanced at his cooling panel. Cooling time. 0:11, there were still 11 minutes left. He entered the ruins and prepared to add points to the 11, and then went to Gudu University to meet the legendary senior sister Lu. After Lu Chengyi broke through the legend, she wanted to thank Shi Yu in person. Shi Yu did not let her come to Pingcheng, and made an appointment with her at Gudu University. After all, Pingcheng was a deserted place, and there was no good place to have a meal together, so it was better to go to Gudu. In the ruins, 11 was working out in the gym with 2 pieces of the legendary resource Aurora Magnet. Name, 11, attributes, gold, thunder, racial level, high overlord, quasi-mythology, growth level, king level, racial skills, super level, contained edge, mastery plus 11, lightning rod, mastery plus 11, shocking the sky, mastery plus 11, condensing beans into soldiers, mastery plus 11, unstoppable, mastery plus 11, professor skills, super level, undead golden body, perfect, white thunder, perfect, super alloy, perfect, normal energy value. 15.01 million. In the past 2 months, Shi Yu mainly added points to 11, Lin, and Shen Bao Bao. Among them, Lin upgraded the top intelligent divine network, and Shen Bao Bao upgraded the life fire, which was upgraded to the mastery level. As for the clearing and energy beam, it was relatively simple to click, so naturally it was maxed out. 11 is only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the perfect overlord. This is due to Shi Yu's contribution, resources, and 11's own efforts. Shi Yu actually didn't even use skills like Bailei, but with 2 legendary resources containing the power of Bailei's rules every day, it's hard to think that his proficiency is low. The same is true for super alloys. Through the super alloy food specially developed by Lin, 2 months of continuous consumption has allowed Shi Yu to add points at least 2 times less, but it's a bit expensive. In addition, skills such as Concealed Edge, Undead Golden Body, and Unstoppable are also very effective for 11, who has the will of an overlord, is training to death, and has a baby to take care of his injuries. Combined with the most important Shi Yu's addition of points, after 2 months, the whole team's gains are better than Shi Yu imagined. Shi Yu walked to 11's gym, and when 11 saw Shi Yu, his eyes lit up instantly. It's time to break through the overlord. No hurry, add super alloy first, Shi Yu smiled. Shi Yu originally wanted to make a breakthrough and evolution for 11 in one go. However, under Lin's suggestion, Shi Yu decided to make the skills of other pets almost perfect before letting 11 break through. Because, after 11 breaks through and evolves, his strength will be terrifying. Although it may also feed back to Shi Yu's stronger physique, the consumption will definitely be greater than the strengthening. If Shi Yu's physique can withstand it, it's fine, but if he can't withstand it, breaking through too early will make Shi Yu weak. which will undoubtedly delay the subsequent progress of adding points. Shiyu thought about it and realized that it was the same reason. It was best to let 11 break through and evolve on the eve of the world game. Anyway, it was almost time, so he couldn't rush it. After completing another point addition for 11, Shiyu went to the ancient capital and temporarily stopped his hard training. At this time, the ancient capital university had a completely different appearance. Since the last national competition, the ancient capital university received sufficient education funds, and began to renovate inside and outside, and the training facilities were fully upgraded. In a private courtyard at Gudo University, Lu Chengyi was sitting leisurely on a chair reading a book. With a ripple in space, Shiyu appeared nearby. "You're here. I just arrived too." After Shiyu arrived, Lu Chengyi stood up and said with a smile. "Senior, long time no see." Shiyu greeted the senior and took back the bug to let it rest. He was exhausted after rushing all the way. Since they met before going to Kidao, Shiyu seemed to have not seen Lu Chengyi for almost 5 months. After breaking through the legend, Lu Chengyi's temperament was full of charm again, like a natural spirit, which should be related to the feedback from the overlord-level courtyard elves. "Where's the mantis?" Shiyu asked curiously after coming here. Cough. Lu Chengyi coughed dryly, and the surrounding space flashed again. A void mantis holding a chicken leg and gnawing looked unkind and said, "You kid, be more respectful." He used to call her senior, but now he calls her mantis. Is he arrogant? "Senior mantis, long time no see. Congratulations on your breakthrough." Shiyu's eyes lit up. Name, void mantis. Attribute, space. Racial level, high overlord. Quasi-mythology, growth level, overlord level. Energy value, 62.21 million. 62.21 million, about the same as Fushun Turtle and Ice Eye White Tiger. Of course, it can't be calculated like this. After all, Void Mantis is a space system, and it has just been 2 months since the breakthrough, so its growth potential is huge, unlike those old overlords whose potential has been consumed. Moreover, Senior Mantis can use the power of the Void at the King level, and he must be even more terrifying after the Overlord level. The power of the Void is much stronger than the Dragon Vein power that the Green Scale Dragon uses, and its strength is estimated to be no weaker than that Green Scale Dragon. Not bad, Void Mantis said calmly, it's just the Overlord level. Is there anything strange about breaking through? Lu Chengyi said, thanks to the guidance of Senior Void Mantis during this period, if it hadn't agreed to borrow the remains of the Sky Emperor, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Void Mantis said, no big deal. You have a good talent. By the way, boy, how is the hatching progress of that egg? How many places have you been to? Shiyu said, I've been to 2 places, and it's going well. I've only been to Tinxiang and Rongguang. The progress is so slow. Void Mantis said, I still want to see what is hatched. Shiyu's mouth twitched, and he said, now there is no Sky Emperor teleportation array. It's not that easy to hatch eggs in such a far place. Void Mantis, you must not have hatched the eggs properly. Shiyu, it's already a life and death struggle. I almost confronted the totem. Void Mantis, that's a bit dangerous. Shiyu sighed. You have followed the Sky Emperor since you were a child, so of course you don't know the sufferings of the world. Lu Chengyi asked, by the way, when are you going to Tinxiang? I haven't decided yet. What's wrong? Shiyu asked. Lu Chengyi smiled and said, I feel like we can go together. I also have something to do in Tinxiang. After my elf reached the Overlord level, it gained some memories of its previous life, and it wants to go back to its hometown to take a look. Is that so? How about a month later? Shiyu said. In a month, work overtime to let the ginseng baby condense another time mark, and then I will feel more at ease. Okay, just use this month to play the ranking. Lu Chengyi smiled confidently and said. Just fight this kid. Next to him, the Void Mantis said. In its opinion, Lu Chengyi's current strength is definitely stronger than Shiyu. Senior Mantis, don't encourage it. If you want to fight, come by yourself. Shiyu smiled. He didn't want to fight with Lu Chengyi. At present, Lu Chengyi only has the Tinxiang elf at the Overlord level. When fighting, it must be the elf that possesses Lu Chengyi. If you want to win, you can only beat people. How can you do it to acquaintances? Void Mantis, Lu Chengyi was stunned. Although she knew that Shiyu had a strong record in the 7 islands, she couldn't help but feel curious when she saw that Shiyu was more confident than herself. She knew the strength of the Void Mantis after the breakthrough very well. Once the breakthrough was made, it would be no problem to say that the Void Mantis's combat power was comparable to that of the top overlords. I think you're just inflated, the Void Mantis sneered. You are itching again, then I really have to teach you a lesson. The Void Mantis also served as a sparring partner for Shiyu and others in the Sky Emperor ruins for a long time. 11. Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao were all no match for the Void Mantis at that time, and were abused every time. But at the moment, in Shiyu's space, whether it was Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, or Su Su, they were all very active. Just before the Void Mantis appeared, they were all clamoring to compete with the Void Mantis again. Shiyu had no choice but to find an opportunity to challenge the Void Mantis that had broken through, giving them a chance to revenge. The King level fought against the Overlord level, and it was quite exciting. This kind of outrageous thing could only be found in Shiyu's team. Okay, let's have a fight, Shiyu said. Where's the venue? Said the Void Mantis. Next to him, Lu Chengyu was also quite helpless. Why did they have to fight just after meeting? Then, let's go to my legendary ruins, Lu Chengyu sighed. It must not be fought in the ancient capital university. By then, the university should be a ruin. Only her legendary ruins could withstand the battle of the Overlord level. Okay, the Void Mantis and Shiyu both nodded. Among them, in Shiyu's space, several pets have begun to shake the sieve. Because it must be a 1 versus 1 battle, but there are several of them who want to fight, and they must choose who will fight by shaking the dice. According to the order of joining the team, a huge sieve kept rolling on the ground, and several pets stared at it intently. Finally, the result of a white background with 2 reds facing up made the pets change their faces. Only Chong Chong showed an excited expression and quickly went to the space pocket to repair the 3 overlords' flesh puppets and the flesh puppets of the black meteorite yak. After being abused so many times by the Void Mantis, which is also a bug system, it must avenge its previous shame this time. What is the first in the team? Do you want to fight now? Lu Chengyi asked. In the afternoon, Shiyu said that Chong Chong had just rushed all the way, so let it rest for a while. Afternoon is afternoon, Void Mantis said, just in time to continue eating. It bit off the chicken bone with one mouthful and teleported away, and no one knew where it went. After Shiyu and Void Mantis made an appointment for a fight in the afternoon, Shiyu and Lu Chengyi continued to chat and talked about Shiyu's trip to the 7 Islands. Lu Chengyi naturally knew about the fact that Shiyu had opened the road to the championship through the news. Lu Bai's experience had long been exposed by the mechanic of kamikaze, but Lu Chengyi didn't know much about other things because he was busy practicing. When you introduced the Phoenix Shrine, Lu Chengyi was surprised and asked, the Phoenix fruit can give humans Phoenix blood, making them hybrids, and can also strengthen the blood concentration of Phoenix race pets. Is there such a thing? Yes, Shiyu smiled, took out a red fruit, and said, and now I have mastered the cultivation method. Do you want to give it to your Kingling Phoenix bird to try? Lu Chengyi hesitated and said with a headache, the memory drops you provided have helped me a lot. How can I have the nerve to use your resources? You are too polite to say that, senior sister. The high-level ruins you cracked are still here with me. It is the high-level ruins suitable for plant growth, Lu Chengyi. Did it I hand it in? Why did it go to your place? Shiyu coughed dryly and said, there was no suitable ruins at the time, so I ran to the bureau to get it. Now the Phoenix fruit is being cultivated in it. Originally, after obtaining the legendary ruins, Shiyu wanted to return the advanced ruins, but suddenly found that even the legendary ruins, the growth effect on plant pets, and the growth bonus effect of spiritual plants were not as good as this advanced ruins. As the saying goes, every profession has its own expertise. So, after considering it, Shiyu chose to keep it for research and planting Phoenix fruit and Samsara fruit to maximize the efficiency of the ruins. So that's how it is, Lu Chengyi suddenly realized, but what I'm more curious about is, can a fruit really transform humans into hybrids? Yes, Shiyu said, but it requires the qualifications to match. For example, when the Phoenix clan transformed pure-blooded humans into hybrids, not just anyone could do it, but they had to choose those with compatible qualifications, like General Muhuian and Senior Empress, who should be very compatible. The conditions for the use of the Phoenix fruit are similar. It also requires the Beastmaster to have certain qualifications, or to have ancestors who were hybrids of the Phoenix clan, and those whose bloodline inheritance is currently broken, or those who have the compatibility themselves, are all likely to be transformed into hybrids by the Phoenix fruit. Lu Qingyi asked, "How do you judge it?" Shiyu said, "It was difficult to judge before, and it was very troublesome to find, but now." He took out something similar to a machine radar, smiled slightly, and said, "I asked the mechanical pet to take the time to make this, a blood detector, which can detect humans with phoenix blood qualifications within a certain range." After the radar was made, Shiyu had asked Lin to fly around Bingyan City to check it out. Bingyan City, a second-tier city, had 2 humans with phoenix hybrid qualifications. But unfortunately, one of them was already a grandmother in her 60s, and she was not even a beastmaster. Shiyu and Lin felt that it was a bit inappropriate to take the phoenix fruit to ask the grandmother if she would join the phoenix corps, so they gave up this candidate. The other one was a little girl who had just started kindergarten. Both of her parents were beastmasters. Although she was a good seedling, she was too young and still not suitable. Under the extreme pain, Shiyu and Lin did not continue to look for people. Anyway, it was enough to prove that the radar could be used. After turning it on, if there is a human with qualified blood nearby, it will automatically track it. Shiyu activated the radar, and the next moment, a red dot appeared on the radar, and a beep, beep sound appeared. Shiyu was stunned. Lu Qingyi was stunned. Lu Qingyi said, "Does this mean? Is there someone qualified nearby?" "Wait, don't tell me it's me." Shiyu smiled and said, "It's not you, senior sister, but if you want to become a hybrid, there are other ways besides the phoenix fruit." "I know, but I don't have this idea for the time being." Lu Qingyi shook her head quickly. Before Shiyu went to the 7 islands, he gave her a drop of memory for possession. With the help of the memory drop, Lu Qingyi's possession skill of the Tinxiang elf has also reached the level of being able to change the bloodline of the possessed object. If she wants, Lu Qingyi will have elf blood after a period of time, but like Shiyu, she has no interest in becoming a hybrid, and still prefers the identity of a pure-blooded human. "Then will this be the Beastmaster of the ancient capital university?" she asked Shiyu. Shiyu nodded and said, "The detection range of the radar is not large, only about a quarter of the size of the ancient capital university. Now it seems that it should be. Let's go and have a look together," Shiyu said. Ancient capital university is full of talented beastmasters, and the people with phoenix hybrid qualifications here should not be as useless as the first 2. Will it be a teacher or a student? Lu Qingyi was a little curious. "It's okay as long as it's not the cafeteria auntie," Shiyu said. Shiyu added, "I hope it's a student. I seem to be the president of the Ancient Capital University Battle Club. Let's quickly get more students with some qualifications to take my place, otherwise, we can't let him finish the world game at the end of the year, fight with a bunch of totem countries, and then return to China in January to continue participating in the national college competition." Chapter 393, Bugs vs. Void Mantis. Gudu University, Battle Club. What Shiyu and Lu Qingyi didn't expect was that the Phoenix radar actually led them here. The two stood outside the Battle Club building, looking at each other. "The beast tamer of the Battle Club," Lu Qingyi asked. "Isn't this great?" Shiyu was excited. Whatever he wanted came true. Shiyu and Lu Qingyi went directly into the Battle Club building, walked to the second-floor auditorium, and looked at the training ground on the first floor. There are only a dozen people here at the moment. Shiyu took a look and was quite surprised, because they were all sophomores. In addition to this group of students, Director He, the instructor of the Battle Club, was also there. Originally, it was the president's job to be responsible for daily training, but isn't the problem that the president is busy? In other schools, teachers slack off while student leaders do the work, but in Gudu, it has become student leaders slacking off while teachers do the work. After the physical training, Director He said to everyone, "Let's take a break first." He looked at a dozen people: Yu Shu, Miao Dongdong, Zhang Qianai, Wang Ling, Han Dong, Fang Ji, Su Jingyan. All of them were geniuses in Shiyu's professional assessment. Yu Shu, who was teased by Shiyu's Chongchong's ice dragon phantom; Miao Dongdong, who was teased by Chongchong's parasitic insect silk; Zhang Qianai, who was smashed by Shiyu's 11's giant thunder palm; and Han Dong, who was killed by the double deterrence of 11 and Chongchong. More or less, they have all been beaten. But is this a bad thing? Not necessarily. Because they were beaten by Shiyu, Shiyu was familiar with them. After the massive education funds of Gudu University came down this time, at Shiyu's suggestion, this group of sophomores became the main training objects of Gudu University, and naturally there were more training courses. Physical training like today is naturally inevitable. Of course, Gudo University will also provide nutritional supplements to improve physical fitness and advanced supplements to restore physical strength. At present, with a great investment of Gudo University, the best of them such as Yu Shu, Zhang Kaianai, and Miao Dongdong have passed the assessment of advanced beastmasters. Their strength is not necessarily worse than that of juniors and seniors. They may become master beastmasters before graduation. In addition, among the freshmen, there are also super geniuses like An Chang. Students of the Department of Mechanical Engineering are also expected to rise if given a little time. Gudo University can be said to have a promising future. Director, he was excited. Can you confirm which one it is? Lu Qingyi asked, sitting on top. Shiyu took the radar and said, yes. After that, he activated the automatic search function of the radar. The radar instantly broke away from Shiyu's hand, floated up, and flew towards the training ground below. Lu Qingyi looked at this black technology-like thing, and didn't know how Shiyu made it. Rin, laziness is the first productive force. It's very convenient, but the energy is a bit expensive. Shiyu smiled slightly, but it was convenient, which was much more convenient than the method of finding people in the Phoenix Shrine that he knew. Below, the crowd had just dispersed, and soon, the radar flew in front of a girl and stopped. The radar flew over, directly attracting everyone's attention. And they all looked at this strange machine. At the same time, Shiyu said in surprise, it turned out to be her. The girl in front of the radar was very tall, wearing the uniform gray training school uniform of the Battle Club, with a refreshing and neat short hair, and a beautiful face with sweat marks. She was wiping her sweat with a sports towel around her neck at this time, and she was also very strange about the machine that stopped in front of her. Zhang Kaianai, a sophomore student in the battle department of Gudo University, was an elementalist who was once called Elemental God in the professional assessment. At that time, every candidate was more or less given a nickname, but some were nice and some were ugly, like Shiyu's, which was Iron-Eating Beast Knight. Even Lu Qingyi had some impression of her, because the other party had a good talent for beast control and element coordination. She had fought against Shiyu in the professional assessment, but facing Eleven's giant thunder palm that fell from the sky, she was no match at all. After the battle, Shiyu announced the evolution of the Iron-Eating Beast, and entered the public's attention. However, this does not mean that she is weak. Even Yu Shu, who was born in a dragon-controlling family, was crushed by her in a few seconds. With a combination of thunder cloud storm, I am afraid that no one except Shiyu and Yin Hongfen can defeat her in that assessment. If Shiyu remembers correctly, this girl comes from a small city. Neither of her parents are beastmasters. Because of her extraordinary talent, she embarked on the road of beastmasters. The first time she came to the ancient capital to participate in the professional assessment, she did not even pass the preliminaries because of her lack of foundation. However, she was also spotted by a top master and accepted as a disciple, which led to the second round of professional assessment in which she fought against Shiyu. The one with the qualifications of a Phoenix hybrid, turned out to be her. It's good to know someone familiar. What is this? Director, he saw the machine and immediately looked around. At the same time, a telepathy appeared in Director He's heart. Director He, I'm Shiyu. Sorry to bother you. Can you let Zhang Kaianai come over when you have time? Damn. As soon as he finished speaking, Director He suddenly looked towards the place and really saw Shiyu standing there. Even Lu Qingyi, he looked at the two people who came and was stunned. He didn't understand why these two great gods suddenly came here. Although Director He is the director of the battle department of Gudo University and a top master, he himself knows that his strength has long been surpassed by young geniuses like Shiyu and Lu Qingyi. He was very puzzled that these two super geniuses, who should have been chatting and laughing with the legends, suddenly came to the battle club. Moreover, why did they look for Zhang Kaianai? At this time, not only Director He, but also this group of sophomore beastmasters who were training here, also looked at the two people who appeared on the second floor. They were all stunned at first, and then their expressions immediately became very exaggerated. Damn, is it Shiyu? The Gu Worm Master Miao Dongdong has good eyesight. No doubt, that is it, Dragon King Yu Shu said. The one next to him, isn't that senior sister Lu who has already graduated? Someone also recognized Lu Qingyi. As the only two super geniuses who entered the top 10 of the sequence in Gudo University, Shiyu and Lu Qingyi are naturally well known in Gudo University. Why are they here? The crowd was talking, and their pupils were full of light. Zankai, director. He listened to the discussion, and after a moment of stun, he quickly said, Shiyu is looking for you, you go over and see what's going on. Looking for me? In the crowd, Zankai showed a blank expression. Although she was in the same class as Shiyu and her did not have many intersections. No, it can be said that Shiyu did not have many intersections with any students in the same class. According to rumors, this guy has not attended a few serious classes. He is either missing or on the way to disappearing. Even, let alone student activities, even during the final exam of the archaeology department, there are rumors that someone has not seen Shiyu. Yes, director. He nodded, and he didn't know why. Hearing this, Zankai looked over there, but saw Shiyu looking at her with a smile. Seeing this, the other students in the battle club were immediately anxious. Damn, what's going on? When did they hook up? Yushu was shocked. He didn't remember any connection between Shiyu and Zankai. Miao Dongdong, well, I have a bad feeling. He looked at the mechanical radar. What? I feel that after Zankai comes back, his strength will be able to beat us. Shiyu, this guy, I'm afraid that if he leaks some resources now, the masters will be crazy about it. Yushu, what kind of weird intuition is this? Miao Dongdong was silent. He heard through a gossip that the monster in Chang in the freshman year was the younger brother of Shiyu. On the second floor, Zankai came over and felt a little uneasy. It was okay to face Shiyu. Although Shiyu was now the first person under the Donghuang legend and had created so many miracles, she suddenly lost her sense of distance when she remembered that Shiyu rode an iron-eating beast and chopped randomly during the professional assessment, and had fought against her. On the contrary, Lu Qingyi next to her made her a little nervous. She looked at this goddess-like school legend and admired her very much. Senior Lu. Shiyu, are you looking for me? Xiao Zhang, long time no see, Shiyu said with a smile. Zankai suspected that he had forgotten something. Are he and Shiyu so familiar with each other? Hello, junior sister. Lu Qingyi also smiled slightly. At this time, Shiyu said, sit down and talk. Yeah, Zankai nodded. Shiyu said, I'll get straight to the point. At this time, the mechanical radar also returned here. Shiyu took it and said, when I contracted the heroic spirit of General Mu Huayan in the heroic ruins before, you were there too? Zankai nodded. It was the freshman military training, so she was naturally there. Then you should also know that General Mu Huayan is a hybrid of human and phoenix. Zankai nodded again. All of this was revealed in Shiyu's own trailer for the Legend of Mu Huayan. This video should be seen by all students of Gudu University. Shiyu smiled and said, that's easy. Do you want to become a hybrid beast master of the human and phoenix race, like General Mu Huayan, or even the Empress in history? Wait, Zankai opened her mouth slightly and was suddenly stunned. This turn of events made her unable to react for a moment. Shiyu said, hybrid beast masters have existed since ancient times. After the Empress dynasty, they were completely integrated into Donghuang. However, after so many years of development, other hybrid families have inherited it. However, due to some historical reasons, the phoenix hybrids have now been cut off in Donghuang. Not long ago, I found a way to help human beast masters awaken the phoenix bloodline, but there are some requirements for the talent of the beast master. Did you see the radar just now? It found you, which means that you are the 1 in a million human with the qualifications of the phoenix bloodline. Of course, it is also possible that your ancestors were hybrids of the phoenix race, but it's only you. The blood of the generation is thin. I currently want to establish a beast taming corps mainly composed of phoenix hybrid beast tamers. If you are interested, I can help you become a phoenix hybrid. After you graduate, you can come to the phoenix court to work. Of course, there are definitely benefits. After becoming a phoenix hybrid, the speed of meditation and cultivation will be much faster. In addition, the physical fitness will surpass that of ordinary people, comparable to the real extraordinary life, and the lifespan will be greatly increased. The disadvantages are that all hybrid beast tamers have, for example, it is easy to be restrained by advanced creatures of the same race, and it is more difficult to get pregnant. These are the disadvantages of hybrid beast tamers. After Shiyu finished speaking, Zankai became more confused and his brain was a little confused. You speak slowly. Shiyu smiled and said, of course you don't have to rush to make a decision. Although the chance of becoming a legendary Beastmaster will become very high after becoming a hybrid, your Beastmaster talent is already very strong. Even if you don't become a hybrid, there is a high probability that you will become a powerful Beastmaster in the future. So, otherwise, you should go back and discuss it with your teacher first, and make a decision after careful consideration, because they were acquaintances, and becoming a hybrid had a great impact. Shiyu was not in a hurry to let the other party decide, but to follow his own wishes. After all, he himself did not want to become a hybrid, and others might not be willing. Then I'll think about it, Zhang Jin said. After being stunned, she quickly reacted. First of all, Shiyu had no need to lie to her. What's more, Lu Chengyu was still beside her. If what Shiyu said was true, she was actually willing to do it. After all, whether it was Mu Huaiyan or the Empress, they were both Donghuang female Beastmasters and figures worshipped by female Beastmasters of Gudu University. The most important thing was that the Phoenix, a race with a strong mythological color, was much more attractive to women than hybrids of other races. If Shiyu said there was a way to awaken into a human-pig hybrid, I'm afraid few men and women would be willing to do so. But creatures with a strong mythological color like dragons and phoenixes are different. In addition, Shiyu just said that he intends to rebuild the Phoenix Legion, and the Phoenix Legion was the first legion during the reign of the Empress. Zhang Qianai understands her talent and it is difficult to become a legend, but if she can join such a legion, the chance will definitely be much greater. However, she looked at Shiyu. Shiyu was only a sophomore. Did he have the ability to make decisions to establish such a Beastmaster Legion? She felt complicated and always felt that the gap between everyone was getting bigger and bigger. Having said that, she still had to seek the teacher's advice. After all, she could have achieved her current achievements thanks to the teacher's excavation. Zhang Qianai had to refer to her advice more or less. Okay, when you have decided and thought it through, just contact me directly, Shiyu said. Well, thank you, Zhang Qianai said. During the whole process, Lu Chengyu watched silently at the side. Everyone chatted for a few more words. After Zhang Qianai left, Lu Chengyu said, "You just said that you wanted to establish the Phoenix Legion." Shiyu looked at her and smiled. How about it? It's a good idea, right? In fact, I also want to gather the 6 major legions in history. The Wu Emperor Dynasty is the strongest, the Iron-Eating Beast Legion, the Female Emperor Dynasty is the strongest, the Phoenix Legion, the Dragon Emperor Dynasty is the strongest, the Dragon Legion, the strongest in modern times, the Mechanical Legion. In addition, the Space Legion of the Sky Emperor can rely on the space teleportation array to instantly allow a large army to descend on the enemy's abdomen, and can also rely on the space formation to cross the level to trap and seal the strong enemy. The Shi Emperor's Legion has a military advisor who is proficient in the power of prophecy, known as the Gods and Ghosts. With a series of time-related resources and equipment similar to the Time Fruit, it is also a very powerful existence. At present, it seems that everything can be done? You'd better forget it, Lu Chengyu saw through it and sighed. Are you sure you didn't come up with an idea and then let others execute it? The Iron-Eating Beast Army, Mechanical Fantasy Beast Army, and Green Worm Cocoon Army in the ruins of Wuling City seem to be like this. Baizai told me everything. Are you sure you won't throw this Phoenix Army to others? Shiyu suddenly realized that he could do it this way. He said, by the way, senior sister, are you familiar with the Phoenix Nest? I remember that your Kingling Wind Bird is contracted there, right? Otherwise, will you be in charge of this Phoenix Army? I will provide the technology and resources, and you will provide the people. Oh, by the way, doesn't Auntie work there? Phoenix Nest is a secret place in the ruins where bird creatures live. Some of the bird creatures inside have some phoenix blood. Principal Feng successfully explored and cracked it when he was young. Then Principal Feng left it to his daughter, Lu Chengyu's mother, who is currently the person in charge of this secret place. Because of this relationship, Lu Chengyu has also explored there many times. Lu Chengyu? Hearing that Shiyu had set his sights on his mother, Lu Chengyu immediately had a question mark on her face. She patted her forehead. Damn it, he had clearly intended to use Shiyu as a tool at the beginning, but now his family members were all becoming his tools. She had a hunch that if Shiyu approached her mother, she would definitely not refuse. Wait a minute, after a while. The Void Mantis had finished its meal and was yelling about when to fight, while in the ruined space. The bugs had almost recovered through the various supplements provided by the ginseng baby. Lu Qingyi was tired and brought these two troublesome guys to her legendary ruins. In the ruins, the void mantis moved its body, with an expression that asked why Shi Yu was so upset. When it was at the king level, it could beat Shi Yu's pet, and now it has broken through, and it feels like it can kill Shi Yu instantly. Otherwise, all of you come together, the void mantis exhaled. This is fairer, isn't Shi Yu a top master? Isn't the standard for top masters that all members can fight against the overlord level together? It is the overlord, so this rule is more reasonable. Shi Yu was stunned and said, that's not necessary, but if you have free time, you can take turns to fight them. Void Mantis is undoubtedly a good sparring partner. It's not so easy to find a top-level space-based overlord sparring partner. Of course, it would be better if Gemcat is willing to be a sparring partner, but unfortunately this guy is lazier than Shi Yu. I'm not late. Speaking of cats, cats are here. Just when Shi Yu and Void Mantis were about to fulfill the agreed battle and fight, the guardian of Ancient Capital University, Gemcat, knocked on the door and ran in to watch the fun. Senior Ying, in the ruins, seeing the Gemcat, Lu Qingyi immediately smiled. Void Mantis also took a look at this totem. Senior Mantis, come on, be careful, Gemcat encouraged. Today's lunch was invited by Gemcat to Void Mantis. As the host, it is natural to greet the guests. Although it was stronger than the Void Mantis, the Gemcat still politely called the Void Mantis a senior, because the other party was the second pet of the Sky Emperor. Come on, the Void Mantis was silent. This was a battle without suspense. What was there to cheer for? Are you ready? Lu Qingyi asked. It's 1 versus 1, right? Yeah, the Void Mantis and Shi Yu both nodded. At the same time, Shi Yu also summoned Chong Chong. Under the purple summoning array, the figure of the fantasy dream butterfly emerged. Under the purple light and shadow, Chong Chong appeared in the sky with a huge body and looked at the Void Mantis. The Void Mantis was stunned. It's you. It looked at Shi Yu. Are you sure you want this kid to fight it? Are you kidding? When Shi Yu was practicing in the Sky Emperor ruins and trying to break through the 6th level, all the pets had served as sparring partners for the Void Mantis. Among them, Chong Chong was the one who was abused the most by the Void Mantis. The reason why Chong Chong is so strong in the team is because of the special nature of the space system, but when he encounters the Void Mantis, who has stronger space attainments, he feels like a master showing off his skills and is restrained everywhere. Therefore, the Void Mantis feels that this butterfly is the easiest one to deal with in Shi Yu's team, and its skills are like a child in front of him. Chong Chong looked at the Void Mantis seriously, indicating that he is no longer the previous Chong Chong. Is there any difference? Void Mantis muttered. Except that the energy fluctuation is a little stronger, it feels no different. Although the energy fluctuation is stronger, it is just a little more than half of the previous breakthrough. Void Mantis shook his head, and suddenly, he smiled, looked at Shi Yu and said, Boy, do you want to make a bet? What? Shi Yu was stunned. If I win, let your ginseng baby prepare food for me for a month. How about it? It has not eaten the fruit made by the ginseng baby for a long time, and it really misses it. At first, I didn't care much about it, just thinking of it as a dessert after eating the power of the void, but after not eating it for a few months, I really miss it. Shi Yu was stunned, thinking it was something else. No problem, what if I win, Void Mantis? Do you still want to win? Shi Yu's mouth twitched. Didn't you say it was a bet? You still want to get it for free. If I win, how about I come to the Sky Emperor ruins to practice at any time in the future? Shi Yu asked. It would be best if I could bring others along. Void Mantis looked disgusted and wanted to use its ruins again. Forget it, never mind. Okay, let's start, anyway, it won't lose. Void Mantis shook its head, then showed a bloodthirsty smile, and its body disappeared directly. I just felt that it didn't take one move to deal with this guy. One move is enough. At this moment, as the Void Mantis disappeared, Chong Chong's expression was stern, and he felt a huge threat emerging in his mind. At that moment, it seemed to have predicted the future. Ugh, Dragon Ball, possessed, Chong Chong shouted in his heart. The legendary Dragon Ball in his space pocket immediately merged with it because of the Fantasy Dragon skill. At this moment, with the help of the power of the legendary Dragon Ball and the Fantasy Dragon skill, Mastery plus 11, which was only one step away from perfect proficiency, Chong Chong instantly exuded a powerful dragon power, and his power surged. He came to the top overlord state when fighting with the green scale dragon. At the same time, he instantly used his telekinesis to wrap himself up. Swish! A ray of light that seemed to have gone from the darkness swung across and cut directly on Chong Chong. When his black knife was wrapped around the super-level skill space cutting and attacked the enemy with the help of the power of space, at this moment, the Void Mantis had already anticipated the result. With this knife, the Void Mantis had already held back and only used the power of his king level. If he used the power of the Overlord level, he was afraid that he would kill the butterfly in front of him. Even with the power of the king level, combined with the mobilized space power, the Void Mantis also believed that it was enough to severely injure the little butterfly in his impression. However, with the rescue of the ginseng baby, it was not a big problem. However, as the black knife fell, the Void Mantis in the air changed its expression, and saw the fantasy butterfly in front of it flapping its dreamy blue wings, the wings wrapped in telekinesis, and blocked its attack with a bang. The mental telekinesis and the space blade intertwined, and it was deadlocked for a moment. The moment it approached the bug, it instantly felt the terrifying dragon energy on the bug that was increased by more than 10 times. The dragon system is a mixed attribute, and the common mixed attributes are feng shui, thunder and fire, but the dragon fluctuations on the bug at this time are spirit and space, which are the dragon attributes strengthened by the Azure Sky God Kanglong Dragon Ball. This fluctuation, Lu Chengyu was also quite surprised and spoke at the side. He realized the change of Chong Chong. The next moment, Chong Chong used his wings to exert force. Boom! A space storm gathered and directly blew away the Void Mantis in front of him. Whoosh whoosh! The Void Mantis was not hurt during the slapping process, because Chong Chong also held back. Just now it was equivalent to warming up and telling the Void Mantis its current strength. During the backwards flight, the Void Mantis was shocked and soon stopped in mid-air. Time fruit, it and Lu Chengyi asked at the same time. However, what it got in return was Shiyu's shaking head. The Void Mantis also quickly understood that no, it was not the time fruit. Using that fruit, Chong Chong is not unable to obtain the power of the Overlord level, but it is definitely not that high, and the side effects of that fruit are huge. After Shiyu's pet ate it and entered the Overlord level, it would collapse in 2 or 3 moves at most. It is definitely not so calm. Void Mantis looked at the calm state of the illusion butterfly and immediately understood that it could even maintain this state for a long time, and it was definitely not a dominance level with only 1 or 2 moves. It was with the help of external props. Senior Mantis, you shouldn't mind, right? Shiyu asked. Compared with the previous battle with the Void Mantis, the biggest change of Chong Chong was that he wore a divine outfit. It's better to say this. It's also your ability to reach this level with the help of external props. Void Mantis smiled excitedly. So that's how it is. In this way, it can also let go of its hands and feet. It can actually use props to achieve such power. No wonder it dares to challenge it. But this is not enough. It still has power in vain, and it seems to lack skills. You can use all the props you have, but the gap between the King and Overlord levels is not so easy to cross with external objects. Its space system is still a little immature. Void Mantis laughed wildly, and its face gradually twisted. It was originally a battle maniac. The pets and Shiyu's team more or less knew its abnormality in battle. Of course I know this. Shiyu also took a deep breath. Of course, he didn't expect that Chong Chong could defeat Void Mantis with the help of the power of Dragon Ball. In the case that Chong Chong's proficiency in various space systems skills was crushed by Void Mantis, even if the energy value was higher by 20 or 30 million, the winning rate was not high. However, if the space is not good, what about relying on the insect system? This time, Void Mantis did not teleport rashly, but merged its 2 swords in the distance. The next moment, the sky was full of sword dances, and the gray swords and shadows were like light blades that could cut through space, and they directly crushed towards Chong Chong like a tsunami. This time, the Void Mantis used the power of the Overlord level. It wanted to see what realm the bug could reach with the help of external forces. Sorry, Senior, facing the attack of the Void Mantis, this time, the bug also took a deep breath and directly used the spiritual power of the top Overlord level to start transforming. The next moment, a huge black fog that was constantly rolling and festering emerged from the bug. Then, the sky darkened, and the space around the bug fluctuated and rolled. An unparalleled, tens of meters high giant body descended. Moo, and the bug was instantly wrapped in its body and hid in the copper wall and iron wall. Exclamation mark. This is the body of the black meteorite yak totem. The props are here. Although it has been blown into shape by the ginseng baby, it has finally recovered some combat power under the continuous repair of the insect silk and the virtual and real phantoms. Boom. The powerful space blade descended on the huge body, but it only cut a small part of the body and was quickly resisted. Even if it was a dead body, the flesh strength was still terrifying. Then, the body cut by the space blade was quickly repaired by white silk threads. In the huge black fog, parts of the black meteorite yak's body were constantly cut and repaired, forming terrifying body organs. The flesh and blood that could not be repaired in time fell to the ground and were resurrected by the power of fantasy and silk threads to become a black yak cub, which also had terrifying strength. The slimy black flesh and blood, the mouth dripping with mucus, the twisted short legs, and the black hooves at the end of the legs that could barely be called cow hooves all made it exude terrifying power. With the arrival of the black meteorite yak puppet, the first round of attacks by the void mantis was directly resisted by this puppet with the silk threads without any injury. On the opposite side, the void mantis opened its mouth wide and looked at this totem corpse puppet, a little confused. What is this? Boom. Without waiting for the void mantis to react, Chong Chong controlled the black meteorite yak puppet to stomp in the air. Moo. With a light appearing in its black mist-like pupils, it seemed as if it could crush the space with a giant hoof, and it crushed the void mantis. The giant legs that were like mountain peaks swept past. At this moment, the void mantis felt a stronger threat than when Chong Chong used the legendary Dragon Ball. It widened its eyes and looked at the descending black hoof, trying to teleport quickly to escape, but this physical attack that seemed to be able to crush the space directly caused the void mantis body to be scratched by countless space cracks during the teleportation process. Boom. The ground was stepped into a huge pit. Buzz. The void mantis flashed and appeared in the sky. It looked at the disappearing figure of Chong Chong and the appearing figure of the black meteorite yak, and immediately cursed with an expression that exploded. It had already felt that this TM was the flesh of a top-level totem. That worm is hiding in here. Controlling it. Although it has no vitality, it is still powerful with the control of the worm silk and the power of fantasy. The worm silk is responsible for controlling the body, and the power of fantasy, the virtual and real phantom, is responsible for giving the puppet a corresponding attribute energy. And the worm is hiding in it to control everything. You are cheating, Void Mantis cursed. Can a level 6 Beastmaster get this kind of thing? I asked you to use props, not the corpse of a top-level totem as a substitute. I won't bet with you. Void Mantis regretted it. Wait, who knows what you can come up with? This kid can't afford to play. Not only it, at this time, seeing the corpse of the black meteorite yak, even Lu Chengyi was briefly absent-minded, with a horrified expression. What is this? The corpse of a top-level totem? Why not? Shiyu was stunned when he saw Void Mantis cheating. He said, "Why can't we use the totem corpses we hunted ourselves? Senior Void Mantis, don't you know about the profession of Goo Insect Master? This is more legal and scientific than using props." Void Mantis was furious. "You are talking nonsense. This is even more outrageous than your Sequence 11. You hunted a top-level totem, ahem." Beside him, the gem cat muttered in a low voice, "But this was really killed by him. I said before, Senior Mantis, come on, be careful, don't underestimate them. This kid is shady. Why do you raise the bet yourself for no reason, Void Mantis?" When Void Mantis heard the words of the totem cat, the corner of his mouth twitched, and his eyes were confused. What did this totem cat just say? Impossible, 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 don't even think about fooling it. It has read a lot of books. Chapter 394 Shiyu's Superpower Form. The profession of Goo Worm Master is not unfamiliar to Void Mantis. Even in ancient times, this profession was particularly prosperous. It has fought against Goo Worm Masters before. However, the Goo Worm Master in its impression seems to be completely different from Shiyu, the Goo Worm Master. I have never heard of a level 6 Goo Worm Master who can control the body of a top-level totem as a puppet. Where does a normal level 6 Beastmaster get a top-level totem body puppet? My legendary Beastmaster Dad? Even if there is, how can it be controlled by a monarch-level insect creature? Of course, what makes Void Mantis most resistant at this time is that the gem cat said that this thing was hunted by Shiyu himself? Nonsense. The number of top-level totems is less than half even in the team of the Sky Emperor. It is an extremely powerful creature. How can a level 6 Beastmaster hunt it? Even if Shiyu is given another level, it doesn't believe it. Senior Ying, Is what you said true? Not to mention the void mantis. Even Lu Chengyi was very confused and surprised when she heard the gem cat say that. How could it be possible? Shi Yu said, well, there is a trick. This totem has been sealed for 2,000 years. When it wakes up, it doesn't even have the strength of an ordinary totem. We took advantage of it just breaking the seal and didn't react, so we successfully strangled it in the cradle. Lu Chengyi opened his mouth slightly. The void mantis also widened his eyes. Bastard. Don't explain it seriously. What we want to hear is that you say I was joking just now, not to explain why the hunt was successful. No matter what the state is, it is also a totem. Senior Mantis, are you going to fight or not? You can't cheat, Shi Yu said. The void mantis came to the door by itself. How could Shi Yu not want it? The meditation effect in the Sky Emperor ruins is better than Lu Chengyi's legendary ruins and Ji Mengzu's legendary ruins. It is specially modified by the Sky Emperor and may be used in the future. Even if he gets the blessing of the World Tree and can't use it, it is a good choice to let the void mantis use the ruins to help his relatives and friends. It's obviously you who didn't talk about martial ethics first. The void mantis's face turned pale and looked at the tall and evil yak puppet in front of him. It didn't know whether it should believe Shi Yu's words and the words of the gem cat at this time. If it is true, it wants to curse this cow to death. What kind of little trash are you? How could you be killed by a level 6 Beastmaster? Damn it. I thought it would be very easy to end the battle with Chong Chong, but as Chong Chong used the legendary Dragon Ball and the totem body puppet one after another, the void mantis felt a little bit painful. It's not that it is afraid of fighting against the strong, but it's a bit unbalanced to see a junior who was originally not as good as itself, and in just a few months, it has become as powerful as itself. Who understands imbalance? Besides, if they lose, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Void Mantis looked at the yak totem solemnly, seriously, and then took a deep breath. So that's it. It is indeed a weak totem, and when it died, its body was destroyed beyond recognition. Otherwise, if it was a perfect top-level totem body, its space blade just now might not be able to break through the defense. I was scared just now, and now I look carefully. This totem puppet is completely strong on the outside. And it looks strong because of the power of fantasy of the insect. It itself has no power, even the physical strength is much weaker. Normally speaking, even if the insect reaches the overlord level with the help of the Dragon Ball, it is unlikely to control the black meteorite yak body with the help of insect silk. However, the trick of the insect is that it repairs this body through virtual and real phantoms. The phantom of reality can be materialized with the help of materials. The black meteorite yak was blown to pieces by the ginseng baby before. The reason why it is so complete now is because Chong Chong used the remaining flesh as materials to construct a complete black meteorite yak in fantasy. In other words, repair. Because the black meteorite yak is currently repaired by Chong Chong through fantasy power and insect silk, Chong Chong has obtained the control of this puppet. However, even so, because the flesh is too damaged and the parasitic means are not sophisticated, Chong Chong has not been able to obtain complete control like those legendary Gu insect masters. Chong Chong does not have the ability to let this puppet release the skills it had before its death, even if they are low-level skills. It can only use its physical strength as a shield. Realizing this, the void mantis pondered for a while. So that's it. If this is the case, as long as this guy is dragged down, victory can be achieved. Controlling this big guy and using the Dragon Ball to become stronger, Chong Chong will inevitably bear huge consumption. In addition, finding the weakness of this puppet and breaking it can also pull out the inside of the worm. Keep going, the void mantis thought of this, and then launched an attack again. This time, it chose to use long range and play a war of attrition with the bugs. It is an overlord, and can mobilize the power of the void to strengthen skills like mobilizing the power of nature. Its own consumption will be reduced a lot. In a war of attrition, the void mantis feels that it can fight for a day and a night. But it believes that the bugs on the opposite side will never be able to hold on. Although the puppet is strong, it is also strong on the outside and weak on the inside. It does not have the real power of the totem. Facing its special attainments, it cannot cause fatal damage to it. Just keep a distance. Swish. 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 The void mantis floated far away from the black meteorite yak, and used the space blade to consume again. Fighting again. Seeing this, Lu Chengyi, who was watching the battle, was slightly startled. The gem cat laughed and said, "Guess who will fail?" Lu Chengyi was silent, and she couldn't say at all. At first, she thought that the Void Mantis had a 100% chance of winning, but now, as Shiyu took out the totem puppet, she directly lost her judgment of the situation. Fortunately, she didn't listen to the instigation of the Void Mantis to challenge Shiyu to improve the sequence ranking. Although she used the legendary resources allocated by the ancient capital university to strengthen the Tinxiang elf to the overlord level, Lu Chengyi felt that she and the elf would hardly be the opponent of the current Chong Chong. This is outrageous. How could the strength of Shiyu's team's pet be greater than her breakthrough? Senior Ying, what do you think? The gem cat said. Well, if the Void Mantis can't crack the puppet, Shiyu will win. If it can crack the puppet, it will win. In a war of attrition, the Void Mantis may not be as good as Shiyu and Chong Chong. Lu Chengyi, huh? She quickly looked at the battlefield. What does it mean? Can Chong Chong, who uses equipment and totem puppets to overload to increase his strength, outlast a real overlord? The defensive power brought by the black meteorite yak puppet really made Chong Chong feel extremely relieved. At this time, the Void Mantis did not notice at all that the consumption tactics it chose were exactly what Chong Chong wanted. After entering the body of the black meteorite yak, without the worry of being killed instantly, Chong Chong immediately began to use his strongest tactics. Combination of Swarm Command plus Ultimate Absorption plus Illusionary Phantom. Swarm Command, a high-level insect skill of the insect and spiritual system. It can use the mind to control the larvae puppets to complete various commands on its behalf. After the larvae die, they will return to the main body in the form of special insect signals and enhance the main body's attributes in all directions. Ultimate Absorption, a super-level insect skill. It can absorb the enemy's vitality and energy value by attacking the enemy, and restore its own injuries and physical fitness. Under normal circumstances, Chong Chong used the empty hiding method to hide in the different space to perform this combination of skills, but the problem was that the Void Mantis's special attainments were too strong, and Chong Chong had nowhere to hide. The appearance of the black meteorite yak puppet solved this problem. It can completely make Chong Chong worry-free. He can control the phantom puppet to fight the enemy, and then use the phantom puppet's death to continuously strengthen himself and restore his physical strength. He is fighting a war of attrition. Using this set of tactics, it is much less consuming than controlling the totem puppet to fight. Roar, at this moment, the environment around the yak, under the transformation of the power of fantasy, seems to have become a huge valley. Between the mountain walls, there are hundreds of dragon statues of various shapes carved. Among them, there are sea dragons, wind dragons, thunder dragons, and flood dragons. Each individual form is unique and exudes unparalleled dragon majesty. Roar, at this moment, in the fantasy realm, every dragon statue is lifelike, exuding deterrence, as if alive. On them, phantoms slowly emerge, gradually forming dragon bodies, flying into the sky. For a time, the sky is full of dragons dancing, shocking. At this moment, they are the swarm controlled by Chong Chong. One by one, the dragons were born. Seeing this scene, the Void Mantis showed a disdainful expression. They were just a group of phantoms. They looked strong, but it could kill them one by one. Isn't this a waste of strength? The bugs will definitely not be able to hold on for long. Roar, a sea dragon came flying first, with water flowing all over its body and waving its claws, but in an instant, the Void Mantis dodged its water dragon claws. With a flash of light, the Void Mantis reappeared above the sea dragon god and cut the dragon god in half. The phantom disappeared. That's all, the Void Mantis spoke, but as soon as the voice fell, its expression was stunned. It saw that the power fluctuations of the broken sea dragon phantom did not dissipate, but were transmitted to the body of the black meteorite yak in a strange signal mode. At the same time, the mental fluctuations of the fantasy butterfly instantly increased by one level, reducing its burden on controlling the legendary Dragon Ball. What the hell? Seeing this, the Void Mantis was stunned. The next moment, roar, another thunder dragon flashed with lightning and crashed in. The Void Mantis could only kill the enemy, but the power of the dead thunder dragon once again increased the mental strength of the insects in the black meteorite yak in the form of insect signals. The Void Mantis's expression was stern. In the next round, it tried to interfere with the magnetic field of space, build a barrier, and block the signal from being transmitted back, so that the insects would not continue to be strengthened. However, the Void Mantis soon found that it was consuming a lot of energy by doing so, and its face turned black. The opponent was not wasting power in vain. After these phantoms died, they could still return to strength in the main body, so disgusting. And if it wanted to block it, it could only consume more energy. Because this was not a space skill, it could not break it with skills, but only with brute force. No, it had to quickly break the puppet and catch the worm. Can the power of Phantom be used like this? Lu Qingyi, who was watching the battle, also quickly discovered the characteristics of these phantoms created by the insects, and was shocked. After being killed, it could still return to the main body to strengthen the original body, which was too torturous for the opponent. What they didn't know was that this wasn't how to use the phantom at all, but a combination of the phantom and another bug-type skill. The more torment is still to come, the gem cat muttered. In the blink of an eye, the void mantis had used space cutting to kill more than a dozen dragon god phantoms. Because there were too many opponents, its blocking was inevitably missed, and many death signals returned to the insect body. The insect's mental fluctuations in the black meteorite yak also quickly rose to a higher level. At this time, the void mantis was helpless, but soon relieved, still thinking that the opponent would not be its opponent in a war of attrition. After all, the level gap was here. Continue. Swish. Most of the void mantis's attention was focused on the body of the black meteorite yak, looking for weaknesses. But as the saying goes, a wise man will make mistakes. After easily chopping off so many dragon god phantoms, a baby wearing hardened armor riding on the dragon god phantom made the void mantis pupils shrink. The phantom of the dragon was split into two by the void mantis, but the phantom of the immortal Sun Jinsen, wearing the air-hardening armor, jumped up. His body was next to the void mantis, and light was everywhere. "Hey, Chong Chong is so handsome," the phantom of the baby ginseng shouted. Boom. The powerful self-destruction wave combined with the air-shaking nature instantly shattered the surrounding space. Even if the void mantis dodged very timely, it was still inevitably injured. Not only was there the phantom of the dragon, but also the phantom of the teammate. Using the mental skill of the critical hide and the supervision, Chong Chong successfully found a mistake of the opponent after several rounds of confrontation. The void mantis was looking for the weakness of the puppet, and it was also looking for the mistake of the void mantis. I wipe. It was this attack that almost made the void mantis curse. The void mantis covered its wound with a black knife while flying backwards, and its pupils were shocked. Because it felt that it dodged the attack in time, and the damage caused by the move was absolutely limited. However, after being attacked, the outcome was beyond the void mantis's expectations. A force directly extracted part of its life force and energy value. Moreover, it was transmitted to the fantasy butterfly in a stronger insect signal, and even its space barrier could not stop it. How can it absorb life force and energy? The void mantis was about to curse. You still have the endurance skills of sucking blood and mana in a war of attrition, can't you afford it? This is, seeing the panic expression of the void mantis, Lu Qingyu said, the damage caused to the void mantis can be absorbed by insects. The gem cat nodded and said, so you know why I said that the more disgusting is still to come. Lu Qingyu was speechless. The gem cat had been with Shi Yu for a long time and obviously knew more about Shi Yu's pet. She now believed the gem cat's words. If this continues, the void mantis might really be in danger. This tactic is so dirty. Lu Qingyu herself definitely didn't want to fight with this tactic. The enemy hid in the indestructible puppet and released the phantom brother. After the phantom brother died, he could strengthen the original body. The phantom brother would suck the blood and mana of the enemy. How could such a dirty tactic be possible? At this moment, the void mantis was completely panicked, because it felt that as the insect's mental power increased again, the strength of the dragon phantom it continued to create was also gradually increasing. Swish! The black knife of the void mantis slashed at a black dragon that descended beside it again, but this attack did not kill the opponent instantly. Under the opponent's counterattack before death and the siege of the surrounding dragons, the body of the void mantis was directly slapped away by a dragon tail. MMP, space attack. The air invisibility was broken, and the body fell down. The void mantis felt that part of its physical energy was extracted again. When Chong Chong used this move to fight against 11 and Ginseng Baby, who also had endurance, the effect was not very good. But now when it was used to fight against void mantis, which had no endurance, Chong Chong experienced extreme happiness in an instant. However, in contrast, void mantis was extremely frustrated at this time and realized that it could not go on like this. It had no idea of Chong Chong's limit under this tactic. Continuing would be disadvantageous to it. Finally, The disgusted void mantis suddenly noticed a problem. As it flew backwards, it looked at Shiyu, who was watching the battle with a smile outside the venue, and was furious. It seemed to have thought of something, smiled, stopped, looked at the black meteorite yak puppet opposite, looked at the dragon group in the sky, and looked at Chong Chong and Shiyu opposite. He stretched out his arm, pointed the black knife at Shiyu and the others and said, "Speaking of which, in a beast battle, it is possible to attack the beast master himself, right, little bug? I advise you to come out and fight me, otherwise I will teleport to your beast master and take him hostage. With the beast master gone, it's no different from losing if you fight me again. You control such a big puppet, you definitely can't spare the energy to protect the beast master, right?" Void Mantis was desperate. What it said was of course very reasonable. After all, except for those battles to protect trainees, even in competitions, it is basically possible to attack the beast master himself. However, whether it was the challenge of the Sky Emperor ruins or the current battle, Void Mantis, as a predecessor, had never done this before. But this time, it was forced into a corner, which was enough to show the disgusting degree of the tactic of the bug. Hearing this, not only the bug and the puppet, but also Shiyu, or Lu Chengyi and the gem cat who were watching the battle, were all stunned. Unexpectedly, as an old predecessor, Void Mantis also began to lose martial ethics. "Hey, I didn't think of this trick just now." At this time, the gem cat suddenly realized and said, "The old ones are still the best. In a 1 versus 1 situation, we can use Shiyu's safety to force Chong Chong out of the puppet." Lu Chengyi coughed and looked at the Void Mantis. It felt that the senior mantis's mentality was indeed broken, otherwise he wouldn't be so decisive when facing 2 juniors. "Well, for your own good, I advise you not to. For your own good, I advise you not to." However, facing the threat of the Void Mantis, Shiyu and Chong Chong said in unison, "If you don't come out, I'll really come." The Void Mantis ignored Chong Chong and Shiyu, and saw that Chong Chong still had no intention of coming out, and his eyes were directly aimed at Shiyu. Although Shiyu is a telepathic talent, he did not give Chong Chong any bonus in the battle, and it was not appropriate to restrict his freedom, but the Void Mantis did not want to lose. It is true that it likes to fight, but like 11, it likes to fight the enemy's original body. "What do you mean by creating a group of suicide attack clones?" Facing Shiyu, a level 6 Beastmaster, the Void Mantis was much more relaxed. Even if Shiyu was a legendary level, even if Shiyu could use the ruins and have the ability to virtualize space, it could actually turn Shiyu into a hostage in an instant, because he was the overlord of the space system. The Void Mantis chuckled and teleported directly towards Shiyu, intending to hold a hostage and force Chong Chong. Let Shiyu and Chong Chong realize that society is very insidious. The Void Mantis intends to teach Shiyu and Chong Chong a lesson. The next second, the space ripples in front of Shiyu flashed. Facing a top assassin like the Void Mantis, Chong Chong was indeed unable to react and protect Shiyu in the first time. Controlling puppets and phantoms has already made it very extreme. At this moment, Lu Chengyi's face was serious, and the gem cat next to him was also grinning, ready to see Shiyu suffer a setback. There are not many times that Shiyu can be defeated. The gem cat estimated that this would be a rare time. Unless Shiyu asked other pets to take action, otherwise, Shiyu was destined to become a hostage. However, if he asked other pets besides Chong Chong to take action, Shiyu would be breaking the rules. At this time, Shiyu looked at the space ripples in front of him helplessly, and a light appeared in his pupils. He said, "I said it's better not to do this. I don't want to use this trick." If it was 2 months ago, Shiyu would have no choice but to let other pets take action and wait to be controlled. With his king-level dragon physique, he couldn't resist the attack of the space overlord. However, the version has changed. Within 2 months, although Shiyu still failed to successfully develop the telepathic talent for the second time and was stuck at the last step, he had become more and more proficient in the practice of mental power. At this time, as the ripples in the space flashed, the Void Mantis descended in front of Shiyu, with ill intentions in his eyes and a sinister look, and Shiyu's body, at this moment, suddenly changed. The air began to vibrate hummingly, and the nearly materialized mental power formed a blue outline around Shiyu. At the same time, the insects in the body of the black meteorite yak in the distance, through the legendary Dragon Ball, the powerful mental fluctuations that were repeatedly strengthened by the swarm command, seemed to resonate with Shiyu at this moment. The terrifying mental energy fluctuations on its body burst out, and even caused a blue outline of mental power to appear on the huge black meteorite yak. One of the derivative skills of mental power is mental strengthening. The second derivative skill of mental power is mental connection. With the help of the spiritual connection of the contract, Shiyu and Chong strengthened and linked each other's spirits. The terrifying mental power fluctuations bloomed from Shiyu, and Shiyu's pupils were instantly dyed with an extremely deep blue. At this moment, the void mantis, which had just landed, was slightly stunned and had not yet reacted. The gem cat and Lu Chengyi in the distance felt the terrifying mental fluctuations that were close to the totem level that suddenly appeared on Shiyu, and they were also stunned for a moment. At this moment, Shiyu seemed to have turned into a spiritual humanoid beast close to the totem level, with infinite deep spiritual power in his pupils. As the void mantis descended, Shiyu's arm was also raised, and his palm was aimed at the void mantis. When the void mantis faced Shiyu, a 6th-level beast master, without much defense, its whole body was instantly completely wrapped by a tyrannical mental power. The strength of this mental power directly changed the color of the void mantis, and its eyes were full of incredible expressions. Looking at Shiyu, who is like a top-level overlord beast, for a moment, some people didn't know what happened. The next moment, Shiyu clenched his palms and swung his arms. With a boom, the void mantis was thrown directly to the side of the black meteorite yak by telekinesis like a blue meteor. During the process of being thrown away, the space around the void mantis vibrated and the air wailed. It still had a confused expression. "Moo, I advised you not to do it." Seeing that the void mantis senior ran to attack the beast master without listening to the advice, Chong was helpless. If it had been a few months ago, it would have been fine. However, the problem was that after Shiyu also had full-level telekinesis, it and Shiyu's mental power could be linked and strengthened. Chong's mental power, which was already very terrifying at this time, was strengthened again by Shiyu, and its own load also reached a certain limit. However, it looked at the void mantis that had been hiding from the black meteorite yak puppet and was thrown over, and immediately laughed. Knowing that it was over. Boom! The huge black bull hoof stomped in the air, and the void mantis opened its mouth wide, still not understanding why Shiyu's telepathic talent had just shown its power. A black shadow filled the air in front of him, and it was suppressed with a boom in an instant. Stinky! In the vibration, the void mantis screamed shrilly, still not understanding at all. At this time, looking at Shiyu, who was full of mental power fluctuations, like a top overlord, Lu Chengyi and the gem cat. They had not recovered yet, and they all looked at him with gurgling saliva, with a look of shock. Lu Chengyi was at a loss. Just now, Shiyu used telekinesis? No, in addition to this, there is also mental enhancement. She could feel that the mental fluctuations of the insect just now, with the changes in Shiyu, suddenly increased a lot, just like Shiyu used the mental enhancement of the beast taming talent. But, isn't Shiyu a telepathic talent? Isn't Shiyu a human? How can a human use telekinesis? Wait, a non-pure-blooded mixed-blood beast master may indeed use extraordinary abilities, but Shiyu is not a mixed blood. Even if a mixed-blood beast master has extraordinary abilities, they are still weaker than pets. How could Shiyu be so strong? The successive reversals made Lu Chengyi's brain a little confused. Senior Ying, I'm so scared. The gem cat was also a little stunned at this time, and did not react for a while, because in the past 2 months, even when Shiyu developed telekinesis, it was not by Shiyu's side, and had already returned to the ancient capital. However, the gem cat did no more than Lu Chengyi. It immediately thought of the body-controlled talent that Shiyu plundered. The original owner of the talent, Beichuan Chuanqi, also had telekinesis. However, although they were all telekinesis, Beichuan's telekinesis was understandable, but Shiyu's, what the hell? Why is your telekinesis stronger than the original owner of the talent? The battle ended with a defeat of the void mantis without a doubt. If it fights normally with the bugs, just like what the gem cat said, it is not certain who will win or lose. As long as it keeps attacking, hits the vital points, cracks the puppet repaired by the phantom, and pulls out the bugs, the victory is likely to be its. However, no one expected that the void mantis chose the smart method and ran to control Shiyu to force the bugs out, forcing the real 1 versus 1 to become a fake 1 versus 1. After the battle, Shiyu looked at the shocked expressions of the gem cat and Senior Lu, and looked at the void mantis shaking its arms and trying to raise them on the battlefield, and was silent for a while. Ah, headache. Shi Yu also covered his head. During this period, he experienced a lot of pain as a beast master with a strengthening talent. Strengthening with the derivative skills of telekinesis consumes much more than strengthening the beast master talent. Even for him, the strengthened and stronger bugs can only last for a while. The severe headache after using it is also the reason why Shi Yu didn't want to use it at first. But the void mantis rushed towards the muzzle. Gemcat and Lu Chengyi came over quickly, looking at the messy battlefield and Shi Yu knocking his head, and were speechless. Well, it seems that I won. Shen Bao Bao, go treat Senior Mantis first. Shi Yu still called out Shen Bao Bao despite having a headache. After Shen Bao Bao came out, he looked at the situation on the battlefield and shook his head again and again. I don't know whether Senior Mantis was lucky or unlucky to have drawn Chong Chong. At present, although Chong Chong may not be the strongest in the team in a single fight, if Shi Yu's mental enhancement is added, and other pets are not enhanced by the Beastmaster, Chong Chong's strength is still very fierce. I want an explanation. At this time, the Void Mantis looked up at the sky weakly, stretched out his arm with a black knife, and shouted under the quick treatment of Shen Bao Bao. This is not scientific. Well, I'll explain it to you, Shi Yu scratched his cheek, looked at the Gemcat, the Void Mantis, and Senior Lu, and said, but Senior Mantis, I won this battle, right, Void Mantis, I don't, except, it was extremely dissatisfied to be defeated by a monarch-level butterfly, and felt, too ashamed to see the Void Emperor. Next to it, looking at the miserable Void Mantis, Lu Chengyi couldn't bear to look directly at it. She never expected that it would be this result. She felt that she was still the sixth in the sequence, and it seemed that she was still the sixth in the sequence. Forget it, don't think about the sequence ranking for now, just pass the legendary assessment first. She has contacted the association for the assessment. It is said that the headquarters will send a local acquaintance from the ancient capital to assess her, in a large villa in the ancient capital, Master Guoji, who has been promoted to the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Beast Taming Association to be responsible for the legendary assessment, returned home excitedly. After the promotion, he was assigned a senior overlord as his partner and became one of the legendary examiners. However, there were very few legendary examinations in China, and he was very idle most of the time. Therefore, 2 months ago, he and some other colleagues were sent by the association to take a group of young beastmasters to the ancient country of Minghua for exchange activities. They just returned to China in the past 2 days. As soon as he returned to China, Master Chu Ji received good news one after another. His daughter, Chu Ling, returned from the mission and was waiting for him in the ancient capital. Because of this, the headquarters directly gave Master Chu Ji a 2-month vacation. However, although there were many vacations, he had to perform another task, which was to conduct a legendary assessment for Lu Chengyi, who had just broken through in the ancient capital. Master Chu Ji could be said to be full of emotion. Lu Chengyi, the proud daughter of the ancient capital, unexpectedly broke through to the legendary level now. It was probably because they were from the same hometown that he was asked to be the new examiner to be responsible for the assessment. When he thought of his daughter coming back and thinking of the ancient capital adding another legendary genius, Master Chu Ji felt double happiness. Dad, as soon as he got home, Master Guoji saw his daughter Chu Ling running out to greet him. Seeing his still beautiful daughter, Master Guoji burst into tears. Old buddy, look who's back. After seeing his daughter, Master Guoji immediately summoned his original pet, the bull-headed Beast King. Although the bull-headed Beast King is now the weakest pet in his team, it is the pet closest to Master Guoji's family. When Chu Ling was a child, the bull-headed Beast King often played with her. In addition, the bull-headed Beast King is not young anymore, so Chu Ling even affectionately calls him Grandpa Niu. Roar, after the bull-headed Beast King came out, he also looked at the grown-up little girl with joy. At this time, Chu Ling ran to her father and the bull-headed Beast King and said, Dad, Grandpa Niu, I miss you so much. I thought I could see you when I came back, but I didn't expect to wait so long in the end. Sorry, Master Guoji smiled bitterly. You know, his daughter is coming back soon, and she will never go abroad for study and exchange. Chu Ling smiled indifferently and said, Dong Huang has changed a lot now. Yes. Chu Ji and the bull-headed Beast King seemed very happy no matter what Chu Ling said at this time. It seemed that they had countless things to talk about later. But the next second, Chu Ling said, By the way, Dad, Grandpa Niu, you know Shi Yu, right? I heard that several of his assessments were hosted by you? So amazing." After returning to China, she learned more about Shi Yu's amazingness. Her father actually witnessed the growth of such a super genius. But what she didn't understand was why the smiles of her father and the bull-headed beast king suddenly stopped. Chapter 395, Fusion of Kirin Fossils. After Shen Bao cured the void mantis stood up tremblingly. At this time, Chong Chong had returned to its original state, the puppet had retracted the space pocket, and the phantom had been withdrawn. It looked at the void mantis with an innocent expression, while the void mantis looked at Shi Yu and Chong Chong with an unconvinced look. It was not willing to accept the fact that it had lost. "What is that?" it asked indifferently. If it had not relaxed when approaching Shi Yu, but had held the mentality of facing an opponent of the same level, it would definitely not have been unable to react. It was simply too much for Shi Yu, the junior, to take care of him so much. What was that just now? The void mantis felt that it should be right. That was a mental power fluctuation that was much stronger than Chong Chang's mental energy. But how could such power appear in a beastmaster? Doesn't Shi Yu have a telepathic talent? It felt that it was being controlled and clearly. Telekinesis. Shi Yu had a baby sitting on his shoulder at this time, and he said with a smile, "No matter what it is, Senior, I won." Void mantis cursed in his heart. "I know it's telekinesis, but how can you, a non-hybrid beastmaster with telepathic talent, have telekinesis? It was developed with special resources. I learned telekinesis using special resources, and then used special resources to improve my telekinesis proficiency to a high level. Just now, the spiritual energy of me and Chong Chong was connected and strengthened to produce a qualitative change. Senior Mantis, you don't lose unfairly." The gem cat grinned beside him, a legendary equipment, a top-level totem puppet, plus a non-human beastmaster next to it to assist. It's normal to be defeated by a higher level. Void Mantis glared. Whether it can speak, who lost? It's just that it didn't take it seriously and underestimated the enemy. If it fights seriously, everyone will die. Otherwise, another extra game, Shi Yu pondered and said. Let 11 try again with Void Mantis. At present, 11, who has mastered the perfect level of immortal golden body, is very fierce. Void Mantis was about to say add a match, but his heart suddenly sank. Suddenly he remembered that this bug was not very strong a few months ago. Shi Yu's black and white bear was much stronger than it at that time. If the improvement of Shi Yu's other pets is also so terrifying, it is still dangerous. No, it must be terrifying. It suddenly remembered the totem puppet. At this time, as Shi Yu showed more and more things, it suddenly believed that it was Shi Yu who hunted it himself. If Shi Yu can even defeat the totem, then why would it add a bug? There is no need to add a match. Although I didn't perform well because I underestimated the enemy, there is no need to care about you young people, even if you win. Void Mantis gritted his teeth. Legendary equipment, totem puppets, resources that can help humans learn telekinesis? At least it must be legendary spiritual resources. It looked at Shi Yu, this dog-rich man. How rich is this guy's family? Those sons of the Sky Emperor are not as generous as you. It felt more and more that the descendants of the Sky Emperor, including the children of the wealthy families of the Sky Emperor dynasty, were not as good as this guy. It's alright, Shi Yu smiled. Anyway, as long as the mantis doesn't cheat. The right to practice in the Sky Emperor ruins will be open to him at any time. Shi Yu looked at Lu Qingyi, thinking about providing her with an opportunity to practice spiritual power. But at this moment, in the ruined space, Lin suddenly contacted Shi Yu through telepathy. Master, there is progress in the research. You can try to fuse the Kirin fossils for evolution. After Lin finished speaking, Shi Yu's expression was stunned. What about creating a school and teaching superpowers? All of them were thrown behind his mind. Kirin, my Kirin. He looked at Lu Qingyi and said, Senior, I still have one resource left. Maybe there is a chance that you can learn telekinesis, but it may take some time. Huh? Lu Qingyi couldn't believe it. I can do it too. She also saw Shi Yu's performance just now. She also has a spiritual pet, Emperor Concubine Flower. If she can learn this level of spiritual telekinesis skills, it will undoubtedly increase the strength of all members. Compared with combat-type beastmasters, the only thing that telepathic beastmasters lack is the ability to strengthen. This is too important. Okay, Shi Yu said confidently. Hearing this, Lu Qingyi's eyes were shining, and she was overjoyed and said, Really? Then I won't be polite. This kind of thing can't be refused. After thinking about it, Lu Chengyi said, I will help you take good care of the Phoenix Legion. Just tell me if you need anything from me, Shiyu? Weren't you very resistant before? This is changing too fast. Can you be a good beastmaster with telepathic talent? At this time, listening to the conversation between Shiyu and Lu Chengyi, the corners of the Void Mantis mouth twitched. You have telepathic talent, don't add any weird abilities. The World Championship is so dangerous, more abilities and more trump cards, Shiyu laughed. Unfortunately, since he also needs to use the talent beads to develop telepathy, and making memory drops is too time-consuming for himself, Su and Chong, Shiyu can only take care of Lu Chengyi, who also has no combat talent. Otherwise, if there is no pressure from the World Championship, he will recruit disciples no matter what. Others have to pay tuition. JPG Worlds, World Tree. Void Mantis looked at Shiyu and said, there are less than 4 months left, right? When the time comes, I'll go with you to join in the fun. My Beastmaster once wanted to go to Anatara, but unfortunately he didn't make it because the World Tree was sleeping. This time I'll go on its behalf, Lu Chengyi said. I promised Senior Mantis that I would take him there. Of course that's easy to say. Shiyu smiled and said, each country should be able to bring a lot of spectators to each worlds. Well, Senior, I just remembered that I have something to do in the afternoon. Let's talk about it at dinner tonight. Shiyu couldn't wait to go to Lin to see the situation, so he spoke immediately. Okay, Lu Chengyi nodded slightly and said, then I'll go and confirm the time for the legendary assessment with the association. Even if you become a professional beastmaster, you can receive resources subsidized by the association on a monthly basis. If you obtain a legendary beastmaster license, it will be even more amazing. You can receive a batch of advanced resources above level 7 every year. It's a waste not to take the assessment. At the same time, only those who have reached a legendary level are eligible to run for the position of president of the Beast Taming Association of first-level cities, such as Moto and Gudu. It can be said that after reaching the legendary level, one foot has stepped into the core senior management of Donghuang. People like Shiyu, who are mediocre in strength, have entered many important national departments, have a great voice, casually build legions, chat and laugh with totems, and command a bunch of overlords. On the contrary, they are exceptions. Hey, you kid. At this time, seeing Shiyu slipping away so quickly, the gem cat rolled his eyes and felt that things were not that simple. Generally, Shiyu's anxious look should be waiting for him with some good things. At this time, the Void Mantis watched Shiyu walk away, still very depressed. Seeing this, the gem cat couldn't help but comfort him. Senior Mantis, think about it, at least when Shiyu goes to the ruins of the Sky Empire in the future, he must bring some gifts. The Void Mantis was silent and could only think so. But I'm afraid that this guy will send some strange people over, and he won't come himself, just like he sent Lu Chengyi over. After Shiyu left Senior Lu's legendary ruins, he ran back to the dormitory and entered his own ruin steadily, and came to Lin's Mechanical Research Institute. At this time, in the Research Institute, in addition to Lin, there was also a mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. Roar, perhaps it can no longer be called a mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. After all, it has completed its evolution under Lin's upgrade in the past 2 months. It is now nearly 10 meters long, crawling on the ground, with a body of earth-brown dragon scales, majestic and domineering. Behind the huge head, several thorn-like scales extend, and the deep blue-gray dragon eyes are full of invincibility. Except for the lack of wings, compared with the form of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it is now closer to the Western dragon. To lay the foundation for fusing the Kirin fossil, Lin has been fusing the second fossil for the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex in the past few months. It is an 8th-level fossil from a totem-level Earth dragon, the King of the Earth. From this Earth dragon, Zyagi has acquired 3 new racial skills and has also completed its evolution. Name, Zyagi. Race, mechanical life. Attributes, mechanical, Earth, dragon. Race level, intermediate overlord. Growth level, commander level. Race skills, intermediate. Basic intelligence, mastery. Advanced, sky-breaking sword, mastery. Dragon breath, proficiency. Deterrence, perfect. Super level, Earth domain. Entry, earthquake. Entry, reverse scale. Entry, energy value. 100,000. After the evolution, Zyagi's personality has become much worse. This is because he has acquired a reverse scale skill. Whoever says that he is not the overlord of the earth, he will dare to get angry and show it to him. Sulking. After all, except Tia, no one else can beat him. Although it is the second deterrent in the team besides 11, and the true king of racial skills, this does not hinder its position as a younger brother. Hey, after Shiyu came, Zyuji stretched out his dragon claws, with a sharp look in his eyes, saying that it was all thanks to it. Unlike the duck, except for an extra mouth to eat, it can't provide any contribution to the team. It's still the king of the earth. Okay. Shiyu looked at Zyuji, who was getting more and more handsome, and gave a thumbs up, saying, Rin is about to evolve successfully, you will be the first credit, and then I will sell my kidney to find a legendary resource to help you break through the overlord. Roar. Zyuji was very excited, and the basic intelligence of the mastery level had made it less stunned, and it already knew what a good thing the legendary resource was. That was a super treasure that even the members of the first team dreamed of. Even Sister Lin has not received a legendary resource yet. And Shiyu actually said that he would give him one too. That's a good feeling. Although it is only the commander level now, it does not prevent Zyuji from having visions for the future. After becoming an overlord, it will be the real overlord of the earth. No, it's too wasteful, Lin said beside him. Hey, it feels that the master is getting more and more arrogant. What legendary resources, even if it's a team, it's in short supply at the moment. Giving it to this big guy, isn't it a waste? What does it matter? Shiyu said with a smile. Zyuji is also very hard-working. Roar. That's right. Zyuji looked at Lin with tears in his eyes. He didn't expect the big sister to be so ruthless. In order to cooperate with the experiment, it lay on the mechanical bed for 12 hours a day and let it be dissected. There are still 12 hours of beating. Until the breakthrough to the commander level, Zyuji and Yu did not defeat the extraordinary level green cotton worm phantom. In the end, these two guys could hardly suppress their growth level, and finally rushed over with a level advantage after the breakthrough. Relying on the level advantage along the way, they defeated the extraordinary level bugs, 11, Chitong, Su Su, and Shen Bao Bao. Although they defeated them, it was not easy along the way. They were scared to death when they played the extraordinary level. But at present, they are all stuck at the 6th level. Facing the commander level green worm cocoon phantom, a new round of reincarnation began. Whatever you want, Lin turned his head. Forget it, as long as Shiyu is happy. Shiyu smiled and didn't treat the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex as an outsider. In addition, this guy has a really good talent. Without any points, he has raised the deterrent skill level from the initial awakening stage to perfect proficiency in less than a month. Although 11 occasionally gave a few pointers, it may also be because the second fossil was entangled with deterrence fluctuations, but it is undeniable that the current Zyuji has an outrageous talent. He really has the talent of a king. Well, in Shiyu's plan, Zyuji must at least be cultivated to the totem level in the end, and he can't be worse than the second team of pets of Kangdi, Lin Feng and others. Okay, merge quickly, Shiyu urged Lin, saying, what is the success rate? The expected success rate, 100%, Lin said. You are still the most reassuring, Shiyu praised. It's worth adding your divine network to, Mastery plus 11. Top level intelligence is still strong. If it really succeeds, won't our progress be faster than that of the 4th game? Shiyu pondered. The 4th game was also studying a low-level fossil of mythical quality. The fossil species was unknown. Both sides were studying simultaneously. The 4th game had not succeeded yet, but Lin had made progress first. It was interesting. Although Lin's intelligence is currently top level, it may be higher than the black-winged demon god of Ashuang's legend, but in the 4th game, there are mechanical life forms with perfect top-level intelligence. They will definitely participate in the research of mechanical fantasy beasts. Such a big guy is involved, and Rin, who has been called by me to study super alloys and radars from time to time, has a fast research speed. This is simply worthy of me. Well trained. That's because of the assistance of Chong Chong and Shen Bao Bao. Lin saw what Shiyu was thinking at a glance. Mechanical fantasy beasts, Chong Chong's full-level dream-stealing and fantasy power, and Shen Bao Bao's time in life and death power are indispensable. Of course the master deserves the most credit, to be honest, that's true, Shiyu smiled, looking forward to the scene after adding points to Lin's top intelligence to the superb level. At present, according to what Shiyu knows, No mechanical life has trained the top intelligence skills to the superb level. Even the mechanical legends of Shen Fang and Dong Huang are the same. Although their totem mechanical pets have other types of mechanical skills that have reached the superb level, such as superclass forbidden self-destruction and superclass forbidden missiles, their superclass intelligence has remained at perfect proficiency. Dong Huang's mechanical legend Shenitun even said that if there is a mechanical life that can have top intelligence and raise the skill level to the superb level, it will lead a new chapter in the mechanical department. How can Shiyu not look forward to this? Under Shiyu's urging, Lin quickly called Chong Chong and Shen Bao Bao to start evolving. Seeing this critical moment, Shiyu also called 11, Chidan, Su Su, and Ye to witness it together. Chong Chong was excited after winning a battle. He had defeated the legendary Sky Emperor's pet by leaps and bounds. Shiyu, the eternal god. Roar, Zioji had a psychological trauma when he saw Chong Chong. He was tortured by Chong Chong's phantom all day long, so it was normal for him to be scared when he saw the real thing. Duck, in addition to it, the platypus that came over also had wrinkles on his face and looked vicissitudes. It used to like eating insects the most, but ducks. Unexpectedly, the wheel of fate would turn, and it would be tortured by insects for almost half a year. 11. Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, and Su Su also hurried over, especially Su Su. After all, Lin said that when it completed its evolution, it would participate in the team meeting. Su Su, who had been at the bottom of the list for a long time, couldn't wait to pull Lin in to replace her. Good sisters. Then shall I start? Seeing that everyone had arrived, the image of the white-haired girl Lin became clearer and clearer on the cube-shaped screen, and her eyes were full of light. The cube continued to split and turned into a floating experimental table. It took the unicorn fossil out of the mechanical space, placed it on the experimental table, and called Chong Chong and Shiayu for help. The next moment, Chong Chong nodded, and Shiayu nodded. Chong Chong first used the legendary Dragon Ball to raise his fantasy power to a higher level. Then, Shiayu and its mental power connected and strengthened each other. The reason why Lin was able to make a breakthrough was also related to Chong Chang's acquisition of the legendary Dragon Ball, a sharp increase in skill proficiency, and Shiayu's acquisition of superpowers and the ability to connect with Chong Chong's spirit. This will make the copied Fengkilin Phantom more perfect. With a hum, in the dark meditation state, Shiayu and Chong Chong entered another world, the dream world of fossils. It was still a barren world like the primitive world. The sky was covered by gray clouds and mist, and the earth was full of dry dust, a dead-end scene. The creature that was not only beautiful, but also extremely handsome and elegant was still running away from something. Chong Chong looked solemn and immediately began to copy. Outside the unicorn horn fossil, a creature with a white body like a deer and a light and slender body slowly materialized. On its body, some of the blue patterns condensed into cloud-like hair, reflecting the image of the wind. The whole body is like the incarnation of the wind, and the head is petite and soft. Elegant, beautiful, handsome, and all kinds of praise can be used on it. When it was first materialized, there was a light breeze lingering around it, and the hair on its head that was more elegant and like a blue ribbon also fluttered in the wind. At this moment, Lin began to move, and his whole body turned into particles that were difficult to see with the naked eye, and instantly merged into the body of the wind unicorn phantom. Layers of blue-white halos that Lin turned into wrapped around the wind unicorn. Let's start the fusion now. It is expected to take 5 minutes. Lin's voice was transmitted to Shiyu and the others. Shiyu and the others nodded, knowing that this was just the beginning. Then, during the fusion process, Lin had to take out various mechanical parts and various resources from his own mechanical space to assist in his fusion process and carry out internal transformation. Originally, this was the job of a mechanic, but Shiyu, who knew nothing about it, could only quietly wait for good news from Lin. Hong Yi, 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao and the others all looked at it with great anticipation. After the successful fusion of the mythical creature, they wondered how powerful Lin would become. During these 5 minutes, Shiyu and his companions really had nothing else to do. They just stared at the dreamy phantom of the wind unicorn in front of them. It closed its eyes and exuded a gentle breeze, giving people a very peaceful feeling. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As the time estimated by Lin got closer and closer, Shiyu and his companions couldn't help but get nervous. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. At this moment, some changes finally occurred in Lin, or in other words, the phantom of the wind unicorn. The light of evolution lingered. Buzz! Along with the light, a wind with obviously strong energy fluctuations but very gentle quickly spread in all directions, and the cyan ripples instantly covered the entire courtyard of the Mechanical Research Institute. In the legendary ruins, the blue sky was dyed with cyan and white, and a rising energy made Shiyu hold his breath. Here it comes, Shiyu shouted, watching the energy changes of Lin with burning eyes. The other pets, except Xiaoji and Ya, also opened their full-level supervision to observe the energy fluctuations and changes in Lin. Boom. After 2 months of training, Lin's energy value originally reached 5 million, and now, 6 million, 7 million, 8 million. It doesn't look like an evolution at all, but like a breakthrough, the energy value increases very outrageous, 9 million. Soon, Lin's energy fluctuations surpassed Chong Chong, Su Su, and Shi Tong, and came to the 3rd place in the team. You know, it is currently the only pet in the team that has not been strengthened by legendary resources, and it has the least super-level skills and low-level skills. However, under such circumstances, its energy value is still increasing at a terrifying speed. Is it the credit of the unicorn horn fossil? Shiyu murmured in his heart. Although the energy level of the unicorn horn fossil is already level 0, it was a mythical resource after all, a mythical quality, and contains traces of hundreds of millions of years of time. After the power stimulated by the resources provided by the ginseng baby was integrated into Lin's body, it seemed understandable that such a change occurred. However, the energy value is all false. What Shiyu is most concerned about is skills. Skills. Can I get those skills of Fenkilin through this fusion, this evolution, and this awakening? Soon. Through the contract, Shiyu got the answer. Name, turn danger into good fortune. Introduction, wind superclass skill, which can absorb skills that are dangerous to oneself and double the power to rebound to the enemy. First of all, it is the skill of turning danger into good fortune. Shiyu has copied this skill from senior sister Lu and taught it to Lin in advance. In this evolution process, this skill directly changed from a non-racial skill to racial skill. In addition, name, Wind Spirit Pearl, Introduction, Wind Superclass Skill, Fanglings who can absorb and adapt to most attributes, and can spread the power effects of other attributes to the maximum release through the power of wind. Fanglings who, the skill that Shiyu and others perceived from the dream of Fenkilin fossil, was also directly awakened by Lin. This skill is also very important. It is the key skill for making combined mecha judged by Lin. There is one more, Shiyu was looking forward to it. There is another strongest skill. In Shiyu's view, that superclass skill is not a divine skill, but it is like a divine skill. However, at this time, Lin did not move. The light of evolution dissipated. The phantom of the wind unicorn, which was not tall and only 1 meter tall, slowly opened its eyes. Success, Lin said, his smart eyes were full of joy. Where is my blessing of the wind? Where is my blessing of the wind that is so big? Shiyu was stunned. Seeing that Lin successfully evolved, he was happy, but also confused. In his opinion, this skill is the most important. Name, Blessing of the Wind, Introduction, super-level skills of the wind, time, and space systems, using the natural wind to improve luck. Without this skill, can it be called a wind unicorn? Lin was not sad at all. Its language was still full of joy. It said, this skill is different from turning danger into luck and the wind spirit bead. It is extremely difficult to integrate. I can feel that I can't control this skill at present, but it can still awaken at any time. This is a quasi-divine skill, a prototype of a divine skill, and a talent skill inherited from its mythical parents, Blessing of the Wind. A quasi-divine skill. Shiyu, Shiai, Chong Chong, Chidan, Su Su, Shinbeo Bao, etc., all opened their mouths suddenly. After communicating with Senior Ji Mengzhu, they naturally knew how awesome quasi-divine skills and the prototype of divine skills were. As long as they mastered this, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were a mythical race. Blessing of the Wind, is it a quasi-divine skill? It is not as simple as an ordinary superclass skill. It's okay, Master, don't forget, we still have the skill of myth revival, Lin quickly reminded. Lin's reminder immediately made Shiyu react and look at it. Skill, myth revival, introduction, a superclass special skill that can awaken a divine power sleeping in the body of a living being. Status, teachable, cooling time. 42 hours myth revival can also be taught. You mean, Shiyu reacted and understood. At this time, Lin undoubtedly had the power of God sleeping in his body. If he taught Lin this skill, even if Blessing of the Wind was a divine skill, it could not control it with its current degree of integration. However, as the proficiency of the myth revival skill increased, then it would be sooner or later that it could master Blessing of the Wind. I see. As expected of top intelligence, it is smart. Shi Yu was upset because Lin failed to awaken the Blessing of Wind. However, when he heard that the Blessing of Wind might be a quasi-divine skill and could be awakened through the myth revival skill, he was excited in an instant. So cool. In this way, Lin might be the first pet in the team to master quasi-divine skills? The first to become a pet of a mythical race? Not necessarily. Shi Yu fell into deep thought. If the awakening of the Blessing of Wind requires too high a skill proficiency in the myth revival skill, it would be difficult to do. No matter, today is a great day anyway. 11 of them also asked one after another, in addition to awakening 2 new race skills, are there any other changes? Lin nodded proudly, of course there are. If the wind element life is the darling of the wind system, then the wind unicorn is the master of the wind system. After evolution, its proficiency in the wind element control skill has been improved to a level close to the perfect level, thanks to its current physics perfect affinity for wind. Name, Lin. Race, mechanical life. Attributes, mechanical, wind. Race level, advanced overlord, quasi-mythology. Growth level, king level. Race skills, high level, versatile. Skills beyond the Tao, advanced intelligence. Skills beyond the Tao, mechanical space. Skills beyond the Tao, loading. Skills beyond the Tao, super level. Control of wind element, mastery plus 11. Divine network, mastery plus 11. Turn disaster into fortune, mastery. Wind spirit pearl, entry level. Taught skills, intermediate level. Supervision, excellent. Critical strike, excellent. High level. Clone, excellent. Multiplication, excellent. Deterrence, excellent. Absolute sleep, excellent. Super level. Myth revival, not taught. Energy value, 9 million plus. Woo, ye. Hearing that Lin had changed so drastically after fusing with the Kilin form, 11, Chong Chong, and Shenbei were all curious. How about a fight? A fight? Me, Ning, Chideng and Susu also felt that everything was still within control. A fight? A fight? No, Lin turned his head mercilessly, and his whole body turned into a breeze. Returning to the Rubik's Cube form, saying, it has not yet evolved completely successfully. The power of the Wind Kilin fossil has not been fully activated. It needs to learn the myth revival before it can be the real Wind Kilin form, then, we'll fight again. Lin refused decisively, not giving Susu and the others a chance to take advantage of him, while Xiaoyu smiled. However, after taking a look at the culling time, Xiaoyu changed his face immediately. Damn it, if I had known before coming, I would not have wasted my energy on 11. 11? So, love will disappear, right? Chapter 396 Another mythical resource. Lin has evolved. Next, Xiaoyu naturally wants to study Lin's strength after evolution. This research is incredible. Xiaoyu found that Lin in the Wind Unicorn form should be the fastest in the team at the same level. This title originally belonged to Akim, but now it has been taken away by Lin. Of course, this refers to the speed of movement on land and in the sky. If it is in the sea, Susu is definitely better. This makes Xiaoyu think that maybe he can abandon Chong Chong and use Lin as a means of transportation. After all, Chong Chong's instant movement is on and off and intermittent, which makes it easy to get carsick. Moreover, the consumption of instant movement is not small. Every time Chong Chong uses it up, he still complains about being tired, making it seem like he's squeezing Chong Chong. Unlike Rin, he can directly use natural wind power as energy to fly continuously and at high speed. It is energy-saving and environmentally friendly, stable and fast. Rin, you should quickly study the unicorn fighter form. This time we will fly the plane ourselves to Tinxiang. If it is a mecha, it is too conspicuous and easy to be beaten, and the speed is not necessarily faster than the fighter form. After letting Lin show off his speed in the sky, Xiaoyu said, it's quite fast. After hearing Xiaoyu's suggestion, the 11 and the others exchanged solemnly, and the bugs breathed a sigh of relief. Just don't let it move instantly. Lin frowned. Although it's not impossible, it is a perfectionist. It will waste a lot of time to spend time studying the fighter form. But it still has to continue to study the Kilin form and the combined mecha. Lin quickly said, otherwise, Take the C route. Let's enter Susu's infinite space and let it take it over, counting the enhancement of the time fruit. Susu should be faster than me. The most important thing is safety. I will make a lot of noise when flying in the air, but if Susu shrinks and travels in the ocean, no one can detect it. At the beginning, the legend of the sea was to let Shiyu and others enter the infinite space of the giant kun and go to the Dragon Palace City. Compared with the huge formation of the giant kun, the Susu, which will be multiplied to the full level, is naturally invincible in the vast ocean. If you want to hide, I'm afraid that ordinary totems can't find it. Susu opened her eyes and shook her head when she heard Lin's suggestion. Tinxiang is so far away, it must be exhausted all the way. Okay, let's go by sea. I just want to go to Longgong City before going to Tinxiang, Shiyu said. Susu, kak? Shiyu continued to study, which was very novel. He even flew a few laps on the Kilin Phantom. The so-called Kilin is riding on Lin. In the flying state, although the speed was very fast, Shiyu felt very comfortable, without any discomfort caused by the wind pressure. Of course, they kept experimenting with the new wind spirit bead skills that Lin had acquired. This move was very interesting. When Lin condensed, it was like a high-speed rotating wind ball, which itself had a strong tearing and swallowing effect. Throwing it out directly can also cause huge destructive power, like a compressed typhoon. But what's more amazing is that Shidai's White Thunder, Qitong's Yangayan, Susu's Wave Cannon, and Chongchong's Fantasy Power can all be integrated into the Wind Spirit Bead, giving the Wind Spirit Bead a new attribute color, thereby greatly increasing its power. It can be said that the Wind Spirit Pearl is a perfect template for combo skills, but unfortunately, the entry-level Wind Spirit Pearl can only fuse and spread one kind of power, but when the level is higher, it should be able to fuse the power of 11, Susu, Chongchong, Chidan, and Shenbao, and strengthen it. This is also the reason why Lin said that the skill of Wind Spirit Pearl is likely to be the key skill of the combined mecha. When the proficiency of this skill is high, with the Wind Spirit Pearl as the core of the mecha, it can indeed mobilize the power of Opets to the maximum extent. Although the increase of a single attribute by the Wind Spirit Pearl is not as powerful as Chidan's interlaced sword, it is more suitable for the mechanical system because of its small load and high tolerance. After all, it is really fatal for the mechanical system to be injured. Even Shenbao has no good means to treat Lin. Shenbao's healing effect is most obvious for 11, Chongchong, and Shiyu, but the effect on Susu, Chidan, and Lin is gradually decreasing. Fortunately, the three sisters also have their own healing skills. Shiyu was busy from noon to the evening. Thinking of the dinner with his senior sister, he hurried out of the ruined space. Now he couldn't teach Lin the myth revival, so he could only wait until tomorrow. Before coming here, he taught 11 some skills, and wasted a lot of physical energy by strengthening in the battle with the insects. There was something to wait for next. Senior sister, where are you? After coming out, Shiyu made a voice call to Lu Qingyi and called her. Where are we going to eat tonight? Shiyu touched his stomach and was already hungry. However, on the other end of the phone, Lu Qingyi did not immediately reply to Shiyu about a meal, but said, did you just come out of the ruins? Yes, Shiyu nodded. Wait for the meal, I'm with my grandpa now. It seems that there will be an online meeting of the 11th Bureau later, which will be convened by President Lin. Let's see what it is first, huh? Okay, Shiyu was stunned. An online meeting of the 11th Bureau? He has joined the 11th Bureau for so long, and it seems that there has never been a unified meeting in the Bureau. Just like what senior sister Lu said when she tricked him into joining the Bureau, it was very loose and free, and there were no tasks at all. No. Shiyu was suddenly startled. 2 months ago, didn't President Lin give him an archaeological mission to the Sky Fox Kingdom? Oh, this mission doesn't seem to be mandatory, and you can choose to go or not freely, so it's okay. It seems that it's really easy, but I don't know what will happen this time. To summon all the members of the 11th Bureau at once, it should be more important than the secret realm of the Iron-Eating Beast in the Sky Fox Kingdom. Could it be that something happened in the secret realm of the Meteorite Clan? Shiyu remembered that President Lin seemed to have said that archaeologists would be sent to investigate and study the secret realm of the Meteorite Clan that could not be found in the near future. Could it be that something happened here? Shiyu quickly took out his mobile phone and connected the archaeological atlas. It was not a good guess, so he would wait and find out through the meeting. About half an hour later, 10 formal members of the 11th Bureau of the Ancient Zhongyuan Kingdom entered the online conference room together. At present, including formal members and trainee members, the 11th Bureau should have 12 people. However, Feng Lan, a trainee high school student, would not be allowed to attend such a meeting. As for the other absentee, Shi Yu glanced at the name on the list and immediately knew what was going on. It was that senior. Shi Yu had never seen this senior since he joined the Bureau. He just heard that he was the one with the highest comprehensive archaeological achievements in the 11th Bureau. Through the ruins, he helped the ancient country of Donghuang harvest 2 mythical resources and more than 10 legendary resources. In addition, the relic space harvested exceeded 10. If there is a director position in the 11th Bureau, it should be him. But unfortunately, he is said to have gone to explore a mythical relic and has not come out for 5 years. No one knows whether he is alive or dead. His name is Gu Yun, a legendary figure in the 11th Bureau and one of the elders. Shi Yu has heard a lot about his deeds, but he doesn't know when he can meet him and communicate with him. At the beginning, when entering the mythical ruins, Gu Lao's message to the 11th Bureau was that if he couldn't come out, don't look for him. The absentee is naturally this one. In addition, Principal Feng, K. Chuanqi, Grandma Li, Dr. Chen, Senior Sister Lu, all the members of the 11th Bureau are already in place. Shi Yu came in at about the same time as everyone else. Among these people, Shi Yu is the least experienced. However, these old predecessors, after seeing the name Shi Yu, all of them had mixed feelings. Because although Shi Yu has not been in the Bureau for a long time, in a short period of time, his attainments in the field of archaeology have surpassed the vast majority of the old predecessors present by far. He is simply the second Gu Yun, and even from the momentum, he may surpass Gu Gu one day. Are you all here? After everyone entered the conference room, the figure of President Lin appeared on the screen. He said, "It's been a long time since I called everyone together. President Lin, what's going on this time?" An old and hoarse voice came out, and Shi Yu recognized that it was an elderly old predecessor. He retired more thoroughly than Principal Feng, mainly because he was physically unable to do it. "Well," President Lin said, "I believe everyone has already known about the changes in the world tree. In less than 4 months, Inatella will be open." Inatella, the habitat of the world tree, is also known as the realm of God. The island contains a large number of legendary relics and mythological relics. It is the place closest to the secrets of the mythological era. The awakening of the world tree this time is unusual. According to the common judgment of the 7 countries, this time, it is very likely to be a precursor to the revival of the myth. Therefore, in addition to sending the younger generation to participate in the World Championship, the 7 countries have also decided to form an archaeological team. As spectators of the World Championship, they will go to Inatella and try to contact the relics that may appear in Inatella this time. If they cannot contact them, they will assist contestants from various countries who can contact the relics to crack them. The members of the archaeological team are the elite of the archaeological community of the 7 countries. They are the pioneers in facing the revival of mythology and exploring the mythological era. Donghuang will naturally participate in it. After President Lin finished speaking, no one in the conference room was surprised. After all, Inatella is only open once in a long time, and none of the archaeologists present, except for the old guys who have retired to the point where they have difficulty walking, want to miss the opportunity to go to the world island. The archaeological teams established by various countries should be completed in the Kingdom of Glory on the eve of the World Championship, which is the closest place to Inatella. Since the countries have not communicated together for a long time, the 7-Nation Alliance will hold an unprecedented archaeological event in the Kingdom of Glory at that time, with a theme of totem and myth. Archaeologists who have new archaeological discoveries in the totem era and myth era can share their gains at the conference. It is regarded as an intelligence-sharing conference for various countries before going to Inatella. Generally, more important intelligence will not be shared casually even among the 7 countries. Therefore, this time, the 7-Nation Alliance took out 2 mythical resources and 10 legendary resources from the Alliance inventory as rewards. The 2 most important pieces of information will each receive a mythical resource, and for the following 10 pieces, the archaeological discoverer will receive a legendary resource. In the Totem War, in the nearly 200-year history of the Alliance era, there have been many battles in which the 7 countries cooperated to harvest a large amount of resources. Part of these resources have been stored within the Alliance, shared by the 7 countries, waiting to be distributed. The resources will be allocated to the country with the greatest contribution to the human race of the Alliance first. This is the rule jointly formulated by everyone at the beginning of the establishment of the Seven Nations Alliance. Obviously, because of the World Championship, the Seven Nations Alliance intends to take out a part of the resources as a reward to encourage the 7 countries to share the important information about the mythological era and the totem era that they have explored. So that's it. After President Lin finished speaking, everyone in the 11th Bureau immediately understood the reason why he called the meeting. He wanted some members of the 11th Bureau to represent Donghuang to participate in this archaeological event and join the joint archaeological team of the 7 countries. Although 1 or 2 legendary resources are dispensable for Donghuang, mythical resources are rare treasures even for the 7 countries. Just like the immortal fruit that Shiyu obtained before, any country that obtains it is a legendary enhancement of national strength. If the immortal fruit is obtained by the 7 islands and eaten by their legendary Valkyrie, who dares to underestimate a legendary combat power that can live 2 lives? To a large extent, it can make the 7 islands prosperous for another 1,000 years. Do we have any new discoveries about the mythological era, important information that can affect the future situation and can be shared? At this time, as President Lin finished speaking, the members of the 11th Bureau fell into deep thought. Mythological resources and legendary resources are definitely not that easy to get. If I am not wrong, if I want to obtain mythological resources, I must come up with important information about the mythological era, important information that can benefit the 7 countries together. The information from the totem era may not be enough. At this time, Shiyu listened to President Lin and was slightly stunned. Is it an archaeological event held in the Kingdom of Glory? I can take this opportunity to go to Glory to hatch eggs. After hatching the eggs, I will go to Inatara to participate in the world competition. Before that, I went to Tinxiang to complete the 3/4 progress. As for this archaeological event with rich rewards, Shiyu pondered for a while. His archaeological achievements seemed to be all from the beast taming era. The Emperor of Time, the Emperor of Martial Arts, the Empress, the Emperor of Space. It seems that I am not qualified to participate in this archaeological event? Wait a minute, Shiyu was stunned, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. Mechanical fantasy beast, mythical Kilin. He almost forgot the great invention of the mechanical fantasy beast system that spanned the mythological era to the totem era and the beast controlling era. Just now, he had just resurrected Fenkilin. If Shiyu was not wrong, the mythological era should have suffered some kind of catastrophe. This catastrophe is currently completely unknown to people, but it was shown in Fenkilin's dream. Unfortunately, the dream provides too little information, and I don't know if it can be restored more clearly by teaching Lin the mythological revival. What about using memory drops? In short, it would be great if there were more dreams of mythological creatures for reference. At that time, he and Chong could understand the truth through entering dreams. If the cause and details of the catastrophe in the mythological era can be found, it will be worth a mythological resource. By then, wouldn't it be another mythological resource in hand? Speaking of which, is there a fossil from the mythical era that hasn't been studied in the 4th Bureau? Shiyu thought about it and thought it was a bit of a waste to let the 4th Bureau study it. He should hurry over to study it himself. After all, his superpowers, combined with Chong's full-level dream stealing and Lin's research, should be more efficient than the 4th Bureau. Thinking of this, Shiyu, who had been silent just now, said, President Lin, I successfully transformed the wind unicorn phantom from the mythical era into a mechanical phantom beast. The dream memories of this kind of mythical creature should also be used as archaeological information. After Shiyu finished speaking, the whole conference room suddenly fell silent. A moment. Principal Fen was extremely stunned and said, Wait, what did you say? That piece of mythical unicorn fossil was successfully revived. Grandma Li was also shocked and said, Shiyu, is it true? When did it happen? Kchuanqi, wow. Wow, did I hear it wrong? Is this true or not? The conference room of the 11th Bureau was shaken. In a certain courtyard, Lu Qingyi, who was with Principal Feng, was slightly stunned when she heard Shiyu's speech. Did it really succeed? The mechanical fantasy beast system that Shiyu studied at the mechanical conference can undoubtedly be related to archaeology. Among them, Shiyu even made a big promise on the spot, saying that with a mechanical fantasy beast system, he could revive the mythical beast one day. For this, the archaeologists and mechanics of the 11th Bureau and the 4th Bureau were undoubtedly very excited. Excited to the point of exploding. However, after the joint research of the 11th Bureau and the 4th Bureau, They realized that Shiyu was really just making a big promise. Reviving the extinct creatures of the Totem era is difficult enough. The top intelligent brain of the Fourth Bureau judged that the probability of reviving the creatures of the mythological era is very small. Even if it is possible, it may take hundreds of years of research. The traces of time contained in the mythological fossils are too complicated. At this point, the archaeological masters of the 11th Bureau could only sigh slightly. I don't know if I can wait until that day. But today, this kid Shiyu said that he has successfully revived the fossils of the creatures of the mythological era? How is this possible? Shiyu, are you telling the truth? When did it happen? President Lin's expression was long lost. He naturally knew the analysis of the fourth game, and there was no way to deal with it. After all, no research can be accomplished overnight. However, Shiyu, with his own strength, actually surpassed the progress of the fourth game so much at once? How did he do it? It's a coincidence, it's today, maybe it's because we have mastered more advanced methods of dreaming, stealing dreams, and materialization. We don't rely on mechanical means, but take a different approach, so it's smoother, Shiyu said. We have made some improvements on Shidi's dreaming meditation skills. It can make the dreaming effect better, improved. President Lin's expression was complicated. Wait, the time meditation method used to detect time traces and enter dreams through time traces is the top meditation method developed by the most mysterious legendary Beastmaster Shidi. You said it was improved? The other 11 members of the Bureau were also confused. Others didn't understand, but Lu Qingyu reacted quickly with a complicated expression. The so-called improvement, wouldn't it be to let the Beastmaster who assists the pet beast also master super telekinesis? Yes, but the dream fragment of the Killen fossil is seriously incomplete, and there is too little useful information. It may take in-depth research to find valuable intelligence. President Lin, why don't you bring the mythical fossil from the Fourth Bureau to me for research? Maybe I can find some valuable information that can be used in the archaeological event, Shiyu said confidently. After Shiyu finished speaking, the other members of the 11th Bureau were still confused and felt that this kid was outrageous. And President Lin also knew that Shiyu was not a person who talked big. He nodded and said, I know, I will notify the Fourth Bureau immediately and send the mythical fossil to you. Hearing this, Shiyu was excited. You know, mythical fossils may contain quasi-divine skills. I don't know which mythical beast left that mythical fossil. It seems that Rongrong also doesn't know the origin of this fossil. Alice, after all the twists and turns, you still have to rely on yourself. Shiyu felt very busy. While the other members of the 11th Bureau were silent. They could already foresee how the 4th Bureau would cry and scream. If what Shiyu said was true, then this time, it was equivalent to Shiyu's archaeological methods crushing the scientific research methods of the 4th Bureau. They would definitely be shocked by Shiyu's progress. Shiyu, how did you improve the time meditation method? Grandma Li, who also knew the dreaming technique of the time meditation method, couldn't wait to ask it this time. And Shiyu did not intend to hide the fact that he had obtained the talent bead from Enchang and developed superpowers. In this case, let's reveal the fact that he developed superpowers to these predecessors first. The superpower school, these telepathic predecessors of the 11th Bureau should be the most needed. Principal Feng and Grandma Li, like senior sister Lu, our acquaintances, and they must be taught later. It's very simple, Shiyu simply applied for permission. The next moment, Shiyu's figure also appeared in the video screen of the conference room. I found that as long as the Beastmaster also masters the telekinesis with a good level of proficiency, and completes the spiritual connection with a spiritual pet that can use the dream-stealing skill, the effect will be better when they use the time meditation method of the Emperor of Time to enter the dream fossil together. Everyone hasn't reacted yet. The next moment. That's it, in the video screen. Shiyu shouted and inserted a video of his confrontation with the Void Mantis just now. In the picture, the nearly materialized spiritual telekinesis formed a blue outline around Shiyu. The terrifying spiritual telekinesis fluctuations bloomed from Shiyu. As the ripples of space flashed, a black mantis holding a black knife descended in front of Shiyu. Everyone present recognized this living history. This is the second pet of the Emperor of Space who broke through to the Overlord level. The Overlord of the Void Mantis. Shiyu is fighting it? Looking at the attacking posture of the Void Mantis, everyone in the conference room was shocked. However, what shocked them even more was the next second. Shi Yu seemed to have transformed into a humanoid beast of the spiritual system close to the totem level, with infinite deep blue spiritual power in his pupils. As the void mantis descended, Shi Yu raised his arm and aimed his palm at the void mantis. The next moment, Shi Yu pinched his palm, and the void mantis was directly controlled by the spiritual power with a shocked face, and his whole body was unable to break free. As Shi Yu swung his arm again, with a boom, the void mantis was directly thrown away by the spiritual power like a blue meteor. Seeing Shi Yu use his spiritual power to repel the overlord-level void mantis with his bare hands, everyone watching the video screen showed incredible expressions. This is what Shi Yu said: "It's very simple, as long as the Beast Master also masters the power of mental power with a good level of proficiency." Chapter 397: The Final Form of Telepathy. As we all know, videos cannot be photoshopped, so they are real. Looking at the unreasonable picture in front of them, President Lin and others fell into deep thought. What a joke. Is this true? Dr. Chen widened his eyes. When the void mantis was at the king level, it could be said to be the pet of the strongest echelon of the Donghuan king level. After breaking through to the overlord level, relying on the previous foundation and the advantages of the space system, even if it has just broken through, it will be much stronger than those ordinary overlords. But the picture was directly blown away by Shi Yu's mental power? Isn't this really a cartoon made by Shi Yu's fantasy butterfly with virtual and real phantoms? It's true. Before Shi Yu spoke, Lu Chengyu said, "When Shi Yu and Senior Void Mantis were fighting, I was next to him." It's true. As Lu Chengyu confirmed, the members of the 11th Bureau present were a little confused. Principal Feng immediately looked at Lu Chengyu, as if asking her why she didn't tell him such an outrageous thing just now. Can this ability be popularized? After Shi Yu showed it, President Lin immediately understood what was going on. Body control talent. It was Shi Yu who developed the mental power through the talent he plundered. As the wanted target of the Seven Islands, Dragon Palace City, and Donghuang, Shi Yu plundered his talent, so he must tell President Lin about it. Therefore, the matter of the talent beads left by Yu Nu in the totem era was not only known to acquaintances such as Gemcat, but also to President Lin later. However, President Lin never expected that Shi Yu would use the talent he plundered better than the original owner of the talent. This is not Beichuan's fault, because Beichuan does not have the memory drop, such a time-based skill. Although the memory drop and the time fruit are both high-level skills, the value they generate in Shi Yu's team has surpassed a large number of super-level skills. It cannot be popularized on a large scale. The resource consumption is too large, too time-consuming and labor-intensive, and there is only one key prop required. However, it should be no problem to help a few or a dozen people master it, but the lowest threshold for mastering it is to be a master, which is an elite ability, Shi Yu said. That's not bad. President Lin nodded, and instantly realized the value of this ability. If he was not wrong, it was a skill that could only be mastered by a person with a high level of telekinesis. This level of telekinesis could also be used in many applications. If it was mastered by a beast master with special talents who were not combat type, the increase in strength would undoubtedly be extremely huge. He looked at Shi Yu in the video, but he did not expect that Shi Yu would give him another surprise. What? The question and answer between President Lin and Shi Yu made the old seniors in the 11th Bureau a little sluggish. In the video, the ability used by Shi Yu, can other people also learn it? According to Shi Yu's statement, there is no problem in teaching it to more than a dozen people. In an instant, old seniors like K. Chuanqi were instantly moved and a little itchy. Do they have a share? Seeing this, Lu Chengyu said Shi Yu should teach her first, right? It seems that she should be the first person to know that Shi Yu has mastered this ability, and even President Lin seems to be unclear. Okay. Let's put this matter to an end first, and we'll talk about everything after the World Championship, President Lin said immediately. This is a meeting to discuss the archaeological event, not the time to discuss this. He estimated that it would be impossible to obtain the same level of telekinesis as Shi Yu just by controlling the talent beads. Shi Yu must have other skills to improve, which are Shi Yu's own secrets. President Lin's idea is to set up a special department at that time and let Shi Yu become the chief instructor of the 13th Bureau's superpowers, starting with Lu Qingyi, Go Zhuan and other young talents with non-combat talents, and teach them this special ability. If there is spare capacity, then teach the older generation. Even if the resource consumption is large and too time-consuming and laborious, with the support of the National Resource Library, it should not be a problem to pile up dozens of super geniuses who can use superpowers, right? President Lin thought. In this way, Dong Huang and Shi Yu will benefit from it. Dong Huang will add dozens of super geniuses, and Shi Yu will take advantage of this opportunity to connect a huge network of contacts and completely become one of the most powerful beastmasters in Dong Huang. President Lin fell into deep thought. If the relationship network of the Kanghe Elves and the Dragon Palace City is taken into account, the intricate network of relationships behind Shi Yu will probably become more and more complicated. Okay, after President Lin finished speaking, the members of Bureau 11 naturally had no objection. After the World Championship, it would be after the World Championship. It would just give them enough time to prepare. Archaeologists like K. Chuanqi and Dr. Chen were already thinking about what gift to bring to visit Shi Yu next. The opportunity to learn this ability was clear at first glance. There was a quota and order. Those who were familiar with Shi Yu would definitely get it first. They understood that those who were close to the water would get the moon first. And those who were not interested in being active and had already retired, like Principal Feng, looked at Lu Qingyi. They didn't care. They just wanted Shi Yu to teach Qingyi this ability. If possible, it would be best to do it before the World Championship. By then, Lu Qingyu would be safer in the World Championship. Back to the point, then, President Lin talked to everyone about the time of the World Archaeological Conference. He said, if you are interested in representing Dong Huang to participate in the competition and joining the Seven Kingdoms archaeological team, please contact me later. In addition, the personnel are not limited to the 11th Bureau. The Archaeological Association, the talented people in the folk, and the ancient family, you will contact them one by one. I will provide you with a list, and you can also go to dig by yourself. The meeting lasted about 1 hour. In short, the task of the 11th Bureau for more than 2 months is to continue to collect, summarize, and report special archaeological information about the mythological era and the totem era. Shi Yu and Lu Qingyi are the only two people who have not been assigned tasks, because they still have to prepare for the world competition. The Seven Kingdoms archaeological team is just to assist the participants in deciphering the ruins, and the two of them, without the assistance of others, will directly confront those mythological ruins. However, although there is no task, the two of them must not be idle. Shi Yu plans to dig deeper into the mythological fossils, while Lu Qingyi decides to dig deeper into the skill of mythological revival and then go to the ruins where this skill is inherited. After the meeting, Shi Yu chatted with President Lin for a few minutes and informed him of Fen Qilin's situation. In the screen, President Lin was slightly silent. After learning that Fen Qilin, a mechanical fantasy beast, had learned the lost skill Feng Lingzhu and had a chance to become a mythical race, President Lin nodded. Not bad. If your mechanical fantasy beast really evolves into a mythical race, it will undoubtedly be equivalent to adding another demigod in the future in Dong Huang. I will notify the 4th Bureau of the other fossil and send it to you as soon as possible. If you can really awaken a quasi-god skill, even if it is difficult to grow to the mythical level, it is not difficult to grow to the demigod level. Krypton Gold, even if you smash 10 legendary resources, as long as the pet that masters the quasi-god skill is strengthened to the totem level, then the totem with the quasi-god skill will undoubtedly be at the demigod level. Although Shi Yu said that the quasi-god skill mastered by Fen Qilin may not be a combat skill, President Lin still has great expectations. The quasi-divine skill of Blessing of Wind is a move to strength and luck. It certainly cannot be considered as a combat move, but it may not be bad if used in combat. He made Shi Yu believe in the power of quasi-divine skills, which was the initial power of involving rules. By the way, President Lin, if we show the ability to revive mythical creatures at the archaeological event, we won't be targeted, right? Shi Yu thought. I feel that if the Totem Kingdom knows about it, they will definitely target us to death in the world competition. President Lin nodded and said, that's natural, but what gave you the illusion that you won't be targeted to death if you don't show it? Shi Yu said, I'm not afraid, but what I mean is, in order to ensure Lin's safety, can we get it a repair or defense mechanical legendary resource? If not, any wind legendary resource will do. Speed up the cultivation progress, maybe we can get more gains, and then directly exchange it for a mythical resource at the archaeological conference. President Lin. The dagger is revealed. President Lin, if I ask Lin to recognize Senior Longshan as her godmother, will she agree? Shi Yu fell into deep thought. The Qilin fossils come from Longgong City. Lin has some blood relationship with Longang City. With one more identity, other totem countries will have to think twice before targeting her. Lin. President Lin. Chi-Tong, I know this. President Lin said, legendary resources are for you. Don't bother Senior Longshan. Okay, Shiyu was helpless. President Lin was silent, hoping that Shiyu's mechanical fantasy beast could really awaken quasi-god skills. If successful, plus the Kanghae elf, they would be two pets with demigod qualifications. After Shiyu suggested to President Lin to find more mythical fossils, the two ended the call, and Shiyu came to Principal Feng and Lu Qingyi. So, are you still eating? Principal Feng is here too, let's go together. After Shiyu came over, Principal Feng immediately looked at him with burning eyes. Qual Teacher Ying and Senior Mantis as well. By the way, don't tell them that I played the battle replay in the conference room. Principal Feng and Lu Qingyi were silent. You kids still know that you can't let the Void Mantis know. If the Void Mantis knew that you secretly recorded the scene of it being beaten and showed it to others, it would kill you. Let's talk about eating later. I'm talking about Shiyu. That superpower was plundered from An Chang's talent bead, right? Shiyu entrusted the gem cat to take care of An Chang, and naturally entrusted Principal Feng to take care of this kid. Shiyu nodded and said, yes, it was developed through the talent bead, but considering my level, this is just one of the conditions. That kid is really a lucky star for Gudu University. Principal Feng sighed. An Chang's awakening mirror gave Shiyu a preliminary idea of the mechanical fantasy beast system. An Chang's talent bead allowed Shiyu to develop superpowers through it. So this time before I go to Tinxiang, I plan to go to Longang City and take him there, and throw him there to experience for a few days to thank him. Shiyu smiled. Please ask Senior Sea Dragon King to give his sea dragon some special treatment, and ask Senior Butterfly God to consecrate his green worm cocoon. Okay, Principal Feng nodded and smiled. It's good to experience. Experience, so that you can grow into the new pillar of Gudu University. When Shiyu and his friends were about to go to dinner, Wuling City, Mechanical Research Institute. In order to study mechanical fantasy beasts, Dong Huang has established a total of 3 mechanical fantasy beast research institutes, in Wuling City, Gudu University, and Xingdu. Among them, Xingdu is the main research base, where the most mechanical intelligence and 4th Bureau mechanics live. The reason why Wuling City and Gudu University have mechanical fantasy beast research institutes is purely because the mechanical fantasy beast legion that Shiyu applied for later will train there with the iron-eating beast legion and the green worm cocoon legion. As for Gudu University, in order to develop the Department of Mechanical Engineering, it also set up a fantasy beast research institute. At present, some students of the Department of Mechanical Engineering have finally made it and have contracted a mechanical fantasy beast. Therefore, when these students of the Department of Mechanical Engineering grow up, Gudu University's Battle Club may be able to harvest a group of unexpected fresh blood. Xingdu Science and Technology Park. Dr. Mei Ziyang of the 4th Bureau, Legend of Xiao Shuang of the 4th Bureau, Rear Admiral Xiao Qin. This family of mothers and daughters are currently working for Shiyu and researching the mechanical fantasy beast system. In addition, some other seniors of the 4th Bureau, even Grandma Li of the 11th Bureau, President Yi of the 3rd Bureau, and even Fang Lan's parents and others are here. The Mechanical Fantasy Beast Research Institute here can be said to have gathered dozens of elites in the fields of machinery, archaeology, and breeding. There are also super research brains with perfect proficiency and top intelligence here. With the efforts of this group of people, and with the support of some of the technology and ideas provided by Shiyu, the cultivation of Soul Heart Fruit went smoothly. Batches of mechanical fantasy beasts were successfully revived, and the technology was gradually improving. In just a few months, Dong Huang relied on this technology to revive many extinct pets and many lost skills. However, what is most headache for this group of elites at the moment is that the research progress of the most important mythical fossils is still almost zero. The dream phantom of this mythical fossil is like a cloud of fog, and it is not clear at all, let alone the embodiment of replication and resurrection into phantom life. At this time, one of the main persons in charge here, the mother of Xiao Shuang legend and Major General Xiao Qin, Ms. Mei Ziyang, who was the judge of the mechanical conference at the time, suddenly received a call from President Lin. President Lin, Mei Ziyang was not surprised to receive the call from President Lin, because the research progress of mechanical fantasy beasts has been continuously reported in recent times. She estimated that President Lin was asking about the progress again. President Lin, you called just in time. Good news? What good news, Dr. May? Has your research on the mythical fossil also made progress? Dr. May Zhiang said with a smile. How is that possible? The progress of that fossil is still the same. It's just that we have preliminarily determined that the evolutionary potential of mechanical phantom beasts is very huge. In addition to upgrading through mechanical parts, a mechanical phantom beast can also evolve by loading a second fossil. In other words, a mechanical phantom beast may contain two phantom powers. Fusion evolution, although mechanical phantom beasts, like biological transformation machines, have a short lifespan, this discovery has taken the strategic significance of mechanical phantom beasts to a higher level, Dr. May Zhiang said excitedly. Just imagine that a phantom of the Tyrannosaurus rex, which originally could not fly, successfully merged with a phantom of the Quetzalcoatlus, grew wings, and became the overlord of the earth and the sky at the same time. How cool that would be! Fusion of the mosasaur phantom, a Tyrannosaurus rex that can swim in the sea, is also pretty cool. Dr. May Zhiang was talking, and suddenly felt something was wrong. She was stunned and said, President Lin, what did you say just now? What do you mean by Council Member Lin has made progress in the research of mythical fossils here? She found a blind spot. President Lin said, Yu has improved the time meditation method, optimized the dreaming skills, and has successfully revived the phantom of Fenquilin. Since you haven't made any research results here, let's send this mythical fossil to Yu first and let him study it, Dr. May Zhiang. What? She said in disbelief. Yu succeeded? No, don't joke. They have dozens of people and a super intelligent brain working together, but the progress is still stuck here. How could Yu be so fast? President Lin said, this matter doesn't need to be known by many people. Just send the mythical fossil to Yu as soon as possible. Dr. May was shocked. So, is it true? She still felt it was a bit outrageous. I understand, whether it is true or not, you will know as long as you personally send the fossil to Yu later. At the dinner, Yu and his friends talked about superpowers and the Phoenix Army for a whole night. After learning that Zhang Qianyi had the qualifications of a Phoenix hybrid and that Yu had the idea of establishing the Phoenix Army, Mr. Feng was extremely excited. This matter must be handled by Lu Qingyi's mother, his daughter. Fat water should not flow to outsiders. The Phoenix Army is a powerful army force that can be expected in the future. In addition, knowing that Yu would continue to develop telepathic talents through the talent beads, Principal Feng and Lu Qingyi could not help but be silent for Yu's bold idea. Unexpectedly, a mental telekinesis could not satisfy Yu. However, Yu also said that he would try his best to let the senior sister learn telekinesis before the World Game. After that, Yu went back to rest, intending to recover quickly and teach Lin to learn myth revival. At the same time, he also received a call from Dr. May and planned to wait for them to come tomorrow at the ancient capital university. After returning, in the ruined space, Yu and Lin were both knocking on memory drops. Lin is trying to see if he can recall more dream memories through the memory drops. Unfortunately, the situation is not good. It is estimated that he will have to start with a revival of mythology in the end. On Yu's side, he is looking for fragments of memories from his previous life. He holds the talent bead and continues to develop his telepathic talent. It took more than 2 months in total, and Yu failed many times, but he is gradually confirming the idea of developing telepathy. It was 11, the inspiration given to Yu by Chong. It was the inspiration given to Yu by the profession of archaeologist. It was the inspiration given to him by his various experiences in his previous life. The core of Yu's current development is idealism. Everything is born from the mind, the universe is my heart, and my heart is the universe. All existence is manifested by the heart, that is, Chong's fantasy power. Chong's fantasy power can turn all imagination into reality. To put it bluntly, it is to dare to think. The bigger the imagination, the bigger the heart, the bigger the world. So, Yu is wondering if he can rely on the power of the mind and imagination to strengthen his pet. Believe that 11 can defeat the beast, and 11 will gain great power. Believe that Chong can transform into the strongest dragon, and it can definitely transform into the strongest dragon. Power purely from the heart. However, imagination alone is pale and powerless, and Yu also needs more things to support his imagination and beliefs. Just like Chong Chong's fantasy illusions also need the help of equipment, Shi Yu also needs to rely on some external forces. And for these external forces, Shi Yu chose archaeological discoveries in the previous life, myths and legends in the previous life, and spiritual thoughts in the previous life. Before crossing over, Shi Yu was already a mythologist and archaeologist. In his previous life, he had come into contact with many more ancient relics than he had in the past 2 years. However, those relics on Earth did not have extraordinary powers, so they seemed ordinary. However, Shi Yu at this time did not think they were ordinary. Because he had found the 9 inscriptions engraved on 11 at the side of the iron-eating beast, he had also seen them at a certain site on Earth. There is a certain connection between Earth and Blue Star, and Shi Yu has not forgotten it to this day. In fact, figuring out this connection is Shi Yu's biggest goal now. In this case, if the myths and beliefs he knows, and the power, are partially true, can they be used for his own benefit? Relying on the power of the mind's imagination, transfer their power to the pet. With the help of memory drops, Shi Yu kept wandering in the ocean of memory. In the dark world, he saw a first picture of China engraved on the stone wall. It was 2 entangled black and white yin and yang fish. With the help of memory drops, mental power, and meditation, they looked much more magical than when Shi Yu saw them himself. Countless layers were superimposed, and Shi Yu seemed to see the process of the universe from Wuji to Taiji, and then the process of the creation of all things, and the process of chaos before the division of yin and yang, and even the division of yin and yang. What are these? As a time traveler, Shi Yu naturally knew that they seemed to contain some powerful power, and the concept of yin and yang Taiji did not exist on Blue Star in the era of beast control, so Shi Yu was thinking, if this picture really contains some kind of real power, then is it possible to rely on one's own understanding and one's own spiritual power to act on the pet? In addition, in the dark meditation picture, Shi Yu also saw a starry sky and a constellation through the power of memory water drops. They were also engraved on the stone wall, but the simple pattern was vivid in Shi Yu's eyes at this time. There are a total of 7 constellations, which are connected together and look like dragons. This is the origin of King Long, one of the 4 spirits of heaven. The myth of King Long exists on Earth and Blue Star, but the same is that both Earth and Blue Star think it is fictional. In both places, King Long refers to the name of the dragon-shaped constellation in the east, which originated from the worship of the ancient constellations. In Blue Star, King Long was first recorded in the Totem Age. It is said that it was a mythical beast created by humans in the Totem Age to scare other totems. In the east of Blue Star, King Long is very famous and is one of the dragon mythological totems believed by humans. However, among the Orthodox Dragon Clan, neither the East China Sea Dragon Palace City nor the Western Dragon Clan recognizes King Long. Because there are detailed records in the Dragon Palace City and the Western Dragon Empire that the ancestor of the Dragon Clan is the creation and destruction dragon named Zulong, a native dragon of Blue Star, born on the mother planet, rather than a King Long totem created by humans and some sub-dragons through the constellations. If King Long is transformed from a constellation, it is not even a native creature of Blue Star, so the concept of King Long is not orthodox on Blue Star. However, the concepts of Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise are very widely spread in Blue Star. In fact, there are many extraordinary beings who believe in these concepts and evolve towards them. There are even totem-level creatures and even demigods in later generations, but most dragons still believe in the Zulong. The main reason is that one has evidence and the other has no evidence. However, at this time, Shi Yu discovered some of the Azure Dragon's mysteries through the Azure Dragon diagram in his memory. That's right, even if the Azure Dragon is really fictional, it has been believed for so long, and it should have been born like the Kanghae elves, right? Unfortunately, Shi Yu still couldn't connect these mysteries to 11 and Chong Chong at this time. Is there something missing? Shi Yu opened his eyes, and the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram flashed on the double pupils that portrayed the soul, but soon disappeared. Shi Yu sighed. It must be that his awareness was not enough. Damn it. But no matter what, after seeing these magical patterns from the ruins of the earth through the memory water droplets and the power of meditation, Shi Yu was more certain again and again that it was not wrong to develop telepathy in this direction. Through the connection of the mind, he passed these magical powers he sensed to his pets, and through the power of imagination, he applied this power to them to help them become stronger. As long as he dared to think, 11 could step on the yin-yang diagram and fight the dragon, and the bugs could sit on the 7 stars and turn into blue dragon. He felt that this should be the final form of telepathy of the archaeologists of the 11th Bureau. In comparison, mental power was just a byproduct of the development process. Chapter 398 The Unlucky Guy Comes Out. The next day, Shiyu woke up in a daze. He looked at the time and it was not yet 8 o'clock in the morning. It was still early. He could sleep for another 8 hours. However, thinking that he had to pick up a package at 8 o'clock this morning, he had to get up. After a while, Shiyu went out for a while, and after a while, he brought back the mythical fossil that Xingdu Mechanical Fantasy Beast Research Institute studied. The courier team that came to deliver the goods was Dr. May and her mother and daughter. Although Dr. May and others wanted to talk to Shiyu in detail, it seemed that there was nothing to talk about, because the progress of the mechanical department was similar to that of Xingdu Research Institute, and there was nothing to share and communicate. The only thing that Shiyu lacked at Xingdu Research Institute was the Beastmaster who could use full-level telekinesis, the father of mechanical fantasy beasts, Chong Chong, and Shen Bao Bao. Shiyu had no communication. After sending the 3 people who delivered the goods away, Shiyu returned to the dormitory and looked at the gray fossil. Chong Chong. After Shiyu shouted, Chong Chong swung his tail and flew out happily, very conceited, and had not yet recovered from the pride of defeating the void mantis. Let's go in and take a look, Shiyu said to Chong Chong holding the fossil. Chong Chong nodded, indicating that he would leave it to him. 2 minutes later, Shiyu and Chong Chong came out of the dream of the fossil with a solemn face. It seems that the research progress at Xingdu Research Institute is not to blame. It is the dream of this fossil that is too strange. Even Shiyu and Chong Chong went in to see it. It was a fog, nothing. Holding this mythical fossil with a mythical quality and energy level of level 5, Shiyu and Chong Chong looked at each other in bewilderment. So difficult? Shiyu and Chong Chong did not believe in evil, and kept trying various methods. The so-called various methods are stacking buff, whether it is possession, time fruit, or equipment, how to stack the attributes higher, just do it. After a long time, Shiyu and Chong Chong's eyes were red, tired like dogs, but still couldn't see anything. Supit, Shiyu said. They even went into the dream of the Kilin clan. Could this fossil be higher than the Kilin clan? According to archaeological discoveries, in the Eastern mythology era, the Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan, and the Unicorn clan occupied a major position. They should be the 3 highest-ranking clans in the mythology era, with orthodox mythological heritage, and are mythological clans. In addition to top myths such as Zulong and Yuanfeng, the clan also has many subclan, such as the Unicorn clan, which contains many attributes, including Wind Unicorn, naturally also Golden Unicorn, Fire Unicorn. It is precisely because of the large clan and many relics left behind that their historical traces can be passed down to this day. Among them, the Dragon clan is the top, leaving behind the Dragon Palace City and the Dragon Empire, 2 giant forces that span the totem and beast control era. Therefore, the Dragon clan does not recognize the Azure Dragon, because in their heritage, the Azure Dragon is just a fiction created by humans in the totem era. However, it is true that the totem of the Azure Dragon has collected an extremely large amount of faith. The totem beasts such as Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird, which are fictional totems created by humans based on constellations, condense a lot of faith. If they are also real, their strength is not necessarily weak. After all, belief in becoming a god is also a way. The fox god of the Sky Fox Kingdom relies on this, and even the Kanghae elves were born because of belief. This is also the reason why some totems evolve themselves in the direction of the fictional 4 sacred beasts. Shiyu suspected that including the 4 sacred beasts gathered by Emperor Wu and the original owner of the legendary Dragon Ball equipped by Chong Chong, they all evolved in the direction of the 4 sacred beasts with a little thought. I'm afraid they are thinking about evolving in this direction to see if they can get a little power of faith. Otherwise, without benefits, who would be so bored to evolve on the fictional totem beasts? But if they can inherit their power of faith, it would be different. You know, even in the current Donghuang, there are many people who believe in the Azure Dragon totem. The 4 sacred beasts, although fictional, are well known among the human race and extraordinary creatures. Ordinary people in the ancient Donghuang country may not know Zulong, but they must know Azure Dragon. Compared with the prosperity of the Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan is more miserable. In ancient times, it was glorious and even the totem behind the female emperor's dynasty. But in modern times, there are only a few powerful Phoenix clans. Shiyu is the only one who knows about it, and it is still sealed. The Killing clan is even more miserable than the Dragon and the Phoenix. Although there are not many pure-blooded Phoenix clans, there are still some extraordinary creatures with some Phoenix blood. But the Killing clan really has no heritage at all, leaving only their glorious history, proving that they were as powerful as the Dragon and the Phoenix. But this is enough. After all, it is one of the few races in the East with mythological groups. Therefore, if Shiyu uses the Wind Killing fossil to create a mechanical fantasy beast of the Killing race, it will undoubtedly be an earthquake in the archaeological and animal control circles. And those mythical beasts that have no tribe and individually become gods have a more serious interruption of heritage and history, and even their names have disappeared in the long river of history. Shiyu and Chong continued to look at the fossil, but still could not peek into the dream. This should be a fossil left by a true mythical creature, Shiyu said. Chong nodded. It should be like this. That Fengkilin should be just a mythical race, not a mythical creature, so it is easier for them to spy on dreams. Fengkilin also has a low growth level, so even if the fossils it left are preserved by Longgong City, the energy has dissipated. But this fossil, which also comes from the mythical era, still has level 5 energy fluctuations after so long. It must not be as simple as a cub of a mythical beast. It is likely that it was a mythical boss when it was alive. Shiyu and Chong wanted to continue their research, and then another call came. Shiyu looked at the caller and was immediately happy, and chose to answer it. Shiyu, I've thought about it. I want to become a Phoenix hybrid. The voice of Zankai, Shiyu's beastmaster of the same period, came from the other side. Have you thought about it? Okay. Then you go contact Lu Qingyi, Zankai. Didn't you ask me to contact you after I've thought about it? How come you have become a human after just one day? Then why not let her contact senior sister Lu directly? Shiyu threw his hands away completely. Yesterday at the dinner, he had already thrown all the Phoenix fruits, research data, cultivation methods, and Phoenix radar to senior sister Lu and Principal Feng. He just had to wait for the Phoenix army to take shape. Oh, by the way, senior sister Lu seems to be taking a legendary assessment today. If no one picks up, you can wait, don't worry, or go to Principal Feng, but maybe Principal Feng will also go to watch the legendary assessment, Zankai. After Shiyu perfunctorily dealt with a little girl here, he continued to be busy, and was thinking about whether he should also go to watch senior sister's legendary assessment. Forget it, the legendary assessment is not difficult, and there is nothing to watch. Senior sister Lu should not have any pressure to pass it. The legendary Beastmaster license requires the Beastmaster to reach the 7th level of beast control, and a pet to reach the Overlord level. At the same time, the Overlord level pet cannot be too weak. With the assistance of the Beastmaster, it is unreasonable to be weaker than an ordinary Overlord without the bonus of beast control talent. Therefore, the legendary assessment is a 1 versus 1 between Overlords. Don't ask for victory, but don't be too lame. For example, the Earth Abyss Demon Tree that Shiyu encountered before would definitely not be able to pass the legendary assessment of Donghuang. For senior sister Lu, normally, it wouldn't be easy either. Because the pet that broke through the Overlord was the Tinxiang Elf, and the Tinxiang Elf was her latest contracted pet, and had not received the Myth Revival skill inheritance. The reason why this pet broke through first was because senior sister Lu got the legendary resources of the Dead Spirit Department of the Ancient Capital University, which happened to be used by the Tinxiang Elf. Considering the practicality of the Tinxiang Elf's possession skills, it can make up for the shortcomings of her telepathic talent without combat power and inability to cooperate with pets. Lu Qingyi simply didn't use this resource to exchange for other legendary resources. However, this was a normal situation, and now the situation is not normal. Shiyu firmly believes that senior sister Lu can pass, because he gave Lu Qingyi a drop of possession memory water drop, which is enough to improve the proficiency of the possession skill to the level of skill. An Overlord level spirit, the undead, plus a legendary Beastmaster, the two are combined into one through full level possession. Even if the combat power is not as good as the top Overlord, it can definitely suppress the ordinary Overlord. The bonus of full level possession is much stronger than the bonus of a Beastmaster using the strengthening talent to strengthen the pet. However, Shiyu heard that the one who gave the assessment to Senior Lu was the Master of Distortion who obtained the Overlord level partner. This is a coincidence. Thanks to me, Shiyu sighed. Near noon, Shiyu gave up studying fossils and stopped wasting energy. If he wasted energy again, he would really have no time to teach the Rin myth to revive. Shiyu was about to pick up the phone to ask Senior Lu about the assessment situation, but Lu Chengyi called Shiyu first. "How is it?" Shiyu asked. "Passed, thanks to your possession memory drop, otherwise I'm afraid I can't win this battle." Lu Chengyi was extremely happy and thanked. Shiyu coughed. The legendary assessment did not require winning. Generally, if the game lasted for 1 or 2 hours without a winner, it was considered passed. It was rare for a new legend to win the examiner at once, but it seemed that Senior Lu did it. Master Guoji, the new overlord partner, did not seem to be good enough. He was not at the level of the precognitive owl. "What did Master Guoji say?" He seemed very surprised. "He did not expect that my strength would increase so much after entering the possession state." "Haha, what did you say?" "I told Master Guoji that it was all your credit." Lu Chengyi smiled. It was indeed Shiyu's good teaching. No, the resources he provided were very good. "This," Shiyu said. "Then what, then?" Master Guoji had no expression on his face and did not say anything. "He just wanted to treat you to dinner in the evening to thank you for saving Chuling in Xianhu country." Shiyu scratched his head. Was he sincere? The news that Lu Chengyi passed the legendary assessment was announced very quickly. She passed the assessment in the morning, and at noon, the Donghurong Association had already announced the news to the outside world. This news undoubtedly caused a stir in the beast-taming field of Donghurong again. 6 of them. There are already 6 legendary beast-tamers in the top 10 of the sequence. In the world competition more than 20 years ago, Donghurong only managed to gather 3 legends under the age of 30. And 20 years later, the number has doubled. Zheng Hai, the head of Binhei Dojo, had just broken through to the legendary level, and Lu Chengyi followed closely behind, making the beast tamer's attention once again focus on the sequence ranking. Wuling City. Baizai looked at the battle picture of Lu Chengyi in the elf form on the headlines, and his eyes were eager. So beautiful. So beautiful. Damn, what should I do if I can't keep up with Senior Lu's progress? In fact, Baizai felt that he was about to be surpassed by Senior Panda these days. Senior Ji Mengzhu was too strong. Even Baizai was considering whether he should be thick-skinned and worship Senior Ji Mengzhu as his teacher. Imperial Capital. Ji Feng silently watched his former defeated opponent overtake him step by step, and sighed slightly. In his words, he was afraid that before the World Game, there was no hope of breaking through the legend, because the progress was too far behind. Big news always comes one after another. After the Donghurong Association announced the news that Lu Chengyi was promoted to legend, the sequence ranking was updated immediately. The updated ranking surprised everyone. The first in the sequence, Yizing, the second generation of soldiers, still has a position that no one can shake. The second in the sequence, Shen Ling, the descendant of the mechanical legend, still ranks firmly. The third, Zheng Xianang, the legendary noble son of a large consortium, the fourth in the sequence, Zheng Hai, the disciple of a hegemony legend. Seeing this, everyone realized that Zheng Hai's challenge to the original 4th place Zhou Ming was successful. Zhou Ming, who was the weakest in the previous 4 in the sequence, was so fierce because his beast-taming talent had mutated and became a fusion talent. He could allow different pets that he contracted to fuse and evolve for a short period of time. Because of this powerful talent, he was accepted as a disciple by a legendary beast-tamer. However, it seems that ordinary legendary disciples are still not as good as titled legendary disciples. Once he broke through, Zheng Hai immediately challenged Zhou Ming and won the 4th place in the sequence. Of course, this is also related to the training ideas of Baha'i legend. Baha'i legend pays great attention to Zheng Hai's foundation. When one of Zheng Hai's giant Kun superclass racial skills was close to perfect proficiency, Baha'i legend did not let him break through, but let him train all superclass racial skills to this level and then break through in one fell swoop. In this way, the body of the overlord obtained will be more powerful. Therefore, once Zheng Hai broke through, his strength was quite good. The beast masters who were eating melons didn't think it was a big deal, but just felt that Zhou Ming legend was a bit unlucky. He was first defeated by the son of a big consortium, and then by a titled legendary disciple. He was an old unlucky guy. If it was just like this, it wouldn't be too bad. The worst thing was that it was the 5th in sequence. The 5th in sequence. Everyone was very sure that their eyes were not wrong. The name of the fifth in sequence was still Top Master Shi Yu. After losing 2 games in a row, Zhou Ming dropped to 6th place, and pushed Lu Qingyi, a newly promoted legend, to 7th place. But 5th place, the 5th place between a bunch of legends, is still Shi Yu, a top master. This change undoubtedly confused everyone. Instantly, they understood what it meant. Does it mean that the sequence struggle committee thinks that Zhou Ming, the former third in the sequence, could not beat the first person under the legend? Lu Qingyi had just been promoted and had no record, but Zhou Ming was the original third in the sequence, and was ranked behind Shi Yu. Making trouble. The majority of Beastmasters immediately felt that the sequence struggle committee was making trouble. In Chengdu, a young man who was less than 1.7 meters tall, wide and tender, with a chubby figure and face, stared at his own plummeting sequence ranking, and his heart was bleeding. His face was extremely red, and he muttered, it's over, my legendary resources, even if I lost 2 games, why am I ranked 6th, is this reasonable? I haven't played with this Shi Yu yet, why am I ranked below him? He immediately stared at Shi Yu. However, seeing that there was another Lu Qingyi who had just been promoted to legend behind him, Zhou Ming had a subtle feeling of pain in his balls, feeling that if he couldn't make it into the top 5, he would be beaten to death by his master. What he didn't know was that the sequence battle committee had no choice, because the budget for the entire selection competition was 5 legendary resources, and Shi Yu had already taken 1 in advance, so naturally he had to be ranked in the top 5. What's more, Director Zhang, who watched the battle between Zheng Hai and Zhou Ming, was indeed not very satisfied with the performance of this little fat man, thinking that he was too lax, and naturally couldn't let this fat man get the legendary resources easily. The settlement of the sequence ranking is about to end. Whether he wants to get the legendary resources depends on whether he can fight hard in the end. Even if Shi Yu had already taken a legendary resource in advance, if someone defeated him, the sequence battle committee could only apply for 1 more. And if even Shi Yu, a top master, could not defeat him as a legend, then applying for 1 more legendary resource for them would be a waste. It would be better to give it to Yixing and Shen Ling to strengthen these top combat forces. Shi Yu directly became the touchstone arranged by the sequence committee for Lu Qingyi and Zhou Ming. Director Zhang is making trouble. At this time, Shi Yu from Ancient Capital University also discovered the update of the ranking. If he was squeezed out of the top 5, Shi Yu would not be surprised. After all, he was the only one in front who was not a legend. After being squeezed out, he would not continue to fight. After all, he had already received the resources, and the association could not give him the resources repeatedly, so he would not cheat others. But the problem is, what does it mean to put himself in the 5th place? Shi Yu had a strange expression, and after a while, he silently received a challenge application from Zhou Ming, the 6th in the sequence. This little fat man with a weak sense of existence was anxious challenge message, Dr. Shi Yu, let's have a fight. You have no moral integrity to challenge a top master like me, forget it, just ignore it. Shi Yu took a look. After all, he is his future bodyguard, so he should not destroy his self-confidence. At present, the sequence competition has entered the final stage, which is the mandatory challenge stage. The challenged cannot refuse. If he does not accept or refuses to accept the challenge within 24 hours, he will be automatically judged as the loser. Shi Yu chose to ignore the challenge and wait for the system to automatically squeeze him out. As for Zhou Ming, Shi Yu estimated that even if he entered the top 5, he would not stay for long. He would eventually be picked out by senior sister Lu. What an unlucky guy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, the first quasi-god skill in the team. Shi Yu ignored Zhou Ming and continued to recuperate. After a nourishing meal, if everything goes well, he will be able to teach Lin the myth revival skills tonight. At this time, he did not plan to be idle, so he took out his phone and called his lucky star Chang. Senior Shi Yu has not paid attention to him since he gave Chang the silk memory droplets before going to Kidao. Chang also always wanted to thank Shi Yu in person, but unfortunately he never found Shi Yu. Chang was very excited when Shi Yu called this time. Zio Anzi, how are you doing recently? Are you a senior beast master? Oh, This, Cheng on the other side of the phone was a little confused. How could it be so fast? He was only a freshman. Senior Shiyu, I'm already a mid-level Beastmaster, but I'm still a little short of a high-level Beastmaster. Shiyu pondered, and said, what about the pets? Cheng immediately said, thanks to your dragon blood, although I'm only level 3 and the sea dragon is only extraordinary, after we merged, we easily defeated ordinary commander-level pets. His tone was full of joy, and he said, and the green cotton worm has also evolved successfully. It has evolved into a green worm cocoon using super proficient silk, and its growth level has also reached the extraordinary level. It shouldn't take long for it to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. By the way, the evolutionary material used is the evolutionary root of the white star swallowtail butterfly, newly studied by Dr. Zuo. On the basis of the white star flash butterfly of the lower monarch race, the phoenix material was added. The third pet has not been contracted yet, but Principal Feng has contacted me and said that he would give me a talented iron-eating beast cub. Shiyu said, not bad. Are you free recently? I am free, senior. Do you have anything to do? By the way, I haven't thanked you for the water droplet. After Cheng got Shiyu's silk memory water droplet at the heroic spirit ruins, he was shocked. Originally, his silk proficiency of the green cotton worm was superb, which was already very rare, but after using this memory water droplet, the silk proficiency continued to rise, and finally even reached another realm. This also made his green cotton worms frequently miraculous during the evolution process, and the vitality and energy value after evolution had a qualitative leap. If it breaks out of the cocoon, he dared not think about it. This must be a super treasure. When you are free, I will introduce you to a friend. You can go find him to help you evolve the green worm cocoon now. Then, in a few days, come with me to Longgong City. I will arrange some training tasks for you. Try to become a senior Beastmaster before the start of the second year. After hearing Shiyu's words, Cheng was slightly stunned. Senior Shiyu wanted to arrange training tasks for himself? In an instant, Cheng was very excited. He also saw the sequence ranking that was just updated. He still believed in the value of Shiyu, the first person under the legend and the national champion. Okay, Cheng nodded heavily. Shiyu also nodded. The awakening mirror and talent beads that Cheng took out played a vital role in the development of the entire Donghuang. One is the mechanical fantasy beast system, and the other is the superpower system. Shiyu has decided to pile him up to the legendary level even if he uses resources. After the butterfly god and the sea dragon king helped the pet beast to lay the foundation, Shiyu didn't believe that he couldn't cultivate a beastmaster with legendary potential. Next, Shiyu provided a location of the butterfly god's habitat to Cheng, and asked him to find it himself. As for helping with the evolution, Shiyu had already made arrangements with the butterfly god in advance. Although for ordinary beastmasters, even Shiyu in the 11th game at that time, the legendary girl Xia Qingwei, wanted the butterfly god to help with the evolution, they had to wait for a specific time butterfly transformation conference, but given Shiyu's current situation, it must be easy to ask the butterfly god to help a little, and the butterfly god would also give this face. After all, Shiyu, this kid, broke a totem, plus a series of achievements. It is difficult for the butterfly god not to regard Shiyu as a person of the same level. After arranging Cheng away, Shiyu received a call from Director Zhuang in the 8th game. As soon as the phone was answered, Director Zhuang's laughing voice came from the other side. Shiyu, have you seen Zhou Ming's challenge in the sequence ranking? I saw it. Why don't you click to accept? Shiyu said. Anyway, I have taken all the rewards. Senior Zhou Ming wants to grab the top 5, so what should I do? Director Zhuang? Why are you like this, kid? Can't you fight for the top 5 without resources and fame? Director Zhuang's old face immediately fell, a little headache. He didn't expect Shiyu to play by the rules. Didn't Lu Chengyi also break through the legend? Let them fight, whoever wins will be the 5th, I won't join in the fun, Shiyu said with a smile. His treatment of taking away the legendary resources in advance is better than the first place. What else is there to worry about? Unless the sequence competition committee says that the first place can be rewarded with 2 legendary resources, not just a right of priority, then he might go to fight for the first place. Director Zhuang sighed and gritted his teeth and said, I know, obviously, he couldn't do anything to Shiyu. After all, Shiyu didn't even care about the ranking, and he couldn't force Shiyu to accept the challenge. After hanging up the phone, Shiyu stretched himself. Not pursuing is relaxing. If it were Zhu Xian Wang, he would definitely be upset again. In the next few days, Shi Yu stayed at Gudu University as usual to relax, and even met with Master Kuji. Although he had a slight shadow on Shi Yu, he was grateful to Shi Yu for saving his daughter. Master Kuji was also sincere. In summary, the beatings from Grandpa Ni were not in vain. The sequence ranking successfully dropped to 7th under Shi Yu's bad performance. However, the unlucky old Zhou Ming did not take 5th place, but was intercepted by Lu Qingyi in a blink of an eye. According to senior sister Lu, the opponent's fusion talent development is not in place, and can only support the fusion evolution of 2 pets. If Zhou Ming can make 3 pets fuse and evolve together, or 4 pets fuse and evolve separately, the outcome is uncertain. Elf form, Lu Qingyi duels against the fusion overlord. Senior sister Lu is slightly behind, but the top kings of the rest of her will be revived by myths against Zhou Ming's other king pets. After the battle, senior sister Lu quickly won the battle at the king level. Then, with the assistance of the king pets, senior sister Lu regained the advantage and was promoted to 5th in the sequence. With this, the sequence ranking of Dong Huang has been initially stabilized. Shi Yu, the first person under the legend, is reflected in the ranking. He is really the first person under the legend. In this regard, the majority of Beastmasters are also very regretful. They don't understand why Shi Yu ignored Zhou Ming's challenge. Does he think that his strength is not enough to fight against a legend, or is there something that can be done? There are many different opinions on the internet. Some people think that Shi Yu is not ready to fight against a legend, and some people think that Shi Yu may not be able to fight against a legend, but as a busy person, he may not be able to take care of the 10th sequence ranking system. Once he is free, he will definitely fight back. Shi Yu didn't care much about these statements, but focused on adding points. Myth Revival. Now, Lin's Myth Revival has been upgraded to Proficiency +1 by Shi Yu, and a total of 3 times. Every time Shi Yu teaches Myth Revival, Lin's Killing form has more divine essence, and when entering the Myth Revival state, Lin's energy value can also exceed 20 million. If Shi Yu is not wrong, when Lin's proficiency in Myth Revival reaches the proficiency of Lu Zuji's pets, its energy value, with a king comparable to the Overlord, should be no problem to exceed 50 million. First, because Lin's foundation is stronger than Lu Zuji's pets, and second, because the divine power of Lu Zuji's pets may not be as pure as the divine blood of Feng Qilin. After all, Lin completed the evolution through the Feng Qilin fossil, while Lu Zuji's pets simply changed part of the blood and did not successfully evolve by divine power. Shi Yu is naturally very happy that the strength of the youngest in the team has finally caught up, but it is a headache for Shi Yu that it has not mastered the blessing of the wind through Myth Revival. The reason why I didn't click on 11 Super Alloy and ran over to click on the Myth Revival twice is that I hope Lin can awaken the quasi-divine skills as soon as possible. If the luck of the quasi-divine skills is added, everything I do next may be smoother. However, the delay in awakening eventually made Shi Yu decide that if the myth was revived to the mastery level and no qualitative change occurred, he would first order Super Alloy. Senior Shi Yu, I'm ready. At the ancient capital university, under Shi Yu's dormitory, An Cheng, who had returned from the capital of gods, called Shi Yu with his mobile phone. Wait for me. Shi Yu hung up the phone, packed up, and prepared to leave for Longgong City. He and senior sister Lu had agreed to go to Tinxiang together in nearly a month. Now it's not time yet. Shi Yu plans to take An Cheng to Longgong City for a stroll. Just wait for senior sister there, and then everyone will go there by sea. In addition, Shi Yu must have a purpose. It also plans to train the bug. First, let it visualize the dragon statue in the Dragon God ruins more before the world game, and second, Longgong City has many powerful overlords, much more than Donghuang. With his position in Longgong City, it should not be difficult to find a bunch of overlords to do sparring, which can also be regarded as making preparations for the world game in advance. In Longgong City, there are top overlords and even invincible overlords comparable to totems. As far as Shi Yu knows, the eldest prince of Longgong City is an invincible overlord whose strength is not inferior to the legendary giant Kun of the sea, and can fight against totems. Let's go. After packing up, Shi Yu came downstairs and looked at An Cheng, who was taller and stronger than himself, as if he had taken hormones. He was silent. Wasn't this kid also quite weak at the beginning? How come he is so strong? The talent of fusion is really strange. You've gained weight, Shi Yu said. An Cheng. Fat? Ah. Maybe it's because I eat too much, Cheng scratched his head embarrassedly. Shiyu smiled and said, relax, next I will put you into the relic space, and when we get to Longgong City, I will let you out, so that it will be faster, okay? Cheng nodded. I won't let you sit idle, Shiyu said. In order to test your strength, there is a pet of my second team in the relic space. You can fight it after you go in. Pet of the second team, Cheng was surprised. Has Senior Shiyu already started to cultivate the second team? That's right, with telepathic talent, a portable relic space, and being very powerful and rich, it is normal for him to have the spare capacity to cultivate the second team. Well, a platypus. After Shiyu finished speaking, Cheng was even more surprised. Wait, a platypus? Isn't the platypus a pet of the extraordinary race? Cheng fell into deep thought, and when he was taken into the relic space and saw the platypus waiting for him, he was more certain that his judgment was correct. At the same time, he was puzzled. Senior Shiyu, how could he contract a supernatural race as the second team? With Senior Shiyu's strength, even if he found a hegemon cub, it should be easy. Duck, now relying on the will of the Overlord and combat experience, Ye has broken through the racial restrictions and reached the commander level. Looking at the new sparring partner sent by Shiyu, his brows slightly frowned. Hello, Cheng also looked at the platypus nervously. It was confirmed that it was an ordinary platypus. However, he did not dare to underestimate it. After all, Shiyu was a man who could cultivate pets such as iron-eating beasts, green cotton worms, ginseng babies, and slimes. It was normal for a platypus to be very strong. Yeah, because he could not understand Ye's words, Cheng quickly took out the top-grade mechanical equipment awarded by Gudo University, a mechanical equipment that connected ears and eyes, like a combat power detector. This is a kind of telepathic equipment, which allows beastmasters who cannot sense telepathy to understand the language of some extraordinary creatures. It is considered a very advanced mechanical equipment, and even master beastmasters can hardly afford it. But who let Gudo University have money this year? For geniuses, especially the geniuses that Shiyu specifically took care of, it can be said to be very generous. Yeah, you are Cheng, Ya said as he looked at this human who was fragile compared to Shiyu. Senior Platypus, I am Cheng. Cheng nodded frantically, and at the same time, the information of the platypus was also displayed on the lens. Name, platypus, attribute, water, racial level, high level transcendent, growth level. Commander level, racial skills, water blade, critical hit, energy value. 29,998 as expected. As expected of Senior Shiyu, although this second team pet looks ordinary, its growth level has broken through the racial level limit, and as a transcendent race, commander level, its energy value is comparable to most commander races, commander level. However, it feels like it can fight. And Cheng is particularly grateful to Shiyu at this time, because with the blessing of the butterfly god, his green worm cocoon has successfully evolved. Low-level overlord race, white star phoenix butterfly. In addition to the sea dragon, with the help of the combined talent, it may not be impossible to fight across levels. The standard of an intermediate beastmaster is to be able to fight against a commander across levels, and Cheng has naturally reached it a long time ago. Now, with the evolution of the green worm cocoon, there is even less pressure. Moreover, Senior Ye seemed harmless. It reminded him of the imperial capital roast duck he had just eaten the day before yesterday. Yeah, come on then, after fighting with Xiaoji and the phantom of the green worm cocoon all day, Ye was almost sick. A change of taste would be good. Although Cheng's strength was not that good, he was introduced by Shiyu after all, so he should not be too weak. Ye thought about it and directly entered the second form, and it would be better to pay more attention to him. The next moment, it looked at Cheng, and its body size increased sharply, reaching 2 meters. The blue skin began to be covered with black, leaving only a part of the dark blue lines. At the neck, the black water solidified like a ribbon, becoming a scarf-like part, floating behind it. In just a short moment, the image of the platypus changed completely. The terrifying aura it exuded made Cheng, who was originally quite relaxed, change his expression drastically. The platypus opened its deep red eyes and looked at Cheng. At this moment, Cheng's spirit seemed to fall into the abyss. In an instant, cold sweat broke out all over his body. He was frightened and took a step back. He felt a terrifying evil breath. Name, energy value. 74,747 duck. Come on, Warm up with a weaker form first to see how strong you are, and Chang? In the past few months, Yale has been feeding on the abyss samsara beans cultivated by Shen Baobao. Every time he eats, he can awaken part of the power of the abyss. It was indeed difficult to control at the beginning, but as Shen Baobao reduced the dosage of the abyss samsara beans, and as Susu used the memory water droplets to let Yale comprehend the full level of purification water, it gradually became able to control the power of the abyss in its body. Therefore, Yale has obtained two new forms. The first one is now, which is relatively easy to receive part of the power of the abyss. Relying on this state, it can barely fight against the small machine of the overlord race and the commander level. There is also a final form, which receives stronger power of the abyss, but it is more difficult to control. It needs to cooperate with the will of the overlord. It is very tired after the fight, so Yale rarely uses it. The most important thing is that it can't beat the green worm cocoon phantom. Although it has only received part of the power of the abyss now, it depends on whose power of the abyss it is. As a demigod in the previous life, Ye's momentum is still very terrifying, which made In Chang a little distracted. It condensed a black water spear and inserted it into the ground, indicating that the boy on the opposite side should send out the pet quickly. Wait, Senior Platypus, what are you doing? If you want to teach a newbie, the initial form just now will be enough. In Chang panicked. Why can the platypus still transform? The textbook is really unreliable. Yeah, at this time, Shiyu had already called out to Lin to transform into the form of a unicorn and flew on it at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Shiyu originally wanted to enter the ruins and arrange a battle between Ye and In Chang, but he was a busy man and never had time to spare. Just as he was about to leave for Longgong City, he received a call from Bahai Legend. Senior Yu, what's wrong? Bahai Legend, Legend of Finghuangin Kika and Legend of Finghuangin Yui from Kidao Phoenix Shrine will come to Donghuang in a while. They should want to see you. Are you free? Shiyu looked bitter. Why didn't he tell him in advance? He was about to go to Longgong City. Wait, did Finghuangin Yui also pass the legend assessment? Shiyu found the problem. The Legend of the Sea Tyrant said, she should be. She became the new Legend of the Seven Islands. So it was not easy for them to come to Donghuang this time. The Seven Islands put up a lot of obstacles. It may be because of the attack of the Red God on the Phoenix Lord at that time, which also caused the Phoenix Shrine to have some grudges against the Seven Islands. So Donghuang's intention is to see if they can persuade the two to bring the Phoenix Shrine to join Donghuang. As the designated heir of the Phoenix Secret Realm, you may have a way. Donghuang has always strongly welcomed the immigration of such high-end talents, and even countries are poaching from each other. Of course, if it were those lazy, talentless, and meddling foreign rubbish beastmasters, Donghuang would naturally not accept them. If anyone could come in casually, Donghuang would not be the largest country now. Shiyu was distressed and said, well, let them go to the ancient capital as guests first. Senior Sister Lu and Principal Feng both know the history of the Undead Phoenix. Let them receive them first. I have to go to Dragon Palace City now. I have something to do. I will go back after I finish it. Okay, they haven't come yet anyway. Legend of the Sea nodded. This time, the two legends of the Phoenix Court should not leave in the short term. After chatting for a few more sentences, Shiyu and Legend of the Sea ended the call, and then Shiyu fell into deep thought. The Phoenix Shrine really came. I just don't know if it can fool Donghuang. No matter. Shiyu entered the ruins, but as soon as he entered the ruins, he saw the normal Yale showing a lonely expression of a master, and In Chang, Hai Jia along, and Baxing Finghuangdi lying on the ground with injuries like dead dogs. Wu, In Chang was lying on the ground with twitching hands and feet, with a sad face. Why is this platypus so strong after returning to normal, and it is different from the commander level 1 with an energy value of about 3W that he had fought before? It's as if he has been through hundreds of battles and has extremely rich experience, just like a master playing with a child. Yeah, after merging with a pet, it's still not as good as Shiyu himself. Ye sighed. It seems that I overestimated this kid. It seems that your practice is not yet good enough. Shiyu looked at In Chang and fell into deep thought. How could he not even beat the pet that had not been added? This won't do. When he arrives in Longgong City, he must practice hard. Longgong City. First, flying in the air on Lin, and then diving into the seabed through Susu, Shiyu and his friends arrived here in a short time. Before, if Shiyu wanted to come to Longgong City, He had to ask the legend of the sea tyrant to take him or the gem cat to take him. Now, he has the ability to come to Longgong City by himself. This time, Longgong City didn't know that Shiyu was coming to Longgong City, and he didn't notify him in advance. So when he arrived, the Longgong army responsible for guarding the secret realm of Longgong City was very surprised. They didn't expect Minister Shiyu to come at this time. However, Shiyu is also a senior official of Longgong City. He even has his own palace in Longgong City. Coming to Longgong City is like coming to his own home. He loves it very much. After entering Longgong City, Shiyu didn't rush home, but visited Longma first. "Why are you here, in the Ice Dragon Palace?" The Frost Dragon looked at Shiyu with a look of disgust. When Shiyu came, "It must be bad news. I missed you, so I came to see you," Shiyu said with a smile. "Don't be naughty. If you have something to do, let it go. It delays my practice," the Ice Dragon said. "It's not a big deal. I just want to go to Tinxiang for a few days. Isn't your hometown there? Do you want to go there for a few days? The Gem Cat will also go." The Frost Dragon was about to refuse and said that he was busy, but suddenly, he thought of what Shiyu had gained in the 7 Islands. 1 myth, 2 legends. When Shiyu went to the 7 Islands, he also invited it, but it refused. Afterwards, it was very regretful. After all, Shiyu's ability to find resources is top-notch. This time, Shiyu is going to Tinxiang to cause trouble again? Let me think about it and give you an answer later. The Frost Dragon did not rush to refuse and said. "Okay," Shiyu smiled and said, "I have something else to do with Senior Sea Dragon King, so I'll go there first." Go. Next, Shiyu came to the Dragon Palace of the Sea Dragon King again, but was told by Prime Minister Turtle that the Sea Dragon King took the little white dragon out for training, but he should be back in the next 2 days. Shiyu, what else can Shiyu do? He can only wait. This time, he returned to his palace in the Dragon Palace City. As for Enchang, he was in the ruins. Let the platypus and Zyagi train for 2 days. It wouldn't be a big problem. With him providing supplements and recovery products, and being able to practice in the ruins, the effect would not be bad. Then wait for the Sea Dragon King to come back, and let him help the Sea Dragon to purify the blood and evolve, and that would be enough. Shiyu rested and recuperated again, waiting for the next myth revival to add points. Only Chong was released by Shiyu, and let it go to the Dragon God statue in the Dragon God ruins to practice. At present, Shiyu and Chong are the only outsiders allowed by the Dragon God to go to the Dragon God ruins through the Dragon God Palace. It's not the first time that Chong has gone there by himself, so it's not a big problem. Even if the Dragon God finds out, it won't be a big deal. But this time the situation is a little different. Dragon God Palace. At this time, in addition to the peerless Dragon God, there is actually a humanoid woman whose appearance is not inferior to that of the Dragon God. She has pointed ears, long green hair, golden eyes, a queen-like baby face, a nice figure and skin, and great natural charm, and an extraordinary temperament. Atian, it seems that a little guy just passed by your palace, the woman with long green hair said lazily. Don't worry about it, the Dragon God shook his head and also found the passing bugs. He understood that Shiyu came to Longgong City again. She did give Shiyu and the bugs the right to go to the Dragon God statue to meditate and practice. A butterfly, and among the king level, its strength is also very strong. It should not be a member of your Longgong City, yes, a pet of a young Donghuang human race. Hill, continue what you just said. The Dragon God looked at the Elf Queen from Tinxiang, who has a strong demigod level life like himself. Few people know that the Dragon God and the Elf Queen, Silvera, are actually good friends. Okay, but I really didn't expect that your Longgong City would choose not to participate in this world competition. I thought you would cooperate with Donghuang. Silvera smiled. Since you don't want to participate, then help me. Let a few young people from our Tinxiang come to your Dragon Palace City to train and accumulate experience in dealing with the Dragon Clan, or let your overlord travel to Tinxiang. I will treat him well. The reason why the Dragon God and the Elf Queen have a good relationship is also related to the fact that they both have a bad relationship with the Western totem power, the Dragon Empire. As for why the relationship between the ancient country of Tinxiang and the Dragon Empire is not good, it is because the Western legend says that the Beastmaster and Dragon Hunter is from the ancient country of Tinxiang. The main purpose of the Elf Queen's arrival this time is to discuss with her best friend the mythological era that may be approaching. 2 days later. Shiyu's palace, in the legendary ruins. Shiyu looked at the cooling time that was gradually disappearing and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the magic cube in front of him. At this time, Lin analyzed, according to the calculation, the first qualitative change will occur when the myth revival reaches the mastery level. It is very likely that the dream memory will be clearer, and it is also very likely that the quasi-god skill, the blessing of the wind, will be initially awakened. Stop talking, come on. Shiyu couldn't wait any longer, and directly pinched the cube in front of him and started to add points. Lin's analysis was correct. After this addition, the divine power in its body was revived more strongly than any previous time. While immersed in endless pain, Lin sensed the changes in the killing fossil. Soon after, a huge surprise emerged in the minds of Lin and Shiyu. The quasi-god skill, the blessing of the wind, is awakening. As the myth revival skill was upgraded to the mastery level by Shiyu, the quasi-god skill, the blessing of the wind, which Lin had not been able to awaken when he evolved before, was finally awakened this time. Both Shiyu and Lin were extremely excited, knowing what this meant. It means that Lin can directly jump from a quasi-myth race to a myth race, and gain the potential to rival those demigods. When awakening the blessing of wind, Lin directly restored to the form of wind unicorn, and the perfect form reappeared. The entire legendary ruins were affected by it at this time. The sky and the earth were white, and the light breeze swirled. At this time, 11, Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, Su Su and others who were also in the legendary ruins all had their expressions suddenly changed, and felt the suppression from their blood. Even at this time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the platypus in the ruins, and even Enchang and others, were shocked and widened their eyes, feeling the unspeakable and unsightly power fluctuations covering the world, making it difficult to breathe. Dong. At this moment, it seemed that the legendary ruins had shaken, and a deep and incomparable sound of rules appeared. The spatial force and natural force in the space were all suppressed, which was not much different from the quasi-divine skill anomaly described by Senior Ji Mengzhu. Even, let alone the legendary ruins, even the several islands around the island where Shiyu lived, at this time, as Lin awakened the quasi-divine skill and as it was transitioning to the mythical race, the creatures on it also felt an indescribable sense of oppression. The dragons above looked up at the sky with shocked expressions. The sense of oppression shocked them even more than the dragon kings. Although it was not strong, the texture reminded some of the memories of some of the overlord dragons. Yes, it was the same feeling when they saw the Lord Dragon God. Did the Lord Dragon God come out of retreat? Most of the dragons looked at the sky shock. The farther away from Shiyu, the harder it was to sense the pressure of the gods. However, for the real strong, it was not difficult to sense the same power even if there were countless layers of space. In the Dragon God Palace, the Dragon God and the Elf Queen were still talking and communicating. Suddenly, their faces changed slightly and they looked into the distance. Ah Tian, this is, Silpher looked surprised. The Dragon God was also puzzled. How could it be possible? There are creatures in the Dragon Palace city that can have initial contact with the realm of the gods like their demigods? Those totem dragon kings? No, with their qualifications, it is impossible. There is a life form inside Dragon Palace City, and it has cultivated the rudiments of a divine skill. The Dragon God and the Elf Queen made the same judgment at the same time. However, it didn't look like a life form had broken through to become a demigod, but rather like a mythical cub had been born. The two demigods quickly left Dragon Palace, and then they saw a blue butterfly flying back anxiously in embarrassment. It exchanged glances with him. Chong Chong, thanks to Qingning, Reader 1406838422960635904 for being the leader. Chapter 400, The Power of Quasi-Divine Skills. Following the fluctuations of the rules of the quasi-god skills, the Dragon God and the Elf Queen descended to the island where Shiyu was. The island where Shiyu was located was called Kanghei Island, which was specially transformed for Shiyu, the Minister of Environmental Protection, to live. Of course, a big man like the Dragon God naturally never paid attention to this kind of thing from beginning to end. It was all planned by the Ice Dragon King's Turtle Prime Minister, so the Dragon God didn't know whose territory this island was. This island is not big, and the environment is very beautiful. It has been purified to the point that there is no trace of dirt. Even the Elf Queen, a natural elf who is in charge of the forest and the wind, has discovered that this island is different from other islands in the Dragon Palace city. The owner of this island must have a misophobia. The other party is in a different space, although Kanghae Island seems to have no life at this time. After reaching the demigod level, these strong men have mastered strong spatial attainments. Whether it is the dragon god or the elf queen, they instantly judge that the other party is in the deep space of the Dragon Palace secret realm. And it's not just a simple different space, the elf queen Sylphar said. Judging from her perception, even ordinary totems may not be able to force their way into this space. The space level is quite high. It is a legendary space secret realm. Of course, for them, it is easy to smash a legendary space. Standing on the sky, feeling the weak fluctuation of the rules containing the power of time and space, Dragon God Chyanali and Elf Queen Sylvala reached out their hands together, wanting to force their way into the alien space to find out. During this process, the Dragon God was slightly startled and felt a strange fluctuation. Because it felt the traces of its own power in this deep space. Although it was isolated by the legendary space and the perception was very vague, it should be correct. Just as the Dragon God and Sylvala were about to enter the secret realm, Chong, who had just met the Dragon God and the Elf Queen, but was quickly ignored by the two demigods, also rushed back at a crazy speed. At this time, seeing the two super strong men eyeing the area, Chong swallowed his saliva frantically and said, two seniors, wait a minute. Chong called the two demigods through telepathy, fearing that they would suddenly break in and affect Shiyujia. It's the little bug from before, the Elf Queen said in surprise when she saw the bug. I see. Seeing that the bug also flew to this place, the Dragon God was slightly startled, and suddenly everything became clear. It seems that the one in the deep space should be Shiyu, the human who contracted the reincarnation of the Kanghae elf. Originally, the Dragon God was still wondering what was going on, but now it was explained clearly. It seems that the reincarnation of the Kanghae elf began to awaken the abilities of the previous life. Although he didn't know much about the Kanghae elf, but as the best among the demigods, it was not strange for the Dragon God to master the quasi-god skills in advance. I know what's going on. The Dragon God calmly dispersed his power. Beside him, Sylphar was surprised and asked, what do you mean? Wait a minute, the Dragon God said, the person inside is the beast master of this butterfly. The human junior I mentioned before, maybe his pet is awakening a quasi-divine skill. Sylphar was even more surprised and said, you mean, a human beast master's pet has mastered a quasi-divine skill? She was very surprised, and had to be surprised, because at present, there are only a few living beings who have mastered quasi-divine skills in the entire Blue Star. As far as she knows, there will be no more than 10. These strong men stand at the top of the Blue Star. Even if the legendary Beastmaster goes all out, he may not be able to defeat them. Even for the peak human legendary Beastmaster, the pets contracted are basically ordinary totems, some top totems, not totem demigods. For example, she, the legendary Beastmaster in power in the ancient country of Tinxiang, and the 9 natural elves she contracted are all like this. Even for legendary Beastmasters, it is difficult to contract a pet with mythical potential that has mastered quasi-divine skills. This is true for her, and it is also true for the Beastmasters of the other 6 countries. It is also true for those legendary Beastmasters who have left behind various legendary experiences in history. The fact that legendary Beastmasters can match demigod-level life is enough to prove the power of quasi-divine skills. And now, the Dragon God actually told her that there are now pets of human Beastmasters that have mastered quasi-divine skills? Yes, the Dragon God nodded. She was wondering why the reincarnation of the Kanghae elf chose a human. But now it seems that Shiyu has done a good job. It has only been a short time since he helped the reincarnation of the Kanghae elf, who has not been able to recover for 3,000 years, to regain his strength. It seems that the Kanghae ruins left by the Kanghae elf still have some vision. At this time, Chong can also telepathically communicate with Shiyu through a layer of space. This is the power of telepathic talent. If it were other talents, it would definitely not work, and he would not be able to chat with pets across servers. In the legendary ruins, while Shen Bao was feeding Shiyu, they looked at Lin, who was surrounded by the wind of time and space, and swallowed their saliva frantically. Blessing of the wind, luck magic skill. From now on, get out of Africa and into Europe. I am looking forward to gambling on fusion skills more and more. Hey, The dragon god is here. Bad. Is the awakening fluctuation of the quasi-god skill so strong? Shiyu was stunned when he heard the shouts of the bugs outside. At the same time, the bugs also reminded that in addition to the dragon god, there is also a beautiful sister who looks very, very strong. It looks like an elf. Shiyu had a headache and felt troubled. You know, awakening a quasi-god skill across a legendary ruin still has such a big reaction. He said that he would find a wilderness to awaken it before coming to Longgong City. But it's not a big problem. The dragon god is one of us, and even the killing fossils are from Longgong City. This time, Lin can directly recognize her relatives. Shiyu was excited. Outside, the ripples of space emerged, and Shiyu came out directly from the legendary seal ruins and looked at the dragon god in the sky and the beautiful big sister mentioned by the other bug. It was indeed very beautiful. She was the only one Shiyu had ever seen whose appearance was not inferior to that of the dragon god. In just a moment, Shiyu determined the other party's identity. Senior dragon god, elf queen. Shiyu was quite shocked. He did not expect that the legendary ruler of the ancient country of Tinxiang, Silphra, would appear in the Dragon Palace city. The elf queen was a half-elf, with human blood in a dominant position. She not only possessed extraordinary abilities, but also could open up a beast control space and contract pets like human beast masters. She could be said to be very powerful. Just now, your pet awakened a quasi-divine skill, right? The dragon god slowly landed on the ground and said to Shiyu. Can you summon it out to see? Shiyu hesitated for a moment. He was not clear about the relationship between the elf queen and the dragon god, but it seemed that the dragon god did not care about the elf queen being next to him. It seemed that the relationship between the ancient country of Donghuang and the ancient country of Tinxiang was not bad. In this case, Shiyu nodded, and a purple summoning diagram appeared. Accompanied by a bluish-white whirlwind, a creature with a white body like a deer and a light and slender body slowly appeared. At that moment, seeing this creature, its sheep head, deer body, dragon tail, and its elegant and beautiful body that looked like the incarnation of wind, the dragon god and the elf queen's expressions changed slightly. The reason why the dragon god and the elf queen had a good relationship was that they were both wind-related beings. Others might be unfamiliar with this creature, but for them, who were extraordinary beings standing at the top of the wind system, they could instantly see the wind rules lingering around it through its unicorn form. Mythical race, wind unicorn. At this moment, the elf queen was the first to speak in disbelief. She was shocked beyond words. How could this be possible? The unicorn clan, didn't they become completely extinct in the mythological era? Of course, the dragon god was also extremely confused at this time. Wait a minute, why wasn't it that Kanghae elf? Where did this wind unicorn come from? This was completely different from what she had just judged. The dragon god was silent for a moment. Fortunately, he didn't say too much to Silvera just now. The two demigods were surprised. The bugs in the sky were also surprised with tears in their eyes. They also felt how powerful Lin was now. This is unscientific. As the last pet to join the team, how could it be so strong? Name, Lin. Race, mechanical fantasy beast. Race level, low mythology. Growth level, king level. Race skills, superclass, wind element control, mastery plus 11, divine net, mastery plus 11, turn misfortune into fortune, mastery, wind spirit pearl, beginner, quasi-god skills, blessing of the wind, beginner, professor skills, superclass, mythology revival, mastery, energy value. 20.02 million. What the hell is a surprise? The bugs were in tears. They felt that they were getting less and less like bugs in the team. Wind Kirin, the dragon god also followed the elf queen and looked at Shiyu. No, it's not exactly a wind unicorn, Shiyu said. This is a mechanical fantasy beast that we researched using the wind unicorn fossils, the power of fantasy illusions, the power of time, the power of life and death, and the power of machinery. Compared to the real mythical race wind unicorn, it should be a little lacking in some aspects. Dragon god? Tinxiang elf queen? You are Shiyu. At this time, the elf queen of Tinxiang finally knew who the young man in front of her was. During this period, there were also exchanges between Donghuang and Tinxiang. In Tinxiang, although the mechanical field is far less developed than countries such as Shenzhen, Donghuang, and Zhuhai, as the strongest system at present, the mechanical system is also highly concerned no matter where it is. A genius mechanic in Donghuang has developed a mechanical fantasy beast system, and the Elf Queen naturally knows about this. However, what she didn't expect was that the genius mechanic was the young man in front of her who was in the Dragon Palace and contracted with a mythical race. The mechanical fantasy beast system can actually revive the extinct myth. Originally, Tixiang attached great importance to the mechanical fantasy beast system, but the Elf Queen never thought that this technology would be so outrageous. Have you mastered the ability to revive the myth? The dragon god found that he still underestimated this human youth who had contracted the reincarnation of the Kanghae elf. She had witnessed the growth of many Donghuang legends such as the Dragon Emperor, the Sky Emperor, the Mechanical Legend, and the Evolution Legend. At this moment, the dragon god felt that he seemed to witness the rise of a new legendary star. The luck of Donghuang is really strong. A legendary beastmaster will appear in every era. When Shiyu contracted the reincarnation of the Kanghae elf, he was not as shocked as he was at this moment. It's not considered mastery. The main reason may be that this Fenkilin fossil is relatively intact. It comes from the dragon god's mysterious realm and was given to me by the Lord of the Sea Dragon King. I have also come into contact with other myth fossils, but only one has the conditions for revival, Shiyu said. The Elf Queen looked at the dragon god. No wonder the dragon god knew what was going on. It turned out that this new myth race was a member of the Dragon Palace City. The mechanical fantasy beast system actually has the participation of Dragon Palace City. Congratulations, the Elf Queen smiled and said, but it's a pity that it's not the Dragon Clan, otherwise, the candidate for the next Dragon God of Dragon Palace City can be determined in advance. Is that so? The Dragon God shook his head. Forget it. After being surprised, the Dragon God regained his calm. Compared with these, she was still more curious about whether Shiyu could crack the time and space relics left by the time elves. Fenkilin is Fenkilin, it doesn't matter. But it seems that if this Fenkilin grows to the Overlord level, Shiyu, who plans to participate in the World Championship, will have a high probability of winning the championship. She looked at Shiyu, and the Elf Queen suddenly realized this and had a headache for her own players. Although the Elf Queen did not think that her own players had the talent to win the championship and get the blessing of the World Tree, she only hoped that they could gain more growth in the process of participating, but it was still a bit uncomfortable to know the ending in advance. Mythical Race. In the previous World Championships, there has never been such an outrageous battle pet. If it were the previous World Championship, the Mythical Race, the Overlord level pet, would definitely have secured the championship. However, this time, although it still has a great advantage, the Elf Queen cannot figure out the specific situation. Although the Dragon Palace City refused to participate in the World Championship, demigod-level forces such as the Dragon Empire, the Dark Knight Forest, the Demon Kingdom, and the Far North Snowfield all responded. Although these demigod forces may not be able to produce mythical race pets, they may be able to make their legendary Beastmasters contract with the Invincible Overlord, and let the specially gifted mixed-blood legendary Beastmasters contract totems at any cost. Therefore, the Elf Queen thinks that this World Championship may be the most difficult and cruel one. What are its skills? However, out of curiosity, the Dragon God still asked Shiyu about the quasi-god skills of the Wind Kirin. In response, Shiyu replied, the blessing of the wind can use the natural wind to improve luck, not a combat skill, but a luck skill. The Dragon God was startled. Isn't it a combat skill? The Elf Queen was also slightly surprised. In that case, the combat effectiveness of this wind unicorn would be greatly reduced. However, the quasi-divine skills of luck are also very good. At their level, they naturally know that such an illusory thing as luck really exists and is very important. Especially for a country's power, national destiny is extremely important. Suddenly, the Elf Queen envied Donghuang. If Shiyu was the Beastmaster of Tixiang, she would train such a Beastmaster as an heir. With the quasi-divine skills of luck, it is likely that a great country's national destiny will prosper for thousands of years. But skills that increase luck should not be useless in battles and wars. Silvera smiled and looked at the Dragon God, saying, can I let this little friend fight a battle to see? I am a little curious about this ability. Dragon God shyly said, just ask him yourself. Silvera turned her head and looked at Shiyu, saying, little guy, is it okay? Shiyu was silent for a moment and looked at Lin. Fighting? Who to fight? Okay, but we can't say whether we have mastered this skill of wind blessing or not, because this move can bless other lives, but at present, It should not be able to control this move. It seems that it can only increase its luck. In most cases, it is a passive skill, and, who should we fight? Shiyu looked around, and then looked at Chong Chong. It seemed that there was only him. Chong Chong? Experimental subject, Chong. It doesn't matter, I just want to prove some guesses. As for the fighting object, the elf queen looked into the distance and said, you are lucky, and a suitable guy happened to come. It seems that the skill is effective. The elf queen smiled and said, in that case, follow the guidance of the wind. Wu. In the distance, the third prince Xiao Abelong, who had just been trained in the ruins, heard from Prime Minister Turtle that Shiyu came to Longgong City to visit the Sea Dragon King, and immediately ran to find Shiyu. It and the father were not there before, but now they're done, and Shiyu can visit at any time. This time it came here to invite Shiyu. However, as soon as it approached Kanghae Island, the little white dragon's happy expression suddenly stopped, and it found that something was wrong with the situation on Kanghae Island. After it flew close to the core area of Kanghae Island, it immediately looked at the situation below with wide eyes. Shiyu, and Dragon, Lord Dragon God, damn, why is Lord Dragon God here? Third Prince, Shiyu also looked at the little white dragon in surprise. Name, White Kanglong, energy value 6.99 million. Oh, the little white dragon's strength progress is quite good. At this time, the little white dragon, who had come to find Shiyu happily, was stunned when he found that the atmosphere here was solemn. Not only was there the dragon god, but there was also a female human with the same sense of oppression as the dragon god. It's you, the elf queen saw this not-so-smart little white dragon and said. Shiyu saw this and felt that the little white dragon was a bit unlucky and came at the wrong time. Although Xiao Abelong's current strength seems to be good, compared with Lin, whose normal energy value is 20 million, the gap is more than a little bit. He will definitely be completely defeated. He will be embarrassed in front of the dragon god and the elf queen. However, the elf queen wants to see Lin's strength, and Shiyu can't refuse. He looks at the coming Xiao Abelong and says helplessly, Third Prince, long time no see, let's have a fight, Xiao Abelong? What's going on? Why do you want to beat me as soon as I get here? What did I do wrong? The dragon god said, try it. If you perform well, I will give you a gift, Xiao Abelong. Lord Dragon God, Xiao Abelong was startled and looked at Lord Dragon God. He didn't expect Lord Dragon God to be so easy to talk to. He gave a gift for performing well. If his parents and those friends knew that the third prince Xiao Abelong had received a gift from the dragon god, wouldn't he fly away? In an instant, the little white dragon was eager to try, and cast a look of help to brother Shiyu, meaning that he would let him go later. Let's develop peacefully. Shiyu. I'll try my best. The target of the battle was found. Shiyu was silent for a moment. Lin walked out, and looked at the little white dragon in the sky. At this time, the little white dragon also looked at the pet beast that had never been seen before that walked out from Shiyu's side with a serious expression. A feeling of suppressed blood arose, making the little white dragon more serious. Wait, its opponent, it won't be this one. It's not the main force of Shiyu's monsters? Great. Although it felt that this pet was also extraordinary, at least it was not the panda, carrot, sword spirit, slime, and... It looked at Chong Chong, this bug. If it was not these five, even if it felt that its bloodline was suppressed, Xiao Bailong would be relieved. Xiao Bailong obviously had a psychological shadow on Shiyu's first five main forces. Lin also looked at the silly Xiao Bailong and analyzed its information. Xiao Bailong, you attack first, Shiyu said. In order to give Xiao Bailong a chance to show his ability, Shiyu said this, so that Lin would not kill this guy instantly. Woo, I understand. Hearing this, Xiao Bailong's dragon eyes condensed and took a deep breath. It was about to condense the dragon's energy and attack Lin below, but at this moment, suddenly, its dragon eyes glared, and the blood in its body surged. With a puff sound, it spit out a mouthful of dragon blood and fell quickly from the sky. The hidden injury from the previous ruins training recurred. Bang! Fell to the ground. Lost the ability to move directly. Shiyu, Lin, Chuang. The dragon god and the queen of the elf were silent. On the ground, the little white dragon said weakly, it's over. It seems that the injury left by the previous challenge to the ruins has relapsed. After the challenge, I received treatment from Dr. Saint Bei, but it seems that it was not completely treated and left a hidden injury. Quack, quack. Just as the fight was about to start, the hidden injury suddenly relapsed and vomited blood and fell down. At this time, the little white dragon wanted to find a pit to crawl into, but he felt that he had lost face in front of the dragon god and Senior Shiyu. Dr. Saint Bay misunderstood me. Everyone. The queen of the elf, Silvera, was silent for a while, and her eyes looked at the little white dragon. The emerald green energy immediately lingered around the little white dragon's body, helping it to heal, and said at the same time, "It is worthy of being a quasi-divine skill. It seems that it can be used in battle." "Okay, I have experienced the power of this move, little white dragon." What? Shiyu and Chong also looked at the innocent Rin in silence. Rin was also confused now. What is going on? Did it do anything? Don't tell it that this is the credit of the blessing of wind. It has just analyzed 4,399 ways of victory through top-level intelligence, but it never expected that the little white dragon would be defeated before the fight even started. This is unreasonable. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.